Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 351, Nimbus 2000, Everyone has their glorious moments. The Leaky Cauldron, and the entrance to Diagon Alley, serve as the wizarding world's bustling gateway. Kyle comes here once a year to buy school supplies like books, ink, and parchment. But despite the passing years, little changes, the same dim lighting, tables worn smooth with age, and the familiar noise of the crowd make the place feel timeless. After Newt's apparition back to Dorset, Kyle steps into the Leaky Cauldron's backyard, unlocking the path to Diagon Alley. First, he visits the quill shop to stock up on parchment and ink before heading to Flourish and Blots. He doesn't need many textbooks this year, just the Monster Book of Monsters and intermediate explanations of runic symbols. As he passes quality Quidditch supplies, a crowd catches his attention. People are pushing and straining to get closer to the display window, and among them, Kyle spots a familiar face, Harry Potter. A large wizard's arm is wrapped around Harry's head, nearly squashing his face, but Harry seems entirely unbothered. His intense green eyes are glued to the window display, and he occasionally wipes his mouth, looking disturbingly mesmerized. "Harry, what are you doing here?" Kyle calls, repeating himself 3 times before Harry finally snaps out of it. "Kyle." Harry grins, looking pleased. "Great to see you here. What were you staring at?" Kyle asks. "Firebolt." Harry's excitement is palpable as he gushes about the latest broomstick model. Streamlined design, ash handle, and birch twigs that's been meticulously polished. "And did you know it accelerates from 0 to 150 miles per hour in just 10 seconds? It's the fastest broom in the world." Harry could probably rave about the Firebolt all day, but Kyle is less enthusiastic. The Firebolt is impressive, sure, but his Nimbus 2000 is still a fine broom. Back when it was released, it was also the world's fastest, just like the Cleansweep 11 before it. "Every broom has its heyday," he muses, "everyone gets their moment in the spotlight." "I'm headed to Flourish and Blots to grab a few new books," Kyle says. "Do you want to stay and stare at the Firebolt some more? If so, you could go inside and have a closer look, it's free just to browse." Harry shakes his head. "No, I've been here every day for ages now. Actually, I'm waiting for Ron and Hermione. They should be arriving soon." Kyle points to the nearby Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor. "Then do you see those two over there? Could that be them?" "Huh." Harry turns and, seeing only their backs, recognizes them instantly, Hermione and Ron, ordering ice cream. "Hermione." "Ron," he shouts, excitement in his voice. They both turn, equally surprised. "Harry." "Kyle." Ron waves enthusiastically and rushes over. "Finally, we found you. We checked the Leaky Cauldron, Flourish and Blots, even Madame Malkin's, but you weren't anywhere." As Ron recounts their search, Kyle remembers the odd sight of Harry wedged in the crowd, with only his backside visible. If not for catching the reflection of Harry's green eyes in the shop window, he might never have spotted him at all. Soon, Hermione joins them, carrying 4 large ice creams. She hands one to each of them, and Kyle takes a bite of his almond chocolate flavor, finding it surprisingly good. Together, the group enjoys their ice creams as they stroll through Diagon Alley, wandering without any particular destination in mind. While they chatted, the conversation turned to Harry's recent predicament. "So, Harry, did you really blow up your aunt?" Hermione asked seriously. "I didn't mean to," Harry replied, looking embarrassed. "I was just so angry I couldn't control myself." Ron burst out laughing. "This isn't a laughing matter, Ron," Hermione said sternly. "Honestly, I'm surprised you weren't expelled, Harry. You know that young wizards are usually expelled after 2 breaches of the law on magic use. And you were already warned last year." "I'm wondering the same thing," Harry admitted. "Fudge just let me stay here, and that was it. Why do you think he let me off?" "Maybe it's because it's you, the famous Harry Potter," Ron said with a shrug, chuckling softly. "I can't imagine what the Ministry of Magic would do to me if I blew up my aunt. But they'd probably have to dig me out of the ground first, because Mum would have killed me before they could even try." Ron laughed at his own joke, and soon Harry and Hermione were laughing, too. Despite everything, Harry was grateful not to be expelled and that he'd escaped punishment. They continued on until they reached Flourish and Blots, where Kyle went inside to buy his textbooks while the others headed a bit further down the street to the pet shop. Hermione wanted to buy herself a pet, and Ron decided to check on his pet rat, Scabbers. Scabbers was like this last year, getting thinner and thinner, and he's been so listless lately, Ron said as he held the rat. "I thought taking him out might cheer him up, but it looks like he's still not quite himself." The group split up at the shop entrance, and Kyle entered Flourish and Blots, which was in complete disarray. Although there were no fights breaking out this year, dozens of copies of the Monster Book of Monsters were thrashing about, locked in vicious wrestling matches with each other. Scraps of paper littered the floor as the books tore into one another. A shop assistant, wearing thick gloves, was trying to pry them apart, wielding a heavy, knotted walking stick and muttering in frustration. "Hello." He glanced over at Kyle. "If you're here for the Monster Book of Monsters, you'll have to wait a bit. I have to separate them first." "Stop it. Don't bite it." "Ugh, I'm never stocking these again. What a nightmare." "That's all right, I already have a copy," Kyle said. "Really?" The clerk looked immensely relieved. "Thank goodness. I've been bitten 5 times today already. So, what can I get for you?" "I need intermediate explanations of runic symbols," Kyle replied. "Ah, getting into ancient runes, are we?" The clerk removed his gloves and went to fetch the book from a corner of the store. "Not many people buy this one. It's a tough subject, but it's an excellent guide, very thorough." Handing over the book, he said, "That'll be 2 galleons." Chapter 352, Respecting Each Wizard's Aesthetic. After leaving Flourish and Blots, Kyle picked up a few more items before reuniting with Harry and the others at the magical menagerie. Hermione, who had talked about wanting an owl, ended up buying a plump ginger cat named Crookshanks. To be honest, the cat was rather homely, with a squashed, flat face that looked like it had been stepped on, and long, unruly fur that obscured any definition of its features. Perhaps wizards had different tastes when it came to pets. To some, Crookshanks might resemble a furry suitcase, but Hermione was clearly enamored with him, insisting he was more handsome than any other cat in the shop. Well, thought Kyle, to each their own. Respecting her choice, he kept his opinion to himself, simply nodding in agreement. Harry seemed to be doing the same. As for Ron, he was too preoccupied to notice. The shop assistant had no real solution for Ron's rat, Scabbers, and when Ron decided against replacing him, the assistant merely recommended a rat tonic. "Do you think this will work?" Ron asked, examining the bottle as they walked back. "It doesn't seem nearly as good as the tonic you gave me, Kyle." "Forget what it seems like," Kyle said. "This stuff is just sugar water with a bit of red amaranth juice. I could make a whole vat of it in no time. By the way, how much did you pay for it?" "Quite a lot," Ron admitted glumly. 2 sickles. "You must be rolling in sickles if you paid that," Kyle teased. "You'd still turn a profit selling it for 2 nuts." Ron looked even more miserable, realizing he'd been ripped off. Unfortunately, he'd already given Scabbers a dose, so there was no chance of returning it now. He glanced at his bedraggled rat and sighed, "Can I just buy tonic from you in the future?" "Of course. Anytime, and it's free," Kyle assured him. As he said this, he noticed Crookshanks watching Scabbers. But the cat merely gave the rat a lazy glance before turning his squashed face aside and swishing his tail indifferently. Back at the Leaky Cauldron, they found Mr. Weasley sitting at the bar, absorbed in the Daily Prophet. "Harry, Kyle," he greeted them warmly as they approached. "There you are. How have you been these last few days?" "Very well, thank you," Harry replied. "Quite well," Kyle added, taking a seat next to him. "I heard from Charlie that you were a great help," Mr. Weasley said, looking Kyle over. "It's a good thing you weren't hurt. Molly's been complaining that they shouldn't involve kids in such dangerous work." "It wasn't as dangerous as it sounds," Kyle replied with a laugh. "With Mr. Scamander and my dad there, I just stood behind them whenever the dragons got too close." "Glad to hear that." Ron, who had been listening, frowned in confusion. "Wait, dangerous? Dragons? Are you saying Kyle met dragons in Romania?" Hermione and Harry leaned in, equally curious. "More than one," Mr. Weasley said, explaining the whole story now that it was safe to share. He described how they'd encountered dozens of dragons, the many magizoologists who'd been brought in, and the eventual showdown with poachers. Hermione was awestruck. She'd thought her summer trip to France had been adventurous, but it sounded boring compared to Kyle's experience. Over 10 magizoologists. She sighed. "I wish I could have gone to Romania too." "No chance," Mr. Weasley said, putting down the Daily Prophet and shaking his head. "The sanctuary was closed to tourists during all that. At best, you'd have been able to wander around the nearby village." "Speaking of the village, I brought you all something," Kyle said, reaching into his leather bag for the gifts he'd prepared. He handed Mr. Weasley a dragonwood walking stick, sturdy and heavy. After nearly needing a melee weapon at Flourish and Blots last year, Kyle had thought this would suit him well. Strong enough to deliver a solid blow, it was almost as effective as a stunning spell. "This is fantastic," Mr. Weasley said, testing its weight with a pleased grin. For Harry, Ron, and Hermione, Kyle had dragon badges made of dragon scales, each etched with an image of a dragon that moved as if alive. The trio thanked him enthusiastically and immediately pinned them onto their robes. Just then, Harry noticed the picture of Sirius Black on the newspaper Mr. Weasley had set down. The man's face glared back at him, looking wild and unhinged. "He hasn't been caught yet." "No," Mr. Weasley replied, looking serious. "The Ministry's pulled most of us from our usual duties to focus on tracking him down, but so far, we've had no luck." "Is there a reward for catching him?" Ron asked hopefully. "Don't be ridiculous, Ron," Mr. Weasley scolded, his tone grave. "Black isn't going to be caught by a 13-year-old wizard. Don't be foolish." Just then, Mrs. Weasley entered the pub carrying a large bag, followed by Fred and George, Percy, newly appointed as head boy, and Ginny, the youngest of the Weasleys. "Hi, Kyle. Long time no see." Fred and George made a beeline for Kyle, each shaking his hand enthusiastically. "It's wonderful to see you, old chap." "Wonderful indeed," added the other Percy with a frown, though his tone was mock serious. "Oh, enough of you two," Mrs. Weasley scolded, smiling as she approached. "Stop imitating Percy." She pulled Kyle into a warm hug. "It's so good to see you, dear." "You too, Mrs. Weasley," Kyle replied. "So, where are our presents?" Fred and George chorused, each stretching out a hand expectantly. "What presents?" Kyle asked, raising an eyebrow. "Don't pretend," Fred said knowingly. "We noticed Dad's walking stick as soon as we came in." "And Ron's dragon badge," George added. "They didn't have those on before." Kyle laughed and took out the gifts he had prepared for the rest of the Weasleys, one each for Fred, George, Percy, Ginny, and Mrs. Weasley. When he handed Percy his gift, Percy took it with exaggerated formality, giving Kyle a firm handshake. "Thank you very much, I'm honored," Percy said, adopting the overly formal tone and posture of a Romanian Ministry of Magic official they had encountered during the summer. Fred and George, standing nearby, immediately began to mimic him, pulling faces and striking dramatic poses. Mrs. Weasley scolded them. That evening, the Weasley family decided not to return to the burrow and instead booked rooms at the Leaky Cauldron. Mr. Weasley wanted Kyle to stay with them as well, but after some thought, Kyle declined. "I saw Chris before I came," Mr. Weasley said. "He agreed it would be fine for you to stay here for the night." "But I haven't packed anything," Kyle replied. "I left behind a lot of things I need, including my books and homework." It wasn't entirely untrue, Kyle did leave his homework back at home, where it had been untouched in his suitcase for over 2 years. But he had other reasons for not wanting to stay. He'd noticed several patrons watching them, someone in the corner glancing their way from time to time, a witch at the bar who'd been reading the same page of the paper for over half an hour, and an old hag sipping mead, who'd somehow transformed into a middle-aged witch, drinking the exact same mead, just a few minutes ago. Kyle suspected these were Aurors stationed to keep an eye on Harry. He knew Mr. Weasley was one of them, and that his additional task was to ensure Harry got safely to King's Cross Station the next day. The last thing Kyle wanted was to spend the night under the close watch of so many Aurors. Just the thought was unsettling. Since he'd brought up books and homework, Mrs. Weasley accepted his decision but refused to let him leave on his own, insisting they wait for Chris to come pick him up. They ended up waiting all evening. Chris didn't return from the Ministry until well after they'd finished dinner. "What a shame, Arthur, I was hoping to have a drink with you," Chris said, taking Kyle by the arm. "There's so much paperwork, and everything is such a rush at the Ministry these days." "I understand," Mr. Weasley said with a knowing wink. "I'm not allowed to drink either, for that matter." "Yes, that's true." Chris sighed. "Well, then, I'll see you at the Ministry tomorrow." With that, he led Kyle out of the Leaky Cauldron. Chapter 353, Nymphadora Tonks. Ever since Sirius Black escaped from prison, everyone had been busy, including Diana. Today, she wasn't home, and the house was empty. As soon as Chris returned, he went straight to the study to continue working on his report. Judging by the look on his face, he was likely planning to stay up all night. A tree branch wobbled over to Kyle's shoulder. "Long time no see, Groot. And you, Tom. Wait, I swear you've gotten even fatter than a month ago." The Kneazle, Tom, had wanted to come over and greet him, but upon hearing this, he huffed, turned away, and left, flicking his tail in the air as he went. Kyle didn't mind. After greeting the 2 animal members of the family, he went upstairs to his room, opened his suitcase, and emptied some of its contents onto the table. This was one of the reasons he didn't want to stay at the Leaky Cauldron. Aurors had all sorts of abilities, like Mad-Eye Moody, who had a magical eye that could see through almost anything. Although Moody had long since retired, there was no telling if other Aurors had similar skills. To be cautious, Kyle had set his suitcase to Muggle mode after they'd been discovered at the Leaky Cauldron. It had been so inconvenient. Here, at least, he didn't have to worry about someone barging in and rummaging through his things. Newt had dealt with similar situations when he was young. Though it happened in a different country, it was a reminder to stay vigilant. After all, Kyle's suitcase held a dragon, and if that were discovered, he could end up in the same trouble as Sirius Black. Kyle sat down at the table and began emptying the dragon blood he'd harvested in Romania into smaller bottles he'd bought at Diagon Alley. The larger bottles he'd used before had been cumbersome, these smaller ones would be more practical. He then sorted the other materials, herbs, and magical items like charms before returning them all to his suitcase. With so much to organize, and with a Botruckle and a Niffler constantly getting underfoot, he didn't finish until late into the night. After a month away from home, lying down on his familiar bed felt like bliss, and a drowsy sleep soon overtook him. The next morning, Chris, looking bleary-eyed and tousled, saw him off at King's Cross Station. "Are you waiting for the Weasleys here?" Chris asked, rubbing his eyes as they stood in front of platform 9 3/4. "I think we're here earlier than they are." "Actually, Mr. Chris, they entered the platform 5 minutes ago," said a cheerful voice from behind them. They both turned at once and found a strange witch standing there, smiling at them. "You are?" Chris frowned. "Oh, I almost forgot." The witch shook her head, and her face began to age rapidly. Her maroon hair shifted to a very light blue. "I should have known." Chris rubbed his forehead. "Long time no see, Tonks." "Not really," Nymphadora Tonks replied with a smile. "We just saw each other last night, you just didn't recognize me." Last night, the elderly witch drinking mead had actually been her. "It's not easy to spot a metamorphmagus in a crowd," Chris said with a grin, patting Kyle on the shoulder. "This is my son, Kyle." "Kyle, meet Nymphadora Tonks, the youngest Auror in the ministry." Upon hearing Chris's words, Tonks's hair turned bubblegum pink. Oddly, none of the passers-by seemed to notice. "We already know each other," she said. "I kept an eye on little Kyle in the Hufflepuff common room back in my 7th year." Kyle nodded. He had indeed met Tonks before, though not well. Although they were both in Hufflepuff, she had been an Auror trainee by her 7th year and was rarely at school. He had only encountered her briefly in the common room. "I almost forgot you're only 6 years older than Kyle," Chris muttered, rubbing his head. Noticing how tired he looked, Tonks asked, "How many reports did you write yesterday?" 8, Chris sighed. "I started at noon yesterday and only finished half an hour ago." "It was just a trip to Romania." "Did you really need to write so many reports?" "I don't know why, but ever since last year, the paperwork has just been piling up." "We're swamped too," Tonks replied as her hair turned a dull gray. "I never thought being an Auror would involve so much paperwork. I spend more time in the office than I do on missions." She continued to complain until a tall wizard approached, at which point she immediately quieted down and pretended nothing was wrong. "Kingsley." Chris greeted the wizard warmly. It was the men who had been reading the newspaper in the Leaky Cauldron the previous day. Kyle didn't join in on their conversation, and by the time Kingsley came over, the train was preparing to depart. He slipped through the wall to platform 9 3/4. The Hogwarts Express was still in its usual spot, billowing smoke, and the platform was packed with families seeing off their children. Fred and George suddenly appeared on either side of Kyle. "You're cutting it close, the train's about to leave," Fred said. "We thought you'd be coming to Hogwarts in a flying car too," George joked, throwing an arm around Kyle's shoulder. "We ran into some people outside and got held up a bit," Kyle explained. "Nymphadora Tonks, you know her." "Of course, the Metamorphmagus. A big deal a few years back. Quite famous." "I thought she'd already be an Auror." Fred mused. "Probably because of that Sirius Black business that she's here at King's Cross. Afraid he might blend in with the parents?" "Only logical explanation." "Do they think Black will come to Hogwarts?" At that moment, a loud whistle sounded, and Fred and George dropped the topic. Together with Kyle, they hurried toward the train. On the platform, a guard was shutting the train doors one by one. The three of them quickened their pace and managed to board just in time. "You have to go see Percy," Fred said with a mischievous grin as they made their way down the aisle. "We made a little adjustment to his badge. He hasn't noticed yet, but now it reads, Enormous Head, in giant letters. Chapter 354, Chapter 354, The Story of Black's Loves and Grudges." Since they'd only boarded the train right before it departed, most compartments were already full, but that hardly mattered. After walking forward a bit, the group encountered Cedric, who had just stepped out of a compartment and was heading toward the front of the train. "Oh, Mr. Cedric," Fred announced, coming to a theatrical halt in front of him with an exaggerated bow, "it is truly an honor to see you here." "A great honor," George added, mimicking Fred's gesture. Cedric took a wary half-step back. "You two are up to no good again," he said, eyeing them suspiciously. After years of being at school together, Cedric knew the twins' antics all too well. In fact, from the fleeting grin Fred had flashed upon spotting him, Cedric could already tell whether it was a warm reunion or a setup for mischief, and it was clearly the latter. Such exaggerated politeness was never a good sign. The spark has faded, the feelings have faded, Fred sighed. You used to come over and hug us, but now you're taking a step back. We've grown apart, George added, looking theatrically heartbroken. You were never like this when you were our prefect. No need to go on, George, Fred said solemnly. Prefect Cedric probably wants to be friends with Percy more now. Be friends with Percy? Fred shuddered, feigning horror. Then you'll have to keep that Prefects Who Gained Power book forever. I'm afraid so, George nodded, equally serious. Kyle, you must never become a prefect, Fred said, turning to him. Because it would make your life dreadfully dull, George agreed. Kyle, who had been happily watching their antics, suddenly couldn't laugh anymore. He hadn't even said a word, why was he getting dragged into this? He was only in 4th year, and they were already making plans about him being a prefect next year. Just how much did these two despise prefects? What on earth are you talking about? Cedric interrupted, frowning as he looked at them disapprovingly. And how do you even know I'm going to be a prefect? I don't remember telling you. After spending so much time together, Cedric was fully aware of his friends' personalities, and he also knew this wasn't the first time they'd mocked Percy. He'd planned to keep his prefect status quiet for as long as possible and had even kept his prefect badge tucked away when he'd stepped out just now. Oh, come on, Fred rolled his eyes. Top of the year 4 years in a row, who else would they pick? Besides, George snickered, there are 2 pieces of news making the rounds at the ministry these days. Sirius Black's escape. Fred began. And the news that you have become head boy, George finished, grinning. Mr. Diggory's public relations skills are practically on par with the Daily Prophet. Cedric flushed. He specifically promised me he wouldn't tell anyone. Kyle shook his head. Cedric was still too naive. Trying to keep Mr. Diggory from bragging about his son's accomplishments was about as futile as trying to keep Percy from flaunting his head boy badge. So, are you headed to the head boy compartment now? Kyle asked. I wasn't going to, Cedric replied, but Percy has reminded me 3 times in the past 5 minutes that I absolutely have to go. Well, off you go, then. George patted him on the shoulder. And by the way, when you get there, ask Percy if the previous head boy also went around telling people he had an incredibly large head. And wore it on his chest. Personally, I think it's really a bit ridiculous, Fred added, chuckling. What are you all doing here? Percy's voice cut in suddenly from behind them. What was that about being ridiculous? Percy asked, eyeing them suspiciously. Nothing, Fred said vaguely. We just saw someone with a really funny badge, it was hilarious. Percy frowned. Something about Fred and George didn't sit right with him, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. I'm warning you, behave yourselves, or else. Points. George chimed in. Or detention. Fred added. We were just talking in the aisle for a bit, Fred shrugged. Pretty sure that's not against the rules. I'll be watching you. Percy muttered, a hint of unease showing before he turned his attention to Cedric. Hurry up, I have an announcement to make on behalf of the professor, and I'm waiting for you. Cedric merely shrugged, then followed Percy toward the front of the car. Once they left, Kyle and the others entered the compartment Cedric had just come out of, where Conna, Cho, Ginny, and Luna were sitting together, poring over the Quibbler. Aside from Luna, though, the other 3 looked less than interested, and Cho even yawned as Kyle and the others walked in. What are you reading? Kyle asked. Some very interesting theories, Conna whispered. This magazine claims that Fudge purposely released Sirius Black so he could secretly eliminate those who don't support him. Well, maybe it's true, Luna said, looking up. Otherwise, why else would the ministry have been searching for him for a month without finding anything? Here's another one, Ginny added, leaning in. It says there's some unknown connection between Sirius Black and Fudge. Apparently, Fudge was unpopular and limited in his influence after taking office, so Black supposedly entered Azkaban voluntarily to win over the worst criminals for him. Now, over the past 10 years, he's formed a secret army for Fudge, dedicated to eliminating opposition. But Fudge couldn't bear to leave Black in such a terrible place any longer, so he released him in secret. Their bond might be deeper than anyone realized. Kyle smirked. What is this, the untold tale of Black and Fudge? Whoever wrote this article had quite an imagination. Black's reaction would be priceless if he ever read this. Too bad the Quibbler wasn't widely circulated, it would have been even more entertaining if this made it into the Daily Prophet. But everyone knows that Sirius Black is a Death Eater, Ginny said, frowning. How could he be working for Fudge? That's just his official role, Luna replied. The writer suggests Black is the only Death Eater who was never tried. It's possible Fudge is using his authority to influence things. But Fudge wasn't even the minister back then, Ginny pointed out. Well, he's the minister now, and there's no one else standing in his way, Luna added. Silence fell in the compartment. Oddly enough, it sounded almost convincing. If they didn't already know about black, they might have even believed it. Kyle shook his head, recalling an old issue of the Quibbler from years back. That one had claimed Fudge had the Department of Mysteries develop a poison to control his opponents. Diana had been so furious that she nearly grabbed her wand to have a word with Mr. Lovegood. And here they were, years later, still connecting everything back to mysterious poisons. So now, apparently, this poison Black allegedly used was created by the Department of Mysteries. No wonder Chris mentioned that Wizards Abroad like this magazine, he thought. The tales of hidden romances and dramatic feuds involving the Minister of Magic were definitely fun to read for amusement. And if the minister in question was from another country, well, that just made it all the better. With a bit of distance, they didn't even need to fact-check it, it was just pure entertainment. Chapter 355, Chapter 355, The Source of Cedric's Happiness. The train chugged along, releasing clouds of steam as it sped down the tracks. Inside the carriage, after Kyle and the others had settled in, Kana and Cho put aside the Quibbler and began chatting about their holiday adventures. Soon, Cho's face turned red with frustration. Cedric, that liar, she huffed. He told me that Beauxbatons Academy of Magic was in the Pyrenees, so we drove all over the place, but we couldn't find anything on the map. We spent an entire day circling around, but there was absolutely nothing there. That's actually pretty normal, Kyle replied. I don't know about the other schools, but the locations of the 3 major wizarding schools in Europe are heavily protected. These charms not only safeguard their teaching methods but also shield students and the schools themselves from harm. Just like Hogwarts, he continued. If a Beauxbatons student were to visit, all they'd see is a bare cliff. Cho and Kana looked stunned. They knew the schools were hidden by protective magic, but they'd always assumed it was only to keep muggles away, like the muggle-repelling charm in front of the leaky cauldron. They hadn't realized that this protection extended to other witches and wizards as well. But then how did Cedric? Cho wondered aloud. Maybe he met someone connected to the school, Kyle suggested. If a professor or someone else from Beauxbatons shared its location with him, then the protections would be bypassed. Or, if a student led him there, it would work similarly to the Fidelius charm. Cho thought back and remembered Cedric mentioning an encounter with an old French wizard who had told him the location of Beauxbatons. That must have been it. She sighed, feeling a bit disheartened. Why hadn't she met someone like that? Fidelius charm. Ginny looked up from the Quibbler, her expression curious. I think Dad mentioned it once, but I don't remember much about it. It's one of the vow spells, Kyle explained, usually used to protect important secrets. Does the school teach this charm? Ginny's eyes lit up with interest. No, Kyle shook his head. It's far beyond what most students can manage. If you don't have the necessary magical strength, it can backfire in dangerous ways. So, unless the professors think you're ready, they won't teach it to you, even if you ask. Oh. Ginny looked disappointed. Got any secrets you'd like to hide, Ginny? Fred asked, grinning slyly. George leaned over, smirking. Come on, tell us. We promise we won't share it with anyone. Like you haven't said that before, Ginny shot back, glaring at the two of them. If I'd known the spell before the holidays, I wouldn't have had to listen to Percy's nagging all summer. Realizing they were defeated, Fred and George quickly backed off, looking chastened. As the Hogwarts Express traveled further north, the scenery outside the window became increasingly rugged and remote. Clouds gathered in the sky, growing denser and darker by the mile. Meanwhile, students raced up and down the aisles outside their compartment, laughing and chasing one another. No fireworks in the corridors. Which house are you from? Percy's voice echoed from outside their door. But instead of replying, the students only laughed louder and kept running. Stop. I'm head boy. Percy shouted, chasing after them. The door suddenly swung open, and Cedric slipped inside, looking around like he was on the run. Oh, the prefect is back, Fred said with a grin. Any orders for us, sir? I'm here to deliver a warning, Cedric replied, closing the door firmly behind him. He looked at Fred and George with a serious expression. Percy knows you messed with his badge. And from the look in his eyes, he's ready to strangle you both and hang you outside the train for all to see. If he hadn't been distracted by some student setting off firecrackers in the corridor, he'd be the one bursting in here right now. Fred and George exchanged a glance and burst out laughing. Run from Percy. Not likely, Fred said, clearly unconcerned. You think we're afraid of that oversized head of his? George smirked. I assure you, we're not. They even pulled out a few sweets, casually passing them around to everyone else in the compartment, showing no sign of being fazed. Outside, the noise in the corridor gradually faded. They could hear Percy's voice once more. Such disrespect, Slytherins, don't you realize I'm the head boy? I'll be informing Professor Snape. Though faint, Percy's voice was close enough to suggest he was right outside. Fred clapped his hand to his forehead. Oh, almost forgot, Lee Jordan told us to find him as soon as we boarded. That's right, George nodded. Said he had something important to discuss. Lucky for us we're not busy right now, Fred said, rising to his feet. Let's go. With identical grins, the twins sauntered to the door and peered out cautiously. Fred. George. Percy's irritated shout echoed down the corridor. The twins threw open the door and bolted out, George smacking his head on the doorway in his rush but ignoring the pain as he raced after Fred. Laughter erupted from everyone in the compartment. Cedric, now seated where the twins had been, shook his head. I thought they really weren't afraid for a second. Ginny giggled. A few weeks ago, they tried to trap Percy inside a pyramid, but he found out and gave them a thorough thrashing. If you look closely, George still rubs his left side every now and then. Percy thought he was the main culprit and gave him an extra wallop for good measure. This sparked another round of laughter. Cedric was laughing the hardest, clearly delighted to see the twins getting their punishment. Around 1 o'clock, the plump witch with the trolley arrived at their compartment door. Kyle, who hadn't eaten much that morning and was now quite hungry, bought a generous stack of cauldron cakes, enough for everyone. They might not have been the most flavorful, but they were better than just chocolates or sweets. After finishing their snack, the group continued chatting, watching as the rain began to fall around 3 or 4 o'clock, turning the hills outside the window into a misty blur. As a prefect, Cedric was supposed to help keep order in the train compartments, but Percy was so diligent that his voice could be heard constantly, scolding and sending back any students who dared poke their heads into the aisle. Cedric's help wasn't needed at all. Taking advantage of this rare respite, Cedric relaxed and joined Kyle for a game of exploding snap, enjoying the cozy atmosphere of the compartment. Chapter 356, Chapter 356, Dementor. The rain continued to pound against the train, turning the windows into a murky sheet of gray. Before they knew it, darkness had completely fallen outside. The compartment door slid open again, and Fred and George slipped in, trying to be inconspicuous in the dim light. Percy didn't come after us, did he? George whispered. No, Cedric replied, eyeing them curiously. But really, why isn't he letting this go? It's just a badge prank, it's not like it's a huge crime. Well, maybe it's because he hasn't actually caught us yet, George replied, grinning as he closed the door behind him. We spent a good part of the trip dodging him all over the train. Cedric's brows rose in disbelief. You're joking, right? The train was only so big, with a single aisle running from front to back. And since the compartment doors were glass, Percy should have easily spotted them by now if they'd been on the run. Kyle seemed equally skeptical. Did you use a disillusionment charm, he asked. Or maybe Harry lent you his invisibility cloak? Neither, George said with a smirk, sliding into the seat next to Cedric. We hid in the snack trolley. It's hollow underneath with a false bottom, just enough space for 2 people to squeeze in. Percy walked right by us 3 times, Fred added proudly, and he didn't even notice. He even stopped once to buy a licorice wand and a piece of cauldron cake, George laughed. We recognized his shoes. So, you've been hiding in the snack trolley this whole time? Cho asked, looking at her watch incredulously. That's been, what, 5 hours? The trolley was barely the size of a small table, just imagining 2 people crammed in there for hours was almost unbearable. If it had been her, she'd have chosen a scolding from Percy over that kind of confinement. Of course not, Fred replied. After the trolley made its rounds, it stops by the driver's compartment up front, so we stayed there for the rest of the time. As they spoke, the lights in the aisle and on the luggage rack suddenly blinked on, flooding the compartment with a warm, dim glow that made the darkness outside seem even deeper. Does that mean we're almost there? Ginny asked. Almost, Cho answered. Maybe an hour left. I sure hope so, Fred groaned, rubbing his stomach. I'm starving, I can't wait for the feast. Just as he finished speaking, the train unexpectedly began to slow down. Wish granted. Fred said, surprised, pressing his face against the window to get a better view outside. That's impossible. Cho glanced at her watch again. We're still a full hour away. Maybe the driver decided to speed us along to dinner, George joked, grinning. No, George, I don't think we're speeding up. Fred's smile faded as he looked out the window. It's not Hogsmeade Station, this place looks completely unfamiliar. The train continued to slow, the clattering of the wheels becoming fainter until all they could hear was the relentless wind and rain pounding against the windows. With a harsh clunk, the train came to a full stop, as though someone had slammed on the brakes. A large suitcase tumbled from the luggage rack, narrowly missing Luna. I'm the head boy. Everyone get back to your compartments and stay calm. Percy's voice called out from somewhere down the corridor. But in this moment, his title felt oddly insignificant, especially as the train lights abruptly went out, plunging them all into darkness. Panicked voices rose around them, a mix of startled cries and nervous whispers. Is it just me, or is it getting colder? Fred asked, rubbing his arms. He pointed at the window. Look here. A thin layer of ice had frosted over the glass, creeping across the pane in delicate, glistening patterns. It's September. Cedric muttered, frowning. If it was this cold already, winter would be brutal. They're Dementors, Kyle said, peering at the indistinct shadows moving outside. They must be here to check if anyone's harboring Black. No. That's impossible. Ginny huddled in a corner, shivering. Monsters from Azkaban. Dumbledore would never allow this on the train. I think Kyle's right, Cho whispered, her face pale as she looked out the window. She had glimpsed a figure at the far end of the corridor, draped in a tattered cloak and hovering just above the ground like a ghost. There's one on each side. Cho backed away quickly. They're searching the train. Silence fell over the compartment. Growing up in wizarding families, they'd all heard of Dementors, but none of them had expected to encounter these nightmarish creatures on their way to Hogwarts. Fear gripped them all. Kyle took a deep breath and stepped forward, drawing his wand. With a slight wave, a faint silvery glow appeared at its tip, casting a soft, soothing light that bathed the compartment. The glow was subtle, much dimmer than a standard lighting charm, but its effect was calming. The others didn't seem to notice, except for Kanna, who tilted her head curiously, noticing that the biting chill seemed to dissipate slightly. The quiet was broken by a horrible, rattling breath from the hallway. One of the Dementors had reached their compartment. The creature's ragged breathing was a low, grating sound, and to most, it was meaningless noise. But Kyle heard it repeating fragments of a name in a strange, garbled mutter, Brian. Bleaka, no, Bracken. It couldn't seem to remember, repeating the name with slight variations each time. Clearly, the Dementor was not particularly intelligent, then again, it didn't even have a brain. The Dementor reached out with a skeletal, deathly pale hand and gently tugged at the compartment door. It slid open, and the Dementor started to enter, but the soft light from Kyle's wand spilled into the corridor, making the creature recoil and cling to the edge of the door, its decayed hands shaking. There's no one here that you're looking for, Kyle said firmly. None of us are hiding, Black, so you can leave. The Dementor's hooded head tilted toward him, emitting another harsh, gurgling noise. I must check orders. No. I repeat, there is no Black here. Kyle waved his wand slightly, making the silvery light brighten a bit more. The Dementor shrank back as if hit with something foul, its body sagging with an almost pitiful reluctance. Yet it stubbornly lingered, its rattling breath a reminder of its discomfort. Check, command. It muttered. Go. Kyle repeated, his voice sharper now. No, go. Go. No. Kyle clenched his jaw, his expression caught somewhere between frustration and guilt, wondering if he was bullying this strangely dim-witted creature. This is ridiculous, he muttered. The light surrounding them slowly thickened, forming a misty aura that enveloped Kanna and the others, protecting them from the chilling atmosphere. Inspection only, Kyle said in warning, his wand pointed at the Dementor. If you do anything else, if you drain any emotions, I'll make sure you're expelled. Command, inspection, no food. The Dementor rasped. With a final shudder, it floated up cautiously, entering the compartment and taking a deep, rattling breath. A cold wave spread over them, chilling them all, but the sensation was bearable, it was just the icy temperature, nothing more. No. Bonnie, sent. The next moment, the Dementor drifted out, heading down the corridor. Yes, Black, Kyle called after it, as he closed the door. At least get the name right. Black. Blacka. It mumbled, already getting the name wrong. Kyle sighed. This one must be particularly dense. I wonder if all Dementors are this clueless, or if this one's just special. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the corridor. Kyle heard panicked voices rising above the muffled noise outside. Harry. Professor, Harry fainted. Help. Help. It was Ron, Hermione, and even Neville, by the sounds of it. A surge of bright, silvery light suddenly lit up the corridor, sending the Dementor scuttling back toward the compartment door as if desperate to escape. Kyle quickly shut the door, leaving the creature trapped between the closed compartment and the approaching glow. Kyle almost thought he saw a glimmer of helplessness in the Dementor's faceless hood. Chapter 357, Shocking Lupin for an entire year. After about 10 minutes, the two Dementors finally left after inspecting all the train cars, and the lights in the aisles and on the shelves flickered back on. The dim light seemed to chase away the lingering cold, and as the surroundings brightened, voices gradually started up again on the train. What was that just now? Kanna asked, still shaken. Dementors, Kyle replied, placing the luggage back on the shelf. Guards of Azkaban. I know what a Dementor is, Kanna said, shaking her head. I meant the charm you just used to dispel the cold. Oh, that. Kyle handed out some more chocolate. The Patronus charm. It's the easiest and most effective way to ward off Dementors. If you can summon a full Patronus, it can even drive them back. Ah. Didn't you just use the wand lighting charm? Fred asked from beside her, surprised. He'd only seen Kyle pull out his wand and then the compartment had lit up. Wasn't that just the lighting charm? Kyle didn't answer him directly. Although the wand lighting charm and the Patronus charm both produced light, they were, in reality, very different, though admittedly, if you didn't look closely, they might seem similar. A full Patronus? Kana asked, curious. What does it look like? The light forms into a silvery white animal, Kyle explained. It can run and jump freely in midair, almost as if it were alive. Is it difficult to do? Kana asked, wondering. She hadn't seen any animal appear in the compartment earlier. While she was eager to learn the charm, if even Kyle couldn't summon a full Patronus, it might not be worth the effort. It's challenging, but not impossible, Kyle said. If you have a particularly strong, happy memory, it becomes much easier to cast. He had learned the Patronus charm from Newt in Romania, focusing on memories that captured his excitement at receiving his Hogwarts acceptance letter. There was also the time Snape had looked as if he wanted to dig his toes through the castle floor after hearing himself called the Half-Blood Prince. The memories had worked well, and he'd mastered the Patronus charm within 2 days. But there was no need for the full charm just now. The Dementors were here under orders from the Ministry of Magic to inspect the train, and the directive came from the Ministry, not the Dementors themselves. They wouldn't leave until their inspection was complete. The encounter with the Dementor just now had confirmed as much. Forcing them away might only provoke them further. With hundreds of students on board, Kyle wasn't certain he could protect everyone, even with Professor Lupin's help. In a situation of extreme fear, not everyone would be likely to remain calm or cooperative. After the Dementors left, the train resumed its journey. Passengers gradually returned to their seats, chatting about the eerie encounter. George, however, wasn't so lucky. His teeth were still chattering, producing a relentless clink, clink sound. Naturally, this made him the target of everyone's teasing. He tried to insist it was just the cold that had gotten to him, but no one was buying it. Whether from shock or the chill, everyone needed a light-hearted distraction to shake off the Dementor's effects, and George fit the bill perfectly. Fred, as expected, laughed the loudest. As for George himself, well, the combination of anger and embarrassment was proving more effective than any chocolate, and in his flustered attempts to defend himself, he quickly forgot all about the Dementors. Outside, the rain continued to pour as the train moved north. Should we go check on Harry? Fred suggested suddenly, having just finished teasing George. I think I heard Ron yelling that he fainted. Good idea, Kyle agreed, grabbing 2 boxes of chocolate from the table before leaving the compartment. Finding Harry's compartment wasn't difficult, it was near the back and surrounded by a crowd. Apparently, they weren't the only ones who'd heard the shout. But with the professor already inside, the onlookers merely gathered around, craning their necks to catch a glimpse inside. Fred and George didn't hesitate. Under the pretense of visiting their brother Ron, they pushed their way through the crowd and went in. Inside, Harry lay unconscious on the floor, occasionally moaning as if trapped in a nightmare. Hermione and Ron hovered anxiously beside him, calling his name. The professor was seated nearby, penning a letter. When Kyle and the others entered, the professor looked up briefly, his gaze lingering on Fred and George's red hair, but he said nothing and continued writing. Kyle. Hermione asked urgently, do you have any way to wake Harry up faster? That's not too hard, Kyle replied after a moment. If you want to go gentle, just wait for him to come around. If you're okay with something rougher, splash some cold water in his face. Ideally with ice in it, not too much, just a basinful. But where are we supposed to find ice water? Ron began. You're a wizard, Ron, Hermione muttered, pulling out her wand. No need, Kyle interjected, waving her off. I've got a better solution. By now, Professor Lupin had finished his letter. Kyle walked over and opened the window, letting in a gust of cold, rain-soaked wind that blew directly onto Harry's face. Harry shivered violently, his eyes fluttering open in confusion. See? Kyle said, shutting the window again. Ron and Hermione quickly helped Harry back to his seat. You all right? Ron asked, clearly worried. I'm fine, Harry replied, glancing toward the door where the cloaked figure had been. Now there was only a line of curious onlookers, who quickly pulled back when they realized he was looking at them. Where did that thing go? And who was screaming? Harry asked, still dazed. No one screamed, Ron said. But I heard it, a woman, screaming. I think the Dementor stirred up some old memories for you, Kyle said, handing him a piece of chocolate. Have some. It'll help. Behind him, Professor Lupin also held out a large piece of chocolate, but after noticing the high-end chocolate in Kyle's hand, with its elegant packaging and a line of French writing, he hesitated. His own chocolate, simply wrapped and costing just 3 sickles, seemed rather modest in comparison. Silently, he slipped it back into his pocket. That chocolate must cost 5 sickles apiece. He muttered, half to himself. Why are all the young wizards these days so well off? Meanwhile, Harry took a bite of the chocolate Kyle had given him, surprised as warmth rushed through his body, easing the lingering chill from the Dementor's presence. Thanks, he said, looking gratefully at Kyle. This is really good. Where did you get it? I don't actually know, Kyle shrugged. It was a birthday gift from a French friend, a whole bag of sweets, and this was one of them. French chocolate, must be expensive, Ron murmured, swallowing. 10 galleons apiece, Cedric chimed in. I saw that brand in a shop during a trip to France. They're made with 50-year-aged golden bee honey and milk from Riem cows. Incredibly expensive. Clang. Behind them, Lupin's wand slipped from his hand, and he stared at Kyle in shock. 10 galleons, for one piece of chocolate. Kids these days are so damn rich. Chapter 358, 2 galleons, barely any profit. While Harry continued nibbling on his chocolate, Professor Lupin left the compartment, letter in hand, heading toward the front of the train to find the driver. He needed to inform the school about what had happened with the Dementors. The driver used to keep an emergency owl on board, though Lupin wasn't sure if that was still the case. After Lupin departed, Ron kept watching Harry with lingering concern. Are you really okay? Much better, Harry replied, taking another bite of chocolate. He wiped the remaining cold sweat and rainwater from his face. But I still don't understand, what exactly happened back there? That's what we're all wondering, Fred chimed in. The effect of the Dementor had been unsettling for everyone, but it hadn't been enough to make anyone else pass out. Out of all the students on the train, it seemed only Harry had been affected so severely. Even Ron had been fine. When the Dementor looked at you, you just went strange, Ron said, still looking uneasy as he recalled the scene. It was like you'd been jinxed. You froze up, fell out of your seat, and started twitching. He and Hermione went on to explain the whole incident in detail, from Harry fainting to Professor Lupin finally scaring the Dementor away. It was a silver light, Hermione added. I didn't see it clearly, but the Dementor seemed really frightened. Silver light. George murmured. That must have been the Patronus charm. I didn't think he'd know that, Fred said with a hint of surprise. Seems our defense against the dark arts professor has some skills this year. Don't get too excited, Cedric cut in. He might also be the new Care of Magical Creatures professor. Remember? Professor Kettleburn's retiring this year. Oh no, I'd forgotten about that, Fred groaned, scratching his head. We'd better not have to do more readings. I'm done with that. Cedric just shrugged, though he felt the same. Defense against the dark arts professors at Hogwarts had been a disappointment the past couple of years. After recent experiences, he wouldn't be surprised if this year's professor turned out to be another letdown. The Patronus charm. Hermione said suddenly, realizing something important. Yep, Fred explained. Kyle used it to keep the Dementors at bay. Look at us, we're all in way better shape because of it. Realizing this, Hermione glanced around. It was true, Ron, Neville, and the students peeking from outside the compartment all looked pale, and she guessed she looked just as shaken. But Kyle and the others appeared unaffected, as if they'd just been through an ordinary journey. Even Ginny, the youngest of the group, looked perfectly normal. Patronus charm. Hermione murmured, filing away the charm for future reference. Just then, Lupin returned. Smiling at everyone, he announced, I just spoke with the driver. We should be arriving at Hogwarts in about 30 minutes. This was a welcome relief for Harry, who was eager to return to the warmth and safety of the castle. Most importantly, Hogwarts had the professors, and Dumbledore. The Dementors wouldn't dare enter there. Still, Harry couldn't shake his confusion about why he alone had fainted. He turned to Professor Lupin for an explanation, but Lupin only shook his head gently, trying to reassure him. Dementors force us to relive our worst memories. They feed on pain, and it gives them power. Perhaps it affected you more because of the difference between what you've experienced and what others here have. He continued casually, but don't let it worry you. I noticed that this Dementor acted unusually in your compartment. It didn't restrain itself, it was actively feeding on the emotions around it. That pull is something even adult wizards can hardly resist. You're only 13, so fainting is perfectly normal. Harry wasn't fully convinced. The explanation still felt a bit thin. But Ron and Hermione didn't faint, Harry whispered, and neither did Neville. Seeing Harry's downcast expression, Ron wanted to comfort him but struggled to find the right words. Just as he was racking his brain, he noticed a slight glimmer on Hermione's shirt. Ron's face lit up as he had an idea. Could it be because we're wearing our badges, he suggested, pointing to a matching badge under his collar. Remember? Kyle gave these to us before. They're made from the scales of a dragon. A creature as powerful as a dragon, even Dementors might be wary of it. No way, Hermione countered, shaking her head. Even if Dementors are afraid of dragons, I doubt a single scale would make a difference. Maybe, well, it has some kind of protective effect, Ron persisted, though he didn't entirely believe it himself. But with no better explanation, he pressed on, we were wearing the badges, and we're fine. Harry, who was the first to change into his robes and take off his badge, fainted. But Neville doesn't have a badge either, Hermione pointed out, frowning. In the corner, Neville flinched at the mention of his name. He looked even worse off than Harry, trembling uncontrollably despite having eaten a large piece of chocolate. Somehow, combining Professor Lupin's words with Ron's theory helped Harry feel a bit better. It might be a stretch, but he much preferred believing the dragon badge had some protective power than admitting he might be weaker or more afraid than everyone else. And in the compartment, there was one more person who wanted to believe it, too. A dragon badge. Neville said, his eyes lighting up with hope as he looked at Kyle. Is there any chance you have more? I'd buy one. He desperately wanted to avoid experiencing that bone-chilling cold ever again. Well, yes, I do, Kyle said, pulling a handful of colorful badges from his pocket. But honestly, I don't think these will work against Dementors. I'll take them. Neville interrupted, grabbing the entire handful of badges from Kyle before he could finish. How much? 2 galleons each, Kyle replied. Neville's hand froze halfway to his pocket. 2 galleons. Each. They're genuine dragon scales, Kyle explained. They're valuable as it is, and the designs are hand-carved by craftsmen in Romania. At 2 galleons apiece, I'm barely breaking even. Neville looked down at the 6 badges in his hand, hesitating. 12 galleons in total. He didn't have that much money. His grandmother, Mrs. Longbottom, rarely gave him much pocket money, as he had a habit of losing things. Honestly, don't worry about it. They're probably not even useful, Kyle said, trying to dissuade him. Kyle knew he didn't need to sell the badges this way. With Dementors stationed at the castle for the year, it would soon become clear whether the badges had any effect at all. Overpromising on their power could lead to returns and risk damaging the reputation he and his friends had spent 3 years building. It simply wasn't worth it. Just as Neville was hesitating, Lupin unexpectedly spoke up. Perhaps it really might help, he said. This simple comment seemed to seal Neville's decision. He handed 3 badges back to Kyle, then reached into his robe pocket, fishing out 6 galleons. I'll buy 3. This is all I have. Kyle hesitated, looking to Lupin for clarity. He didn't quite understand why the professor would encourage this purchase. But Lupin, noticing Kyle's questioning look, gave a small shake of his head and, waiting until no one was watching, walked over to whisper an explanation. The most important thing when facing Dementors is courage, Lupin murmured. Only by confronting them without fear can one remain unaffected. If Mr. Longbottom truly believes the badge can ward off Dementors, then, for him, it will be helpful. I think you, as the youngest Order of Merlin recipient, might understand what I mean. If you truly believe something works, does that make it effective? Kyle pondered this for a moment. The concept wasn't foreign to him. Many magical practices, including the Patronus charm, relied heavily on inner conviction. Newt had emphasized that the Patronus could only be summoned if one had a powerful and unwavering belief in the magic. Likewise, when he was learning apparition, doubt could easily lead to failure. So, you mean? Kyle said thoughtfully, the badge might give him the confidence to stand up to the Dementor without fear. You could put it that way, Lupin replied with a nod, but this only works if the Dementor manages to control its urge to feed. He glanced over at Neville and continued in a whisper, at least for now, it seems to be doing the trick. Kyle glanced over as well. Neville, now clutching his new badges, looked significantly calmer. His face had regained some color, and the trembling had subsided. A badge is just a medium. It could be anything, a stone, a leaf, a branch. What matters is that people believe, deep down, that it's effective. Then Lupin turned back to Kyle with a slightly amused look. But isn't 2 galleons a bit steep for a badge? Not at all, Professor, Kyle said with a grin. Ask anyone in Diagon Alley. A dragon scale costs 15 sickles each, no discount. Then there's the cost of the engraving, plus the portal key to Romania. 2 galleons is just the cost price. I'm not making a profit. Lupin raised an eyebrow, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, anything associated with dragons didn't come cheap. With a sigh, he turned and made his way back to his seat. Just then, a bit of commotion sounded from outside the compartment. As soon as Lupin left, a new figure entered, looking around with an eager expression. Excuse me, I couldn't help overhearing, they said. Do you still have any of those badges you were just talking about? Chapter 359, Professor Lupin's First Pay. A young witch, perhaps 12 or 13, who had been peeking through the doorway, stepped into the room. Do you have any more badges? She asked. When Kyle didn't respond immediately, she added, I want to buy one too. Yes, of course. Kyle said, snapping out of his thoughts. He quickly reached into his pocket and pulled out a handful of badges. How many would you like? Just one, she replied, stepping forward. She picked a silver-white badge and handed Kyle 2 galleons. Not everyone loses things as often as Neville, so naturally, they don't need to buy as many. Oh, an excellent choice, Kyle remarked, smiling. The scales of an Antipodean opali. That's a powerful dragon, it can swallow a whole sheep in one bite. Are these dragons really that powerful? She asked, her eyes widening in surprise. Very powerful, Kyle confirmed with a nod. And they're also the most beautiful of all dragons, admired by many. The little witch's eyes sparkled even brighter. She left happily, clutching her badge. Her purchase seemed to break the ice, and soon others who had been watching from the doorway started coming in. 2 galleons was a steep price, but since it was the start of the school year, most of them had a good amount of pocket money to spend. In fact, the high price gave the badges an air of exclusivity. If they were too cheap, some might have hesitated to buy them. And besides, these were dragon scales, known for their durability. Even if they didn't need the badges later, they could easily resell them in Diagon Alley. They'd definitely still fetch at least 1 galleon. The first few buyers quickly picked out all the white badges. After much deliberation, a young wizard in line selected a blue one. Oh, Swedish short snouts. Kyle said with a grin. They breathe a unique blue flame and are incredibly fast, a true nightmare for other magical creatures. Are they strong? Without a doubt, Kyle laughed. A wise choice. I'll bet you're in Ravenclaw. That's right. Then, another student picked up a green badge. Common Welsh green, Kyle said, their dragon fire can shoot up to 20 feet. Another student chose a brass one. Peruvian viper-tooth dragons, Kyle explained. They have a more lethal bite than other dragons. More and more students were gathering around, though not everyone was there to buy a badge. Many had come simply out of curiosity, eager to see what was causing the buzz. After all, most students had fewer than 10 galleons to last the entire school year, so spending 2 galleons on a badge was quite a luxury. With Dementors prohibited from entering the school anyway, some felt it was a bit extravagant to buy a badge, though they couldn't deny it looked impressive. Luckily, watching the spectacle didn't cost anything. A crowd gathered outside, pressing closer until the compartment's sliding door creaked slightly as it strained against the mass of students. Ron, could you help keep things organized? Kyle asked, turning to him. I'll give you 2 galleons for it. Initially, Ron seemed ready to refuse. After all, he wanted to stay close to Harry. But at the mention of 2 galleons. No problem. Leave it to me, he replied enthusiastically. He gave Harry a nudge toward the corner, stood up, and marched toward the door with newfound authority. Anyone buying a badge, line up. Everyone else, back to your compartments. Keep it down. What? Who am I? He replied to a student questioning him, raising his chin with a smirk. My brother is head boy. Not only Ron, but Professor Lupin also rose to help maintain order, though not for the 2 galleons, it was simply part of his responsibility as a professor. As an adult and a seasoned wizard, his presence naturally held more sway than Ron's, and soon the onlookers began to disperse, leaving only those genuinely interested in making a purchase. In short order, the remaining students lined up and entered the compartment in an orderly fashion. It was a full 30 minutes later when Kyle finally saw the last group of students leave, just as the train began to slow to a stop. They had truly arrived at Hogwarts. As students started disembarking, Kyle picked up 2 galleons from the pile next to him and handed them to Ron. As promised, here you go. Ron's face lit up as he accepted the coins, rubbing his hands together before carefully taking them. He squinted at the galleons in his palm, savoring the moment. It was the most money he'd ever held. Then, Kyle took 2 more galleons and offered them to Lupin, who had been eyeing the stack. When he saw Kyle's hand extended toward him, though, Lupin shook his head firmly. I'm a professor, he said seriously, it was only right that I helped. Well, Kyle replied with a grin, the headmaster hasn't announced anything yet, so technically, you're not a professor just yet. And with that, Kyle tossed the galleons into Lupin's hands. Take them, sir. Besides, you'll need a proper robe as a professor. With that, Kyle left the compartment. Lupin caught the coins and looked down at them, briefly considering handing them back. But when he noticed the patches on his own robes, he hesitated. Kyle was right, he could really use something new. Forget it, he thought. I'll just pay him back once I get my salary. A small smile crossed Lupin's face. It was amusing that his first earnings at Hogwarts hadn't come from Dumbledore, but from students. 2 galleons in 30 minutes, he hadn't made that much in 2 months before. Students these days are quite well off, he mused to himself. Meanwhile, as Kyle stepped off the train, he suddenly found 2 hands grabbing him from either side. Where's our pay? Fred asked with a grin. What pay? Kyle replied, feigning ignorance. Don't play dumb, you won't get away with it. George chimed in. We helped too, and so did Cedric and Ginny. Yeah, Fred added, 2 galleons. We can't be paid less than Ron. Pay. Nonsense. Kyle responded matter-of-factly. Isn't it only right that you all help? Oh, really? Fred arched an eyebrow, looking unimpressed. Kyle kept walking, ignoring their stares. No money. Move along. What about just 2 galleons for George and me? Fred said, trying again. Or if not galleons, we'll take sickles. No. How about a canute, then? No nuts, either. How about a nimbus? Fred and George's faces fell, turning a distinct shade of green, while Ginny, standing nearby with an armful of sweets, burst into laughter. Cedric was also chuckling, well aware of why Kyle had given galleons to Ron and Professor Lupin. Without their help, the badges wouldn't have sold nearly as quickly. Laughing and joking, the group made their way toward the carriages, where Kana, Cho, and Luna were already waiting. Since they weren't as close with Harry and his friends, they had stayed behind in their compartment, expecting Kyle to return after a few minutes. Instead, they'd waited much longer. What took you so long? Kana asked, looking curious. Is Potter seriously hurt? We wanted to check on him, but the crowd was so big, we couldn't even get through. Nothing serious, Kyle assured her. Young people just get tired easily. He'll sleep it off. Then why did it take so long? Cho pressed. There was a little incident. I'll explain on the way. Climbing into a horse-drawn carriage, Kyle used the undetectable extension charm to create enough room for everyone to sit comfortably inside. He was quite adept at using the charm, and soon, there was space for all 8 of them. One by one, the others climbed in, settling into the magically expanded space. Chapter 360, The Sorting. Once everyone was seated, Kyle shut the carriage door. The carriage lurched forward, moving at a slow, plodding pace, soon trailing behind the other carriages. Kyle noticed the Thestral pulling their carriage glance back curiously at the one following them, its dragon-like head tilting slightly as though full of unspoken questions. Kyle had been able to see magical creatures like Thestrals ever since Quirrell had turned to dust before him. The Thestral seemed to be studying the carriage carefully, and after confirming that nothing looked amiss, it snorted softly and continued trotting forward. Inside, Kyle had already recounted the recent events to Kana and the others, including what Professor Lupin had told him. So that's why. Cedric mused, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Not only did Professor Lupin not stop you from selling those badges, he even helped keep the crowd organized. He must have known about the Dementors coming to Hogwarts. If those badges really do offer some kind of protection, then they could be helpful for most students. Wait, what did you just say? George interrupted suddenly, his voice slightly shrill. Dementors, at school. Didn't Percy mention it? Cedric asked with a nod. He brought it up when we were in the prefect's compartment. The professor asked us to reassure the students, especially the first years, and find ways to help them cope with their fears. You mean we'll be going to classes with Dementors around? Ginny's face grew pale at the thought. She still vividly remembered the bone-chilling cold that had filled their compartment when the Dementors had boarded the train. If that happened in the classroom, how would they even hold their quills, let alone pay attention? Of course not, Cedric quickly assured them, waving his hands. They're only stationed at the entrances to the school grounds. They won't be roaming inside the castle. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Cho glared at Cedric. Next time, maybe get to the point a little faster. Fred and George immediately joined in, listing Cedric's faults with mock indignation. They had almost been ready to turn around and leave if Hogwarts had Dementors wandering the halls. Spending a year in a castle with those creatures would be anything but fun. Realizing he'd worried everyone unnecessarily, Cedric lowered his head, apologizing with a sheepish smile. As if to confirm his words, as their carriage neared the school gates, they could see 2 hooded Dementors stationed there, one on either side of the entrance. As the carriage rolled between them, an icy shiver passed through the group. The bone-deep cold slowly ebbed as they continued forward, their carriage picking up speed as it moved up the slope leading to the castle. A few minutes later, the carriage came to a halt. Kyle was the last to step out, carefully restoring the interior to its original size. He then pulled out a small bag of Murtlap dried rat meat, offering it to the panting Thestral as a reward for its hard work. After all, pulling a full load of 8 students was no small task. They were the last to arrive, everyone else had already made their way into the castle. Just up the path, they could still make out the tall silhouette of Hagrid, heading toward the entrance hall. The first years are here, Kyle said. Let's head inside. The group stepped onto the stone steps and hurried toward the castle entrance, where Professor Sprout waited, holding the door open. Once they entered, she closed the doors behind them. Next time, try not to cut it so close, she said casually. Now, off to the Great Hall, the start of term feast is about to begin. To their right, the door to the Great Hall stood open, revealing the enchanted ceiling that displayed a dark, cloudy sky, giving the room a somber look. It seemed the weather was almost always gloomy at the start of term feast, except for that rare sunny first year. The group split at the entrance, heading toward their respective house tables. Not long after, the new students arrived, following Professor Sprout into the Great Hall. As always, Professor Flitwick placed the sorting hat on its triangular stool, and it began to sing its annual song, this time in a catchy country tune that oddly suited its quirky lyrics. Yet, few students paid much attention, nearly everyone was preoccupied with talk about the Dementors and the events on the train. "Kyle, is it true?" came a voice. Before the sorting hat finished its song, McGonagall leaned in, curiosity shining in his eyes. "They're saying you chased off a Dementor on the train and saved Harry Potter." "Chased off a Dementor? Who told you that?" Kyle asked, raising an eyebrow. "Susan Bones," McGonagall replied. "She said she saw you use your wand to drive the Dementor against the window, then go to Potter's compartment after he fainted, and he woke up afterward." Kyle remembered Susan, a fellow Hufflepuff in Harry's year, always up to date on the latest gossip. If anyone had a question about school drama or who'd earned detention, she'd have the details and probably recount the story twice for good measure. She must have been nearby when he dealt with the Dementor. "Not quite," Kyle said, shaking his head. "The Dementor left after its search, and Harry was actually helped by our new defense against the dark arts professor. I didn't have much to do with it." "Oh, I see." McGonagall looked a bit disappointed. "A shame, though. If you had fought it off and saved Potter, you might have been in line for another Order of Merlin." "If only," Kyle laughed. "But an Order of Merlin isn't that easy to come by." "Well, at least it'd be worth 50 points. McGonagall offered, his eyes gleaming. Kyle shrugged, unconvinced. The Dementor search had been authorized by the Ministry of Magic. Chasing them off would hardly be rewarded, he'd be lucky not to get into trouble for it. "Hufflepuff," called the sorting hat, echoing throughout the hall. The first new student was sorted into Hufflepuff, and Kyle joined in the applause, while McGonagall stood up to give an enthusiastic welcome to the slightly shy newcomer. The sorting hat seemed to sense the impatience in the room, perhaps eager to let the students enjoy the feast. This year, the sorting moved along briskly, each student taking only about 20 seconds to be sorted. It was all over in less than half an hour. Once the last student had been placed in Ravenclaw, Professor Flitwick removed the sorting hat and stool, taking them out of the hall. Then Dumbledore rose to speak. "Welcome," he said, beaming at the students as candlelight glinted off his long beard. "Welcome back to Hogwarts. I have a few matters to announce, one of which is quite important, so I'll share it while everyone's still awake." He cleared his throat and continued, "Our school has been visited by a few Dementors, sent here by the Ministry of Magic on official business. While they are with us, I must make it very clear that no one is allowed to leave the school grounds without permission, and no tricks, disguises, or spells will deceive them." As Dumbledore's words hung in the air, a tense silence fell over the Great Hall. Students recalled the ominous hooded figures standing guard at the gates, and some grew visibly uneasy, remembering the encounter on the train. The Dementors would remain at Hogwarts until Sirius Black was captured. "Now, let's move on to more pleasant news," Dumbledore said, his expression softening as he smiled. "First, please welcome Professor Lupin, who has graciously agreed to take on the role of defense against the dark arts professor." He paused as scattered applause met his announcement. "And also, Rubius Hagrid, who will be stepping in to teach care of magical creatures, following the retirement of Professor Kettleburn last term." But most students, preoccupied by the thought of Dementors, offered only polite, distracted applause for the new professors, particularly for defense against the dark arts. After all, it was a subject with such rapid turnover that students hardly expected much from the new teacher. Fortunately, Hufflepuff and Gryffindor tables were far more enthusiastic, giving a warm response that brightened the mood slightly. "Hagrid's always wanted to be a professor," Cedric said with a pleased grin, clapping his hands. "And now he's made it." "Yes," Kyle replied with a smile, glancing toward the staff table, where Hagrid was dabbing at his eyes with a corner of the tablecloth. Chapter 361, Hermione's Confusion. Dumbledore's announcement at the feast reignited interest in the dragon badges from the train, bringing Kyle another wave of eager customers the next morning. "It really works," a Gryffindor student was saying to his friend in the corridor. "If the headmaster hadn't mentioned the Dementors, I wouldn't have even known they were at the gates." "Yeah," his friend agreed. "I barely feel anything, just a slight chill, totally different from the train, and Potter was wearing one too. I saw him with it in the common room." By the time they reached the Great Hall, the Hufflepuff table was already surrounded, a long line of students stretching all the way to the door, each hoping to buy a badge. "If I'd known, I would have bought one on the train," a witch near the back of the line complained to her friend. "I was right there, but I didn't think the Dementors would actually come to school." "Who could have guessed?" her friend sighed in agreement. At the front of the line, Kyle handed a badge to a Ravenclaw student, while Cedric, stationed beside him, smoothly accepted 2 galleons and dropped them into the bag next to him. Kyle stifled a yawn and tapped the table, requesting a glass of lemonade. Despite being woken up early, watching the galleons practically line up to fill his pockets made it all worthwhile. "Amazing," exclaimed a newly badged student, marveling as he examined it. "It's still warm. These dragons are something else." Kyle shook his head subtly. The warmth had nothing to do with the dragons. He'd spent the previous night placing a simple warming charm on each badge. It wasn't complicated alchemy, just a basic charm pasted on, similar to the pepper layer on pepper imps. He'd even arranged for the badges sold on the train to receive a free upgrade as a bit of after-sales service. The charm wasn't permanent, but it would last long enough to keep up the badge's mystique. Even so, he hadn't finished until 5 a.m., and by 6 a.m., someone was already knocking on his dormitory door. Kyle didn't mind too much, given that the knockers came bearing galleons, though it was tough luck for Mikkel and Ryan, who had to rise early for once. By 8 a.m., the last of the 150 badges he'd brought back from Romania had sold out. "It's really all gone," Kyle announced, holding up the now empty suitcase after handing out the last badge. The young witch who had waited patiently in line looked crushed. "Just a little more patience," Kyle reassured her. "There'll be more soon." "How soon is soon?" she asked, frowning. Kyle thought for a moment before answering. "Probably about a month," he said cautiously. Ratton, his owl, had just set off the previous night with a letter for more badges, after a hearty meal of dragon liver and a tonic. But Romania wasn't close, and it also depended on Charlie's availability, so a month was the best guess he could give. After breakfast, Kyle, in high spirits, was headed to his first charms class when he heard someone call his name from behind. "Hermione." "What's up?" he asked, glancing around. "Where are Harry and Ron?" Hermione was rarely seen without them, but today she was alone. "They went up to the West Tower," Hermione replied. "I wanted to ask you something, so I didn't go with them." "Something about the badge?" Kyle asked, extending his hand. "No problem, I can add a warming charm." "No, it's not the badge," Hermione shook her head, reaching into her robes. She pulled out a thin, long gold chain with a small hourglass pendant gleaming at the end. "It's this." "The time turner?" Kyle raised an eyebrow. "You're taking all the classes too?" "Yes, that's why Professor McGonagall applied for it," Hermione nodded. "But she warned me there could be risks with using it and suggested I think it over. So, I wanted to ask your advice. You used a time turner last year, didn't you?" "What makes you think that?" Kyle asked with a hint of a smile. "I heard you took all the same classes last year," Hermione said, sounding quite certain. "And that time you said you got to the 8th floor through a secret passage. That wasn't true, was it? There had to be 2 of you at once, one in the Great Hall and one on the 8th floor." "You're not wrong," Kyle admitted, smiling. "What do you want to know?" "I'm not sure I want to use it anymore," Hermione admitted, looking down at the time turner in her hand. "Being outside of normal time, is it really as serious as Professor McGonagall made it sound?" "Serious, but not as dangerous as it sounds," Kyle replied after a moment's thought. "As long as you're only using it at school and not rewinding more than a day, the risks are minimal. Unless, of course, a powerful wizard is specifically targeting you." Kyle's tone grew heavy with his last words, giving Hermione pause. "But that sort of thing is extremely unlikely," he added, his tone returning to normal. "We're just students, and those from the past are unlikely to even know we exist. So there's really no problem, then?" Hermione asked, her spirits lifting. "It's still a small risk," Kyle said cautiously. "It's rare, but not impossible. A 99.9% chance isn't the same as 100%, and that's why Professor McGonagall advised against it. It's safest not to use it." "But..." Hermione's expression wavered. "I really want to take all the classes." "You could," Kyle said, shaking his head, "but it's not necessary. Some classes aren't that essential. I dropped arithmancy and Muggle studies last year." "But they're so interesting," Hermione protested. "Well, that's how you feel now," Kyle replied. "But taking on too much will spread your focus thin. You'll end up knowing a little about everything but nothing in depth. How about this?" Kyle checked the time. "There's still a bit before class starts. Go talk to Professor McGonagall and see if she'll let you use the same method I did last year. When 2 electives clash, just take one. After you've sampled all the classes, then you can decide if you really need the time turner." Chapter 362, The Summoning and Banishing Charm. Half an hour before her first lesson, Hermione followed Kyle's advice and went to see Professor McGonagall. Kyle didn't know if she would choose to keep using the time turner or take only the classes she could attend without it. But judging by the thoughtful, conflicted look on her face when she returned, he guessed it would be the former. Hermione looked as hesitant as she had when she'd left, which suggested she'd already made up her mind. But even if she used the time turner, Kyle wasn't too worried. The conditions required to interfere with someone outside of their own time were highly complex, and, in any case, the special time turners were exceedingly rare, with few wizards having both the knowledge and power of someone like Salazar Slytherin to manipulate them. Pushing the thought aside, Kyle climbed the stairs, heading to his first charms class of the year. Professor Flitwick's charms class, however, was moving at a slower pace than Kyle would have liked. For their first lesson of the year, the topic was the summoning charm, Accio, a charm Kyle had mastered well before starting at Hogwarts. In fact, Oren had covered it briefly when discussing defenses against magical creatures at the end of first year, including the charm's hand movements and incantation. Back then, few students had paid much attention. Accio quill, Kyle murmured, waving his wand lightly. A quill floated off the shelf and into his hand. Perfect demonstration. 5 points to Hufflepuff. Professor Flitwick beamed at him before turning to the class. All right, everyone, give it a try. This charm is quite simple, but please remember, when reciting the incantation, you must focus intently on the item you wish to summon. Imagine it as clearly as possible, and keep your wand hand steady. Otherwise, it might land on your head. As he had when teaching them the levitation charm in their first year, Professor Flitwick passed around quills, though this time they had to not only levitate but fly directly into their owner's hands. He walked around the classroom, offering patient corrections wherever needed. When he reached Kyle's desk, he found him coaching Ryan on the hand motion for the charm. Ryan's attempts had repeatedly gone astray, either summoning the wrong quill from across the room or swiping the one belonging to Mikkel. The quill in front of him, however, remained perfectly still. That can happen if there are several similar objects nearby, Professor Flitwick explained, stepping up to help. Try marking your quill with a bit of ink to make it easier to focus on. Ryan nodded, realizing his oversight, and quickly searched his bag for a bottle of ink. After that, Professor Flitwick turned his attention back to Kyle. I had a feeling this charm wouldn't be much of a challenge for you, he whispered with a smile. So I have an extra task for you in today's lesson. Of course, Professor, Kyle replied, intrigued. Try altering the trajectory of the summoning charm so the quill appears somewhere other than directly in front of you. Professor Flitwick gave a light wave of his wand, and the quill on the table floated up. Instead of coming straight to him, it twirled a few times in the air before landing gracefully in Kyle's hand. Kyle looked at the quill now bouncing playfully on his palm. This is still a summoning charm. It's a specialized application, Professor Flitwick explained, sometimes called the summoning and banishing charm. Many think that once they know the summoning charm, they can rely on it exclusively or substitute it with the levitation charm. But I've always believed they have distinct uses. A nostalgic smile spread across Flitwick's face. The first time I won a dueling contest, I used a well-aimed rock to knock my opponent's wand clean out of his hand. Kyle regarded the quill thoughtfully, understanding Flitwick's point. The key difference was that the levitation charm couldn't affect living things, but the summoning charm could. This made it far more versatile in certain scenarios. Professor, is the incantation the same? Kyle asked eagerly. This advanced version had a lot of potential uses beyond quills and stones. He could think of some lively magical plants, like Chomping Cabbage, Venomous Tentacula, or even a fresh mandrake, that would make an impressive surprise if they could be summoned with a controlled trajectory. Professor Flitwick chuckled at Kyle's enthusiasm. The incantation remains the same. The real trick lies in manipulating the tracing magic as the summoned object moves, so you can guide it to a different spot. Give it a try, Flitwick encouraged with a twinkle in his eye. Consider it a challenge. I think I had something about tracing magic in my notes from your third year. Yes, it's on the same page as the summoning charm, Kyle confirmed, raising his wand. Accio quill, he incanted, concentrating on making the quill take a more creative route. A quill floated off a nearby shelf, wobbling midair as it veered left, then turned in a shaky loop before bobbing backward slightly. It finally staggered over and plopped into Kyle's hand. Professor Flitwick, watching intently, gave an encouraging nod. Not bad at all. Though this requires fine control, so it's perfectly normal for the charm to misbehave on the first try. He cleared his throat, beaming. But I'm confident you'll have this perfected with a few more tries. Remember, the key lies in adjusting the tracing magic. With that, he walked off with a purposeful stride. Mr. Todd, Mr. Weasley, we're working only with quills right now, so put those exploding snap cards away. Before he could finish, several exploding snap cards collided midair with a deafening crack, sending small sparks and puffs of smoke through the room. Fortunately, these were harmless, just meant for fun. But the noise had startled half the class, causing several students who were just about to cast the summoning charm to fumble, dropping their quills to the floor. As for the students responsible, they each lost 10 points and earned a double assignment for their troubles. Chapter 363, Defense Against the Dark Arts Worth Anticipating. Trying to alter the trajectory of the summoning charm turned out to be much harder than Kyle had anticipated. By the end of Charm's class, he had only managed to make the quill stop about half a meter in front of him instead of coming directly to his hand. Determined to master it, he decided to keep practicing in the next class. During the second session of History of Magic, Kyle continued his efforts. Professor Binns, the ghostly instructor, had hundreds of years of teaching experience under his belt, and the dubious distinction of being Hogwarts' most popular professor for inducing sleep. He rarely intervened in whatever students did in his class unless their snoring became too loud, disturbing him while he droned on. In 1612, the goblins used a tavern in Hogsmeade as their headquarters and launched a rebellion against both male and female wizards. He read in his usual monotonous voice, reciting directly from the book about the goblin rebellions. Seated in the back row, Kyle seized the opportunity provided by the gentle snores around him, discreetly practicing the summoning charm under his desk. Kanna, who had initially been trying to follow along with Professor Binns, soon found her attention drifting to the quill that kept bobbing and floating sporadically in front of Kyle. She recognized what he was working on from Charm's class and couldn't resist watching for a while, trying to imitate his hand movements under her own desk. Her progress was slower than Kyle's, but at least it was more interesting than falling asleep. Feeling both curious and bored, Kanna decided not to give up just yet. Determined to find something to do to stay awake, she pulled out her wand and quill again, quietly joining Kyle in his practice. As History of Magic ended, students who had been dozing off stirred awake almost in unison, rubbing their eyes and gathering up their books with loud yawns, ready to head to the Great Hall for lunch. But just as Kyle reached the entrance, he was stopped, not by Hermione this time, but by Daphne Greengrass, a Slytherin girl known for getting straight to business. "Kyle, I'm here to buy a badge," Daphne said without preamble. "Just tell me the price." Kyle didn't mind her bluntness. Daphne was a frequent customer, quick to pay, and always ordered the most premium version of whatever he offered. But this time, she wasn't alone. She had a younger girl with her, whom Kyle recognized as a new first-year student. "This is my younger sister," Daphne added impatiently, noticing Kyle's gaze. "I'm buying her the badge this time." The younger girl was much more polite than her sister. Though she seemed a bit shy, she greeted Kyle earnestly. "Hello, I'm Astoria Greengrass, first-year Slytherin." "Hello, I'm..." Enough with the introductions, Daphne interrupted, looking at Kyle with her usual bluntness. "Just get the badge, the best one. None of that cheap rubbish you sold to Longbottom." Her attitude was as curt as ever. "I sold out of the badges this morning," Kyle replied. Daphne frowned, just about to ask for clarification, when Kyle pulled an elegant wooden box from his pocket. Daphne recognized it instantly. The box was crafted from freshly cut mountain ash wood, with its distinctive soft color and lustrous finish. She knew the material well, as her room was furnished with similar wood. "What's this?" Daphne asked, intrigued. "Didn't you say there were no more badges?" "A dragon's not only scales," Kyle grinned. "This might meet your requirements." He opened the box, revealing a 5-inch dragon tooth that gleamed with a silvery white coil wrapped around it. The tooth had a sharp, dagger-like appearance, clearly something rare. "This is from a Hungarian horntail." "I think you're familiar with that breed," Kyle explained. Daphne merely nodded, her eyes shifting to the silvery white coil. "That's unicorn hair," Kyle continued. "Unicorns are also a natural counter to Dementors. Their purity makes Dementors extremely uncomfortable." Daphne's eyes lit up. 100 galleons. Kyle chuckled. "The unicorn hair coil makes it easy to attach to a bag or robe, but if you'd prefer, I can remove it, bringing the price down to 20 galleons. "No need." Daphne didn't hesitate. She thrust the box into Astoria's hands and handed Kyle a heavy pouch. "Here are 100 galleons. I'll take it as is." Astoria curiously opened the box and touched the unicorn hair coil. A warm, comforting sensation ran through her fingertips. She looked up at Kyle, impressed. When she'd heard the price, she'd assumed it was some sort of scam. But now she could tell this was worth every galleon. Unicorn hair was notoriously rare and expensive, making this not only beautiful but practical. For the same price, she thought, this was far more special than the gemstone brooch she had at home. Wait, did my sister just call him Kyle? Astoria suddenly recalled that Draco had mentioned this name to her a month ago when the Malfoys came to visit. He'd even given her a map yesterday, supposedly bought from the same person. Daphne's voice suddenly cut through Astoria's thoughts. "Let's go, Astoria." Astoria snapped back to the present and politely said to Kyle, "It was a pleasure to meet you." "Goodbye," before being whisked into the Great Hall by her sister. "Are they really sisters?" Kanna whispered to Kyle as the two girls disappeared. "How can their personalities be so different?" "It does seem odd, but it's actually pretty common," Kyle replied with a shrug. "Look at Percy and Fred and George. Would you say they're alike?" Kanna chuckled, nodding in agreement. "Good point. Kyle tucked the hefty pouch of 100 galleons into his bag and walked into the Great Hall with Kana by his side. 100 galleons seems a bit steep, doesn't it? Kana asked as she watched him settle into a seat. I mean, things with unicorn hair usually only go for a few dozen galleons. Aren't you worried she might think twice about paying that much? Not at all, Kyle replied, casually helping himself to some food. This time, the unicorn hair is from Complete Tales, so it's naturally more expensive. And if someone doesn't buy it, I can just uncoil it and use the unicorn hair elsewhere. What's this about unicorn hair? Cedric asked, sliding onto the bench next to Kyle. But he didn't wait for an answer, his tone more curious than serious. Anyway, what time's your defense against the dark arts class? Tomorrow morning, Kana replied, glancing at her schedule. Why? Something to look forward to, Cedric said, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial tone. Defense against the dark arts this year is nothing like the past 2 years. It's actually amazing. Pouring himself some pumpkin juice, Cedric looked thrilled. At long last, Headmaster Dumbledore has found a professor who really knows their stuff. Chapter 364, The Hippogriff. Hagrid, isn't your first lesson starting soon? Kyle asked, approaching Hagrid, who was busy working in a paddock near the edge of the Forbidden Forest. How are you getting on? I'm so nervous, Hagrid replied with a wide grin, carrying a wooden frame in his arms. I got up at 5 this morning to make sure everything was ready. I just hope the lesson goes well. I'm finally a professor. When Professor Dumbledore told me the news, I couldn't sleep for days. I even dreamed about the start of term. You'd better keep that to yourself, Kyle chuckled. You know, students would love nothing more than for the holidays to last forever. Hagrid laughed heartily. I don't get to decide the length of holidays, now, do I? But it's unbelievable. I'm a professor. He paused, noticing the shelf he'd just placed looked a bit off, so he moved it higher and adjusted its direction. Then, glancing over at Kyle, he asked, You're coming to my class, right? Tomorrow, isn't it? Tomorrow afternoon, first period, Kyle confirmed, watching Hagrid intently before adding, But, Hagrid, I think you should choose a different magical creature for the lesson. What was that? Hagrid seemed not to have heard as he continued fiddling with the shelf. Kyle continued, If I were you, I definitely wouldn't introduce hippogriffs to third years on their first day. Oh, don't worry about that, Hagrid said, turning back with a gleam in his eye. I've been planning this for 3 weeks, this lesson's going to be amazing. Why aren't they here yet? I can't wait to get started. He couldn't help but keep glancing towards the castle, an eager look on his face. But then, something dawned on him. Wait. Kyle, how did you know I was planning on introducing Buckbeak and the others? You haven't been sneaking into the Forbidden Forest, have you? I've told you before, it's dangerous, and you're not to go in there without permission. Of course not, and there was no need to, Kyle replied. Remember? The first chapter of the Monster Book of Monsters is all about hippogriffs. Kyle pointed to a ferret resting on the shelf. And that, well, anyone who knows magical creatures would recognize that it's a hippogriff's favorite snack. Was it that obvious? Hagrid looked a bit deflated. I thought I'd hidden it well. Change it, Kyle urged again. Hippogriffs are classified as XXX level creatures, they're not suitable for third-year students. Oh, you mean this little guy? Hagrid said with a shrug. Don't worry, I'll make sure to remind them. As long as they're polite, hippogriffs aren't dangerous at all. And can you guarantee that every student will listen to you? Kyle asked. Harry and his friends, sure. But what about the Slytherins? Hagrid's lips moved slightly, and he murmured, But I'm a professor now, they've got to listen to me, haven't they? Are you certain of that? Kyle pressed. Hagrid's voice dropped even lower, almost inaudible, and Kyle couldn't quite catch his response. But Kyle continued, unfazed. Last year, our first lesson in care of magical creatures was on bowtruckles, and some students still ended up with pricked fingers. Now, if that happened with bowtruckles, how do you think it'll go with ferocious hippogriffs? They're quick-tempered, and if someone acts the slightest bit disrespectful, they could lash out, and that's dangerous. You can't guarantee every student will behave perfectly, and you can't keep an eye on everyone all at once. It's just not realistic. The longer Kyle spoke, the quieter Hagrid became. He'd thought of everything, except what might happen if the students didn't behave. You could choose something else, Kyle suggested, ticking off on his fingers. A bowtruckle, a fairy, a niffler, a billywig, a kneazle, all much safer than hippogriffs. But Hagrid stammered, looking conflicted. It's my first lesson, and I want to make a good impression. Nothing says impressive like hippogriffs. They're beautiful, way more exciting than a niffler. For most students, they may not agree. As a professor, you have to start thinking from the student's point of view, Kyle advised. As for making an impression. He raised an eyebrow, adding, if you could bring in a baby unicorn, I guarantee they'd be spellbound. Young unicorns aren't averse to boys, and if you let the students pet or cuddle a golden one, well, by the end of term, you'd be the most popular professor at Hogwarts. Even Headmaster Dumbledore would have to line up to get into your class. Dumbledore, Professor. Hagrid stammered, suddenly looking flustered. That's impossible. You're having me on, aren't you? But then he paused, as if considering it. Actually, there is a baby unicorn in the Forbidden Forest, just turned 1 month old today, but Kadita wouldn't let me bring it. Kadita must be one of the unicorns, Kyle thought. Hagrid has a habit of naming every magical creature he meets in the Forbidden Forest. How he remembers them all is a mystery. That's exactly why it'd be so impressive, Kyle said, glancing at the clock. There's less than half an hour until class starts, so if you're going to try, you'd better hurry. Hagrid hesitated, then turned and strode toward the Forbidden Forest. Later, Kyle found a group of tethered hippogriffs behind the paddock. Just as Hagrid had described, the creatures were magnificent, their feathers gleaming in shades of stormy gray, crystal red-brown, and inky black. They shook their fierce heads and spread their powerful wings, clearly displeased with being restrained. Kyle approached them slowly and, one by one, unfastened their chains and leather collars. Fly. He murmured softly. The gray hippogriff stepped forward, bent its front knee, and assumed an unmistakable bowing position. Then, with a powerful flap of its 12-foot wings, it took off, soaring into the depths of the Forbidden Forest with the other hippogriffs following close behind. All that remained was a trail of abandoned chains and collars. Kyle wasn't worried about whether Hagrid would return empty-handed or not, there was still time to gather a few magical creatures for class. Several rowan trees stood nearby, and he could easily find a dozen bowtruckles among them, more than enough for a lesson. Only then did Kyle turn and make his way back to the castle. Chapter 365, Give us one reason not to kill you. In the afternoon, they had ancient runes. This year, Professor Babbling still hadn't managed to convince Dumbledore to let her combine multiple grades into one class. This frustrated her, and she made sure the students felt it, too. How do different arrangements of the runes affect the completed symbol, she asked, starting off the lesson. Cho looked at the board and felt her head begin to spin. But Professor, she said, raising her hand, isn't this usually the last topic we cover? Today's only the first day of school. That's right. You all did very well last year, Professor Babbling replied, her gray eyes twinkling as she smiled. So I've decided to skip over the basics and focus on some real knowledge. Everyone, look here. The pictograph has several components. Let's start with the most complex one. Cho's head swam again as she watched Professor Babbling draw the intricate pictograph. She couldn't make heads or tails of it but tried to concentrate, frantically scribbling everything down. Poor Kanna, sitting beside her, was in the same predicament. Her hand never stopped moving, her quill nearly sparking across the parchment as she struggled to keep up. When class finally ended, Cho and Kanna let out sighs of relief, rubbing their wrists as though they'd barely survived an ordeal. They'd been taking notes non-stop, and their hands were numb and aching. It was then that Kanna noticed the parchment on Kyle's desk, completely blank. Kyle, did you understand everything? She asked, astonished. Hearing this, Cho turned as well, looking at Kyle with an expression as though he were some sort of supernatural being. Understand it all? No, Kyle admitted with a shake of his head. This is something you have to build on gradually. Professor Babbling was a bit all over the place. No way anyone could learn it all in just one class. Then why didn't you take any notes? Kanna asked, puzzled. Didn't you hear clearly? You can copy mine if you want. She pushed her stack of notes toward him. Though I missed some bits, so it might not be complete. Same here, Cho added, sliding over her own stack. You could compare both sets and fill in any gaps. I don't want to look at these notes again anytime soon. Kyle shook his head. No need. I'm not planning to copy them. I wasn't going to from the start, or I'd have used a self-writing quill. Oh, the self-writing quill. Cho groaned, grabbing her head. Ugh, why didn't I think of that? But Kanna furrowed her brow, suddenly realizing something. Wait, so you're not taking any notes at all? Correct. Kyle shrugged, reaching into his bag and placing a thick book on the table. The Evolution of Runes. I was tipped off about it last year, he explained, flipping open the book. So I borrowed it from the library for the entire year. Look here, this is exactly what Professor Babbling was talking about. Kyle turned a few more pages. And this part, too. Both Cho and Kanna leaned over to inspect the book. There was a brief silence as they absorbed what they saw. Then, the air around them grew noticeably colder. Kanna and Cho positioned themselves on either side of Kyle, their glares fixed on him with an intensity that could rival a storm. You have 1 minute to explain, Kanna said, baring her teeth menacingly. Cho's fists were clenched as well. Give us one good reason not to strangle you. No, this isn't my fault. Kyle said, looking nervously at Kanna. I did try to tell you. At least 3 times. I said it was all in the book and there was no need to write it all down. But every time, you told me to shut up so I wouldn't distract you. And you were even worse, he added, looking over at Cho. I nudged you to let you know, but you tried to kick me. Luckily, I dodged in time. He lifted the hem of his robe, where a faint shoe print was still visible. Cho's face flushed, and she stammered, at a loss for words. She vaguely remembered Kyle trying to get her attention, but at the time, Professor Babbling had been discussing something crucial, and she'd reacted automatically. There was another brief silence. Then, with a huff, Cho and Kanna silently picked up their notes and strode out of the classroom. By the time dinner was served, Cho and Kanna had already borrowed their own copies of The Evolution of Runes from the library and were seated at the table, engrossed in their reading. The library had plenty of copies of each specialized book, so they didn't have to wait in line. Seeing how focused they were, Kyle decided not to disturb them. Instead, he headed over to Cedric's table and took a seat. The Great Hall was especially lively tonight, particularly around the Gryffindor and Slytherin tables. Even from a distance, Kyle could hear Ron's booming voice, clearly bragging to Fred about something. You'll never guess what the baby unicorn looked like when I first saw it, it was gold. Ron exclaimed. Hagrid is amazing. Hermione added. I've read that baby unicorns are very rare and are usually kept safe in the deepest parts of the forest. And I got to hold it. Ron continued, narrowing his eyes with a slightly dazed look. I don't think I want to wash my hands again this school year. Fred and George took a step back, looking disgusted. Did you see Malfoy? Harry chimed in, his face alight with excitement. He kept trying to provoke Hagrid when we first got to the paddock, but the moment he saw the baby unicorn, he clammed right up. If you ask me, Hagrid shouldn't let someone like him near a unicorn, Ron muttered. Ron, Hagrid's a professor now. Hermione chided. He has to treat all students equally. Yeah, sure. Ron shrugged, sounding unconvinced. But you know Snape doesn't think that way. By Merlin, a unicorn. Cedric, who had been listening in as well, looked amazed. Unbelievable. When we were 3rd years, all we had were bowtruckles and puffskeins, and last year it was just salamanders. Do you think it's just for the 3rd years, or will he show one to every year? Cedric asked, glancing at Kyle. Not sure, Kyle replied, glancing over at the cheerful Gryffindor and Slytherin tables. But you could always ask him. I'll do that first thing tomorrow morning, Cedric said, still looking a bit in awe. How did Hagrid even manage that? Unicorns are some of the wariest magical creatures around. I've never heard of one in class before, let alone a baby. Kyle took a bite of schnitzel, choosing not to comment. It didn't surprise him that Hagrid had been able to bring the unicorn. If anyone at Hogwarts could gain the trust of such a creature, it would be Hagrid. Not even Professor Kettleburn had managed it before his retirement, otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up stabbed in the stomach during one of his lessons. This year's classes are all incredible. Defense against the dark arts is like this, and now care of magical creatures, too. Cedric said excitedly, glancing at his schedule. Too bad we don't have Hagrid's class until Friday. Chapter 366, Griselda Marchbanks. The next day was Thursday. After breakfast, Kyle and Kanna walked out of the Great Hall together, ready to head to Transfiguration class. When they arrived at the classroom, they found Professor McGonagall already waiting outside the door, effectively blocking their entrance. Miss Prince, would you please go in first, she said, gesturing to Kanna. Yes, Professor McGonagall. Kanna nodded and walked into the classroom without hesitation. Then Professor McGonagall turned to Kyle, guiding him into the adjacent hallway. She smiled warmly as she began, do you remember the paper you submitted to me a month ago? You mean the Transfiguration Today Most Promising Newcomer Award? Kyle asked, a bit surprised. Is it time already? Not quite, Professor McGonagall replied, her smile widening. But I have some inside information, good news, actually. Hulse, the editor-in-chief overseeing the Newcomer Award, is a friend of mine. I happened to ask her about it in a recent letter, and while she didn't say anything outright, she dropped a hint. Madam Marchbanks really appreciates your paper. Madam Marchbanks. Kyle repeated thoughtfully. Is she the Lady Marchbanks from the Wizarding Examinations Authority? I didn't expect you to know about her. Professor McGonagall looked a bit surprised. Madam Marchbanks, after all, was over 120 years old and seldom seen. She only visited Hogwarts at the end of each school year to oversee the OWL and NEWT exams for 5th and 7th years. Most younger students hadn't even heard of her. Charlie mentioned her once, Kyle explained. He said that after the OWLS, he saw Professor Dumbledore personally escorting an elderly woman out of the school. Later, he told us it was Madame Marchbanks, who's been with the Ministry of Magic for a century and was even Dumbledore's examiner when he graduated. That's true, Professor McGonagall nodded. Madame Marchbanks has examined many people, including Professor Dumbledore. But that's not her only distinction. She's well known in academia, she has substantial influence, both with Transfiguration Today and the most extraordinary society of potioneers. Kyle nodded, understanding now. Anyone whom even Dumbledore respected must hold a significant place in the wizarding world. The Wizarding Examinations Authority was notoriously dull, with a tedious, monotonous workload and the lowest pay in the ministry, barely half that of other departments. A 3 to 5 year stint was considered long by most standards, but Madame Marchbanks had held her position for 100 years. So you see, Professor McGonagall continued, earning her approval means your paper is likely in very good standing. I expect representatives from Transfiguration Today will visit after Christmas to ask you some questions as a final test. If you pass, your paper will appear in the next issue of the magazine, right on the front page, in the most prominent position. By now, it was almost time for class to start. Quickening her pace, Professor McGonagall glanced at Kyle as they headed towards the classroom door. Prepare well, she advised. Their questions won't be easy. Just before the bell rang, both of them slipped into the classroom together. Kanna had saved him a seat, so Kyle walked over and sat down beside her. What's going on? Kanna whispered. Did you get caught selling high-priced jewelry? It's not about that. Kyle was about to explain about the essay, but Professor McGonagall started speaking, so he just shook his head and murmured, I'll tell you after class. As they settled in, Professor McGonagall's smile quickly vanished, replaced by her usual serious expression. Fourth year is a critical time, she began. Next year, you'll be sitting your OWL exams, and I expect you all to take this more seriously than you have in previous years. Today, we'll be covering transmutation. This is a topic that will most certainly appear on the OWLS. Remember, it's not a possibility, it's a certainty. Everything you've learned so far has been foundational. Only once you understand transmutation can you truly say you've begun to master transfiguration. Her sharp gaze swept across the classroom, and everyone instinctively straightened their posture, holding their breath. Very well. Open your textbooks. We'll start with some of the simpler concepts. Unlike stationary objects, transfiguration must be adjusted when switching between living species. After explaining the key points, Professor McGonagall produced a guinea fowl and, with a wave of her wand, transformed it into a plump guinea pig. This is your assignment for today. If there's a single feather left on it, you fail. The classroom soon filled with the sound of flapping wings and occasional yelps as students got pecked by their guinea fowl. By the end of class, only 3 students had met the requirements. Most of the guinea pigs turned in still had feathers, indicating a clear failure, and Professor McGonagall's expression darkened. As Kyle and Kanna left the Transfiguration classroom, they headed toward the staircase, and Kyle filled her in on the essay news. Kanna was initially surprised, but after a moment, she realized it wasn't entirely unexpected. After all, considering Kyle's Order of Merlin, 2nd class, and the trio of special awards for services to the school displayed in the trophy room, the Transfiguration Today Most Promising Newcomer award seemed almost minor. I had a feeling it would work out, Kanna said, patting him on the shoulder with a smile. After the issue is released over the Christmas holiday, I'll buy a few extra copies to support you. Ah, that's embarrassing. Kyle said, lowering his voice. How many copies? 500. I could ask Professor McGonagall to have a special print run done early. Keep dreaming. 5 copies is my limit, Kanna replied with a smirk. Transfiguration Today is expensive, I don't have that kind of money. Kyle thought about it and realized she was right. Academic journals like that were bound to cost much more than the Daily Prophet. Fair enough. But don't forget to give Professor Snape a copy, he said. No reason, really, I'd just love to hear what he thinks of my paper. Kanna eyed him suspiciously. Something told her Kyle was up to something, but then again, it didn't seem like a bad idea. Besides, even if he hadn't mentioned it, she was planning to show Professor Snape anyway. Chapter 367, Fwooper and Hallucinations. Because the professor changed every year, the classroom for defense against the dark arts also changed each time. Last year, Lockhart had chosen a large, sunny classroom to display his numerous self-portraits on the walls. Professor Lupin, however, had no such self-portraits, barely any photos of himself at all, so he simply chose an ordinary, empty classroom. When they arrived, only a few students were already there, chatting amongst themselves. They sat down and waited a bit longer until Professor Lupin finally entered, carrying a faint smile and placing a battered old suitcase on the lectern. He looked notably healthier than he had on the train, possibly from a good meal, and his clean new robes made him look like a different person. Good morning, he said cheerfully. Please put your textbooks away. Today is a practical class, and you'll only need your wands. The students put their books away, exchanging a few curious glances. They vaguely recalled someone saying the same thing back in their first year. Oren. He had told them to put away their textbooks and focus on practicals, too. Some of them began to feel a spark of excitement. Although Oren had turned out to be a dark wizard, it was undeniable that defense against the dark arts during first year had been the most engaging. Besides, he really put effort into each lesson, unlike certain other professors who seemed to just go through the motions. Those two had both clearly been unsavory types, but their dedication was as different as night and day, which was probably why Oren had managed to slip away in the end. "All right," said Professor Lupin, noting that everyone was ready. He pulled out a large cage covered with a curtain. "I've got a little surprise for you." Everyone's expressions grew even more curious. This was just like their first lesson, when Oren had taken out a cage with billywhigs and promised them a surprise. If you ignored the contents, his and Lupin's actions, even the opening remarks, were almost identical. There's no way they're related. Father and son. The ages didn't match. Brothers. But they looked nothing alike. Unaware of their musings, Professor Lupin removed the cloth from the cage, revealing a bird with brilliant, colorful feathers. Its head was covered in a tuft of downy plumage, and its talons were small and shaped like upside-down teardrops. "I've been informed by the professors that defense against the dark arts has barely advanced over the past 2 years, so you..." His gaze lingered on Kyle for a moment. "Most of you have a weak foundation. We've also taken down a werewolf," whispered a Ravenclaw, and in Lockhart's little play, there was a troll, a vampire. Everyone around them understood the joke, and a ripple of laughter spread through the room. "All right, but that's not your true skill level," Professor Lupin responded, not laughing himself, though he allowed the corners of his mouth to twitch slightly before he continued. "Now, I've asked Professor Hagrid to retrieve this from the Forbidden Forest as a little test to see how much you really know. First question, does anyone know what kind of creature this is?" Kyle raised his hand. "Flopper." "Correct, it's a flopper." 5 points to Hufflepuff, said Professor Lupin. "And what unique abilities does it have?" Cho raised her hand even faster this time. "The flopper's song can drive people mad and cause them to act very strangely." "Exactly right." 5 points to Ravenclaw, Professor Lupin nodded. "When you encounter a flopper, the best thing to do is cover your ears right away. But don't worry, this flopper here has just had a big glass of brandy and is still a bit drunk, so at worst, its song might make you a little dizzy. The charm used against floppers is simple as well. You just need to get them to stop singing. For now, let's practice the incantation without wands. Repeat after me. Silencio. Silencio, the class echoed together. Very good, Professor Lupin said, gesturing for everyone to stand up as he pushed the tables and chairs to the sides of the room. But just knowing the spell isn't enough. Now, let's all form a neat line. Kyle, why don't you go first? Kyle nodded and stepped forward. Professor Lupin opened the cage. The flopper, however, appeared to have had one too many drinks. It stood still, eyes closed, and Kyle could even hear its soft, heavy breathing. Are you ready? Professor Lupin asked. Kyle nodded, and Professor Lupin took out an old-fashioned record player. Once he received Kyle's confirmation, he placed the needle on the record. The upbeat sound of drums filled the classroom. It was a hot frying pan by the Weird Sisters, one of the most popular dance tracks from 10 years ago. As the music started, the flopper's feathers visibly quivered. It opened its eyes and, in sync with the rhythm, began to sing along cheerfully. Some students instinctively covered their ears, while others chose to trust Professor Lupin's assurance. They were surprised to find that the flopper's song wasn't unpleasant or grating but rather a clear, melodious tune, like raindrops pattering on leaves or flowers slowly unfurling. Strange, why would flowers make any sound at all? They only snapped out of their trance when they heard a round of applause. The flopper at the front was still singing, but no sound was coming out of its open beak. How did it feel? Professor Lupin asked with a smile. It was amazing, an excited Ravenclaw girl replied. I heard all kinds of sounds, and it felt like I could see the Forbidden Forest filled with flowers. It seems the flopper had quite a good drink. Maybe I should have given it a bit more, mused Professor Lupin, then added with a grin, but I suppose it worked out well this way. He turned to address the class. As you've seen, this is the effect of a flopper's song, it makes people hear or see things that aren't there, like right now. He gestured around the classroom. Those who hadn't covered their ears earlier were now slightly out of focus, standing just a few steps away from the rest, gazing as if into some unseen world. Under normal circumstances, they would already be wandering off, perhaps imagining themselves deep in the Forbidden Forest, and you'd soon see a series of strange and ridiculous actions. A few students looked disappointed, they'd actually been hoping for some entertaining mishaps. Professor Lupin continued, this brings me to the second thing I wanted to teach you. Although foopers might not sound particularly hostile, their song can lull people into illusions without them even noticing. So, stay alert no matter what. From now on, I'll break the charm on the fooper at any time, and you must be able to cast the spell immediately upon hearing it sing. Got it? Yes, Professor, everyone chorused. Good. Next up. Kyle stepped aside, and Ryan immediately stepped forward, watching the fooper intently. Some students covered their ears again, while others chose not to, clearly curious to see if they, too, could experience visions of a blooming forbidden forest. For these few, the incantation to stop the fooper seemed less important than the experience itself. Professor Lupin didn't interfere, simply observing with interest. By the end of the class, however, perhaps as the effects of the brandy wore off, the fooper's song suddenly climbed to a much higher pitch. A few students who'd been letting the song wash over them became dazed, some of them beginning to stretch their arms and legs as if climbing an invisible mountain, while others lay on the ground, kicking their legs in the air like fish floundering in the black lake. The rest of the class erupted into laughter. Ryan clutched his stomach, running over to mimic Mikkel, who, rather than covering his ears, was bending his neck in a valiant attempt to bite his own heel. Professor Lupin chuckled as well, though he stayed alert, reaching out to pull back a student standing on the windowsill, poised for a high dive. I think they now have a good sense of just how dangerous a fooper's song can be, he remarked with a wry smile. The laughter grew even louder, but by the time the class wrapped up, everyone had mostly come back to their senses. As soon as the bell rang, the students rushed out of the classroom, eager to escape the lingering effects of the lesson. Behind them, the classroom was left in a complete mess. Chapter 368, Cedric and Fred. Amidst the noisy hubbub, Professor Lupin had to raise his voice and call out through the door, "Come back here, you haven't received your homework yet." Whether it was his imagination or not, as soon as he said that, the students bolted even faster, and a few seconds later, they had dashed down the stairs and vanished. At this, even the students still in the classroom began to shuffle, glancing hopefully at the door and shifting their feet as if considering a quick escape. But a moment later, the door swung shut with a decisive click. "Homework, please read the chapter on foopers and write a short essay on handling them," Professor Lupin announced, tucking away his wand with a casual air. 1 foot in length. And for those who left early, it's 1 foot 6 inches. Could someone in their house kindly remind them that this will be due by our next class? Upon hearing that the escapees had an additional 6 inches to write, a few students patted their chests in earnestness, volunteering. "Don't worry, Professor Lupin, we'll make sure they know." Trying to skip out on homework. "How dare they?" another student chimed in. 6 inches longer is exactly what they deserve. Professor Lupin nodded. That's all, class dismissed. The students excitedly chatted among themselves as they filed out of the classroom. "Kyle, wait a moment. I need to talk to you about something." Kyle, who had just reached the door, stopped in his tracks and turned around. "What is it, Professor?" "It's just a small matter," said Professor Lupin as he walked over. With class just ending, the corridor nearby was busy with students passing by. Professor Lupin glanced around at the students coming and going and spoke in a low voice, "Come with me for a bit. It won't take long." "Okay," Kyle agreed, then turned to Kana and said, "You go on to the Great Hall. I'll catch up with you in a minute." "That's fine," Kana replied. "Professor Lupin said it won't take long, so I'll wait here for a bit." "Well, all right." After parting from Kana, Kyle followed Professor Lupin through 2 corridors until they stopped outside the door to the staff room. "Go on in," said Professor Lupin, opening the door and stepping aside. Kyle had been here once before, but that was back when it was still Professor Lockhart's domain. With Professor Lupin in charge, all the excessive decorations had been removed, leaving only a few old, sturdy chairs. When Kyle entered, he saw someone already seated inside. Snape was lounging in an armchair, and he turned his head as Kyle walked in, giving him a narrow-eyed look. "Severus," Professor Lupin greeted him, "what brings you here?" "Dumbledore mentioned it," Snape replied. "I came to tell you that in a week's time, the potion will be ready. You can come to collect it then, or I can deliver it to you, whenever you need it." "Thank you, Severus," Professor Lupin said. "This is a great help." "It's for the safety of the students, so there's no other option," Snape replied, casting a glance at Kyle, though whether intentional or not, it was difficult to tell. Kyle, however, simply looked away, feigning interest in the pattern on an old wardrobe nearby. "Well, I'll leave you to your conversation," Snape said, rising from his seat. He headed toward the door, but as he passed Kyle, he stopped abruptly and asked, almost casually, "By the way, you were awarded the Order of Merlin, 2nd class, for killing a werewolf at St. Mungo's, weren't you?" "No," Kyle replied with a faint smile. "I only wounded it, Professor, and I managed that with the help of Professors Hagrid and Kettleburn." Professor Lupin's eyebrows lifted slightly, and an uncomfortable expression crossed his face. "Really? I must have remembered it wrong." Snape's mouth twisted into a sneer before he turned and swept out of the room, slamming the door shut behind him. "All right," Professor Lupin said, walking over to a corner. He opened his suitcase, pulled out several sheets of parchment, and laid them on the table. Then he took out 2 galleons and handed them to Kyle along with the parchment. "Professor, what's this for?" "Remember? You lent me 2 galleons on the train," Professor Lupin said with a smile. "It just so happens that Professor Dumbledore advanced me a month's salary." "No, Professor, I—" "Listen to me, Kyle," Professor Lupin interrupted. "I know what you're trying to say, but as a professor, I can't accept money from my students. That's simply not acceptable. Do you understand what I mean?" Professor Lupin's expression grew serious. "I understand," Kyle replied, taking the 2 galleons. "But I also want to thank you," Professor Lupin added, his smile returning. "Thanks to those 2 galleons, I was able to buy a decent outfit for teaching." He didn't hide his embarrassment and even chuckled. The cheapest clothes in Hogsmeade cost 15 sickles apiece, and the extra money was enough to buy a box of chocolate frogs, which used to be my favorite. "By the way, do you collect the cards?" He pulled a chocolate frog card out of his pocket. Kyle glanced at it. "Salazar Slytherin." "No." Kyle shook his head decisively. Professor Lupin seemed unbothered and simply assumed Kyle already had that card. "And this is my thanks to you." He lifted the parchment in his hand and said, "I remember you attempted the Patronus charm on the train but weren't able to summon a full Patronus. This is a summary of my notes on the Patronus charm. I think it might be helpful." Kyle hesitated. He wanted to explain to Professor Lupin that he actually knew how to cast the Patronus charm well, but since it was a gift, he took the parchment to avoid any awkwardness. "Thank you, Professor." "You're welcome," Professor Lupin replied with a smile. "If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to come and ask me." "I will." "All right, go on then," Professor Lupin winked. "Don't keep your friends waiting." "Goodbye, Professor." Just as Kyle turned to leave, he suddenly noticed 2 figures lying motionless on the floor in front of him, Cedric and Fred. They appeared lifeless. "Oh, it's the boggart." Professor Lupin noticed as well and approached them. "I thought it had been neutralized, but I didn't expect it to be hiding here. Let me take care of it." Before he could finish, Kyle had already raised his wand. Almost instinctively, a towering flame erupted from it, taking the form of a flame dragon in midair. Pop! The flame dragon spewed a ball of fire, and a wave of intense heat swept through the entire office. Windows shattered instantly, and the desks and chairs were reduced to ash in seconds. Cedric and Fred's bodies disappeared as a black, mist-like shape twisted and contorted in front of the dragon before finally dissolving completely. The entire scene unfolded so quickly that by the time Professor Lupin processed what was happening, the office lay in ruins. "Stop!" Staring at the immense flaming dragon, he drew his wand in horror. Finite. But nothing happened. The dragon seemed to grow even more ferocious, turning its massive form to face him with its jaws open wide. Then, just in time. Finite. A burst of golden flame flared up and enveloped the flame dragon, causing its vast body to shrink rapidly. Now, just like the boggart moments before, the dragon writhed and struggled until it finally vanished completely. Professor Lupin looked up, dazed and confused. The office was in shambles. Tables, chairs, cabinets, and windows had all been obliterated. Even the door was barely hanging by a single hinge. Outside, footsteps echoed closer. Someone had heard the explosion and was approaching. "Sorry, Professor, That was dangerous." Professor Lupin exclaimed, still stunned. "That's not how the fire-making charm is supposed to be used." With that, he hurried out of the office, intercepting the approaching students before they reached the door. "There's nothing to see here. Head to the Great Hall for dinner, quickly now, don't be late for your afternoon classes." "Oh, Professor McGonagall, you're here too." Lupin turned to her with a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, it's nothing, just a little mishap with a fire-making charm. It's all under control." Chapter 369, Dumbledore's Punishment. Damn it, the fire-making charm. He's lying, that was clearly fiend fire. Snape was practically roaring in the headmaster's office. Could a fire-making charm possibly be that powerful? Or does that fool Lupin think we're too ignorant to tell the difference between a fire-making charm and the fiend fire curse? Calm yourself, Severus. I can hear you perfectly well, there's no need to get so worked up. Dumbledore reached for the teapot beside him. "Tea. At a time like this, you have the nerve to ask if I want tea." Snape glared at Dumbledore as though he were a stranger. Someone used fiend fire to destroy an office at Hogwarts. Not even he who must not be named would have dared use such dangerous dark magic so openly when he was here. "Yes, Severus. I'm aware." Dumbledore continued to pour a cup, offering it to Snape. Snape, visibly bristling, took a sip, only to put the cup down as though scalded. He continued, "You must find out how Kyle learned to cast the fiend fire curse. On that point, I disagree with you." Dumbledore shook his head. "Remus told me he didn't hear an incantation. Perhaps Kyle was simply shaken by seeing his friends' bodies, and it triggered a magical outburst." A magical outburst. Producing fiend fire. Snape's expression grew increasingly sour, as though his intelligence were under assault. "It's not impossible," Dumbledore mused, stroking his beard. Kyle did encounter fiend fire back in his second year, a terrifying experience he barely escaped. And then there was the boggart, a creature that preys on a person's deepest fears. Kyle may have subconsciously recalled that encounter, and under stress, reproduced it. Such magical storms can act unpredictably. Silence filled the headmaster's office. Snape looked at Dumbledore in disbelief, as if forced to drink a foul potion brewed by Neville Longbottom. "Do you take me for an idiot?" "Of course not, Severus. You are the most talented potions master I have ever met, and one of the youngest heads of House Hogwarts has ever seen. There's no question of that. But," Dumbledore continued, switching his tone, "you've devoted yourself to potions to such an extent that perhaps other areas lack your attention. Magic is a mysterious and infinitely complex force, Severus." Knock, knock. Snape, preparing another retort, was cut off by a knock at the door. Right on time. Dumbledore rose from his chair. "Severus, could you ask Hagrid to come in? Kyle might miss the beginning of his next class. I hope you don't regret this." Snape took a long, controlled breath, then turned to open the door. Standing there were Professor McGonagall and Kyle. Snape's mouth twitched slightly, but he said nothing, brushing past them. Professor McGonagall offered a brief nod and left Kyle alone with Dumbledore. "Please, sit down," Dumbledore said, gesturing to a cushioned armchair before him. Kyle walked over and took a seat, bracing himself for a barrage of questions or, worse, a stern reprimand. But neither came. Instead, Dumbledore merely waved his hand in a calm, casual motion, and the small table between them was instantly laden with a variety of delicious foods. "You can have your lunch here. It may not be as lively as the Great Hall, but the food is just as good," Dumbledore said with a wink. "And as headmaster, I happen to have a few treats that aren't served in the cafeteria, like this honey cream pie." He pushed a slice toward Kyle. "Go on, give it a try." Kyle cut a small piece and placed it on his plate but didn't eat it. Anything Dumbledore liked tended to be too sweet for his taste, and honey cream, even the name alone sounded far too sweet. Noticing Kyle's hesitation, Dumbledore merely smiled and brought the plate back to himself, happily enjoying it. The two of them shared lunch in the quiet of the headmaster's office, an atmosphere that was somehow both warm and unusual. After about half an hour, the last plate of pudding disappeared, and Dumbledore set a pot of black tea and a glass of lemonade on the table. "Can you tell me why?" Dumbledore asked suddenly, breaking the silence. "I'm sorry, Professor," Kyle replied, without offering further details. "I just wanted to make sure that Boggart was gone, completely." "Was it because you saw the body of your friend?" Dumbledore asked gently. Kyle nodded. For the first time, his mind had gone blank, his body acting on its own. By the time he'd regained control, it was already too late. "Yes, yes." Dumbledore's hand, holding his teacup, paused for a moment in midair before he softly continued, "I can understand." He couldn't imagine what he might have done if he'd turned around and seen the body of his sister, Ariana. Perhaps, he would have reacted the same as Kyle, or worse. Dumbledore's gaze flickered, and after a brief silence, he placed the teacup back on the table and added 2 more sugar cubes. "But Kyle, regardless of your intentions, you've still seriously violated school rules. As punishment, I'll have to deduct 100 points from Hufflepuff. And you must promise me that you'll never use any dark magic inside the castle again." Kyle blinked, a bit taken aback. He hadn't expected Dumbledore's punishment to be limited to just a points deduction. 100 points might sound harsh, but in reality, it was one of the lightest punishments he could have received. Hufflepuffs valued their points less than, say, Gryffindors. They'd take this better than they would a meal cutback. "I promise, Professor," Kyle said. "See that you do." Dumbledore nodded. "Also, you're responsible for arranging a new office for Professor Lupin, desks, chairs, windows, the works. If you don't have enough galleons, I'll have to contact your family." "What?" Kyle, in the middle of sipping his lemonade, nearly choked. "Couldn't you come up with another reason and get the governors to cover it?" "Certainly not," Dumbledore replied with a wry look. "This was your doing, after all." He gave Kyle a bemused smile. The boy apparently thought the governors were quite gullible. Well, perhaps they were, but there was no need to take advantage of it. "All right, you may go," Dumbledore said. "You should still be able to catch the first care of magical creatures class." But Kyle didn't move. "I have one more question, Professor." Go on. Is there any way to defend against a boggart? Kyle asked hesitantly. Like, with a clemency, perhaps. I'm afraid not, Dumbledore replied, his face thoughtful. A boggart is like a different sort of mirror of Ariste, it's not so much looking into you as it is reflecting what you hold within. So unless you've mastered a clemency to an exceptionally high degree, it would be very difficult to block. Like you? Kyle asked. If I chose to, Dumbledore said with a slight smile, but there are better ways to deal with boggarts than a clemency. You might want to ask Professor Lupin, I believe he taught the third years a handy little charm just yesterday. Ridiculous. Kyle asked. Ah, so you already know it, Dumbledore nodded approvingly. Yes, the textbook answer. Simple, but quite effective. Kyle frowned. But it doesn't actually stop the boggart from transforming, he pointed out. Well, at least it keeps things a bit quieter, Dumbledore said, a hint of humor in his eyes. You can't go around blowing up an office every time. Chapter 370, not a single normal person. After leaving the headmaster's office, Kyle didn't head directly to Hagrid's class. Instead, he stopped by the kitchen and asked the house elves to help him buy a few things, specifically, the furniture for Professor Lupin's office. While there were spare items in the storage room or the room of requirement, Kyle decided it was better to get new furniture. Professor Lupin had tried to cover for him, even if it hadn't worked, the effort had meant something. Kyle didn't want to skimp by just using old pieces. Besides, the cost was minimal, just a few badges worth. By evening, the house elves had returned, and Professor Lupin's office was set up with gleaming new furniture. Lupin looked slightly uncomfortable with the polished replacements, handling everything with care as though afraid to damage it. Kyle had also bought sweets with his remaining money, which he gave to the house elves as a thank you. The elves were overjoyed and insisted on filling his hands with more snacks in return. By the time he returned to the common room, his pockets were bulging as if he'd stuffed 2 bludgers in there. Kyle thought that would be the end of it. However, he was in for a surprise. By Friday morning, word had already spread throughout Hogwarts that he had accidentally set fire to Professor Lupin's office because of a boggart. Hogwarts truly has no secrets, Kyle sighed as he sat down at the table, taking a sip of pumpkin juice in resignation. In less than half an hour, more than 10 people had come by, asking him for details about what had happened. Thankfully, they didn't know it had been fiend fire, everyone assumed it was simply an unusually powerful fire-making charm. Hey, Kyle, is it true? Fred and George appeared, strolling over arm in arm as soon as Kyle set down his cup. That was spectacular. Fred said, sliding into a seat next to him with an exaggerated look of admiration. George pretended to wipe away a tear. I heard you only blew up the boggart after seeing us lying there, dead. Didn't know you cared so much. There was just one problem. George shot Cedric, who was eating stew nearby, a side eye. Why was he there too? What's so great about this? Cedric muttered, looking baffled. Judging by Fred and George's theatrics, an outsider might have thought they were squabbling over Quidditch tickets instead of debating who should occupy a death spot. With you in the mix, we'll never know who really died. Fred said in mock exasperation. Nearly Headless Nick said there were only 2 bodies, and if Cedric here counts, it could mean one of us was left out. We argued about it all night. Wait, Kyle cut in, did you say Nearly Headless Nick? Yes, Fred nodded. He mentioned that he drifted into the Defense Against the Dark Arts office while musing about something. Said he saw the whole thing. Suddenly, it all made sense to Kyle. He'd wondered how news of the boggart had spread when only he and Professor Lupin had been in the office. By the time others arrived, it was all over. Yet, somehow, the story had circulated in precise detail, everything except for Lupin giving him the money, as if someone had been watching the whole time. Kyle had assumed one of the professors might have let something slip. He'd never guessed it was Nearly Headless Nick. And the ghost had been right there, watching everything. So, Kyle. Fred leaned in, his eyes intense. Who was it, me or George? It's important. George echoed, leaning over just as eagerly. Cedric watched the twins, eyebrows raised. He was certain neither of them had looked this serious during final exams. You're both right, Kyle said nonchalantly. Nearly Headless Nick was mistaken. There were actually 3 of you, he just missed the other one. Really? George looked skeptical. Really, Kyle nodded. You can ask Professor Lupin if you don't believe me. He saw it. Fred and George studied him for a moment, satisfied that he was telling the truth, before sauntering back to the Gryffindor table, where they immediately began bragging. Around the room, an audible murmur of admiration spread. I really don't understand what they're so happy about, Hermione said, snapping her book shut. It was far too noisy to concentrate. You're right, Ron agreed. And it was just a boggart. All it needed was a simple charm. Ron looked particularly pleased with himself, feeling for the first time like he held the upper hand over Kyle in something academic. But Harry was quick to deflate him. You have to admit, though, Kyle's method worked faster than ours. He poured himself a glass of pumpkin juice. Remember what nearly headless Nick said, the boggart was taken care of instantly, nothing left. It was just the fire-making charm. I could have done it too, I just didn't think of it, Ron muttered. Beside him, Hermione frowned. The book didn't mention using the fire-making charm on boggarts, and she doubted Dumbledore would dock 100 points from Hufflepuff over an ordinary charm. Just then, as Fred and George moved away, Conna's head popped over, peering at Kyle. What about me? Where was I? She asked hopefully. Kyle expressionlessly raised a hand and nudged her aside. You weren't there. Go on, go play somewhere else. Stop poking your nose into everything. Then he turned to Cho, who was standing nearby, bouncing on her heels excitedly. You too. Humph. Cho huffed, looking hurt. Puffed. Conna added, equally miffed. They exchanged glances, clearly feeling snubbed and treated unfairly. Everyone was friends, after all. Cedric, Fred, and George had all been mentioned, but not them. How unfair. Cho shot him a glare, then dragged Conna back to the Ravenclaw table in a huff. Kyle felt a pang of frustration. He couldn't understand why anyone would care about being included in a boggart scenario involving deaths. Fred and George he could handle, they were unpredictable and loved anything outrageous. But Cho and Conna. Was there really no one normal left around him? Oh, right. There was one. Kyle glanced over at Cedric. Noticing his gaze, Cedric paused mid-bite on a pumpkin pasty and asked in a low voice, by the way, how did I die? Stuffed to death on pumpkin pasties, Kyle said dryly. All right, so there really was no one normal around him after all. That's impossible. Cedric chuckled, not believing Kyle's words. But he subtly pushed the half-eaten pumpkin pasty aside and reached for a baked potato instead. More and more students gathered around, all of them eager to hear the first-hand account from Kyle. Luckily, the mail arrived just in time. A large flock of owls swept into the Great Hall, delivering letters and packages to students. While everyone else read their mail, Kyle polished off the last bit of his pumpkin pasty in 2 quick bites and slipped out of the Great Hall before anyone else could catch him. Chapter 371, Unique Potion Talent. The first period of the morning was potions, a class Hufflepuff shared with Gryffindor. From the moment the lesson began, the Gryffindor students found themselves relentlessly targeted. Katie Bell, from the Quidditch team, lost 5 points right at the door for the offense of wearing a hat. McLaggen, another Gryffindor, lost 3 points because his book had a crease in it. The reason behind Snape's sudden surge in penalties was obvious to everyone. Back in the third-year class, during Defense Against the Dark Arts, Neville Longbottom's boggart had taken the form of Snape, and under Professor Lupin's guidance, Neville had transformed the boggart into a rather ridiculous version of Snape dressed in a frumpy grandmother's outfit. It was a memorable incident, but what made it worse was that someone had managed to snap a picture of it and circulate it around the classroom. Though the official story claimed all the photos had been confiscated, plenty still circulated among students. Determined to find the culprit, Snape had tried every tactic available, threats, bribes, even surveillance, but the students were more unified than ever, and no one talked. Even Professor Lupin, when asked, had maintained, I don't know, I didn't see anything, which had only fueled Snape's anger further. As a result, Gryffindor, the house that had originally shared the photo, had suffered ever since. Despite Hufflepuff's recent loss of 100 points thanks to Kyle, they were still comfortably ahead of Gryffindor in the house standings, mostly due to Snape's relentless point deductions. Gryffindor had been plummeting toward a new low score from the very start of the school year. Even Professor McGonagall couldn't say much to defend her students. She, too, had seen the infamous photo, and while she certainly didn't approve of Snape's vendetta, she couldn't entirely blame him for being furious. Invigoration Draft. Snape didn't return to the podium until Gryffindor had lost 20 points. Then he droned on, Lovage, Ginger Root, the Horn of the Erumpent. Mr. McLaggen. He suddenly asked, what do you need to do with the Erumpent's horn when brewing the Invigoration Draft? Roast it and then grind it to a powder, Professor, said Cormac McLaggen, standing up and glancing at the blackboard. Haha, Snape miscalculated this time. Kyle heard someone whisper behind him. Luckily, it's all on the blackboard. Just take a look and you'll know. Oh. Snape on the stage raised an eyebrow, took a step to block the blackboard, and continued, how long does it need to be roasted? 20 minutes, McLaggen answered without hesitation. After that, you need to scrape off the surface layer before grinding. Do you think you're very clever? Snape said with a sinister smile. Remembering all that after just one look. I wasn't looking at the blackboard, Professor. McLaggen said with a straight face. I knew because I read the book in advance. If you'd read the book in advance, you'd know that the invigoration draft requires the horn of a grabhorn, not an erumpent. Snape sneered. 5 points from Gryffindor. McLagan's face froze in disbelief. But you wrote erumpent on the chalkboard. I wouldn't have made that mistake. Oh, that. I made a mistake, Snape replied, turning around to erase the line. You said you didn't look at the chalkboard, he said lazily. Cheating a professor costs Gryffindor 5 more points. Next, they had to handle the ingredients. Lovage and ginger root were simple enough, but the grabhorn's horn posed a real challenge. It was so hard and dense that cutting it was difficult, let alone grinding it. Roasting it first was a step Snape had given them, one not found in the book. Kyle, Ryan leaned over and whispered, "Did you see today's Daily Prophet?" No, Kyle shook his head. Did something happen? Someone spotted Sirius Black, Mikkel whispered. Where? Cragcroftshire, just south of Hogsmeade, Mikkel said excitedly. A muggle saw him. Of course, he didn't know who it was and thought Black was just some criminal, so he called the hotline. But by the time the ministry got there, Black was gone. That's not far at all, less than 50 miles from Hogsmeade. McLagan, sitting next to them, leaned over. Do you think he'll come to Hogwarts? Conna looked a bit nervous. That's impossible, McLagan replied. Don't forget, there are Dementors at the school entrance. He'd be walking right into them. But I still feel something's off, Mikkel mused. There are so many places he could go, why show up so close to Hogsmeade? Maybe he doesn't know there are Dementors here, McLagan snorted. I hope he comes soon, though, because if the Dementors find him, he won't get away. Once he's captured, the Dementors will leave the school too. To be honest, just thinking about those monsters guarding the entrance gives me the chills. Even the wind feels colder. The group didn't dare say more and dispersed before Snape turned around. Kyle, do you think if Black did come to Hogwarts, the Dementors at the gate could really stop him? Conna asked in a low voice. It's hard to say, Kyle replied, shaking his head. They let Black escape once, even in their own territory, and there are only 2 Dementors here now. But don't worry, everything will be fine, I promise. Hearing Kyle's reassurance, Conna finally relaxed and started peeling the ginger root with her knife. As the class neared its end, Snape began making his rounds to inspect everyone's potions. Kyle and Conna's cauldrons both held a bright, clear yellow liquid, the standard color, nothing unusual. Snape didn't even pause to look at them, moving on without a word. But the others weren't as fortunate. Their potions had turned all sorts of unexpected colors. Kyle noticed Michael's potion in particular. It was a strange shade of purple, with a thick, brownish smoke rising from it. Even Snape, usually unruffled, stopped and stared at the concoction for a moment. He could usually pinpoint the issue in other students' potions, perhaps an excess of one ingredient, or an improperly stirred mixture, but this one was different. Lovage, ginger root, and grabhorn horn, how could those ingredients produce this? What a revelation. Hufflepuff loses 10 points, Snape finally said, fixing his gaze on Michael's cauldron before turning his steely eyes to Mikkel. And detention. Report to the dungeons on Saturday morning at 8 o'clock until you've mastered the invigoration draft. Chapter 372, The Diadem in the Treasure Chamber. Weekends at Hogwarts were always a delight, though not for everyone. At 7:50, Mikkel, who had been lingering in the Great Hall for the past half hour, reluctantly put down his cutlery and headed for the dungeons, glancing back every few steps. He seemed desperate, as though hoping his friends might accompany him, or that someone might jinx him, anything to avoid this detention. He'd even welcome a trip to the hospital wing if it meant escaping. But Kyle and Ryan never once looked up. I'm heading to the Quidditch pitch later, Ryan said, as though completely unaware of Michael's plight. He turned to Kyle. They're recruiting 2 players this year. I'm going to try out, maybe I'll get picked. That's great. Which position are you aiming for? Kyle replied, keeping his gaze firmly away from Michael's pitiful expression at the door. Chaser, just like you, Ryan said, pouring himself a glass of juice. Or maybe keeper. I heard the competition for that spot isn't too fierce. I'm not sure, Kyle said thoughtfully. But I think you should try out for both positions to see which one suits you best. That's my plan, Ryan agreed, taking another piece of toast. Are you coming? We could go together. I'm not going, Kyle shook his head. With Cedric in charge, I've got other things to do. Since Harris graduated, Cedric had become the new team captain, responsible for recruiting new players and organizing training sessions. They chatted a while longer, and by the time the hall was empty, the clock struck 8. Mikkel was nowhere to be seen, presumably in the dungeons by now. Ryan headed off toward the Quidditch pitch, while Kyle made his way to the 8th floor. He walked back and forth along a particular corridor 3 times, murmuring, I need a room where I can hide things. Finally, a door appeared opposite a tapestry, as if it had always been there. Kyle stepped inside and closed it behind him. Silence enveloped him. The room was as large as the Great Hall, its towering walls filled with the hidden remnants left by generations of Hogwarts students. Below were piles of rickety, broken furniture and thousands of books. Most of these were worthless, though some were dangerous banned books, cursed to jinx the reader if opened, bordering on dark magic. While there were surely useful books among the piles, Kyle had neither the time nor patience to sift through them. The library offered more than enough reading material without the risk. Continuing down rows cluttered with winged slingshots, fanged frisbees, some still hovering lifelessly, broken potion bottles, old clothing, opals, eggshells, and rusty iron swords, Kyle wove through this labyrinth of trash, or treasure. Soon, he found what he was looking for, a troll statue. Standing over 10 feet tall, it was unmistakably conspicuous, even amidst the room's strange treasures. It should be around here somewhere, Kyle muttered, scanning the passage in front of the troll statue and stopping in front of a pile of particularly unattractive statues. Each statue was crafted in the same garish style, uglier than the last. Compared to these grotesque figures, even old Tom from the Leaky Cauldron could be considered handsome. Among the statues of wizards that looked like oversized house elves, one stood out. It wasn't the ugliest, but it wore a rust-colored crown, set at a slight angle on its head. Ravenclaw's diadem. Kyle took a deep breath. He'd seen it once before, during his first year, though only from a distance. He'd never dared to approach it back then. His original plan had been to bring it to Dumbledore if the time came when Dumbledore started seeking out Voldemort's Horcruxes. But in June, something had changed his mind. The reason was Rowena Ravenclaw. During his encounter in the Chamber of Secrets, Rowena had been the most reserved of the founders. She typically observed in silence while the other three spoke. The only thing she had told him directly was to practice occlumency, and at the end, she'd mentioned the crown. If Kyle recalled correctly, her exact words were that he would have truly mastered occlumency when he could wear the diadem without it affecting him. At the time, this hadn't seemed strange. After all, strengthening one's intellect could be viewed as a kind of magical influence, falling within the realm of occlumency. But recently, after seeing the Sorting Hat in Dumbledore's office, Kyle had begun to feel that something wasn't quite right. If a sword could be so carefully protected, what would happen if it were a diadem that granted intelligence? Even setting aside everything else, even if the diadem had never been stolen by Helena, had never become a Horcrux, and had simply remained at Hogwarts all these years, would such an important artifact ever be used by a student, just like that? And if, as Rowena Ravenclaw suggested, the diadem was intended for occlumency practice, it wouldn't have been used just once or twice but would need to be worn frequently. This seemed utterly implausible. The notion of giving a student Ravenclaw's diadem to practice occlumency was preposterous. Unless Rowena Ravenclaw herself had been there to oversee its use, no headmaster would agree to such a risky and unprecedented idea. Well, maybe Dumbledore would, but only him. Rowena Ravenclaw could never have foreseen the character of Hogwarts headmaster 1,000 years into the future. Besides, there were countless ways to practice and test occlumency. Legilimens. Confundus charm, even working with a vela would do. Why use a diadem? Wasn't that setting the bar a bit high? It was like wanting to practice boxing and being handed a 10-centimeter thick steel plate, with someone telling you you'd be successful when you could punch a hole through it. Fine, but was that really necessary? With Rowena Ravenclaw's wisdom, it was unlikely she hadn't considered these things, yet she still mentioned the diadem. Was there some other meaning in her words? After hesitating for several days, Kyle decided to go for it. Overthinking or not, he would at least take possession of the diadem. With his current occlumency skills, he should be able to resist the influence of the Horcrux. Probably. Kyle donned his shield gloves and carefully picked up the diadem. No curse triggered, no trace of mental magic stirred. The diadem had simply lost its brilliance after being made into a Horcrux, leaving it dull and tarnished. If he were to take it to the junk shop in Diagon Alley, he doubted anyone would offer even a sickle for it. Looking closely, Kyle could just make out the faint engraving, which beyond measure is man's greatest treasure. He took off his shield gloves and held it directly in his hands, but still felt no reaction. It seemed that, while both were Horcruxes, the diadem was not as active as the diary. Kyle pulled out a box he had prepared in advance and placed the diadem inside. This box, a gift from Nicholas Flamel, had held the diary last year. It now held the diadem, making it a fittingly specialized match. Chapter 373, Substitute Teaching. The process of obtaining the diadem had gone smoothly, but Kyle was left uncertain about what to do next. For a long time, every time he prepared to study the diadem, he ended up simply staring at it. Now that this object had become one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, any secrets Rowena Ravenclaw might have hidden within it seemed utterly inaccessible. Why not try wearing it? Kyle held the diadem above his head, waving it around for a moment before giving up on the rather reckless notion. Once again, there was no result. As Kyle returned the box to its hiding place and made his way back to the common room, he ran into Kana, who seemed to be looking for him. "Class is about to start. I thought you'd already left." "No, I just had something else to take care of," Kyle replied, shaking his head and pulling out a stack of textbooks. "What's our next class?" "Defense against the dark arts," Kana answered with a hint of excitement. Since the new professor had taken over, the class no longer involved just reading textbooks and acting out scenes, making Defense Against the Dark Arts suddenly engaging and everyone's favorite, everyone except a few Slytherins, like Malfoy. His reasoning was straightforward: if Harry enjoyed the class, he despised it. That was all. Though his only criticism of Professor Lupin was that he wore shabby clothes and owned just one decent robe, he never claimed the lessons themselves were dull. "I wonder what we'll learn today," Kana mused as they walked. "We've already covered Fulpers and leprechauns, so I bet it'll be a new magical creature. If only he could teach us how to deal with Dementors," she added hopefully. "Yesterday, on the way to herbology, I caught a glimpse of one from a distance and felt a chill down my spine." "Professor Lupin probably won't be teaching that," Kyle shook his head, "but if you're interested, I could show you the Patronus charm." "Is that the spell you used on the train?" Kana asked. "That's right," Kyle confirmed. "The Patronus charm is considered the most effective way to ward off Dementors in the wizarding world. So, what do you think? Want to learn it?" "Yes," Kana answered without a second's hesitation. Kyle raised an eyebrow. "Then you can call me Professor Kyle, and I'll teach you." "In your dreams." Kana huffed, giving him a swift kick to the shin before turning away, leaving him to follow with a smirk. The two of them continued on to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, only to find, unexpectedly, that Professor Lupin wasn't there. Instead, Snape was waiting. Snape took one look at Kana's irritated expression and then glanced over at Kyle. His face darkened immediately, as if a certain realization had just dawned on him. Kyle quickly suppressed his smile, lowered his head, and silently entered the classroom under Snape's withering glare. Kana followed and sat beside him. He wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but ever since she sat down, Kyle felt a distinct chill at the back of his neck. Thankfully, the bell rang shortly afterward, signaling the start of class. Snape strode to the front of the class, turned to face everyone, and in his usual chilly tone announced, "Unfortunately, Professor Lupin is unwell today and cannot attend class, so I will be taking over." "What's wrong with him?" someone asked, sounding concerned. "Raise your hand when you want to speak in class, Ravenclaw lose 5 points." Snape shot the student a cold glare, which immediately silenced the entire class. "Nothing life-threatening," he added with a faintly regretful tone. "And if anyone speaks without permission again, they'll lose 10 points." The room fell into a tense hush, and even the sound of breathing grew quieter. "Professor Lupin has left no notes on what he's been teaching you," Snape continued. "I must say, this lack of organization is remarkably amateurish. Professor Lupin teaches pretty well." Someone dared to mutter, and a few murmurs of agreement rippled through the students. "That's because you're easily satisfied. First-year students should be able to handle leprechauns." That's another 10 points deducted from Ravenclaw. Silence settled over the classroom once more. "We're going to learn something different today," Snape declared in an unsettlingly calm voice. "Everyone, turn to page 394. The students exchanged puzzled glances, but under Snape's unyielding gaze, they muttered quietly to themselves as they opened their textbooks. "Werewolves," announced Snape. "Can anyone tell me how to distinguish a werewolf from an ordinary wolf?" A few students raised their hands. "Miss Prince." Kana stood up. "There are a few subtle differences. A werewolf's muzzle is slightly shorter, and their pupils are smaller." "Very good." Hufflepuff, 10 points. Snape nodded with satisfaction and continued, "Werewolves typically appear no different from ordinary people, except for one distinguishing feature. Can anyone tell me what that is?" More hands went up, and Snape pointed to Cho. "Werewolves only transform during a full moon." "Incomplete." Snape waved her off dismissively, giving no sign of adding extra credit. "In fact, they're also weakened a few days before and after the full moon." "Why are you all sitting there? Write this down." The students scrambled to grab their quills and parchments, and a flurry of rustling filled the room. "Now, turn to page 395, where you'll find a more detailed explanation." For the rest of the lesson, Snape asked no further questions. Instead, he instructed the students to sit silently and copy down notes on werewolves from the textbook, while he paced back and forth between the desks, making sure each student was writing enough. It was as though they had traveled back 2 years, to when lessons often involved filling pages with copied notes. Finally, the bell rang, signaling the end of class, but Snape didn't release them immediately. "I want each of you to write an essay on how to identify and kill a werewolf. 2 full rolls of parchment, due Monday morning." The students left the classroom as quickly as they could, with Kyle leading the way. He had spent the entire class trying to minimize his presence, remaining silent to avoid drawing any attention from Snape, who seemed especially menacing today. Once they were clear of Snape's range, the students began murmuring about the class. "My God, 2 rolls of parchment," McGonagall complained. "That's enough to cover my defense against the dark arts homework 5 times over. Even in Transfiguration, it would be enough for 3 essays," Ryan groaned. "I really hope Professor Lupin recovers soon so we don't have to write this." Kyle didn't join in on the complaints but quickly descended the stairs. It wasn't until he reached the common room, and the barrel door behind him closed with a soft creak, that the uncomfortable prickling sensation in his neck finally faded. Chapter 374, A New Team. In early October, the Quidditch season loomed closer, and Cedric had been noticeably more nervous than usual. Everywhere he went, he clutched a notebook, scribbling furiously. Even his reading material had shifted from books like The Development and Change of Medieval Charms to a detailed explanation of 100 Quidditch tactics. When Harris was captain, the team never lost a match, he'd say, almost to himself. "I've got to keep the Quidditch Cup in Hufflepuff." On the second weekend of October, Kyle had hoped to sleep in. But early in the morning, Cedric burst into his room, dragging him out of bed and all the way to the Great Hall without giving him a chance to protest. "Training, Kyle. You've already missed 3 sessions." As they ate their beef sandwiches, Cedric gave him a stern look. "And don't tell me you've got something else going on again this time." No, I don't think so," Kyle replied, trying to sound sincere under Cedric's disapproving gaze. The truth was that, until recently, Kyle had been preoccupied with something else. The mandrakes he'd planted in the room of requirement had finally started to show signs of activity, a clear indication they were about to mature. Although it was a few months later than expected, they were finally ready. Kyle had been going to the room of requirement constantly to monitor them, ensuring everything went smoothly. He'd even skipped training and cut his breaks short during class, constantly busy. Fortunately, his dedication had paid off. Every mandrake had reached full maturity, their cries now powerful and healthy. Although Kyle had worn earplugs the whole time, the vigor of their cries and their appearance confirmed it. "You're sure you're okay?" Cedric asked, casting him a skeptical glance. "Positive," Kyle replied, nodding firmly. The venomous tentacula he was also tending to would still need some time to fully recover, probably not until the end of the year, but that was still far off. Meanwhile, now that Cedric was team captain, missing too many practices in a row was starting to seem unreasonable. If anyone got the wrong impression, they might think he was ignoring Cedric's leadership, and Kyle didn't want that kind of reputation. After becoming team captain, Cedric had taken on responsibility for recruiting new players, organizing training plans, and developing game strategies. With his hands full, he had left most of it up to Cedric. "That's for the best," Cedric said, taking a sip of pumpkin juice. "The competition is coming up soon, so no matter how busy you are, you'll need to attend training regularly. At the very least, you should meet the new players. We have 4 this time." With 7 players on a team, having 4 newcomers would understandably make Cedric nervous. "Wait." Kyle looked up, something suddenly dawning on him. "How many did you say?" 4. Cedric confirmed. "Wasn't it 3? Kyle asked doubtfully. 2 chasers and a keeper. I remember there were only 3 from that year." "So, you really haven't been paying attention to the team at all." Cedric's eyes narrowed slightly, but after a moment's hesitation, he explained. "Our 7th-year beater, Wright, wants to join the Aurors after graduation. But his grades are barely making the cut, and Quidditch practice takes up too much of his time. Just yesterday, he submitted his resignation." "Yesterday?" Kyle frowned. "It's so close to the season. Do you think Madame Hooch will let us replace him?" "She agreed," Cedric replied. "Graduation is approaching, and a lot of students are torn between Quidditch and their studies. In cases like Wright's, where students don't want to delay their future plans, 7th-years are allowed to withdraw, even right before the final match." Kyle nodded. He hadn't realized that was possible. "So, have you found someone to replace him?" he asked. "I have a few candidates in mind," Cedric said thoughtfully. "I think your roommate, McGonagall, would be a good fit." "McGonagall?" Kyle echoed, a little surprised. "Yes," Cedric said. "Remember back in 2nd year, when he carried a bludger halfway across the pitch? That takes serious arm strength. I think he'd make a natural beater, with a bit of training, of course." They called McGonagall, who had just finished breakfast, along with 2 other students, and all headed to the Quidditch pitch. But as soon as they arrived, they spotted another group on the field, dressed in red robes and carrying broomsticks. "Cedric." Oliver Wood strode over. "Isn't your training session scheduled for the afternoon?" "It is," Cedric replied, "but Madame Hooch granted a special permission to use the pitch today to select new players." "New players? But it's already." Oliver began, then realization struck him. "Your 7th-year beater. Yes, Cedric confirmed. He decided to quit so he'd have more time to study, so we need to find a new beater as soon as possible. Sorry, looks like you'll have to reschedule. Oliver's face betrayed a flicker of a grin, though he quickly suppressed it. That's perfectly fine. Obviously, this is more important, he said, acting unbothered by the setback. I bet Oliver's heart is singing right now, Fred whispered to Harry as they walked off. He's always seen Hufflepuff as our biggest threat. But they're in trouble this year, George pointed out. 3 of their seniors graduated, and now Wright quit. So that means. Harry thought it through. The Hufflepuff team we're up against this year is mostly inexperienced. You got it. Fred said with a grin. Oliver, overhearing, turned back to the group. For us, this is the best opportunity we'll get. Hufflepuff's glory days are over, we can absolutely take the Quidditch Cup back this time. Clenching his fists, he added, ever since Harry joined, I thought winning the Quidditch Cup was a certainty, but things didn't go as planned. This is our last chance. As a 7th year, this was Wood's final season, and he desperately wanted to leave with a victory to his name. Watching the Gryffindors leave the pitch, Kyle muttered, I bet Gryffindor's positively gloating right now. But they're wrong if they think we can't replace experienced players. They've got one thing wrong, Cedric added with a grin. New players don't mean weak players. Experience will come as they play. And. He glanced at Kyle, we still have Hogwarts' best chaser. Well, you're not wrong there, Kyle replied with a grin, without a hint of modesty. Cedric was certainly proving himself to be a fitting captain. At the very least, he had excellent judgment. Chapter 375, a long-awaited visiting day. By lunchtime, the new beater had been chosen, McGonagall. He had a solid understanding of Quidditch rules and good flying technique, having studied the game in depth. These qualities helped him secure the spot, and Cedric promptly decided he would take Wright's place as Hufflepuff's new beater. When Ryan heard the news, he turned green with envy. He had tried out for the keeper position but ultimately lost to a 5th-year student due to a slightly slower reaction time. Meanwhile, McGonagall was ecstatic, immediately offering to buy lunch for the whole team in the Great Hall. After their first team practice, Kyle returned to the Hufflepuff common room, seeking the comfort of a warm armchair by the fireplace. The rain had started after midday, and despite his warming badge, the October chill seeped through, making the cozy fire especially inviting. The common room buzzed with excited chatter, the noise almost overwhelming. What's all this about? He asked Kanna, who was seated nearby, completing star charts for her astronomy class. First weekend to Hogsmeade, Kanna replied, pointing to a notice posted on the board. It's scheduled for the end of October, the night before Halloween. Perfect, said Cedric, squeezing past. I'm heading to Dervish and Banges for a broom handling kit. Mine isn't turning as smoothly as it used to. Kyle was pleased too. A trip to Hogsmeade was one of the few outings Hogwarts students had to look forward to. Although he knew of secret passageways to Hogsmeade and had snuck there several times with Fred and George, he'd been more cautious since Professor McGonagall caught them at the 3 broomsticks last time. And this year, sneaking around was even riskier with Dementors stationed at the school. Thankfully, under Dumbledore's orders, the Dementors kept mostly to Hogwarts entrances, but things were different in Hogsmeade, especially with reports of Sirius Black-sighted nearby. Shopkeepers had even complained in the Daily Prophet, demanding the Ministry control the Dementors and stop them from drifting into shops. But it had little effect. The Ministry was indifferent, and Dementors didn't read newspapers. Encountering one while sneaking around Hogsmeade was far worse than getting caught by a professor. The next day, the students' excitement for the Hogsmeade visit was evident. In herbology class, everyone chattered about their plans, and Professor Sprout had to dock 2 students' points to bring the class back to focus. I know you're all eager to visit Honeydukes, Professor Sprout said sternly, but our lesson today is just as important. Remember, belladonna is a dangerous and poisonous plant, and you must handle its pollen with caution, unless, of course, you prefer to spend Halloween in the hospital wing. Now, put on your protective gloves. Professor Sprout's warning had the desired effect. Hearing the word poisonous made everyone more cautious, and they hurried to grab the gloves on the table. Professor Sprout watched them with satisfaction. Unbeknownst to the students, the plants they handled in the greenhouse were rarely at their most dangerous. For example, the mandrake plants they'd worked with last year were still juveniles. Once they matured and their cries became lethal, Professor Sprout moved them to a separate greenhouse off-limits to students. The same was true for the belladonna flowers they worked with now. While still yellow, their pollen could only cause a mild itch if touched. But once they turned purple, even a small amount of contact with pollen would mean more than a brief stint in the hospital wing. It might delay their release until Christmas. But there was no need for the students to worry about that just yet. They could learn about the full risks after they'd returned from their Hogsmeade trip. After herbology class, Kyle headed back to the castle, where he ran into a downcast Harry near the entrance hall. Harry was walking with his head lowered, so distracted he nearly knocked over a suit of armor. "Hey, kid, watch where you're going," a portrait shouted from above. "That's my favorite armor." Harry didn't respond, just turned and continued walking toward the Great Hall. "What's wrong with him?" Kyle asked, noting Harry's mood. "No one signed his permission form," explained Hermione, who was walking beside him. "Professor McGonagall won't let him go to Hogsmeade." "That's just being inflexible." Ron burst out. "Professor McGonagall knows his aunt and uncle are muggles, and they hate anything related to magic. They'd never sign his permission form. But if she just gave permission herself, that'd be that. Professor McGonagall is doing the right thing." Hermione argued, annoyed. "Let's not forget that Black has already been spotted nearby." "Black isn't stupid, he's not going to go wandering around Hogsmeade," Ron countered. "Oh, only you would think that," snapped Hermione. "Kyle, what do you think?" All eyes turned to Kyle, Harry's included, his expression hopeful yet resigned. Kyle felt caught off guard. Wasn't this about Harry? How did this suddenly shift to him? He thought for a moment before replying, "I think Hermione has a point. On the day of the Hogsmeade visit, the Dementors will be on standby there, making it easier for them to guard the village. But if Black does want to try anything, that would be his best chance." "See?" Hermione said, turning to Ron with a satisfied look. Ron muttered something under his breath, clearly unconvinced, but Harry's expression remained somber. The fact was, Professor McGonagall had refused his request, and unless Uncle Vernon showed up at Hogwarts to sign his form, which was obviously impossible, nothing could be done. Kyle's reasoning gave Harry a small, if bitter, rationale for staying behind. If Sirius Black was out there looking for him, he would indeed be safer at Hogwarts. For now, that was the only way he could try to accept it. "Cheer up, there's still the feast," Ron said encouragingly. "The Halloween feast, something to look forward to." "Yeah, that's true," Harry replied, attempting a small smile, though his enthusiasm remained subdued. Chapter 376, Teasing Dogs. The morning before Halloween, nearly all the third-year students and above gathered outside Hogwarts' main entrance, eager to set off for Hogsmeade. Harry, however, stood alone in the foyer, under Filch's watchful eye. With no signed permission form, he was the only third-year not joining the trip, which made him Filch's primary target. Professor McGonagall arrived shortly after, leading the procession of students out of the castle. Harry forced himself to appear casual as he waved goodbye to Ron and Hermione. "Don't worry about me," he said, trying to sound unconcerned. "I'll see you at the banquet later, have fun." "Staying behind, Potter?" Malfoy called, approaching with a sneer. "Afraid of the Dementors?" Harry ignored him, heading instead toward the marble staircase. "Shame he can't go to Hogsmeade, he's going to miss out on so much," Fred whispered to George, glancing back at Harry. "He can't stay locked in the castle for the next 7 years. That'd be miserable." "Exactly," George nodded. "We've got to help him out." "How?" asked Kyle, who was walking beside them. "Are you thinking about giving him the Marauder's map?" "Not a bad idea," Fred said thoughtfully. "We've memorized all the secret passageways by now, so giving it to Harry wouldn't be the worst plan. But it'd be tricky for nighttime excursions," George added. "Actually, we could use the map we made last year, as long as we mark the secret passages on it. We'll just have to make sure it's discreet, so Filch or any professor can't stumble upon it," Fred pointed out. "How about something like the Marauder's map, a password to reveal everything?" Kyle suggested. "Exactly what I was thinking," Fred replied. As they discussed this, the group reached Hogsmeade Village. Fred and George promptly abandoned thoughts of Harry when they spotted the pointy roofs of Zonko's joke shop. Before anyone could mention it, they were already hurrying toward shelves stocked with stink pellets, belch powder, and fanged frisbees. Harry who? Meanwhile, Cedric was headed to Dervish and Banges to buy a broomstick servicing kit, and Kyle decided to join him. The shop's owners, a pair of brothers with a knack for magical gadgets, often had something unique in stock. Kanna and Cho, on the other hand, were more interested in visiting Madame Putafoot's tea house. They all agreed to meet at the Three Broomsticks in an hour before splitting up to explore. Dervish and Banges was located at the far end of the village, close to the Hog's Head, and looked smaller and more worn than the other shops. Kyle and Cedric pushed open the door and stepped inside. Inside, the shop was a chaotic maze of stacked magical objects, some towering and swaying dangerously as if they might collapse at any moment. Kyle had only ever seen such a cluttered setup in the Room of Requirement's hidden storage area. "Welcome." A blonde wizard popped his head out from behind the counter. "What can I get for you? Do you have any tools for pruning broomsticks?" Cedric asked. Of course, the shopkeeper leaned out, pulling a square box from amidst the towering stacks of magical items. Cedric took a cautious step back as the entire wall behind the shopkeeper swayed slightly from the movement, but the shopkeeper seemed unfazed. With a casual motion, he opened the box on the counter. 9 sickles for the tail twig clippers. The complete broomstick servicing kit is 2 galleons, and that includes a bottle of wood wax oil and a convenient carrying case. Which would you prefer? The complete set, it's more economical, Cedric replied, counting out 2 galleons and placing them on the counter. Thank you for your purchase. The shopkeeper then turned to Kyle. And what can I help you with? Before that, I've got a question. Kyle pointed toward the shop door. Is that dog outside yours? What? The shopkeeper looked up and saw a large black dog lying by the door, clearly visible through the glass. Of course not. Not many wizards would go for a big, black dog as a pet. The shopkeeper shook his head and continued, it probably wandered over from the Hog's Head next door. The folks who frequent the place are always a bit unusual. Wouldn't surprise me if someone brought along something like that. He chuckled suddenly. Last time a Runespore got loose, I could hear Madame Rosmerta screaming all the way over here. Really, sounds like Madame Rosmerta isn't a fan of 3-headed snakes, Kyle said with a slight smile. Then, shifting his attention back to the shop, he asked, do you have any interesting new items? You're in luck, the shopkeeper replied, reaching under the counter and pulling out a small gray bead. Just got this in yesterday. It's called the Mist Gem. Crush it, and it'll create a thick fog that can't be dispersed, lasting about 2 hours. Not even a windy spell can clear it away. Kyle asked, intrigued. Not unless the windy spell was cast by Mr. Dumbledore himself, the shopkeeper joked. Otherwise, the fog will just linger in place. Kyle's eyes lit up. How much? 20 galleons, the shopkeeper replied. It's a bit pricey, but these are imported from Wagada, and we've only managed to acquire 3. After some haggling, Kyle managed to buy all 3 Mist Gems for 55 galleons. The shopkeeper only knocked 5 galleons off the price but threw in a pair of spectrespecs and a few irregular opals, likely just clearing out unsold stock. Still, Kyle wasn't one to turn down freebies. Half an hour later, Kyle and Cedric left Dervish and Banges, their hands full. The large black dog they'd seen earlier was still lying outside the shop, its gray eyes following the flow of students along the main road, as if searching for someone or something. As Kyle passed by, he suddenly stopped, an idea forming. Pressing his tongue against his upper teeth, he made a series of small, quick noises, sniff, sniff, sniff. Without a second's hesitation, the black dog's head whipped around toward him. Kyle grinned. Guess this trick works on all dogs. He crouched down, raising a finger in the air. Sit. The black dog responded with a look that could only be described as a sneer, completely ignoring him and resuming its position, tail wagging lazily. Cedric had been a bit wary of the dog at first, aware of the dark omen associated with large black dogs in the wizarding world. But now, seeing Kyle snubbed so effectively, he couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Seems like it's a good dog after all. Undeterred, Kyle pulled out a small bag of jerky and waved it enticingly. Sit. This time, the black dog perked up immediately, sitting with both front paws on the ground, eyes fixed intently on the bag. Roll over. Kyle instructed, holding the bag just out of reach. The dog hesitated briefly but, after catching a whiff of the jerky's aroma, rolled over on the ground without further resistance. Amused, Kyle continued to test other commands: run, spin in place, stand and jump, walk through an imaginary hoop, circle. The black dog dutifully performed each trick, its tail wagging enthusiastically. Not bad, Kyle said approvingly, finally placing the jerky in front of the dog. Here's your reward. Eat. He's so clever, Cedric said, crouching down beside him in amazement. It's like he understands you perfectly. The black dog paused momentarily, almost as if caught off guard by the praise, then resumed munching on the jerky as if nothing unusual had happened. Chapter 377, Mist Gems. Because they'd been so absorbed in teasing the dog, Kyle and Cedric arrived at the 3 broomsticks just as everyone else had settled in. Once they found their seats, Fred slid 2 bottles of butterbeer in front of them, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. How much did you 2 buy, and what took you so long? He asked. If you'd been any later, we were about to come looking for you. Not much, Cedric replied, taking a sip. But on the way back, we came across a really interesting big black dog. That's what held us up. Big black dog. George muttered, frowning. Could be bad luck, don't you think? It's probably just a stray that wandered in, Cedric said with a shrug. Or maybe someone from the Hog's Head brought it in. The shop is right next door, after all. Yeah, that sounds likely, Fred agreed. The people at the Hog's Head are always bringing in strange stuff. Last time we were there, George and I saw someone hide a 5-foot bone in their robes. We figured it might have been for a troll. George added with a grimace. And the smell was revolting. Fred wrinkled his nose at the memory, setting his butterbeer down. We were planning to check out the Hog's Head one of these days, but we dropped that idea after seeing that. Because of the troll bone. Cho asked, looking amused. No, because the landlord threw us out, George said with a shrug. He's got a terrible temper, that one. They continued chatting over butterbeer, the warmth of the pub and the lively conversation driving away the chill from outside. Later, when Kyle passed Dervish and Banges again, the black dog was nowhere to be seen, and it didn't reappear throughout the rest of the visit. When it was time to head back, everyone followed Professor McGonagall up to the castle. Kyle went straight to the room of requirement on the 8th floor rather than returning to the common room, and his friends joined him, eager to see the Miss Gem in action. I need a very large room with strong wind, Kyle said, pacing back and forth 3 times in front of the wall until a door appeared. When they stepped inside, they were immediately hit by gusts of intense wind. Kanna was nearly blown back, but Kyle managed to grab her in time. A little warning would have been nice, Fred yelled over the roar of the wind, straining to be heard. We're here now, it's fine. Kyle called back, not planning to go any further into the room. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out one of the Miss Gems and crushed it in his hand. Immediately, thick fog billowed out from the fragments, filling the space around them. Within seconds, they were enveloped in a dense, swirling haze. The raging wind that had almost blown them away seemed to disappear, muffled by the layers of fog that now cloaked the room. Fred blinked, rubbing his eyes. All he could make out were George standing nearby and a faint shadow of Cedric in the foggy distance. It's definitely worth 20 galleons. George's voice echoed from somewhere behind him. Kyle, where'd you go? Over here. Kyle replied, stepping closer with Kanna by his side, followed by Cho and Cedric. Incredible. Cedric muttered. The wind that nearly swept us off our feet was stopped by this fog. You get what you pay for, Fred said with a grin. If a little wind could scatter it, Kyle could go demand a refund from Dervish and Banges. Let's test it a bit more, Kyle said, drawing his wand. Ventus. Aguamenti. Incendio. Kyle kept testing different charms, but the dense fog stubbornly held its shape. Even when there were slight changes, the mist quickly returned to normal, maintaining visibility at less than a meter. George tried a few spells of his own and asked, Kyle, how big do you reckon this area actually is? No idea, Kyle replied, shaking his head. The shop owner didn't mention anything about the range. Why don't we find out? Fred suggested, and everyone quickly agreed. Kyle conjured a long piece of rope with his wand, tying one end to the doorknob as a guide. Following the lines on the floor, they started exploring. Half an hour later, they reached a wall. Is this the end? Kyle said, touching the wall and turning back in another direction. This time, it took only 10 minutes before they hit another boundary. Kyle began to realize he'd underestimated the room's size and the fog's reach. Should have been more specific, he sighed, giving his forehead a tap. Something massive, like a forest. With no other option, they began following the rope back toward the entrance. Well, we can confirm the Miss Gem covers a huge area, Fred remarked. Even walking slowly, we covered what felt like 5 Quidditch pitches in half an hour. More like 8, Cedric said confidently. George chuckled. Imagine throwing one of these onto the Quidditch pitch in the middle of a match, he said. That would be brilliant, Fred laughed. Players wouldn't see the goalposts and would fly all the way to Hogsmeade. Maybe stop by Honeyduke's to find a raspberry-flavored golden snitch, George added. Why don't you try it, Kyle? Fred suggested with a mischievous grin, and the two burst into laughter. Kyle rolled his eyes. Honeydukes might have rare sweets, but I know I'd be out 20 galleons. And probably in detention, thanks to Professor McGonagall. True. Fred sighed. Detention's one thing, but 20 galleons, that's painful. He reached out to touch the thick fog, watching as it clung to his fingers. When they finally returned to the entrance, they waited for the fog to clear. A gentle breeze began to flow, steadily growing stronger until the mist started to dissipate. Right on time, Kyle said, stepping out as the breeze ruffled their robes. Exactly 2 hours, Kanna confirmed, checking her watch. 2 hours for 20 galleons, what a luxury, Fred whistled. Makes me ache just thinking about it. 20 galleons could buy us 10 boxes of stink pellets, George said wistfully. Enough to last the school year. 10 boxes for 1 year. Fred laughed. Filch would actually hunt us down. Then we could stretch it to 2 years. Wait. Cho suddenly gasped. What time is it? Has the Halloween feast already started? Oh no. Kanna checked her watch, her eyes widening. It's 7:10, the feast started 10 minutes ago. Chapter 378, The Chase in the Castle. After spending too much time in the room of requirement, the group hurried toward the Great Hall as Cho and Kanna reminded them of the Halloween feast. I can't believe we're missing the Halloween party, Fred muttered, picking up his pace. Pumpkin pasties. Pork chops. Sausage rolls. Shut up, Fred, George said, close behind him. I wasn't even hungry, but now I could eat a cow. They quickened their steps, reaching the end of the corridor in no time. Just around the corner and down the staircase was the Great Hall. But as Fred rounded the corner, he suddenly froze. Wait, he whispered, stopping the others in their tracks. Is the feast already over? No way, Kana replied, confused. It started barely 10 minutes ago. You can't be that hungry. Then why are some people already back? Fred pointed straight ahead. The others peered around the corner to see what he was talking about. Down by the stairs, a shadowy figure stood in front of a large painting, recognizable even from this distance as the portrait of the fat lady, the entrance to the Gryffindor common room. That's odd, George whispered, squinting at the figure. Who would be finished so soon? But before he could finish, the fat lady's voice echoed through the corridor with a blood-curdling scream. You're that Sirius Black. The figure lunged at the portrait, clawing at it desperately. Let me in, he's in there, let me in. His voice was a strange, ragged snarl, so hoarse and guttural that it sounded less human and more like the growl of an animal. What did she just say? He's Sirius Black. Fred finally managed, eyes wide as he gripped his wand. Apparently so, Cedric said tensely, eyes fixed on the figure. At the sound of their voices, the figure whipped around, and a sliver of light fell across his face, revealing the gaunt, skeletal features they recognized from the Daily Prophet, matted, elbow-length hair, hollowed cheeks, and eyes that burned with a dark, furious intensity. It really is Black. Fred whispered, his voice shaking. He looks exactly like the photo. Hearing his name, Black's lips twisted into a sinister grin, baring yellowed teeth like a wild animal about to attack. Stupefy. Incarcerus. Petrificus totalis. Without hesitation, Cedric and the others simultaneously unleashed their most powerful charms. 5 beams of light in different colors shot straight at Black. But their opponent was fast, very fast. While the others were chanting, Black had already dropped to all fours on the ground and, in a peculiar yet nimble movement, dodged every charm. Still crouched, he darted down the corridor's far end. Black must not escape, he hasn't gotten his wand yet. Fred shouted. As he prepared to give chase, he realized someone had already moved faster. I'll go after him. You head to the Great Hall and warn the professor. Kyle called out, not even glancing back. I took down the Dark Wizard Orin in my first year, I've got experience. Maybe he was in too much of a hurry, but Kyle barreled ahead, accidentally toppling a suit of armor that fell squarely in Fred's path. The delay was enough. When Fred looked up, Kyle had already vanished down the opposite corridor. Wait, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. Fred yelled. But Kyle didn't stop. After winding through a few corridors, he soon caught sight of Black. Black was lifting a tapestry of a dragon, preparing to slip into the hidden passage behind it. Stop. Kyle hurled a charm that exploded by Black's ear, hoping it would force him to halt and listen. But Black gave no sign of acknowledging the blast, he simply sped up and vanished into the passage in an instant. This passage led straight to the 4th floor, with an exit in an empty classroom. Kyle didn't follow but instead peered into the passageway. It was clear Black was desperate to leave the castle and likely wouldn't listen to anything Kyle had to say. And an explanation would waste time. By the time he was done talking, the others might already have caught up. Kyle. And just like that, they had. Kyle had barely let the tapestry fall back into place when Fred, George, Cedric, and Kana arrived, breathless. Why are you all here? Kyle asked, turning around. I thought you were supposed to be informing the professors in the Great Hall. What are you talking about, like we'd let you face Black alone? George grumbled. Cho's already in the Great Hall, Cedric added. You were running so fast we had to ask Peeves to find you. Now, where's Black? Are you all right? Kana asked nervously, stepping closer. Are you hurt? I'm fine, Kyle replied. But Black got away. I couldn't catch him. You couldn't catch him? Fred said in surprise. They had only been worried about the danger of Kyle facing Black alone, they hadn't imagined he'd lose him. Kyle had been mapping out Hogwarts for years, he practically knew every passage and shortcut in the castle. Could Black really be so skilled that he could slip away just like that? There was nothing I could do. Kyle shrugged. He seemed to know the castle like the back of his hand and always picked the best escape routes. Oh, right, Black also graduated from Hogwarts, George suddenly remembered. I read in the Daily Prophet he was a Gryffindor. He must know the 8th floor well. Fred's gaze fell on the tapestry with the fire-breathing dragon beside him, and he said thoughtfully, you think it's possible he came from? So, you're all here. A familiar voice interrupted Fred, cutting him off. The group turned. Professor Dumbledore was standing just behind them. No one had noticed his arrival, it was as though he had been there all along. Chapter 379, Chapter 379, The Ruthless Sirius Black doesn't even spare a painting. As soon as Kyle saw Professor Dumbledore, he realized that whatever they had been involved in was now well beyond their control. The other professors soon arrived, too. A tabby cat leaped gracefully from a column by the stairs, transforming midair into Professor McGonagall. Snape rushed over, visibly tense, only to relax slightly upon seeing that Kana was safe. Professor Lupin followed behind, gripping his wand tightly. Chasing after Black, what kind of reckless stunt did you think you were pulling? Professor McGonagall's face was pale with anger, her voice icy. Black is one of the most dangerous criminals in wizarding history. Do you have any idea how close you came to getting yourselves killed? Snape shot Kyle a sharp, intimidating glance. So, could someone please explain what happened? Professor Dumbledore's tone was equally serious. Well, Professor. Fred and George stepped forward and recounted the events in detail, carefully omitting the room of requirement and the Miss Gem. Instead, they claimed they had been testing a new joke prop in an empty room. By the time we realized, the feast had already begun. We saw Black on our way to the Great Hall. He was standing in front of the portrait of the fat lady, trying to get into the Gryffindor common room. If we hadn't been there, he might have managed it. Fred couldn't resist taking some credit. It was a close call. Actually, only the fat lady herself can open the entrance to the common room, Professor McGonagall said, her expression severe, though her tone softened slightly. Without her permission, Black wouldn't have been able to get in, even if he had tried to break through the wall. Fred and George exchanged embarrassed glances, avoiding her gaze. Then why, after you saw he had run off, did you decide to chase him? Professor McGonagall's tone turned heated again. Why couldn't you have gone straight to the Great Hall to inform the professors, like Miss Cho Chang? We were afraid he might attack the other students. Fred explained. We just wanted to catch him as quickly as possible. Black didn't have a wand, so we thought it was the best chance to stop him. Mr. Weasley. Professor McGonagall said firmly, can you guarantee that Sirius Black hadn't already stolen a wand from another wizard? Then why did he run? George muttered under his breath. I mean, if he had a wand, he could have just attacked us instead of fleeing. Perhaps he wanted to lull you into a false sense of security, Snape interjected darkly, so he could kill you one by one. His expression was grim, his voice dripping with disdain. That foul creature. Professor Lupin's face reflected a conflicted mix of emotions as he listened to Snape's remarks. He didn't argue, though he let out a quiet, pained sigh. Which way did he go? Professor Dumbledore asked. I lost him, Professor, Kyle replied. He knows the school well, and I couldn't keep up. Yes, no one knows it better than he does, Dumbledore said thoughtfully. Lupin stepped up beside him. Professor, we need to conduct a full search of the castle. Eager to catch Black, are you? Snape sneered, his eyes narrowing. Or do you have some other agenda? You should know, Severus, Lupin replied firmly, that I want to catch him more than anyone. I hope so. Snape muttered, his lips barely moving, as though he didn't want Kyle and the others to hear too much. Professor McGonagall, Dumbledore interjected, I'm sure these students must be starving. While the feast is still underway, could you take them to the Great Hall? And since we'll be searching the entire castle, the students might as well spend the night there. Let the feast continue a bit longer. Of course, Professor McGonagall agreed, nodding. She led Kyle and the others back down the corridor. As they passed the portrait of the fat lady, Kyle noticed that a large section of her canvas had been torn. The fat lady herself was nowhere to be seen, she must have hidden in another painting. Professor McGonagall noticed as well, her expression darkening further. See, Sirius Black didn't even spare a single painting. Do you understand now just how reckless your actions were? When they reached the Great Hall, Professor McGonagall pushed open the doors, allowing them to enter. Professors Flitwick and Sprout were stationed at the entrance, wands at the ready. Minerva, what happened? Professor Flitwick asked, lowering his wand slightly. It was Sirius Black, Professor McGonagall whispered grimly. Professor Flitwick clutched his chest and gasped. How did he get in? Didn't the Dementors at the gates notice him? I don't know, but it's not the first time they've let Black slip by. McGonagall replied. We'll conduct a full search of the castle, and the students will stay here in the Great Hall for the night. Turning to the group behind her, she added, due to your recklessness, Gryffindor and Hufflepuff will each lose 10 points, and Ravenclaw will gain 20, as Miss Cho Chang was the only one who made the responsible choice. With that, Professor McGonagall left them in the hall and returned to her duties. Kyle, Kana, and Cedric made their way to the Hufflepuff table. The table was laden with delicious food, yet no one was eating. All eyes were fixed on them, and students bombarded them with questions about what had happened. Quiet. Professor Flitwick called out, his voice carrying firmly across the hall. Don't worry, nothing will happen, let the feast continue. The great hall fell into a brief silence, though whispers of conversation still lingered in the air. "Are you guys okay?" Cho asked, having somehow slipped over to the Hufflepuff table and was now hiding between Kana and Cedric. "We're fine," Cedric replied. "The professors will be back in about 2 minutes." "But how did you get from the 8th floor to the great hall so fast?" "Oh, I didn't run," Cho replied with a grin. "I went back to the room of requirement, grabbed a broom, and flew straight here." "Oh, clever," Cedric said, giving her a thumbs up. "That's so Ravenclaw." "Don't start with that, I haven't even gotten to you yet," Cho huffed, looking at them with annoyance. "You all said you were going to notify the professors, but instead, you all rushed off ahead of me." "Well, I wasn't exactly thinking," Cedric admitted, scratching his head. "I just instinctively ran after you." "Then why did you not drag me along?" Cho shot him a glare. "Don't deny it, I saw everything. Did you think I was too weak and would slow you down?" "Someone had to warn everyone else," Cedric replied, a bit sheepishly. "And I was right, wasn't I?" he added with a shrug. Both Hufflepuff and Gryffindor lost 10 points each, and only Ravenclaw gained 20. "Oh, please," Cho scoffed, crossing her arms and still glaring at Cedric. "Ravenclaw only got 20 points. Ahem. Ravenclaw is actually first in house points now," Kyle interjected, pointing discreetly to the scoreboard. "And you're 5 points ahead of Slytherin." Cho's words faltered, and she fell silent for a moment. "Exactly," Cedric added quickly. "Now Ravenclaw is in the lead, and those 20 points could make all the difference in winning the House Cup." Chapter 380, an unconventional transfiguration class. After dinner, all the students remained in the Great Hall. Professor Dumbledore stepped forward to address them. "Prefects, please guard the entrances to the Great Hall. The head boy and head girl, along with Professor Sprout, will be in charge of maintaining order here. If there is any news, a ghost will be sent to inform me immediately," he instructed. With a wave of his wand, the long tables glided to the sides of the Great Hall, lining up neatly against the walls. Another flick, and hundreds of fluffy sleeping bags appeared on the floor. "You'll need these," Professor Dumbledore said, before taking his leave. However, not everyone was thrilled with the sleeping bags. With Professor Sprout's permission, a few older students drew their wands and transformed their sleeping bags into single beds of a similar size. They then charmed their discarded robes into thick wool blankets. They had been planning this during dinner, deciding that if they were going to spend the night in the Great Hall, they'd prefer to be as comfortable as possible. Naturally, some of them hoped Professor Sprout might even allow the beds to be made a bit bigger. Inspired, more and more students joined in, experimenting with transfiguration to reshape their sleeping bags. Professor Sprout not only allowed it but also held Percy back when he tried to intervene. There was plenty of space, and she saw no harm in letting the students practice a bit of harmless transfiguration, especially if it kept their minds off Sirius Black. She strolled through the rows of transformed beds, observing the students' handiwork. "Excellent transfiguration, Miss Johnson," she praised Gryffindor chaser Angelina Johnson with a smile. "I imagine this bed must be very comfortable." Angelina beamed proudly, smoothing her hair. Unlike the typical hard bed boards, she had conjured a thick velvet mattress on top, making her bed both cozy and luxurious. When Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall re-entered the Great Hall, they were surprised by the lively scene unfolding before them. The hall had transformed into a makeshift transfiguration class, with students all practicing the same charm. "Minerva, it seems everyone is having quite a bit of fun," Dumbledore remarked with a smile. "For a moment, I thought I'd wandered into the wrong place." Professor McGonagall smiled as well. "Yes, Albus, it does seem that way." It was the first time she had visibly relaxed since learning of Black's presence in the castle. "Then let's lend a hand," Dumbledore said, giving his wand a gentle flick. Instantly, the Great Hall seemed to expand, with the once crowded aisles now wide enough for two to walk side by side, allowing the students to make their beds a bit larger. Professor McGonagall wasn't idle either. She transformed all the first and second years' sleeping bags into dormitory-style single beds. As for the third years and above, who had already learned advanced transfiguration, they were outside the range of her assistance. Besides, these sleeping bags were conjured by Professor Dumbledore, and his magic was incredibly stable, virtually indistinguishable from actual sleeping bags. So, technically speaking, this didn't even count as advanced transfiguration, it was simply turning a sleeping bag into a single bed. For the third years, if they couldn't manage this on their own, they might as well stick with the sleeping bags. Some students struggled with even this simple spell work. Harry and Ron, for instance, only managed to make their sleeping bags look worse until Hermione intervened, helping them create proper beds. Next to them, Neville had simply settled into his sleeping bag without attempting any transfiguration. Kyle's own transformation was modest, a simple dormitory-style bed, just like the younger students. Fred, George, and Cho soon joined Kyle. This is such a strange feeling, Fred said, lying on his bed and gazing up at the ceiling, which had been enchanted to reflect the overcast sky. Almost like we're all in the same dormitory. He sighed wistfully. Too bad Cedric isn't here. As a prefect, Cedric was stationed at the entrance to the Great Hall, unable to join them. It's all thanks to Black, George said, turning to his brother. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't be getting this Great Hall slumber party. This is the first time I've slept in a bed I conjured up myself. Do you think it'll turn back into a sleeping bag in the middle of the night? If your transfiguration grade is an E, exceeds expectations, then you should be fine, Kyle replied. That's too bad. Fred sighed dramatically, pretending to struggle. Guess we'll need an outstanding to pass this transfiguration challenge, right? Maybe we could get an E if we accidentally answer a few questions wrong on the next exam, George suggested with a grin. Mum won't be too pleased to hear you say that, Fred retorted, and the two of them burst into laughter. Kyle shook his head, smiling but choosing to ignore them. When George mentioned Black, however, the mood shifted slightly as the group recalled the events of the night. How did Black get into the castle, anyway? Kana asked, voicing the question on everyone's mind. Kyle could hear different theories buzzing among nearby groups as students debated their own ideas. Apparition. Flew in on a broomstick. Transformed himself into a flowering bush. The students whispered theories, though none of them made any real sense. Apparition was impossible within Hogwarts due to the castle's magical protections, and the Dementors certainly wouldn't let someone slip past on a broomstick or as a flowering bush. Could he have come through a secret passage? Cho asked suddenly. Aren't there lots of secret passages in the castle that lead outside? Impossible. Absolutely impossible, Fred replied at once. George glanced around to ensure Professor Sprout and Percy were at the far end of the hall before lowering his voice. There are only 2 secret passages that lead out of Hogwarts, he explained. One ends in the storage room of Honeydukes in Hogsmeade, but there's no way Black could have gotten through there, he doesn't even have a wand. The other passage leads to the Shrieking Shack, Fred continued, and while that entrance is unguarded, it's right under the Whomping Willow. If Black tried to get through there, the tree would have pounded him flat. We didn't hear about any ruckus around the Whomping Willow tonight, did we? George added. Lights out now. Percy's voice cut through the murmur of voices. I demand that everyone stop talking. The candles flickered out, leaving only the dim glow from a few silver ghosts drifting around the room. They floated close to the prefects, who exchanged whispers with them, all wearing serious expressions. Chapter 381, Lupin and Black. For the next few days, there was only one topic of conversation throughout the school, Sirius Black. The stories about how he had broken into the castle grew increasingly wild. Seamus Finnegan from Gryffindor insisted that Black had snuck in disguised as a Dementor, right among the guards. Luna, on the other hand, believed he had been posing as a painting of a goblin that could come and go from the castle at will. The torn portrait of the fat lady was taken down and replaced with that of Sir Cadogan. But the Gryffindor students didn't seem pleased with him. In the corridors, Kyle constantly overheard them complaining. That Sir Cadogan, he spends half his day challenging people to duels. Every time I go to the common room, I have to waste 5 minutes answering his challenges, because if you ignore him, he just keeps taunting you. He also keeps coming up with the most absurdly complicated passwords, and changes them at least twice a day. I think he's probably been stuck on the 8th floor too long, someone commented. The corridor where Sir Cadogan used to be was pretty much deserted, and none of the other portraits wanted him as a neighbor. Of course, no one wants to put up with someone who only ever talks nonsense, another agreed. Within just a few days, Sir Cadogan had replaced Sirius Black as the main topic of conversation among Gryffindor students. At least he's brave, Fred remarked with a grin over lunch one day. No other portrait would take the job, but Sir Cadogan jumped at the chance. And I heard he volunteered, added George. They didn't truly dislike Sir Cadogan, in fact, sometimes they even taunted him on purpose just to watch him bounce excitedly in his portrait. Kyle, to be honest, was also a bit curious about Sir Cadogan, though the knight was only responsible for guarding the Gryffindor common room and couldn't exactly transfer over to Hufflepuff. Just then, Harry entered the Great Hall, looking a bit glum. Percy trailed after him, glancing around nervously, as if half expecting a dragon to leap out from behind a pillar and devour Harry on the spot. His odd behavior quickly caught everyone's attention. Oh, here we go. Big head, Percy's at it again, Fred muttered, rolling his eyes before looking away. What's going on? Cedric asked, intrigued. Percy looks extra jittery. It's because of Harry, George explained. Mum wrote to us the other day, asking if we could keep an eye on Harry. And since then, Percy's been acting like this. You all know the situation between Black and Harry, Fred leaned in. Mum, or, well, just about everyone, thinks Black broke into the castle to get to Harry, to avenge his old master. The others nodded in understanding. No wonder I've seen a professor trailing Harry around lately. Cho mused. Not only that, Cedric added. Even during Quidditch practice, Madam Hooch has been keeping a close watch. Percy probably fancies himself a professor too, Fred said with a shrug. But really, this is the Great Hall. Black isn't about to jump out from under the table. He bent down, peering dramatically under the table with a straight face. Mr. Black, are you here? Fancy a bit of steak. His ridiculous antics made several people laugh, including Harry, who managed to smile. Kyle noticed Harry mutter something to Percy, who finally allowed a bit of distance between them, though he still kept a watchful eye. The first class that day was Defense Against the Dark Arts. After breakfast, Kyle and Connor headed to the classroom together. Today, Professor Lupin seemed a little off, as if preoccupied. He kept losing track of the lesson and mistakenly called out the wrong student's name several times. In the end, he abandoned the lecture altogether and had the students pair up to practice the Boggart banishing spell. Just as the lesson was ending, Professor Lupin called out, "Kyle, could you stay for a moment? I'd like to ask you something." As the others filed out, Kyle glanced around. To be honest, he felt a bit uneasy staying behind with Professor Lupin. Thankfully, there were no wardrobes or suitcases in sight, so there didn't seem to be any chance of encountering a Boggart or anything else quite as unsettling. Professor Lupin didn't seem to notice Kyle's unease. He closed the door and, after a long pause, asked, "Did you see him the other day?" "Who?" "Sirius Black." "Yes, I did," Kyle replied with a nod. "What was he like?" Professor Lupin's voice dropped to a low tone. "I mean, did he look like the pictures in the newspapers?" In that brief question, his expression shifted multiple times: nervousness, disappointment, a flicker of hatred, and then, just barely, a trace of concern. "You can tell it's the same person, but there are differences." Kyle thought for a moment before continuing. "He's incredibly thin, just skin stretched over bone. He's filthy and unkempt, with sunken eyes. He looks like he's suffered a lot, probably to avoid getting caught by the Dementors. He deserved it." Professor Lupin suddenly slammed his fist on the desk, his face full of anger. 13 years ago, he should have. As though he realized he'd said too much, Lupin quickly shut his mouth and took a few deep breaths. "Sorry, Kyle," he forced a smile, "just pretend I was talking nonsense." He paused, then asked, "One last question, where did you lose Black before?" "It was where Professor Dumbledore found us," Kyle replied. "Later, we found a hidden passageway behind the tapestry that leads to the 4th floor, so I think that's how he escaped." Kyle shrugged. "But we figured Filch knew about that passage, so we didn't bother telling the professors." "Yes, Filch does know about that passage, but we searched the 4th floor for hours and found nothing." Professor Lupin's eyes narrowed slightly before he looked up again. "All right, Kyle. Thank you, we've taken up enough time. Go on to your next class. Oh, and don't worry about being late, I'll speak with the professor." "Which class do you have next?" "Potions." Kyle said hesitantly. "Are you sure you can keep Professor Snape from taking points off my score?" "Air." Professor Lupin hesitated, then managed, "I'll help you earn the points back in our next class." Chapter 382, No Way, Again. At the end of October, Ratton finally returned from Romania after being away for more than a month. Kyle placed him back in his dormitory, filled his food bowl with dragon liver and tonic, and then untied the small bag tied to his paws. Inside were dragon scale badges and a letter from Charlie. The letter explained that the shop had been low on stock, so they had rushed to produce a new batch, which was why it had taken so long. Kyle sighed, thinking old John's shop could use a bit more professionalism. If he'd known it would take this long, he would have ordered fewer badges. By now, everyone had realized that the Dementors couldn't enter the castle, so the demand for the badges had faded. Kyle hadn't been asked about them in quite some time. Now, everyone's attention had shifted to something else entirely. With the first Quidditch match of the season approaching, the castle buzzed with excitement. Students could hardly wait for the game, and amidst all this energy, concerns about the Dementors, or even Black's break-in, seemed like distant worries. The day before the match, the wind howled, and the rain poured down harder than ever. The corridors and classrooms were so dim that extra torches and lanterns had to be lit. No one was keen on playing in such weather. "Luckily, the first match is between Gryffindor and Slytherin," Mikkel remarked gratefully in the common room, glancing at the window being battered by wind. This kind of weather really messes with performance. As it was his first match, he was taking things very seriously. The other team members around him nodded in agreement. But when they arrived in the Great Hall, Cedric delivered some unfortunate news. "Our match has been moved up," he said with a grim expression. "Flint just came to see me, apparently, we're playing Gryffindor tomorrow instead." "Why?" the team members asked, nearly in unison. "Flint claims their seeker broke his arm during training yesterday and wants us to swap spots with them." "He's talking rubbish." Mikkel exclaimed angrily. Even if his arm were broken, Madame Pomfrey could have him fixed up in no time. They're just trying to dodge this weather because they think it'll hurt their score. Wait. Michael's face brightened with an idea. Captain, you haven't already agreed to this, have you? Cedric shook his head. Not yet. I told Flint I'd think about it. There's nothing to think about. Just refuse, another teammate urged. But Flint's already spoken to Professor Snape, Cedric said, his expression darkening. And Snape didn't look happy when I told Flint I needed to consider it. What, Professor Snape? Mikkel raised his voice, baffled. Why was the Slytherin head of house getting involved in a Quidditch scheduling dispute? And Cedric hesitated before continuing, if we refuse, Flint will probably go to Ravenclaw. Mikkel stopped, turning suddenly to Kyle. Kyle, which house are we having our first charms lesson with today? Ravenclaw, I think, said Kyle, curious. Why? Give me a moment. Mikkel lowered his head, deep in thought. The rest of the team remained silent, waiting. After a few minutes, Mikkel looked up, a grin spreading across his face. I have an idea. If both Ravenclaw and we have players injured and in a hospital wing, then Professor Snape won't have any reason to replace us with Slytherin. Cedric raised an eyebrow. It might work, but isn't it a bit extreme to get yourself hospitalized for one match? Don't worry, I've thought of everything. Mikkel looked pleased with himself. But first, I need to meet their seeker, Cho Chang, before class. Could someone get her for me? Cedric eyed him suspiciously but then got up and went to the Ravenclaw table. He'd wanted to discuss Flint's request with the team first. After all, Kyle's waterproof badge could help them get through the match without too much discomfort, even in this weather. Still, Michael's plan was intriguing enough to hear out. Soon, Cho arrived, looking a little pale, clearly already aware of the situation from Cedric. She sat down next to Mikkel and asked, So, what's your plan? It's just an idea, but I think it'll work. Mikkel and Cho began whispering, and gradually, her expression shifted from worry to surprise, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I think it could really work, she said, nodding. Exactly, Mikkel laughed. Now we just need the key ingredient. Wait here, I'll go buy it. No need. Kyle stopped Mikkel, pulling out some sweets from his bag. I've already got what you need right here. You're sure these will work? They're even better than the original, Kyle said with a smirk. And don't worry, they won't have any lasting effects. Soon, it was time for class. At the staircase, the group split up. Cedric headed down to the dungeon for potions, while Kyle and the others made their way to the charms classroom. Today's lesson focused on the revealing charm. After thoroughly explaining the wand movements and the incantation, Professor Flitwick handed each student a blank piece of parchment and instructed them to uncover its hidden content. Apparitium. The room filled with students chanting the spell, eager to see if any invisible writing would appear. Once Professor Flitwick had moved to the other side of the classroom, Mikkel discreetly popped a bean into his mouth, then gave Cho a quick wink. Catching on, Cho did the same. Without warning, an intense white light flashed through the classroom, startling everyone. Then, Mikkel let out a dramatic scream and collapsed onto his desk, lying utterly still. Meanwhile, Cho's face seemed to have swollen, looking paler and a full circle larger than before. Professor Flitwick turned around, wide-eyed at the sight of Mikkel motionless on the table and Cho with her face grotesquely puffed up. Oh dear, what's happened? He stammered, utterly taken aback. Seeing Michael's condition and recalling that peculiar flash of light, an unsettling memory from a few years back surfaced, filling him with dread. Could it really be happening again? Panic flashed across his face. Quick! Take them to the hospital wing, he ordered. Kyle reacted instantly, sprinting out of the classroom as fast as he could. Chapter 383, Corrupted by Proximity. Don't worry, Phileas, he's not suffering from magical exhaustion this time, Madame Pomfrey reassured, breathing a sigh of relief after examining Mikkel in the hospital wing. Although he's fallen into a coma, his physical condition is stable. Nothing serious is wrong. He'll just need to rest for a few days once he wakes up. That's good, Professor Flitwick murmured, patting his chest with relief. And what about the other student? I think he was so startled that he miscast the charm, and he'll need a few days of rest as well, Madame Pomfrey replied, frowning. Phileas, may I ask what charm you were teaching them today? This boy hasn't had any magical issues in 3 years, so why now? Professor Flitwick also looked baffled and even a bit frustrated. He couldn't fathom how this could have happened either. If it had been a complex charm, it might have made more sense. But the revealing charm, it was one of the simplest spells in the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 4. If it appeared on the exams, it was practically a guaranteed bonus question. He'd already taught them the more challenging summoning charm without issue, yet somehow there'd been trouble with this. Professor Flitwick simply couldn't understand it. Still, the most important thing was that they were all right. Professor Flitwick turned to Kyle, who had been the first to respond and had helped bring McGonagall and Cho to the hospital wing. Kyle, could you please stay here and look after them for a bit? No problem, Professor, Kyle nodded without hesitation. Leave it to me, I'll make sure they're all right. Professor Flitwick nodded gratefully, and after exchanging a few words with Madame Pomfrey, he hurried back to his class. What did you say? In the corridor outside the Great Hall, Marcus Flint stared at Cedric, who wore a serious expression, and practically shouted, "Your beater was taken to the hospital wing." Yes, Cedric replied with a sigh. We were all set to reschedule the match, but McGonagall had the misfortune of getting injured during Charms class. Madame Pomfrey says he'll need to rest for a few days. So. Cedric looked over at Professor Snape and added apologetically, "Sorry, Professor. If the match schedule isn't changed, we'll be one player short tomorrow." Flint scowled in frustration, while Cedric remained calm and said, "If you don't believe me, you're welcome to visit the hospital wing yourself. Or you could speak to Professor Flitwick, he was the one who took both McGonagall and Cho Chang there. Cho, as you know, is also Ravenclaw's seeker. Her spell was affected by Michael's miscast charm, and she ended up needing treatment as well." At this, Flint's frustration exploded. This is all just an act. There's no way both of them were injured at the same time, it's too much of a coincidence. I'm going to the hospital wing to expose this right now. Flint stormed off toward the hospital wing, and Cedric simply followed at a leisurely pace. When he arrived, he caught sight of Flint being unceremoniously tossed out of the hospital wing doors. Madame Pomfrey clearly had no intention of allowing anyone to create a scene in her domain. "Do you believe me now?" Cedric asked coolly. "Honestly, how could I make up something that half of Charms class witnessed?" Flint ignored him, shouting toward the closed doors, "They must have used Zonko's props. They're not really injured, they're faking it." Snape, observing the situation, looked just as skeptical. It was hard to believe that both a Hufflepuff and a Ravenclaw player were injured just as Slytherin was looking to reschedule. Even Longbottom wouldn't fall for something this contrived. However, Snape's hands were tied. The mishap in Charms had naturally centered on McGonagall, known to have brewed the original magic-suppressing potion. Besides, Snape couldn't simply barge into the hospital wing and accuse the injured students of faking. Professors Flitwick and Sprout wouldn't stand for it, and the witnesses in this case made the injuries harder to dispute than Malfoy's flimsy, bandaged arm. Turning to Cedric with a sneer, Snape said, "Impressive, Mr. Diggory. I thought you'd be the type to look after an injured classmate." "I'd be glad to, Professor," Cedric replied smoothly, "but as you can see, we're one player short, so there's really nothing we can do. Unless..." He trailed off, as if hesitating, then nodded. "All right. We'll play with 6. Losing a match isn't the end of the world, if it means we're helping Draco." Snape narrowed his eyes at Cedric. The boy's innocent expression was all too familiar to him, it reminded him of someone else with that same irritatingly angelic look, someone he'd always felt deserved a good hex. This was not the same Cedric he'd met in first year. "No," Snape said icily. "Tomorrow's schedule will remain as it is. Let your players rest in peace." Marcus Flint turned, his face contorted with desperation. "Professor, they're faking it. If we just..." "Silence." Snape snapped, cutting him off. He turned abruptly and strode away, clearly unwilling to waste another second on the scene. "Excuse me, I need to go in and visit our beater." Cedric calmly walked into the hospital wing, entirely unfazed by Flint's furious glare. But before closing the door, he poked his head back out, a slow grin spreading across his face. "Oh, and good luck in the match tomorrow. You." Flint was so enraged that he nearly swung at him, his fist clenched tightly enough to crack his knuckles. But Cedric had already disappeared inside, leaving Flint fuming, fists shaking, and unable to do anything but glare at the closed door. And so, the next day arrived, and with it, the day of the much-anticipated Quidditch match. In the hospital wing, Cho and McGonagall made an unexpected recovery and stood before Madame Pomfrey, requesting to be discharged. At first, Madame Pomfrey was reluctant, but seeing how lively and alert the two of them looked, she finally agreed to give them a thorough examination. Naturally, the results showed no issues, so she allowed them to leave. "Remember to be more careful in the future," Madame Pomfrey advised McGonagall, giving him a pointed look. "I thought you'd already mastered your magic." "Maybe I was a bit anxious about not being able to perform the charm," McGonagall replied. "I promise it won't happen again." Seeing Michael's respectful response, Madame Pomfrey nodded approvingly and didn't press the matter further. She simply allowed them to go on their way. "Thank you for all the help," Cho said politely as they left. "Apologies for the trouble," McGonagall added, following suit. Chapter 384, An Uninvited Guest on the Field. The wind and rain were just as relentless on the day of the Quidditch match as they had been the day before. But as Hogwarts' favorite sport, Quidditch drew the entire school to the pitch regardless of the weather. Students ran down towards the field, huddling against the fierce wind. Midway there, someone's umbrella got snatched away by a gust, forcing them to trudge along with their heads down. Kyle's waterproof badges proved incredibly handy. The Hufflepuff team stood in the pouring rain at the front of the bleachers, without umbrellas but completely dry, hair and robes untouched by the rain. Their unusual appearance naturally drew attention. Malfoy soon approached from the direction of the changing rooms, still in his green Slytherin uniform. "Kyle, what's keeping them so dry? Have you invented something again?" "Sort of," Kyle replied, pointing to the shiny badge on Cedric's chest. "It's a waterproof and moisture-proof badge. Perfect for weather like this." "I'll take one," Malfoy declared without even asking the price. "Wise choice," Kyle said, handing him a badge. "That'll be 10 galleons." Malfoy reached for his pocket, then hesitated, his expression turning slightly awkward. He'd forgotten his uniform didn't have pockets, meaning he had no money with him. "As a valued customer, you're welcome to experience it first," Kyle offered smoothly. "You can decide on payment after the game." Malfoy's face brightened, and he tried to brush off the situation casually. He muttered something about simply wanting to enjoy the perks of being a valued customer, and assured Kyle that the Malfoy family would, of course, settle any debt. After Malfoy left, several other students came over, curious about the badges. However, at a price of 5 galleons each, the waterproof badges didn't sell quickly, though Kyle explained that 5 galleons was actually a very low price for magical items. As for the map feature, it was only available as a perk in the welcome pack for new Hufflepuff students. A few minutes before the match was set to begin, Malfoy returned. "I'll take 6 more," he said, handing over 70 galleons. "And as for the one I tried out, it works impressively well." At that moment, Oliver Wood walked over, looking interested. "I heard from Professor McGonagall that you've got something here that keeps off the rain," he said. "How much?" 5 galleons for the basic badges, 10 for the ones with dragon scales," Kyle replied. 2 of the regular ones, Wood said, passing over 10 galleons. Standing beside him, Malfoy gave Wood a disdainful snort. But Wood simply brushed it off. "Badges don't make you any better, Malfoy. You're still going to lose." Malfoy opened his mouth to retort, but just then, Madame Hooch was walking toward the center of the pitch, so he hurried off instead. Wood, with a simple leap, jumped from the bleachers onto his broom and handed the waterproof badges to 2 younger chasers. A few minutes later, Madame Hooch's whistle pierced the air, and the match began. Cheers erupted from the stands. "This feels amazing," said Hufflepuff's new keeper, grinning as he came back from the front of the bleachers. "I swear 100 people were staring at me, and Angelina Johnson from Gryffindor looked this way at least 3 times. Bet she was smitten." "You're dreaming," one of his teammates laughed. "She was looking at me." They all chuckled and sat down beside Cedric. One of them turned to Kyle, saying, "So, did you really just give us these badges?" "Of course," Kyle confirmed. "That's what we agreed on." "This thing's worth 10 galleons," the player said, amazed. "If you ever come up with something like this again, let me know. I'd stand out in the rain all day for it." "No problem," Kyle grinned. At that moment, a new round of cheers erupted from the stands. Slytherin had just scored the first goal, and a few of the Slytherin students, caught up in the excitement, tossed their umbrellas away. Amidst the noise, Cho and Mikkel pushed their way through the crowd to join the others. "We didn't miss anything, did we?" asked Mikkel. "Right on time," Kyle replied with a smile. "Slytherin just scored their first goal." "How are you both holding up?" "Perfectly," Mikkel grinned. "The Sophophorus bean worked like a charm, though I think I hit the table a bit hard on the way down." "I took the second half of the swelling candy, too," Cho added. Madame Pomfrey didn't notice anything amiss. "That's a relief," Kyle said, and Mikkel added with a laugh, "and that flash of light you conjured up was brilliant, Kyle. I used to think I was the only one who could pull off something like that without keeling over." "It was nothing," Kyle shrugged. "Just a little rune work." They settled in, watching the match while chatting. The game was tough to follow in the downpour. The rain made it hard to tell which players were which, and the field was dotted with hazy, moving shapes, barely distinguishable through the mist. Up in the commentator's stand, Lee Jordan had abandoned his usual banter to focus all his energy on trying to guess which blur held the quaffle. "Gryffindor scores 10 points. Well done, Angelina, or maybe it's Spinnet." The sky darkened, and as the first lightning bolt cracked across it, conditions on the pitch became even worse. For once, Lee Jordan was hoping the game would end quickly, but with visibility so poor, spotting the snitch was next to impossible. "This game isn't going to drag on into the night, is it?" Mikkel muttered, shivering. "I should have worn warmer robes." "If they don't catch the snitch, then yes, it could last until nightfall," Cedric explained. "School matches are simpler than the pro ones, but the rules are the same. I remember hearing about one that went on for 2 days because both teams had the worst seekers in Hogwarts history." "No," Kyle interrupted, suddenly looking up at the sky. "I don't think this one will last that long." Another flash of lightning ripped across the clouds, briefly illuminating the pitch, and with it, hundreds of hooded figures lining the stands. Dementors. They were clustered along the perimeter, their oppressive presence spreading a wave of chilling fear over the stadium. The crowd's cheers turned to horrified screams. "Oh no! It's freezing!" McGonagall yelped, leaping to his feet. "Why are those monsters here?" "The excitement probably drew them in," Kyle replied, watching the Dementors inch closer. "They feed on happiness, and right now, the energy here must seem like a feast they can't resist." "So, what do we do?" McGonagall asked, voice shaky, as he pulled his robes tighter around him, though it didn't help. "It's okay," Kyle said, keeping his eyes on the Dementors. "Professor Dumbledore won't let them stay here." "But Dumbledore isn't in the castle," McGonagall said in a panicked tone. "I heard Professor McGonagall mention it this morning when she came to the hospital wing to get some pepper-up potion. She told Madame Pomfrey he left for London and won't be back until tonight." Chapter 385, Kyle's Patronus. Professor Dumbledore wasn't at the castle. Kyle quickly stood up on his seat, scanning the area around the commentary box. Another flash of lightning briefly lit up the pitch, confirming what McGonagall had said. Professor Dumbledore was indeed absent. With the rain coming down in torrents, there were far fewer professors watching the match than usual. Those who were there looked deeply alarmed, clearly grasping the severity of the situation. Around them, panicked voices rose louder and louder as students realized what was happening. Dementors, there are Dementors. Everyone remembered the terror of encountering just 2 Dementors on the train, and now there were at least 100 of them hovering above the pitch. "This is impossible," the professor said. "They'd only stay at the school entrance. Stop the game. Harry's in danger." Hermione cried, leaning over the front row and shouting desperately towards the pitch. Her voice, however, was swallowed by the chaos around her. Yet it seemed her worry had been justified. A shadow was hurtling towards them at alarming speed. Malfoy, pale-faced, clung tightly to his broom, rocketing toward the stands. Terror had apparently unlocked his full speed, faster even than when he'd been pursuing the golden snitch. "Help! Help!" he yelled, panicked. "I can't stop." Acting quickly, Kyle drew his wand and transfigured nearby cloaks and umbrellas into a large net, which stretched out to catch the broom and prevent it from crashing. Malfoy landed, visibly relieved. As soon as his feet hit the ground, he shoved an unconscious Harry off the back of his broom. "It wasn't me," he protested loudly. "I didn't touch Potter. He just fainted when he saw the Dementors and fell onto my broom. He nearly made me fall too." Fuming, Malfoy attempted to give Harry another kick, but a few students held him back. "What happened?" someone demanded. "We were chasing the snitch, then all of a sudden, the Dementors appeared." Malfoy's voice shook as he spoke. "Potter fainted right over me. I barely managed to steer the broom down. I tried my hardest, but I could only adjust it a little." Then, as if realizing something, Malfoy looked up, his expression turning to horror. The Dementors were now alarmingly close, closing in on the students with unmistakable hunger. A dim silver glow flickered from various parts of the stands. Some of the older students had begun casting the Patronus charm. But while a few faint patron uses appeared, they were incomplete, barely holding back the encroaching Dementors. Then, from the direction of the teacher's table, 3 brighter silver lights burst forth: McGonagall's cat, Sprout's weasel, and a swift from another professor. The powerful patron uses swept across the pitch, covering most of the area with brilliant light. Yet a small gap remained. "Severus!" Professor McGonagall called urgently. "What are you waiting for? Hurry!" Snape, visibly shaken, hesitated but finally drew his wand, his eyes on the Dementors approaching the unprotected section of the pitch. Just as he opened his mouth to cast the charm, a new Patronus appeared, drifting into place and casting a broad silver light that filled the final gap. It was a strange, beautiful form, a translucent, umbrella-like creature that floated through the air with rippling movements, tendrils trailing below it like water. The Dementors recoiled, contained outside the pitch, unable to advance another step. Professor McGonagall let out a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from her forehead before turning on Snape angrily. "What were you doing just now? Don't tell me you can't cast the Patronus charm." Not even in her most intense moments with Snape had she spoken with such fury, but Snape, knowing he was in the wrong, didn't protest. As she regained her composure, McGonagall's eyes lingered on the jellyfish-like Patronus, noting that she had never seen one like it before. Its soft, umbrella-shaped body and delicate tendrils were unique. "A jellyfish," she muttered, glancing at Professor Sprout. "Do you know anyone with a Patronus like that?" Professor Sprout shook her head, equally puzzled. "Could it be Kyle?" Professor Flitwick suggested after a moment's thought. "I remember Remus mentioning that Kyle used the Patronus charm on the train." Professor McGonagall looked toward the Hufflepuff section, though the downpour made it impossible to see clearly. "Kyle, is this your Patronus?" Kanna tilted her head, watching the silvery creature hovering gracefully in midair. Kyle nodded. Yes. It's so beautiful. Kanna whispered, mesmerized. Cho nodded in agreement. While Kyle's Patronus wasn't as large or as powerful as the professor's patron uses, it was undeniably the most elegant. Its silvery form floated serenely, like a spirit gliding through the rain, captivating everyone's attention. Can our patron uses be like this? Cho asked hopefully. Kanna's eyes sparkled. Maybe even more beautiful. Not necessarily, Kyle replied thoughtfully. Everyone's Patronus is different, and you can't tell what it'll be until it appears. Yours could turn out to be a toad, or a caterpillar, or something. Cho's hopeful expression vanished instantly, and the sparkle in Kanna's eyes faded. Both of them slowly turned to glare at Kyle, eyes narrowed. I swear. Kanna gritted her teeth, if my Patronus turns out to be a caterpillar, I'll make sure you pay for it. Same here, Cho agreed. But why is that my fault? Kyle stammered. I was only giving an example. I don't care. Kanna snapped. Puffed. Cedric couldn't hold back a laugh. What are you laughing at? Cho glared at him. You're in trouble too. What? Cedric looked bewildered. I didn't say anything, it was all Kyle. You laughed. Cho retorted. I. Cedric looked helplessly at the others, who were all biting their lips, shoulders shaking as they tried not to laugh. Malfoy, watching the scene, was also on the verge of laughing but held back as Kanna shot him a warning glance. He quickly lowered his gaze, gripping his broom tightly. I'm only keeping a straight face as a favor to Kyle, Malfoy thought to himself. It's not like I'm actually afraid of her or anything. But, thinking back to how Kyle had saved him from the out-of-control broom, and realizing Kanna was Kyle's friend, he convinced himself he was just showing loyalty. Yes, that's it, he assured himself. Chapter 386, The Misty Siren. The light from the 4 Patronus charms completely enveloped the stadium, holding the Dementors at bay 20 feet above the stands. Soon, professors within the castle caught wind of the situation and rushed over. Patron uses began to soar from different parts of Hogwarts, their bright silver light piercing through the rain, illuminating the entire stadium like the sun. The intense chill was dispelled, replaced by a powerful feeling of safety that washed over everyone. Even some older students' Patronus ability surged in response, allowing them to summon their own patron uses. One after another, new patron uses joined the battle. The Hogwarts counterattack had begun. As various patron uses filled the sky, the Dementors started to scatter, retreating and fleeing in a panic from the stadium. Hagrid was even more over the top. He called 2 unicorns from the Forbidden Forest for reinforcement, though they didn't offer much help. Unicorns may indeed be natural enemies of Dementors, but Dementors can fly, and even they know better than to drift down to ground level to confront a unicorn. Besides, Hagrid had spent a fair amount of time summoning them from the forest, so by the time he arrived, the battle was nearly over. Professor McGonagall stamped her foot in frustration as she watched the last few Dementors vanish from sight. She had longed to join the fray, but her priority was maintaining the light screen, ensuring her students' safety. All she could do was watch the Dementors flee, not a single one left to capture. What a golden opportunity to handle those Dementors once and for all, and it slipped away, she thought with deep regret, feeling as though she'd lost 1,000 galleons. No, she corrected herself, the disappointment was far greater than losing galleons. Galleons can always be earned back, but the chance to deal with Dementors might never come again, especially once Professor Dumbledore returned. With this thought, she glanced to the side. If only Snape had participated earlier, she might have had the freedom to take on the Dementors herself. A professor relying on a student to cover for her, what a thought. Snape, noticing McGonagall's gaze, looked away, feigning ignorance. To him, it didn't matter whose Patronus led the charge, all that mattered was that the threat was neutralized. McGonagall, however, didn't dwell on these thoughts for long and quickly redirected her attention to more pressing matters. The Dementors' intrusion onto school grounds was unacceptable, and the Ministry of Magic would have to answer for it. She raised her wand to her throat and cast a charm to amplify her voice, calling out, "Everyone, be quiet." Her voice echoed across the pitch, capturing everyone's attention. The game is suspended. Prefects will lead the students from each house back to the castle immediately, Professor McGonagall's voice rang out. The head boy will oversee security. If a Dementor is spotted again, send a red flare into the sky. No one is to remain outside for any reason. There was no complaint from the stands, and even the players from both teams accepted the suspension without protest. Under Professor McGonagall's orders, the students quickly left the pitch and headed back to the castle. With Malfoy unable to keep hold of Harry, Kyle conjured a stretcher, laid Harry on it, and a few eager Hufflepuffs volunteered to carry him to the castle. They had barely reached the foyer when the Gryffindor team arrived, along with Ron and Hermione, drenched and looking like they had just climbed out of a lake. "Oh, Harry, thank goodness. Ron said, clearly relieved. We saw him fall into the stands with Malfoy, but the crowd was so thick we couldn't get to him. Don't worry, he'll be fine, Kyle reassured them. It's probably just like what happened on the train. Find a room with a window and stick Harry's head outside, I bet he'll wake up soon. Let's not do that, Ron replied with a dry chuckle. I think Madame Pomfrey will be able to wake him up too. Back on the train, there had been no other option but to splash Harry awake, but here at school, taking him to the hospital wing seemed the wiser choice. Suit yourselves, Kyle shrugged. Just make sure he eats some chocolate once he's up, it'll help. Hermione and Ron nodded, then led Harry to the hospital wing, accompanied by Wood and the rest of the Gryffindor team, except for Fred and George. They stayed behind with Kyle, whose pale face looked even more ghostly against the mud on his cheeks. It was terrifying. Fred shivered, still visibly shaken. I felt a chill run down my spine, and when I turned around, the Dementor was less than 5 feet away from me. It felt like all the happiness was sucked right out of me, George said, taking a steadying breath. So, this is what it's like to face a Dementor without the Patronus charm, it's pretty dreadful. But on that note, Fred asked suddenly, Kyle, which one was your Patronus back there? Why do you ask? Kyle replied with a neutral expression. Maybe I couldn't summon one. That's a good joke, Fred laughed. If it had been 10 minutes ago, we might have believed you, George added, patting Kyle on the shoulder. But don't forget, we weren't the only ones at the Quidditch pitch. Plenty of people saw you summon your Patronus, and on the way back to the castle, we overheard at least 2 groups talking about it. If you already know, why are you asking me? Kyle said. Because every time we heard something different, Fred said, a strange expression on his face. It was like you summoned a whole herd of patron muses. Luna even claimed your Patronus was a misty siren. A misty siren? Kyle asked, confused. According to Luna, they're magical creatures from the North Sea, George explained, thinking for a moment. They don't have a fixed form, and everyone sees them differently. Kind of sounds like a boggart, doesn't it? Do you believe that? Kyle asked, looking at them. Well. Fred rubbed his chin thoughtfully. It's not entirely impossible. Kyle was about to respond when a commotion rippled through the crowd around them. Professor McGonagall had arrived, accompanied by several senior students who appeared to be prefects from the various houses. Professor McGonagall. Fred asked urgently. Have the Dementors been driven off? When can we finish the Quidditch match? We're 30 points ahead of Slytherin, George added. I'm afraid not today, Professor McGonagall replied, looking sympathetic but offering no further explanation. She simply instructed them to return to their common rooms for hot chocolate. Before Kyle could leave, she stopped him. You, come with me for a moment, she said. Although he wasn't sure what this was about, Kyle nodded and followed her. As they walked, Professor McGonagall asked, I heard from Diggory that your Patronus was a jellyfish. Yes, Kyle replied. Has something else happened? Not really, said Professor McGonagall. But the Patronus charm is an advanced spell, and it can be mentally exhausting. Since you faced so many Dementors, I think it would be best if Madame Pomfrey checked on you. Chapter 387, Backflip. As the only real casualty of the Dementor attack, Harry had to stay in the hospital wing for the entire weekend. People visited often, trying to cheer him up, but Harry struggled to smile. His broomstick was shattered, split cleanly in 2. He had known it would likely break from a fall of 50 feet, and the thought had crossed his mind when he first regained consciousness. Yet, actually seeing the pieces made him feel miserable. Wood had assured him that it could be fixed, that a trip to Diagon Alley and a bit of gold would have it as good as new. But he couldn't go to Diagon Alley now, he couldn't even go to Hogsmeade. And something else weighed on Harry's mind. In his first divination class, Professor Trelawney had foreseen a dark omen in his tea leaves, a large, black dog. And then, during the match, a black dog had been right there in the stands, and moments later, he had fallen 50 feet. He hadn't told anyone about this, not Ron or Hermione, because he could predict their reactions. Ron would panic, and Hermione would laugh it off. He knew his friends too well. What he wanted was real advice. The black dog had already appeared twice, each time right before deadly danger. The first time, just before term began, he had nearly been flung off the night bus, now, he'd fallen off his broomstick. Was he meant to be on guard against this creature for the rest of his life? And then there were the Dementors. Harry sat in silence on his hospital bed, half listening to Hermione tell him about the latest school gossip. She mentioned that Kyle's dragon scale badge was suddenly in demand again. I still don't think it does much, but most people say it's helpful, Hermione said, toying with the badge pinned to her chest. Dean Thomas swore he didn't feel a Dementor at all, but I was there, and before the patron uses appeared, he nearly cried. But what about Neville? Ron countered. He wore 2 of them and did a lot better than on the train. He even came to visit Harry. Maybe he's just getting used to the effects of the Dementors, Hermione suggested. It has nothing to do with an amulet. Ron wasn't convinced. Everyone knows you can't get used to something like that, it only gets worse. As he listened, Harry wondered if Kyle might have some advice about the black dog, which seemed to appear and vanish at the most unpredictable times. And he also wanted to ask about dealing with Dementors. Professor McGonagall had called it the Patronus charm. The opportunity soon arose. On Monday, as Harry returned to his classes, he spotted Kyle and Cedric heading toward the Great Hall. Seizing the moment, he quickly caught up with them. A black dog? Kyle repeated after hearing Harry's question. Yes, said Harry. I saw it in the stands during the game, and then I fell 50 feet. I was wondering if there was anything to it. I saw it once before, too, when I was in Magnolia Crescent. If it were just some random dog, it wouldn't have followed me all the way from Privet Drive to Hogwarts, would it? Cedric thought for a moment. It's possible you're mistaken. I mean, with similar size, breed, and color, it's hard to know if it's the same dog each time. Well. Harry hesitated. He'd only caught a quick, shadowed glimpse before the night bus had appeared, so maybe Cedric was right. But the timing seemed just a bit too coincidental. I don't know what happened on Privet Drive, Kyle interjected, but the one in the stands is just a friendly stray. Big, shaggy, and hasn't had a bath in ages, from the look of it. You saw it too? Harry asked, surprised. Yeah, the last time we went to Hogsmeade, Kyle said with a laugh. I saw it lounging in front of a shop and played with it for a bit. I think it must have wandered over from the village. Wait, so you're saying it's just a stray from Hogsmeade? Nothing unlucky about it. If a black dog really meant bad luck, then what about Hagrid's dog, Fong? Kyle pointed out. He's black, too. Thinking of Fong, Harry realized Kyle had a point. Fong, Hagrid's enormous black boarhound, showed up regularly in Care of Magical Creatures class, hardly an omen of doom. And, Kyle added, the dog's actually quite clever. It can roll over, shake hands, even jump through hoops. Try it out next time, it's really something. I'd recommend the backflip, Cedric added with a grin. Not even some trained Krups could do it so well. And the fire jumping. Kyle said. It's like a Quidditch show with 3 different-sized hoops. Listening to the two of them, Harry felt his fear and distaste for the black dog fade. If it was just some stray everyone had seen, perhaps it really was just an ordinary dog, like Fong. And with the tricks they mentioned, Harry even felt a flicker of curiosity. Was it really as clever as Kyle made it sound? Although he couldn't go to Hogsmeade, maybe he could ask Ron and Hermione to check it out. Oh, by the way, Kyle added, if you want to see it do any tricks, bring it some food. That lazy dog won't move a paw without it. Harry nodded, making a mental note. There's one more thing, he said. Could you teach me the Patronus charm? Next time I see a Dementor, I don't want to faint again. Kyle hesitated briefly before shaking his head. I'd like to help, but I don't have much time lately. With Quidditch training 3 times a week and other activities, I'm barely free. Harry's face fell, disappointment sinking in. But then Kyle continued, you could try asking Professor Lupin. He knows the charm too. Professor Lupin. Harry said, brightening up. Hermione mentioned that he made the Dementor on the train back off. Thank you, Kyle. Without even stopping for dinner, Harry hurried off toward Professor Lupin's office, his mind racing with anticipation. Chapter 388, Starting a Club. The Dementors had entered the school without warning, sending Dumbledore into a fury. He couldn't believe this had happened merely because he'd been away for a day. Upon hearing the news, he dropped everything and went straight to the Ministry of Magic to confront Fudge. No one knew what was said between them in the minister's office, but by Monday, most of the Dementors stationed around Hogwarts had been withdrawn, leaving only a dozen or so at critical entry points. Curiously, the Daily Prophet made no mention of the incident, as if it had never occurred. However, the students of Hogwarts remained oblivious to these changes, and few noticed the decreased number of Dementors. After the weekend, the castle buzzed with its usual energy, the only real change being that Harry's broom was now broken, a misfortune that only concerned the Gryffindors. Meanwhile, Kyle's dragon scale badges were back in demand. Ratton's latest stock had sold out within days, along with most of the pricier dragon tooth jewelry. But these were minor matters, easily overlooked in the larger scheme of things. That Monday morning, the 4th years had defense against the dark arts. Professor Lupin looked unwell, his robe hanging loosely and dark circles prominent beneath his eyes, as though he hadn't slept in days. Nevertheless, he greeted them with a smile. Today, we're going to learn a very handy little trick, the tracking charm, he said in a faint voice. This charm can easily detect creatures lurking in shadows or magical objects that are hidden or invisible. If you ever find yourself in ancient ruins or a dangerous jungle, knowing what's around you beforehand is invaluable. It can help you avoid hinkypunks hiding in pools or spot foppers perched in treetops. He paused, gesturing to them. Now, everyone take out your wands. Originally, Professor Lupin had planned an outdoor lesson for the 4th years. 2 weeks earlier, he had prepared a clearing near the Forbidden Forest where students could use the tracking charm to find bowtruckles and fairies hidden among the trees. But plans had changed, and he simply didn't have the energy to take the students outside the castle today. The lesson would have to be limited to practicing the charm and the hand movements in the classroom. We'll go outside next time, Professor Lupin thought to himself. After becoming accustomed to Professor Lupin's typically lively lessons, however, the students found simply practicing the spell rather dull. The tracking charm, unlike other spells, was tricky to gauge without an actual target, making it hard for them to know if they were casting it correctly. After about half the class, students began to lose interest, their chanting of incantations and hand gestures growing increasingly unenthusiastic. Professor. Someone called out, "Do you know much about Dementors?" At once, everyone perked up, their eyes fixed intently on Professor Lupin. This was far more intriguing than waving their wands. "Of course I know," Professor Lupin replied. "Though I wasn't at school last Saturday, the other professors filled me in on what happened. Dementors are among the most evil creatures in existence. They drain all happiness, every joyful memory, from anyone nearby. If you remain with them long enough, you can go mad, soulless and empty, just like them." "Why did the Dementors go to the pitch?" a student asked. "They were probably hungry," Professor Lupin answered calmly. "The excitement and heightened emotions around the Quidditch pitch must have been a feast for them." "Professor, can you teach us how to defend against Dementors?" another student asked. "It's the Patronus charm, right? The one that summons silver animals." Professor Lupin looked at him. "It's difficult, something you'll only learn in your 7th year," he replied. "Besides, Professor Dumbledore has already resolved this matter. Rest assured, the Dementors won't dare come onto school grounds again." "But, Professor," the student pressed, "there will always be times when the headmaster isn't here, like last Saturday. If the Dementors break into the castle when he's gone, shouldn't we know how to defend ourselves?" "This." Professor Lupin frowned slightly. "The Patronus charm is 7th-year material. Learning it now may be a bit premature." "No problem, Professor," Kyle chimed in, "I'm certain we can handle it." "Yes, absolutely," Mikkel quickly added. "Kyle has already mastered it, so we can definitely learn it too." Professor Lupin opened his mouth to say that Kyle was an unusual case, that one student's success didn't set the standard for the whole class. But the words caught in his throat. He paused, weighing the reality. "There isn't enough time," he said finally. "The Patronus charm requires not only precise magical control but also a high level of emotional command. It can't be learned in half a term. And if we spend too long on it, it would delay your exams, even your 5th-year OWLS. This is why we wait until 7th year." "But, Professor," came a tentative voice from the corner, "couldn't you keep teaching us until then?" Professor Lupin suddenly found himself at a loss. He couldn't, of course, because his teaching appointment was only for the current year. And he wasn't the only one, all previous Defense Against the Dark Arts professors had only ever held the post for a single year. According to rumors passed among the professors, Dumbledore's office contained stacks of one-year appointment letters for this position, as plentiful as the new student acceptance letters each summer. Whether or not that was true, well, no one really knew. Seeing Professor Lupin hesitate, the room erupted into a flurry of eager chatter. "Professor, we really want to learn this. We promise we'll work hard. We'll even do 2 rolls of parchment for homework if we have to." Before he could finish, someone nearby clamped a hand over his mouth. That offer might have been too much. "If time is the issue," Kyle spoke up again, "you could do what some other professors have done and start your own club." "A club?" Professor Lupin repeated, considering the idea. "Yes," Kyle said, seizing the opportunity. "After last Saturday, I'm sure a lot of students from other years want to learn the Patronus charm too. Plus, more spells knowledge is always a good thing. If you gather everyone who wants to learn under the name of a club, you'd only need to spend about 2 hours a week." Professor Lupin fell silent, pondering this. After a moment, he nodded thoughtfully. "A club might work, and it wouldn't interfere too much with your regular studies. But teaching all 7 years, wouldn't that be too large of a group?" He frowned, adding, "And I doubt Hogwarts has a classroom big enough to hold everyone." "Actually, there is one, the Great Hall," Kyle suggested with a grin. "You might not know, but last year, Professor Lockhart asked the headmaster to use the Great Hall to set up a dueling club, and nearly every student signed up. Since he was a Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, he was able to do it, so I'm sure you could too." Chapter 389, Harry's Blushing Heartbeat. Faced with Kyle's suggestion and the hopeful looks of his students, Professor Lupin hesitated before nodding in agreement. "I'll give it a try, if the headmaster approves." Kyle was right, learning an extra charm was always beneficial, and he had no real reason to refuse. Besides, Harry had come to see him about the Patronus charm just before class today. Teaching one student wasn't much different from teaching a group. And the charm had another advantage: the light it produced created a happiness boost for everyone nearby. In other words, the more people who practiced together, the easier it would be for everyone to learn. But before the students could start cheering, Professor Lupin raised his voice and added, "This all depends on whether the headmaster agrees. And time-wise, we'd need to start next term. I have a lot to finish up before the holidays." The students didn't mind the wait. Christmas break was only a month away, and they were thrilled just to have the opportunity on the horizon. They left the classroom cheering, eager to spread the word as quickly as possible. "This is brilliant," Cedric said excitedly over lunch. "I tried learning the Patronus charm before, but all I could ever manage was a puff of smoke. I was thinking of asking Professor Lupin for help, but now I don't need to. A month isn't so long to wait." Cedric wasn't the only one thrilled. For the rest of the term, the students looked forward to Christmas even more, not just for the holiday but also for the upcoming Patronus Charm Club. As November drew to a close, the second Quidditch match of the season began. Since Harry's broom was still out of commission, Gryffindor's rematch against Slytherin had been rescheduled for the following term. This time, the original schedule stood: Hufflepuff versus Ravenclaw. With several new players replacing half of the old lineup, Hufflepuff's hopes of winning the Quidditch Cup had dwindled. This was evident in the stands, which were noticeably lopsided in support. From his broom, Kyle took a quick glance around. Before the match, yellow flags representing Hufflepuff had filled more than half of the stands, but now their section was just a small island in a vast sea of blue. Ravenclaw had the opposite experience. The addition of two highly skilled chasers last year had completed their lineup, and after a year of practice and matches, they were a well-coordinated team with serious championship potential. Over in the Gryffindor section, Fred and George were enthusiastically waving a large blue Ravenclaw flag. Noticing Kyle's gaze, they quickly pulled out a yellow Hufflepuff flag and started waving it, too, though its scrappy appearance, like an old bed sheet, showed a clear difference in allegiance. Kyle smirked at the less-than-subtle favoritism, but he didn't have time to dwell on it. He caught the quaffle from a teammate and shot off toward the Ravenclaw goal, weaving through the opposing chasers as the game began in earnest. This time, the Dementors didn't show up to cause trouble, but the game didn't last long regardless. Just 20 minutes in, Cedric managed to catch the golden snidget before Cho, his superior cornering speed sealing Hufflepuff's victory. The stands erupted with cheers. "You see, Harry, cornering speed is the only real speed," Wood exclaimed, punching the air. "After our rematch, we'll face Hufflepuff, so that's what we need to focus on in training." Harry nodded absently, his gaze fixed elsewhere. "Her name is Cho Chang, I think. What a charming girl." He felt his heart pounding. Watching her gracefully dodge a bludger earlier, executing a clean starfish maneuver, had him completely captivated. His face flushed, and he suddenly found himself desperate for an excuse to talk to her, maybe even trade seeker tips. "When are we playing Ravenclaw?" he asked Wood. "Not for a while," Wood replied. "In March, actually. I have to say, Ravenclaw's looking strong this year, with their chasers." Wood continued his analysis, but Harry barely heard him. Even Ron's gentle tug on his sleeve couldn't break his reverie. "March, that's a long time," Harry murmured, thinking. He realized that Cho and Kyle were friends. Maybe he could find a reason to talk to them before the match. Buying something could work. Kyle always had interesting gadgets, usually through Fred and George, but it wouldn't hurt to go directly to the source this time. On the pitch, Cedric shook Cho's hand but felt a strange twinge of unease, glancing up instinctively. He scanned the sky, half expecting Dementors, but there was nothing. "Just nerves," he thought. "What are you looking at?" Cho asked. "Nothing." Cedric shook his head quickly. Cho let go of his hand with a smile. "You won this time, but I won't lose next time." "I'll be waiting," Cedric replied with a grin. "Your team's really strong this year." It wasn't just polite praise. Hufflepuff may have won, but they only led Ravenclaw by 100 points. Ravenclaw had stayed ahead on basic scores until Cedric caught the snidget, a first for Hufflepuff. Since their strongest chaser, Harris, had graduated, their two replacements hadn't yet caught up to Kyle's level, leaving him to shoulder most of the scoring alone. Consequently, he had been the prime target for bludgers the entire game, just as Harris had been. Afterward, they headed back to the changing rooms, then made their way toward the castle together. Walking slightly behind, Cedric hesitated before asking Cho, "By the way, the next Hogsmeade trip is coming up. Would you like to go to Madame Putafoot's tea shop? I've never been there before." "Sure," Cho said with a bright smile. "Let's ask Kyle and Kana to join us too." Cedric murmured, "Kyle doesn't like tea. He only drinks lemonade." What was that? Kyle, walking ahead of them, heard his name and turned back curiously. We were just talking about plans for the next Hogsmeade trip, Cho explained. Do you know when it'll be? Probably around Christmas, Kyle answered, glancing at Cedric, whose expression seemed slightly tense. His instincts told him there was something weighing on his friend's mind. Chapter 390, Fred and George's childhood. By December, 2 weeks before the holidays, the sky finally cleared, turning a bright, dazzling off-white. These days were some of the calmest Hogwarts had seen in a while. With no sightings of Sirius Black and Dumbledore's fury keeping the Dementors away from the castle gates, things felt nearly peaceful. It had been about a week since the last Quidditch match, and during that time, Kyle had noticed something interesting. He'd been running into Harry a lot more often than usual. While they were friends, their usual routines didn't overlap much. Kyle spent most of his free time in the library or the room of requirement, while Harry preferred Hagrid's company or a cozy game of wizard chess with Ron in the common room, only visiting the library when absolutely necessary. Most days, they only really saw each other during meals in the Great Hall. But in recent days, Harry seemed to appear everywhere Kyle went. Just today, as Kyle stepped out of the Charms corridor, he saw Harry hurrying down the hallway toward him. What a coincidence, Kyle, are you here for class too? Harry greeted him with his usual friendliness. Kyle opened his mouth, momentarily unsure how to respond. What else would he be doing? Having tea with Professor Flitwick. He would, if he thought the professor would actually agree to it. Yes, I'm here for class, Kyle finally replied. And, what about you? Why are you here? Oh, I just finished class and happened to be passing through. Harry's gaze kept flicking over Kyle's shoulder, as if looking for someone in the crowd behind him. By the way, which house are you paired with for this class? Slytherin, Kyle answered. At this, Harry's gaze refocused on Kyle, his interest fading. Well, I need to find Ron. See you around, Kyle, he called, walking off as if nothing had happened. Where's he off to? Connor asked, puzzled. And Charms is the only class on this floor today. How did he just happen to pass by here? He's doing it on purpose, Kyle said with a grin. He had been suspicious at first, but after bumping into Harry so frequently, he'd nearly figured it out. Just yesterday, during a class with Ravenclaw, Harry had also shown up. Then, he'd walked with Kyle all the way to the Great Hall, keeping the conversation going with random topics. Not once did he mention needing to meet Ron. And today, with Slytherin present, Harry suddenly remembered his friend. It was becoming obvious, his interest wasn't in any class, and it certainly wasn't in Ron. It was Cho. This is getting interesting, Kyle chuckled, heading down the stairs with Connor looking at him quizzically. Do you know what he's up to? She asked, catching up. Oh, maybe, Kyle teased, his grin widening. And? Connor prompted, eager for more. Not telling. Connor followed him all the way to the foyer, where a crowd had gathered around the notice board near the Great Hall. Cedric and Cho had just emerged from the crowd as Kyle and Connor approached. Spotting them, Kyle couldn't help but chuckle again. What's wrong with you? Cedric asked, frowning. Why are you grinning like that? Drunk the wrong potion? Nothing, just thinking of something funny, Kyle replied, quickly steering the conversation away. So, what's posted up there? Oh, it's Professor Lupin's Patronus Charm Club, Cedric said with a laugh, letting the matter go. The headmaster's given the go-ahead, and it starts at 6 p.m. on the first day of term. That's still a whole month away. Kanna said, disappointed. I thought we'd be starting next week. Last year, when Lockhart had announced the dueling club, it had started just a few days later. She'd assumed it would be the same this time, but clearly, she was mistaken. I think it's probably because of Professor Lupin's assignment, Cho added. The notice says that everyone joining the club needs to think of a particularly happy memory to bring to the first session. Professor Lupin didn't say why, but he wrote that having a well-prepared happy memory will make learning the Patronus Charm easier. I suppose he's giving us the month to get ready. Happy things. Kanna muttered thoughtfully. Just then, Ron and Hermione emerged from the crowd around the notice board. Why are we supposed to think about happy memories? Ron asked, puzzled. What does that have to do with learning charms? It's essential for the Patronus Charm, Ron, Hermione said, exasperated. According to the Standard Book of Spells, the Patronus Charm is all about channeling those happy memories and making them physically manifest. Oh, that sounds like a lot of trouble. Ron mumbled, feeling his enthusiasm for the club waver. Truthfully, he hadn't seen Dementors around for quite some time, and learning the Patronus Charm suddenly didn't seem so urgent. Hermione was still explaining the intricacies of the charm, listing the steps and the challenges, while Ron, deciding not to argue, looked around and spotted Kyle nearby. Hey, Kyle, have you seen Harry? Ron called over. He's upstairs, looking for someone, Kyle said, struggling to keep a straight face. Didn't you have the same class together? Yeah, but he dashed off right after class and didn't say where he was going, Ron replied. He's been acting a bit odd lately. They headed into the Great Hall together, where Kana walked quietly, her head down, deep in thought about Professor Lupin's request. She turned various memories over in her mind, unsure which would be right. Finally, as they sat down to dinner, she looked up and asked, Kyle, what memory did you use when you learned the Patronus charm? Everyone else perked up, clearly curious. My Hogwarts acceptance letter, Kyle replied with a smile, as he reached for a baked potato. Cedric nodded knowingly. It was a happy moment for any magical child, receiving that first letter. He'd used the same memory when practicing the charm himself, though he'd never quite managed the full effect. Anything else? Cedric asked, interested. Kyle grinned. Yes, actually. The other was when Fred and George got their first real punishment. He lowered his voice conspiratorially. They'd made a huge mess of things, and Mr. Weasley hung them from a tree and gave them a serious telling off. They were howling so loudly you could probably hear it all the way through St. Catchpole. It was so funny, honestly. It's a shame we didn't have a camera. I'd love to have had a record of their faces. Cedric chuckled awkwardly. He couldn't recall this incident, either because his house was far enough from the burrow or because he'd been too young to remember it. Glancing over at the Gryffindor table, Cedric wondered if Fred and George knew that their discipline session had played a role in Kyle's Patronus training. Most likely not, otherwise, they'd surely be plotting their revenge on him. Chapter 391, Madame Putafoot, the candy-making expert. Christmas was drawing ever closer. One morning, a sparkling frost covered the castle grounds, and a festive buzz filled the air inside Hogwarts. Professor Lupin had set up a few small Christmas trees in his classroom, with various sweets hanging from the branches for students to enjoy, probably his biggest splurge of the term. Over in Charms class, Professor Flitwick had gone all out with decorations, stringing the classroom with colorful lights that morphed into tiny, winged fairies whenever someone approached, zooming around the room like magical fireflies. The final Hogsmeade trip before Christmas was set for the last weekend of term. Fred and George opted to stay behind for a bit, deciding it was time to inject Harry with some holiday cheer before they left. Hogsmeade was enchanting under a fresh blanket of snow, like a Christmas card brought to life. The cottages and shops were dusted with white, doors were adorned with holly wreaths, and trees along the streets glowed with enchanted candles. Having bought most of their essentials on the last visit, Cedric suggested they check out the one spot they hadn't been yet, Madame Putafoot's tea house. As if on cue, Cho immediately agreed, even urging Kana and Kyle to come along. Penelope says it's the best spot in Hogsmeade, she added. And we haven't been there before. Kana's interest was piqued, and she joined eagerly. Kyle trailed behind, casting a questioning glance at Cedric. Why do you want to go there? He asked, raising an eyebrow. What? Cedric shrugged, feigning innocence. I'm just curious. Besides, Madame Putafoot's and the Shrieking Shack are about the only Hogwarts spots we haven't explored. True, Kyle replied, though his voice held a hint of suspicion. But, as far as I know, that's usually a couple spot. Haven't you heard? Oh, Cedric stammered, clearly flustered. I hadn't, actually. He awkwardly changed the subject, mumbling, do you think Fred and George will have any trouble finding us here? Kyle decided to let it go, noticing Cedric's reddening ears. You don't need to worry about that, he replied, following Cedric's lead. Their first stop will be Zonko's, and they'll probably spend a good hour in there. They won't be looking for us anytime soon. Cedric laughed, relief mingling with humor. You're right about that. So, the group crossed the main road and arrived at the entrance of the quaint, tiny tea house. A notice was posted on the door, and Cho read it aloud. Ministry of Magic Order. Customers, please be aware that unless otherwise notified, Dementors will patrol the streets of Hogsmeade every day at sunset. This measure is for the safety of residents and will remain in effect until Sirius Black is captured. Merry Christmas. Kyle also glanced at the notice. It seemed the ministry had received some kind of tip and had deployed most of the Dementors here. Unfortunately, it wasn't likely to help. If Kyle wasn't mistaken, Black had probably left Hogsmeade long ago. The others didn't pay it much attention either. The notice made it clear that the Dementors would only patrol at sunset, and it was still midday. Cho pushed open the door to the tea house. The tea house was indeed small, with just a few little round tables, and a hazy, almost frilly atmosphere, as if decorated with endless bows and lace. Due to the tiny tables, they had to split up, each pair taking 2 adjacent seats. What would you like to order? Madame Putafoot asked as she came over. She was a plump little woman with shiny black hair pulled back in a bun, squeezing herself carefully between the tables. 4 creme coffees, please, Cho ordered, seemingly prepared. Once Madame Putafoot had left, she leaned in and whispered, Penelope said this is the best here. Kana, who had been excited about this outing, was now blushing, Having noticed the particular atmosphere of the tea house as well, it was mostly couples holding hands. Still, she'd come all this way, so she shyly took her seat next to Kyle. Before long, Madame Putafoot returned with 4 floating cups. The coffee, topped with a thick layer of white custard, looked delightful. Kyle took a sip and immediately set the cup down. For a moment, he wondered if Madame Putafoot had a secret fondness for Dumbledore. The coffee was brewed exactly to the headmaster's taste, so sweet it was like drinking pure syrup, with barely any hint of coffee flavor at all. Even the faint bitterness resembled concentrated sugar rather than coffee. Even house elves would probably feel a bit ashamed of this level of sweetness. The group lingered in the tea house for a while longer. Then Kana leaned over to Kyle and whispered, "Is there anything else here?" Like Kyle, her cup remained nearly full. She had also taken just a single sip and decided against drinking more. They both had a similar taste, preferring something less overwhelmingly sweet. Kyle shook his head. He wasn't sure what other drinks were on the menu, but if the coffee was this sugary, he doubted that the black tea or anything else would be any better. After a moment's thought, Kyle suggested, "Why don't we head over to the 3 broomsticks? We could get a butterbeer, a plate of chocolate cookies, and 2 roast beef pies. I left so early today that I haven't even had breakfast yet." Kana's eyes lit up at the mention of meat pies. Yes. The two exchanged a look and stood up at the same time. "Should we invite them?" Kana asked, glancing at Cedric and Cho nearby. "Nah," Kyle replied, shaking his head. The two seemed too engrossed in conversation to notice anything around them. "You're right," Kana chuckled, covering her mouth. Kyle paid the bill, and the two quietly slipped out of the tea house, heading toward the 3 broomsticks. On the way, Kana eyed the cup of coffee Kyle still held and asked, puzzled, "You don't actually like that, do you? Why are you bringing it along?" "This." Kyle looked down at the cup and grinned. "This isn't for me, it's a Christmas present for Professor Dumbledore." "Professor Dumbledore?" Kana hesitated. "You really think he'll like it?" "Of course," Kyle nodded. Asterisk if you watch closely, you'll notice that whenever Professor Dumbledore attends a banquet, he always goes for the desserts. And last time I was in his office, he was recommending a creme brulee to Professor Snape. It's a new item from Honeydukes, just as sweet and intense as this coffee, so I think he'll love it. Really? I never noticed that before, Kana said, blinking. Then, as if a thought occurred to her, she glanced back thoughtfully in the direction of the tea house. Chapter 392, Fudge. Kyle and Kana braved the snow and wind to make their way to the 3 broomsticks. The pub was bustling, far livelier and louder than the calm, frilly ambience of Madame Putafoot's tea house, and the freshly made butterbeer was steaming, releasing a warm, frothy mist. Behind the counter, the barman, a curvy, good-looking woman, was busy serving a rowdy group of wizards. "I'll get the drinks, you find us a seat," Kyle said. "Hope we're not too late, seats are always scarce here." Kana headed to the back of the pub and found a small table tucked between a window and a Christmas tree, conveniently next to the cozy fireplace. Soon, Kyle joined her, with a large tray floating behind him. It was loaded with 2 bottles of butterbeer, 2 plates of meat pies, and a dish of freshly baked pine nut cookies, filling the table with delicious aromas. Kana took a big bite of her pie, then sipped her butterbeer, her face lighting up with satisfaction. "I really do like this," she said through a mouthful. "Me too," Kyle replied, taking a bite of a pine nut cookie before lifting his glass. "Merry Christmas." "Merry Christmas," Kana replied, and their glasses clinked softly together. Kyle took a hearty sip, warmth spreading through him as he drank. "This is good, but it would be nice to have something a bit stronger," he thought. Kyle had originally wanted to order Ogden's Old Fire Whiskey, a pub specialty, but Madame Rosmerta had said it contained fire whiskey and couldn't be served to students. So, butterbeer it was. But he knew from Fred and George that on quieter days, Madame Rosmerta was a bit more lenient. They'd managed to buy mead, which also had fire whiskey, from here before. Setting down his glass, Kyle glanced around and noticed a few familiar faces. Behind the Christmas tree sat Harry, Hermione, and Ron, well hidden in the corner, with Harry positioned farthest back. Kyle might not have seen them if Hermione hadn't waved to him. It seemed Fred and George had already given Harry the map. As he was mulling over this, a cold gust blew through the pub as the door opened. Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick entered, followed by Hagrid and the Minister for Magic, Cornelius Fudge, all bundled up and brushing off snow. Behind them came a clanking noise as Ron and Hermione quickly shoved Harry under the table. There were no empty tables left in the bustling pub. Some wizards, recognizing Fudge, immediately offered him their seats, but he waved them off with a friendly smile, insisting he was here simply as an ordinary customer, and everyone should carry on as they pleased. Just then, not far behind Kyle, 2 wizards hurriedly finished their drinks, got up, paid their bill, and left. An empty table had opened up. "What luck?" I was beginning to think I'd have to stand and drink, Fudge remarked with a broad smile as he walked over, nodding greetings to various patrons along the way. He even recognized Kyle. Good to see you here, Kyle, he said warmly. The youngest recipient of the Order of Merlin, quite an accomplishment. I remember that day as if it were yesterday. I remember it well, too, Minister, Kyle replied with a polite nod. A shame I couldn't present the award to you myself, Fudge chuckled. They did ask me, you know, but I thought it more fitting for Dumbledore, your headmaster, to handle it since it was at school. Behind him, Professor McGonagall pursed her lips. She recalled that Fudge had actually resisted the idea of awarding Kyle the order at all, though no one had heeded his objections. This brand of excuse-making seemed all too familiar to her, she'd seen it often enough in a few of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professors. Once they'd settled in, Madame Rosmerta approached with her usual ease, calling out each person's drink preferences, gilly water for Professor McGonagall, 4 pints of mead for Hagrid, and a cherry syrup and soda for Professor Flitwick. And for you, Minister, a red currant rum, she said. Thank you, Rosmerta, Fudge replied cheerfully. Good to see you again. Will you have one with us? Madame Rosmerta readily agreed and went to fetch their drinks. Kyle wished he could overhear their conversation, but the din of the busy pub and the distance between tables made it impossible to pick up more than fragments. Words like Sirius Black, Dementor, Despicable, and Vile Traitor floated over, thanks mostly to Hagrid. When Hagrid got heated, he couldn't help raising his voice, and nearly half the pub could hear him. They're talking about Sirius Black, aren't they? Conna whispered, having heard some of Hagrid's outbursts herself. Obviously, Kyle murmured, taking a sip of butterbeer. If anyone could get Fudge to come all the way to Hogsmeade right before Christmas, it'd be Black. But why? Conna asked. Aren't there already Dementors here? Why would the minister come himself? That's the question, Kyle replied, shaking his head. I think he's probably here to speak with Professor Dumbledore about letting Dementors search the castle. Today's a Hogsmeade visiting day, so there aren't many students left in the castle. If the remaining ones were gathered together and protected, the Dementors could enter and search without too much risk. I'll bet the headmaster didn't agree, Conna said without hesitation. Of course not, Kyle agreed. If he had, Professors McGonagall and Flitwick wouldn't be escorting Fudge to the 3 broomsticks for a drink. But that's just a guess. Fudge might also just be here to make sure the Dementors are doing their jobs. Is the minister really that worried about Black? Conna asked, surprised. I heard he's more interested in attending parties. Kyle picked up a biscuit. He doesn't have a choice. No one's ever escaped from Azkaban before, and Black is the first. It's a huge blow to the ministry's reputation. If they don't act quickly, people will start questioning the minister's competence. Just then, Hagrid's gruff voice carried over the noise, louder and rougher than before. I met him, you know. After Lily and James died, the boy was pale, shaken. Hagrid was nearly growling now, his words cutting through the pub's chatter. Do you know what I did? I comforted the traitor. I comforted him. Chapter 393, A Solo Journey Home. Hagrid's voice boomed through the room, and Kyle noticed Professor McGonagall glance around anxiously, as if she didn't want the other students overhearing this conversation from over a decade ago, especially here, in this very place. Professor McGonagall paused for what felt like a long time. Kyle quickly pretended not to notice and focused on eating his meat pie. Hagrid, please. Keep your voice down, Professor McGonagall urged. But her caution seemed to go unheeded. Hagrid could still hear her, even when she tried to lower her voice. And he wanted me to hand Harry over to him, that scum. Lucky for Harry, I refused. Dumbledore had already ordered me to take him to his aunt and uncle's. Hagrid. Professor McGonagall shot him another irritated glance. Just then, Conna chimed in, Kyle, let's go find Cho and Cedric. They've probably finished their conversation by now. Plus, I need to stop by Madame Putafoot's tea house to pick up something. Looks like we're on the same page, Kyle said, standing up. He was about to pay for his drink when Conna slipped 2 galleons onto the table first. You. Kyle began to protest, but Conna grabbed his arm, gently pulling him away from the bar before he could get another word out. Once they were back on the street, Conna smiled and said, You bought me coffee last time, so I'm treating you this time. No, it's just. Kyle hesitated, then added, You actually gave too much. It only costs 1.5 galleons. Why'd you leave 2? Huh. Conna looked a bit puzzled. Why didn't you say so earlier? You didn't give me a chance, Kyle replied with a shrug. Conna was about to consider going back, but just then, Cedric and Cho came running toward them from a distance. Hey, where'd you two disappear to? Cho asked as soon as she spotted Kyle and Conna. They'd been talking about checking out the Shrieking Shack, but when they'd turned around, all they'd seen were 2 nearly untouched coffee cups left on the table. Their 2 companions were nowhere to be found. I went to almost every shop, but I couldn't find you, Cedric said. We're right here, the 3 broomsticks, Kyle replied. Guess that's one place you didn't check. Cedric paused, realizing Kyle was right, he hadn't been there. But you just had coffee, he pointed out. Kyle shrugged. Too sweet. Butterbeer's more our style. Cedric pursed his lips, as if conceding. Oddly, he hadn't noticed just how sweet the coffee had been. With the conversation disrupted, Kana felt awkward about asking for her change back, so she sighed and followed along with the others as they continued on. They soon met up with Fred and George at Zonko's and decided to head together to the Shrieking Shack, an outing they'd planned long ago. But upon arriving, they found it far less exciting than they'd imagined. Once they unlocked the large padlock on the door, they discovered an abandoned room. The wallpaper was peeling, dust blanketed the floor, and all the furniture was broken as if it had been smashed long ago. So much for spooky legends, Fred grumbled, kicking a broken stool aside. The locals probably made up the story to draw tourists with tales of eerie nighttime howls. I'm with you, George agreed, brushing his hand across a dusty table. This room's been empty for ages. Just look at all this dust. Maybe it's haunted. Cho suggested. Hogwarts has plenty of ghosts, and none of them howl, Fred said. Besides, ghosts don't go around smashing furniture. He picked up a broken leg from a stool and tapped it on the ground for emphasis. Someone probably just wrecked this place to create a bit of spooky ambience. After days of anticipation, they were all disappointed by the anticlimactic Shrieking Shack. The dreary room dulled their excitement, and they lost interest in browsing the village shops. Once they'd left, they headed straight back to the castle. Kyle was the last to leave and resecured the lock on the door. It was still early when they returned, and the castle was unusually quiet. Filch stood in the foyer, eyes narrowing as he watched them, though his gaze was fixed on Fred and George, whose pockets were stuffed with Zonko's prank items. Filch approached, scowling. Hold it right there. I want to check. Before he could finish, Fred and George bolted, sprinting past him and disappearing down the hallway. Stop. Filch bellowed, stop, I say. His angry shouts echoed through the quiet castle, quickly bringing it to life. At dinner time, everyone gathered to discuss their holiday plans. What do you mean? Cedric exclaimed, staring at Kyle in disbelief. You're not spending Christmas at Hogwarts this year? For the past 3 years, Kyle had stayed at school over Christmas, and Cedric had assumed this year would be no different. He'd even gone to the trouble of writing to his father for weeks and, just 2 days ago, put himself on the list of students staying over the holiday, all to surprise Kyle. He hadn't expected that Kyle would be heading home this year. It felt like some elaborate trick. Yeah, Kyle replied casually, though he seemed a bit lost in thought. I can't spend every Christmas here, after all. Cedric started, but before he could continue, Cho suddenly sidled up beside them. What a shame, she said with a small smile. I was hoping someone would keep me company. You're not going home this year? Kyle asked, surprised. No. Cho nodded. My dad wrote to me that they're going on a trip for Christmas, so I'll be staying at school. I see, Kyle said, nodding before turning back to Cedric. What were you going to say? Oh, nothing. Cedric took a calm sip of pumpkin juice. I just wanted to wish you a Merry Christmas. I've decided to stay at school this year too, so I won't be able to go home with you. You're staying at school too? Kyle raised an eyebrow. Did Mr. Diggory agree to that, or did you decide on your own? I signed the list for students staying at school a couple of days ago, Cedric replied. Me too, Kana chimed in, grinning at Cho. We can go to the library and work on our homework together during the break. Kyle realized that the holiday plan seemed entirely flipped this year. Besides him, it looked like nearly everyone else had chosen to stay at Hogwarts, including Fred and George, who were working on their new skiving snack boxes. They knew that if they went home, Mrs. Weasley would likely catch on to their experiments right away. Chapter 394, The Thestral Carriage. After the lavish dinner, the group dispersed, heading back to their respective common rooms. As Kyle was leaving the Great Hall, he was unexpectedly stopped. Just in time. Professor Dumbledore stood at the entrance, his eyes twinkling as he gestured for Kyle to join him. Leading him aside, Dumbledore continued, Do you remember the letter you asked me to send a few days ago? Kyle nodded. I received a reply from Nicholas this afternoon. He asked me to pass it along to you during the holidays. Dumbledore paused, smiling slightly. So, you wish to borrow Fawkes? If it's you, I don't think he'd mind at all. Kyle sensed a faint hint of something, almost as if Dumbledore sounded a touch reluctant, but he couldn't be sure if he'd imagined it. He shook his head, saying, Is there any other way? If possible, Kyle preferred not to travel by Phoenix, even though it was undoubtedly the fastest option. He found the experience rather unnerving and difficult to embrace. Dumbledore considered this. Of course, there's another way, it'll just take a bit longer. That's fine, Kyle replied quickly, I'm in no hurry. Very well, then. They chatted for a few more minutes before Kyle headed back to the Hufflepuff common room. With the holiday break beginning the next day, the atmosphere was lively. Students were buzzing with excitement, gathered in small groups as they discussed their plans for the upcoming 2 weeks. Kyle, however, didn't linger with the others. Instead, he slipped away and went straight back to his dormitory. The next morning, Kyle woke up at his usual time. The dormitory was already empty, so he packed his belongings and opened the door to the common room. It was mostly deserted, except for Kanna, who was sitting by the fireplace, working on some homework. At the sound of the door, she looked up absently and greeted, "Hello, Winsty." "Wait, Kyle." Surprised, Kanna quickly jumped up, grabbed Kyle's hand, and pulled him toward the exit. "Hurry, hurry. I hope the train hasn't left yet," she said anxiously. "Why didn't you wake up earlier?" "If I'd known, I would have woken you." "Relax, it's fine," Kyle replied, gently taking her arm to slow her down. "The train left about 10 minutes ago. I have other arrangements, so I don't need the train." "Other arrangements?" Kanna looked at him curiously. "So you're staying at school too?" "No," Kyle shook his head. "I just don't have to take the train. Remember, Professor Dumbledore mentioned it to me yesterday." Kanna relaxed, sighing with relief as she returned to her chair. "Where's Cedric, by the way?" Kyle asked. "He left early this morning," Kanna replied. "Didn't say where he was going." "So it's just you here?" "No, Winsty's around too, she's a 5th year," she added. Kyle nodded and headed off to the kitchen for breakfast. Around 10 o'clock, Cedric finally returned, just as a brown owl flew in through the window and dropped a note into Kyle's hands. Reading it, Kyle got to his feet. "I have to go," he announced, smiling. "Have a great holiday, and Merry Christmas." "Merry Christmas," Kanna called back, waving. Kyle left the common room and made his way through the castle, but he didn't head to Hogsmeade Station. Instead, he took a side path leading to a secluded spot near the platform where they'd taken the carriages at the beginning of the school year. It was a quiet, rarely used area, but today it was anything but deserted. "Kyle, over here." Hagrid called, waving him over with an excited urgency. It seemed he'd been waiting for Kyle for some time. Beside Hagrid stood a carriage, but unlike the ones used earlier in the school year, this one was hitched to 3 Thestrals, their dark, skeletal forms standing ready. "The headmaster told me you might be needing this," said Hagrid, grinning as he patted one of the Thestral's slender wings. "Heading home, are ya? I'll say, you made a fine choice. The Hogwarts Express is all well and good, but a Thestral carriage, that's the best way to travel." Hagrid leaned in conspiratorially, "When you get home, take care of them, all right? I put a stash of food in the carriage, enough to last the little guys 2 weeks. "Thanks, Hagrid," Kyle replied, stepping forward with a grateful smile. "But I didn't borrow the Thestrals just to skip the train ride. Besides, I doubt Professor Dumbledore would approve of that. It's just that the place I'm headed to is a bit out of the way, and neither the train nor the night bus can get there. So I've got to rely on this more ancient method." "Ah, that explains it." Hagrid nodded, accepting this without further questions. "You ever ridden in one of these?" "No," Kyle admitted with a shake of his head. He thought back, Newt's suitcase might have held a Thestral somewhere in its depths, but he'd never seen one up close, much less ridden in a Thestral-drawn carriage. After all, he'd only recently gained the ability to even see these magical creatures. Once Kyle climbed into the carriage, Hagrid handed him the reins. "Don't worry, they're clever creatures. The carriage is steady as can be, all you need to do is trust them." Kyle took hold of the reins. The middle Thestral turned its head back, letting out a small chirp, as if to ask if they were ready to set off. "Anytime," Kyle said confidently. "You know where we're headed, right?" The Thestrals nodded, their wings stretching out. Fallen leaves scattered as the carriage took off with a rush, and after a short, swift ride on the ground, it rose smoothly into the sky. Kyle leaned out the window, watching as Hagrid stood below, waving. He waved back until Hagrid's figure faded, growing smaller and finally vanishing around a bend. The carriage soared through the clouds, gliding over mountains, rivers, villages, and even bustling towns below, but no one on the ground seemed to notice its passage. Kyle noted the faint glow of hidden runes within the carriage, which he recognized as symbols for concealment. About 2 hours later, Kyle caught sight of the Hogwarts Express far below. From this altitude, it looked like a toy, chugging along the tracks. The Thestral sped up, closing in from behind and soon outpacing the train until it vanished far behind them. No wonder Hagrid had spoken so highly of the Thestral carriage, the speed alone put the Hogwarts Express to shame, and the ride was surprisingly smooth. Despite the rapid pace, there was no jostling, it felt as steady as if he were seated in the Great Hall. Once the train was out of view, Kyle returned his attention to the inside of the carriage. The clouds ahead were thickening, and he knew that sticking his head out again would mean a faceful of cold, damp air, an experience he wasn't eager to repeat. Chapter 395, Galloping Mooncalf. The thestral-drawn carriage glided through the clouds until dusk, when it gradually slowed, descending back to solid ground. Kyle stepped out, taking in his surroundings with curiosity. He was in Devon, a familiar region. St. Catchpole village was in Devon too. However, this place was unknown to him. They seemed to be at the very edge of the county, far from St. Catchpole, close enough to hear the faint crash of waves in the distance. "Sir, welcome," said a sharp, familiar voice with a German accent. Kyle looked down to find a house elf wearing an outfit like no other, a flowered shirt, goggles perched on its forehead, and mismatched leather shoes. "Tata. What are you wearing this time?" Kyle asked, bemused. This was Tata, Nicholas Flamel's house elf. Unlike most house elves, Tata took to wearing clothes willingly, and Nicholas had provided it with an entire wardrobe. But today's look, floral shirt, goggles, and mismatched buttons, was especially eclectic. Back in Paris, Tata's outfits had been far more subdued. "Master said I should try something different," Tata replied, adjusting the shirt proudly. "What do you think, sir?" "Well, it's unique," Kyle said, giving him a thumbs up. "You'd definitely stand out in a crowd, probably 90% of wizards couldn't pull it off like you do." Pleased, Tata adjusted his clothes with a satisfied tug but soon remembered his task. "Sir, please follow me," he said with a small bow, gesturing for Kyle to walk with him. Kyle took the Thestral's reins and followed Tata. After only a few steps, the empty gravel-strewn lot transformed, revealing a grand manor house surrounded by lush meadow. Flowers and plants Kyle couldn't name dotted the landscape, creating a vibrant garden. Near the entrance stood two intricately crafted stone statues of dragons, so realistic they seemed almost alive. At this point, the Thestrals refused to go any further, no matter how much Kyle tried to coax them. "It's all right, sir. It's safe here, and Tata will see to them," Tata assured him. Kyle thought for a moment before untying the reins, allowing the Thestrals to roam freely. "There's food in the carriage. I'll bring more later." One of the Thestrals snorted and approached Kyle, nuzzling his arm affectionately. Smiling, Kyle gave it a gentle pat before following Tata toward the manor. As they stepped inside, Kyle realized the interior was even grander than the outside suggested, rivaling the scale of Hogwarts. A watering can with two stubby legs passed by them, bobbing cheerfully as it watered the plants on either side of the walkway. "Hey, mind your manners, we have guests," Tata said disapprovingly, eyeing the watering can. The watering can stopped abruptly, and its spout bent in an almost apologetic bow. A kettle apologizing. Kyle felt like 100 mooncalves were dancing in his heart. It was as if he had stepped into one of Merlin's own tales. Then again, with Nicholas Flamel as the owner, it somehow made sense. "Don't mind that rude little thing," Tata continued, leading Kyle onward. As they walked, Kyle spotted other curious scenes, a pair of scissors pruning dead branches, a fountain offering to wash a bird, and even a refrigerator being chased by an easel. Kyle suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for Mr. Weasley. Nicholas really did own a refrigerator that could run. It was trying to ward off the Kneazle by tossing ice cubes at it. What a sight. They finally climbed a staircase where Nicholas Flamel stood waiting, grinning broadly beside an equally white-haired witch, his wife, Perenelle, who was also over 600 years old. "Long time no see, my boy," Nicholas said warmly, giving Kyle a hearty pat on the shoulder. Snap. A soft crackling sound made Kyle wince, thinking he might have broken something. "Careful, that's the third shoulder this year," Perenelle teased, tapping her husband's wrist. I know, Nicholas chuckled, leading Kyle further inside. To Kyle's surprise, the grand room was empty except for the three of them. He'd half expected to see some familiar faces, perhaps McPhail, whom he'd met in Paris, or even Madame Maxime, the headmaster of Beauxbatons, who had once tried to recruit him. "Don't be surprised," Nicholas said, as if reading his thoughts. "A few friends have wanted to join us for Christmas before, but I don't see the point. To me, holidays are no different from any other day." Having lived for over 6 centuries, Nicholas seemed to view all days as equal. Holidays were just another page in time's long story. He led Kyle into a cozy sitting room. A chair in the corner promptly slid over to the table, while a teapot poured a steaming cup of tea with a polite tip of its spout. "It's funny," Nicholas said as he settled into an armchair. "Just the other day, I was about to invite you here when I received a letter from you via Albus." Nicholas handed Kyle a gold pocket watch with 5 hands. "I have to admit, you've given me quite the puzzle." "What do you mean?" Kyle asked, puzzled. Nicholas smiled, handing him the pocket watch. "Last year, Albus came here and insisted I repair this, looking more anxious than he did 100 years ago when he asked to borrow the Philosopher's Stone." Kyle's eyes widened. "Is this the Slytherin time turner?" He took the pocket watch carefully, or written across his face. Last year, he had seen it in a nearly destroyed state, practically crumbling at a touch. Now, though, it was intact, and sturdy in his hands. You repaired it? Kyle asked in amazement. Nicholas chuckled. Not entirely. I only managed to restore the casing. The core runic symbols, though, were created 1,000 years ago and are far different from anything in modern rune studies. I've found only scraps of information about them, and restoring them completely is, well, let's say it's a grand challenge. Though Nicholas spoke with exasperation, he looked delighted, clearly relishing the intricate puzzle. But you didn't bring me here just for this, did you? Kyle handed the time-turner back to him. Indeed, I need your help, Nicholas said. I want to know everything you remember from your time travel experience, especially the beginning and end of the process. The more detailed, the better. It might help me understand those symbols. Of course, Kyle nodded. Chapter 396, Chapter 396, a potion worth 300 galleons. For the next 2 hours, Kyle described in detail the events that had unfolded in the Chamber of Secrets last year. While Nicholas didn't ask much about the overall incident, he focused intensely on the beginning and end of the time travel experience, questioning Kyle about every tiny detail. He wanted to know how Kyle felt as time rewound, if there were any unusual phenomena, and even whether the environment had felt warmer or colder. Some of these things Kyle hadn't even noticed at the time. He'd been too caught up in his exchanges with Riddle to remember sensory details. After hours of talking, Kyle, now parched, drained the cold black tea in his cup. He had suggested using a pensieve so that Nicholas could view the memories directly. Surely, an alchemist of Nicholas's caliber would have a pensieve in his home, and if not, he could probably conjure one on the spot. But Nicholas shook his head. I must tell you, my boy, that extracting memories is not so simple. It can only be done by wizards adept in the memory charm. And then there's something else. He continued, I believe you learned occlumency long ago, did you not? Kyle nodded. Occlumency was one of the magical powers he had spent years perfecting, especially after Rowena Ravenclaw's insistence. For those who've mastered occlumency, Nicholas explained, no one can extract their memories except themselves, not me, nor even Albus. Kyle thought about this. Actually, I could try myself. There was a professor at Hogwarts who was quite skilled in memory charms. He gave me his notes on the subject, and I learned a lot from them. Oh. Hogwarts had a master of memory charms. Nicholas looked intrigued. Albus certainly has an eye for talent. I must admit, Beau's batons can't quite match Hogwarts when it comes to its faculty. Kyle managed a polite laugh, choosing not to mention that this master of memory charms had been a fraud who'd lost his own memory and ended up in St. Mungo's. It felt better to let Nicholas keep his admiration for Hogwarts intact. Before he could say more, Nicholas waved a dismissive hand. I can't allow it, Kyle, he interrupted. Even if you've made excellent progress with the memory charm, it's too risky. He tapped his own forehead. Your mind is far more valuable than anything I want to know. So, no. Besides, thanks to what you've described, I already have a pretty clear sense of things. With a wave of his hand, Nicholas made the intricate blue and turquoise carvings and shelves around them vanish, revealing a wall covered in runes that gleamed faintly in the dim light. One by one, they began to light up, twinkling like stars. Nicholas murmured, this time-turner doesn't operate like the others, it doesn't snap back to the original timeline as expected. Rather, it's as if it seeks to fulfill some specific conditions. He waved his hand again, and some of the runes dimmed while others brightened, until nearly 100 symbols sparkled on the wall. Nicholas began rearranging them into different configurations, creating new symbols and layered shapes. Kyle watched quietly, realizing he couldn't begin to understand Nicholas's technique. He tried to take notes on each combination but gave up after 10 minutes, there were simply too many. And Nicholas didn't seem close to a final answer, he was just experimenting, trying different drafts. Kyle hadn't expected him to work through the entire night. When Nicholas finally stopped, the sky had lightened, signaling morning. Kyle, his head aching from hours of watching advanced runes shift and spin, felt dazed and exhausted. Nicholas, on the other hand, looked more energized than he had the night before. This is incredible. Kyle murmured. Oh, Kyle. I forgot you were still here, Nicholas said, finally noticing Kyle's worn-out expression. Clapping his hands, he called for Tata, the house elf, and requested a light red potion. Drink up, it'll help, Nicholas said. Kyle took the potion and drank deeply. The dizziness from before vanished almost instantly. What is this, he asked, feeling clear-headed again. A brain-refreshing potion of my own making, Nicholas explained. I drink it whenever I need to retrieve memories from centuries ago. It's quite effective. Kyle nodded, then asked, is it difficult to make? Not at all, fairly simple, actually. Nicholas tapped his finger on the table, and a piece of parchment appeared before Kyle. If you're interested, consider this my Christmas gift to you. Thank you, Nicholas. Kyle accepted the parchment eagerly. The potion would be useful, not just for him, but for his friends back at Hogwarts. Kana, who had recently delved into the complexities of ancient runes, could benefit from it, as could Cedric, Cho, and the Weasley twins. But as Kyle scanned the ingredients, he couldn't help a wry smile. While the instructions were indeed simple, the ingredients were another matter. The cheapest item on the list was unicorn horn, priced at about 50 galleons per ounce. Altogether, brewing this potion would cost at least 300 galleons. Kyle took a deep breath, folding the parchment carefully before slipping it into his pocket. As they left the study, Nicholas continued to speak excitedly about his discovery. I'm on the right track, I can feel it. But it's going to take countless attempts and verifications, this could easily go on for years. Not exactly easy on a 600-year-old, I'm afraid, he chuckled. They reached the dining room and sat down, and Tata promptly served up a hearty meal. Chapter 397, The Diadem and the Horcrux. At the dinner table, Nicholas pushed a plate of meatloaf with a bone toward Kyle, smiling as he said, I almost forgot to ask, what else did you come to see me about? It's not just because you want to spend Christmas with me, is it? That's the main reason, Kyle replied. Nothing else? No, Kyle shook his head. Well, in that case. Nicholas gave him a playful look and said half-jokingly, I'll just leave you to it. You know, it takes ages to find the right symbol, he continued, and after that, I probably won't leave that room for weeks. Kyle gave a thoughtful nod, then gently patted his head. Oops. Now that he mentioned it, I do remember one small thing. Go on, Nicholas laughed. Just don't pull an Albus and whip out a time-turner from 1,000 years ago. No, it's nothing like that, just a small thing. Kyle placed a box on the table, slipped on his shield gloves, and carefully took out a rusty, darkened crown. I found this in Hogwarts Castle and wanted to see if there was any way to restore it. When Nicholas first saw the diadem, he barely gave it a second glance, assuming Kyle had merely found some broken alchemical relic from Hogwarts. After all, nothing seemed unusual in that 1,000-year-old school. But soon enough, Nicholas's keen intuition as an alchemist sensed something different. His expression grew serious, as if a certain possibility had crossed his mind. Could it be? He murmured, suddenly tense, and then, almost involuntarily, asked, What is this? Oh, nothing much, just Ravenclaw's diadem, Kyle replied casually. The diadem that's been lost for 1,000 years. Nicholas couldn't help but stand up, visibly shaken. For most alchemists, the Ravenclaw diadem, known for enhancing intelligence, was as legendary as the Philosopher's Stone. Nicholas already possessed the Philosopher's Stone, but he had never seen the diadem in person. In his 6 centuries of life, it was one of his few lingering regrets. He would have never guessed that it had been right there at Hogwarts all along. And Albus had told me he'd never seen it, him, the headmaster. A teenage boy could find it, and he couldn't. Nicholas thought, his astonishment edged with irritation. But now, there was another problem. Ravenclaw's diadem looked so deteriorated that it resembled something one might find in a junk shop. Normally, an artifact with such powerful magic shouldn't show any signs of wear. Nicholas leaned in closer, studying the diadem with increasing intensity. His expression grew more and more grave. This is a Horcrux. Yes, Kyle confirmed with a nod. When I found it, it had already been made into a Horcrux. Even Nicholas, usually so composed, felt the urge to curse. To turn Ravenclaw's diadem into a Horcrux, surely even Herpo the Foul wouldn't have dared to do such a thing. He reached out to touch the diadem, and the instant his fingers brushed against it, a thick black mist erupted, swirling around the diadem. Unsettling murmurs filled the air, whispering from all directions. Pop. Tata, the house elf, appeared instantly before Nicholas, nervously pointing at the black mist. Don't worry, Tata, Nicholas said, pressing his finger down as the black mist retreated back into the diadem. Kyle placed it back in the box and continued. I came here to ask if there's any way to remove the pieces of soul attached to it. Nicholas gave a quiet nod. He didn't ask where Kyle had found the diadem or whether Dumbledore knew about it, but instead, with some interest, he asked, What do you have in mind? There are many ways to destroy a Horcrux. Kyle began. Basilisk Fangs, the Fiend Fire Curse, a Dementor's Kiss, or even the Killing Curse can all disperse the soul fragments inside. But each of these methods would cause some degree of damage to the diadem itself. I'm glad you thought of that, Nicholas said with a smile. Once an object has been made into a Horcrux, it and the soul fragments placed within it are essentially bound as one. Or rather, the entire diadem is now an extension of his soul. I can see why that person chose the diadem as a vessel. Most people, even if they knew it was a Horcrux, wouldn't want to destroy it. In that regard, this person was cleverer than Herpo the Foul. Are you sure you can repair it? Kyle asked. If you can, I actually have some basilisk venom on hand, or I could use dementors. They're in Hogsmeade, and there's only one ministry guard, so if we're quick, catching two shouldn't be a problem. Nicholas's expression turned somewhat odd. He could understand using basilisk venom. Dumbledore had mentioned that the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets was now under Kyle's care, so using a little venom was feasible. But catching dementors? Wasn't that a bit extreme? Could you even just catch one of those? Ahem, no need, Nicholas waved his hand. I have a better way. Though it might take a bit longer, it will ensure there's absolutely no damage to the diadem. What method? Kyle asked, intrigued. An ancient potion that targets the soul, Nicholas replied calmly. I once found mention of it on a tablet, which helped me confirm that Horcruxes are not a product of alchemy. Coincidentally, this potion was also invented by Herpo the Foul. Herpo the Foul, a potion from 1,000 years ago. Kyle frowned. After all this time, can the ingredients still be found? No problem, Nicholas smiled. I've preserved a number of ancient potion ingredients using special methods. And if I'm missing one or two, I can always find adequate substitutes. Then he looked up from the box, meeting Kyle's gaze with a calm expression. But my boy, you seem to have a rather deep understanding of Horcruxes. Well, I did study them for a time, Kyle admitted openly. I had an idea, Anne. Oh, there's no need to tell me, Nicholas interrupted gently. I trust you'll make the wisest decision and that you have your reasons. I'm not reproaching you, only reminding you. Do you remember what I told you in Paris? If you need to, you're welcome to access my private library again anytime. There are many books there, of all sorts. Nicholas winked, and while Kyle was momentarily distracted, he stealthily slipped the box into a bag with lightning-fast hands. By the time Kyle noticed, Nicholas had already secured it away. Of course, Kyle had intended to leave the diadem with him anyway and had no intention of taking it back, so Nicholas's little maneuver was entirely unnecessary. Besides the diadem, Kyle was also preparing to hunt down the other Horcruxes. He didn't know if he could prevent Voldemort's eventual resurrection, but he figured he could set a smaller goal first, for instance, to collect all of Voldemort's Horcruxes before that day came. Chapter 398, The Desired Music Classroom. Christmas dinner was a true feast, likely thanks to Tata, the house elf, who wanted Kyle to feel the holiday spirit. Help yourself, my boy, said Nicholas's wife, Perenelle, with a warm smile. She herself ate only a slice of ham, a small dish of pea shoots, and half a pudding before setting down her cutlery. Nicholas, however, hadn't even bothered to join the meal. Ever since receiving the diadem, he had secluded himself in his study, where he remained all afternoon. Luckily, Kyle had brought his suitcase along, and with Norbert around, there was no risk of the food going to waste. After dinner, Kyle stayed on at Nicholas Flamel's mansion. The estate was vast and held enough curiosities to keep him endlessly entertained. Kyle enjoyed lounging on a shape-shifting sofa, either taking apart and reassembling simple alchemical items or simply relaxing while listening to operas and concerts from past centuries. Much like the old house in Paris, this estate also had a room-sized pensive that Nicholas used specifically for experiencing operas. But since he'd been occupied lately, and Perenelle preferred tending to the estate's flowers and plants, Kyle had the space all to himself. And so, the holiday filled with delightful moments seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. 2 weeks later, Kyle arrived as usual, ready to enjoy one last grand opera performance from 1791. Just as he approached the room, Tata suddenly appeared at his side. Sir, Headmaster Dumbledore is here, Tata informed him. Professor Dumbledore. Kyle murmured, surprised. He's probably here to see Nicholas. Tata doesn't know, the house elf replied, shaking his head. But the master hasn't come out yet. Would you like to go and see, sir? Yes, I'd better go and have a look. Following Tata into the foyer, Kyle found Dumbledore cheerfully chatting with Perenelle. Yes, I knit them all myself, the cardigans and the gloves, Dumbledore was saying. That's wonderful craftsmanship, Perenelle replied with a warm smile. I've been thinking about retiring, Dumbledore chuckled. Perhaps opening a sock shop in Hogsmeade wouldn't be a bad idea. I'm afraid certain people might not approve, Perenelle said playfully. Well, not just yet, but one day, I'll have to retire. At that moment, Dumbledore noticed Kyle approaching with Tata and greeted him with a smile. How have you enjoyed your stay here? It's been wonderful, Kyle said. I could listen to all the operas and concerts Nicholas left behind forever. I'd take that room with me if I could. It seems you've discovered the true treasure of this place, Dumbledore winked and whispered. And you're not the only one who thinks so. I've been tempted to add a music room to Hogwarts for years. I'd support that, Professor. Kyle laughed. The two of them continued bantering about how they might sneak the room to Hogwarts, while Perenelle stood nearby, smiling silently at their antics. Only Tata looked anxious, worried they might genuinely try to take the room. Looks like I'll need to get a lock ready. Tata muttered nervously. Just as Kyle and Dumbledore discussed how they might pull off their heist, a door down the hall suddenly opened, and Nicholas emerged, slightly unsteady on his feet as though he might topple over at any moment. Despite his weariness, he looked spirited and said with a half-joking tone, "Those operas and concerts are my treasures, I won't let you steal them so easily." Then he turned to Kyle. "I've gathered all the ingredients for the potion. It takes quite a while to brew, about half a year. I'll write to you when it's ready." "Potion?" Dumbledore asked, looking at Kyle with curiosity. "Did you ask Nicholas to brew Felix Felicis for you?" Knowing only Felix Felicis required half a year to complete, Dumbledore was naturally curious. "No, it's another kind of potion," Nicholas interjected, giving a vague explanation. For some reason, he chose not to mention Ravenclaw's diadem or the Horcruxes, saying only that he was helping Kyle restore an ancient magical artifact. Dumbledore didn't pry further, as he had assumed Kyle's visit had something to do with alchemy, hardly unusual. Besides, another matter had already captured his thoughts. "I see," Dumbledore nodded, adding casually, "I was just going to say, if you ever need Felix Felicis, you could always ask Professor Snape. I don't think he'd say no. Ask Snape, for Felix Felicis." Kyle couldn't help but shrug, silently disagreeing with Dumbledore's suggestion. Let's be real, if he dared to ask Snape for that, the best he could expect would be a cutting remark, followed by a swift expulsion. And if Snape did somehow agree and hand him a bottle, Kyle would hardly trust it. Who knew what else Snape might have slipped in there? As Kyle mulled over these thoughts, Tata entered, bringing a tray of black tea. Dumbledore's attention shifted back to Nicholas, glancing his way several times as if he could barely contain his curiosity. "Nicholas, about that?" he finally ventured. "I knew you'd ask," Nicholas said, turning and heading toward the study once more. "Follow me, I've just discovered a new direction we can take." Dumbledore promptly stood up and started to follow. But as he passed Kyle, he paused and added, "I suggest you head back now, you'll have just enough time to finish unpacking the gifts in your dormitory before dinner begins. Or," he continued, "you could enjoy another opera. Just don't be late, I'll see you at the banquet." With that, Dumbledore hurriedly disappeared into the room behind Nicholas. Kyle slapped his forehead, suddenly realizing what had been nagging at him. No wonder something felt missing, I hadn't even thought about my Christmas presents yet. Nicholas Flamel's manor was protected by layers of enchantments, not only the Fidelius charm but also ancient magics that Kyle couldn't even name. With such protections in place, it was no wonder ordinary owls couldn't reach him here. Thinking about the gifts waiting back at his dorm, he felt a renewed excitement and quickly prepared to head back. Just as he had arrived, he took the enchanted thestral-drawn carriage back to Hogwarts. Thanks to Tata's attentive care, the 3 thestrals were in excellent shape, and they smoothly lifted the carriage into the sky. Kyle leaned out the window, waving back at the manor as it gradually disappeared in the distance. Soon enough, the grand estate shimmered out of view, replaced by a simple, barren field scattered with rocks. For a moment, the 3 thestrals seemed momentarily confused, circling briefly as if they'd lost their way, but soon they found their bearings and set course for Hogwarts. Chapter 399, Snape's Gift. Kyle finally returned to Hogwarts in the afternoon. The thestral-drawn carriage didn't return to its original starting point but instead landed near Hagrid's hut. "I was just wondering when you'd be back," Hagrid said, giving one of the thestrals an affectionate pat on the wing. "So, how was the ride?" "It could easily replace the train as the school's main way to travel at the start and end of term," Kyle said with a grin. "The governors'll never go for it," Hagrid replied, shaking his head regretfully. "Keeping the thestrals is no small expense, far more costly than the train." "You're right," Kyle nodded. The thestrals couldn't be beaten for speed or comfort, but the Hogwarts Express was more affordable and capable of transporting all the students in one go. He'd only been joking about replacing it. Before heading back to the castle, Kyle handed Hagrid a small, sealed vial of dragon's blood as payment for the thestral ride. Despite the sealed bottle, the thestrals' sharp noses caught the scent immediately, and they grew restless. Hagrid tried to calm them, but his efforts only partially worked as the 3 thestrals clustered around him. Meanwhile, Kyle had already slipped away toward the castle. Inside the Hufflepuff common room, Kyle found only one person, Winsty, who was furiously catching up on her homework. "Long time no see, Winsty," Kyle greeted her. Winsty looked up, surprised. "Wait. Did the train get back already?" "Oh, no, I didn't come by train," Kyle replied. "Where are Kanna and Cedric?" "Kanna's in the library," she said, looking back down at her work. "I don't know about Cedric, he went out early this morning, probably with some of the Gryffindors." "Thanks, I know where to look." "You're welcome," said Winsty, returning to her mountain of essays. The price of 2 weeks' holiday fun, it seemed, was 5 looming assignments she hoped to finish that night. Kyle gave her a sympathetic look and made his way to his dormitory. Inside, he found a pile of gifts of all shapes and sizes, and he picked out the ones that caught his eye, tearing into the wrapping. This year, both Professor Dumbledore and Mrs. Weasley had given him sweaters. Mrs. Weasley's was a warm reddish-brown, while Dumbledore's was a lighter yellow with brown stripes and a unique design, almost as though he'd done some research on current trends. It looked like he really was serious about opening that shop in Hogsmeade. The other gifts were mostly an assortment of books, sweets, and small trinkets. Halfway through his unwrapping, he heard a knock on the door. Kana entered, smiling as she stepped inside. "Winsty told me you'd returned," she said. "Yeah," Kyle replied, "I got back early since I didn't take the train. Want some help with all this?" Kana asked, eyeing the stack of presents. "Definitely, you're just in time," Kyle said, making some room for her. As she sat down and started unwrapping packages, Kana asked, "So, where did you spend the holiday?" "Cedric mentioned that all our letters ended up in your dormitory, so we knew you weren't here." "I was staying with Nicholas Flamel," Kyle explained. "The owls couldn't find me." "You were in Paris?" Kana asked, remembering Kyle had spent a previous holiday there for an entire month. "Not that far this time." "I was in Devon," Kyle said. With Kana's help, the presents were soon mostly unwrapped. She picked up the last box, which had no name on it but bore Snape's unmistakable handwriting. Curiosity piqued, she opened it carefully and found an old, battered quill and a small vial inside. When Kyle wasn't looking, Kana quickly tossed the broken quill under the bed, silently discarding it. "Kyle, Professor Snape sent you a bottle of elixir to induce euphoria," she said, holding up the vial. "What?" Kyle looked up in shock. Snape had given him a potion. That was highly unusual. He'd been expecting something closer to a broken quill, which would have paired well with the moldy parchment Snape had given him the previous Christmas. "Look," Kana said, handing him the bottle. The vial was small, and the potion inside shimmered in a peacock blue hue, with a few bubbly particles that caught the light in a way that matched the elixir to induce euphoria's description perfectly. "An elixir to induce euphoria?" Kyle muttered, still skeptical. It looked genuine, but this felt almost too generous for Snape. Could it be that Snape had accidentally drunk some of Michael's attempt at brewing this potion? "Of course it's real," Kana replied, smiling. "When I gave Professor Snape his Christmas gift, he told me he had a surprise for you." "A Christmas gift?" Kyle asked, eyes narrowing. "What did you give him?" "A set of potion grinding tools," Kana said, "and some of that really sweet coffee from Madame Putafoot's tea house." Kyle's heart sank a bit. "So you weren't buying the coffee to give to Professor Dumbledore?" "No," Kana answered matter-of-factly. "Didn't you say the Headmaster and Professor Snape both recommended that very sweet pudding once? I figured Snape might have a bit of a sweet tooth too." "Did he like it?" Kyle asked, his voice laced with disbelief. "I think so," Kana said, thinking it over. "He came by the next day asking where I'd gotten it." "You told him?" "Of course," Kana said, smiling. "I told him we'd had it at Madame Putafoot's tea house in Hogsmeade." Kyle took a deep breath and quietly put away the bottle labeled elixir to induce euphoria. There was no doubt in his mind, this stuff had to be fake, and he had no intention of drinking it. Kyle valued his life, and he intended to live long enough to graduate. Given his recent need to steer clear of Snape, he realized he'd better have extra protection on hand. More bezoars would be a good idea. Bezoars were inexpensive and available in Hogsmeade, so Kyle decided he'd stock up on 100 of them, just to be safe. As the last of the presents were unwrapped, the sky outside grew dark. By then, the other students had returned from their holidays, filling the common room with laughter and excitement. When it was time for the start-of-term feast, the Great Hall was as magnificent as ever. Dumbledore, wearing a rich purple robe, strode briskly to the front of the hall. Cedric, seated nearby, leaned in with a grin. "Kyle, have you noticed the Headmaster looks especially cheerful tonight?" It wasn't just Cedric, most of the students seemed to have picked up on Dumbledore's unusually buoyant mood. "Maybe he's received some good news," Kyle mused, glancing up at the staff table. Indeed, Dumbledore seemed to have just shared something witty with Professor McGonagall, causing her to laugh. Chapter 400, Firebolt. At Hogwarts, the worst day of the year was usually the first day of term. Apart from a few rare exceptions, nobody was ever in a good mood. Not only did it mean the holidays were over, but it also meant staying up all night to finish holiday homework. The common rooms across all houses were usually lit up all night with frantic students. But this year was different. On the first day of term, a notice posted outside the Great Hall made everyone momentarily forget about the post-holiday gloom. Professor Lupin's long-awaited Patronus Charm Club was finally set to begin, scheduled for the following evening at 8 p.m. in the Great Hall, just like last year. "I can't wait. I wish it were tonight." The students buzzed with excitement as they discussed the news. Even though Dementors were no longer a common sight on campus, the memory of the last incident at the Quidditch pitch, when a Dementor appeared and was chased off by a Patronus, remained fresh in everyone's minds. They all remembered the radiant, silver Patronus, which seemed almost magical. "Oh, is it really happening?" Cedric said, clearly thrilled. His Patronus charm had reached the final step, but he'd been struggling to transform the silvery light into a full, corporeal Patronus. "Are you going, Kyle?" Connor asked. "Or would you rather stay in the common room?" "Let's all go together," Kyle replied. "Think of it as advanced study. Besides, there won't be many people left in the common room tomorrow, it's no fun going back alone." Large events like this were a rare treat at Hogwarts, and none of them intended to miss out. Just then, Ron's voice piped up beside them. "Harry, look. Professor Lupin's finally going to teach us the spell to fight off Dementors. Once you've learned it, with the world's best broom, the Firebolt, you'll crush every other house in Quidditch." Ron was practically glowing with pride. Cedric's ears perked up as he caught onto something important. He quickly turned and asked, "Ron, did you just say Harry has a Firebolt?" No." Ron froze, realizing his slip. "You heard wrong. I didn't say anything." He remembered Wood's instructions to keep the Firebolt a secret weapon until their next match. Since Gryffindor's next opponent was Hufflepuff, that secret weapon was meant to give them an edge against Cedric and Kyle. Thinking fast, Ron scrambled to come up with an excuse, hoping to backpedal without arousing suspicion. But before Ron could stammer an excuse, Harry spoke up, straightforwardly. "I couldn't afford such an expensive broom on my own, it was a Christmas gift," he explained. "Hey, Harry." Ron whispered urgently, tugging on Harry's sleeve. "Are you sure it's okay to tell them that? Don't forget, we're up against Hufflepuff next." "It's fine, Ron," Harry replied, shaking his head with a calm confidence. "The Firebolt's the fastest broom there is. Knowing that won't change the outcome." "Well, if you say so." Ron sighed, letting it go, though he still looked uncertain. Cedric, on the other hand, was astonished to hear that Harry had received such a valuable gift. "Wait, so it was a present? I remember you live with your aunt and uncle, they must really care about you." "You've got it wrong." Harry's smile faded, replaced by a dark look. Thinking of his aunt and uncle's treatment, he explained, "They wouldn't give me a regular broom, not even a broken one. Not from them." Cedric looked puzzled. "Then who would give you something that valuable?" "I don't know," Harry admitted, shaking his head. "But Hermione thinks it might have been Sirius Black, trying to, well, sabotage me during the match." "Rubbish." Ron burst out, his face red with anger. "Black's been too busy dodging Dementors to go shopping for brooms. And Professor McGonagall bought into it, too. She said she'd take the Firebolt apart to check." "Take apart a Firebolt? Ridiculous." Kyle noted that Hermione wasn't with them, the trio's rare split seeming to confirm Ron's irritation. "It's not entirely impossible, though," Cedric interjected with a shrug. "If there's any doubt about its source, it should be checked out, just to be safe. Imagine if Harry found out midair that something was wrong with the broom." Ron scoffed, still unconvinced. Muttering, he said, "Well, now that Professor McGonagall's got the Firebolt, some people are probably hoping it's defective, just so." He trailed off into a murmur, too quiet for anyone to catch his last words. Harry looked embarrassed. "Don't take it the wrong way. That's not what he meant." "I get it," Cedric said, not seeming to pay much attention to Ron's muttering. "And he's not entirely wrong, I'd be lying if I said the thought hadn't crossed my mind. But, Harry, it's better to lose the match than to fall out of the sky again. And there's still time. Professor McGonagall should have her inspection done well before the match." "Yeah, I know," Harry replied with a sigh, seeming to take comfort in Cedric's level-headed approach. With that, the conversation drew to a close. Before they parted ways, Kyle suddenly turned to Ron and asked, "But what if that broom really was a gift from Black?" Ron frowned, but replied, "Then I'll apologize to Hermione and Professor McGonagall. But I'm telling you, it's impossible." "I hope you're right." Kyle gave him a nod and walked past, while Harry opened his mouth as if to add something, but ultimately remained silent. Back in the Hufflepuff common room, Cedric suddenly slapped his thigh and began pacing, looking troubled. Though he hadn't admitted it, the thought of Gryffindor's Firebolt was clearly weighing on his mind. He knew all too well the Firebolt's capabilities. It could accelerate to 150 miles per hour in just 10 seconds and could even reach top speeds of 300 miles. His Nimbus 1700, by comparison, maxed out at 100 miles per hour, leaving him with almost no chance of winning a chase unless he managed to catch the snitch before Harry even reacted. But that was unlikely. After 3 years of facing Harry in matches, Cedric knew Harry's skill and sharp reflexes. Harry would never make a rookie mistake. Catching Harry off guard would be a lot more likely if the seeker were someone like Malfoy. He refused to be defeated so easily. Kyle. Cedric suddenly asked after pacing a few more steps, do you think there might actually be something wrong with that firebolt? Probably not, Kyle replied after a moment's thought. Tampering with a broom isn't easy, especially one as advanced and famous as the firebolt. It's built for safety, too. Besides, it wouldn't make much sense. There's always a professor present at Hogwarts matches, so even if Harry did fall, nothing serious would happen. And Black went to school here, so he'd know that too. Oh. Cedric sighed deeply, hearing the logic in Kyle's words but still restless. He resumed pacing, determined to figure out some way to counter the firebolt before the match. Chapter 401, The Patronus Charm Club. Cedric had been mulling it over all night, so much so that at breakfast the next morning, he still looked half asleep. Have you come up with anything? Kyle asked. Of course, Cedric replied with a relieved expression. All we need to do is get 150 points ahead of Gryffindor within 20 minutes, and victory will still be ours. That's your solution? Kyle looked at him incredulously. 150 points ahead of Gryffindor in 20 minutes. You must be sleepwalking, or you left your brain back in the dorms. You've done it before, Cedric insisted. Remember the match against Ravenclaw? That was 2 years ago. Kyle retorted irritably. And it wasn't just me, Harris helped, too. Plus, Ravenclaw was so off their game, they practically handed us the points, which is the only reason we got ahead by that much. The situation now is that Harris has already graduated, Kyle continued. And Fred and George warned me right after our first match that they'd never let a bludger get more than 10 feet away from me. Do you get what that means? Between those two and Keeper Wood, I'd have to break through at least 3 people to score. But it's our only option, Cedric said, almost defensively. He'd spent all night racking his brain and had come to realize that the firebolt was nearly unbeatable. Against absolute speed, any tactic seemed pointless, unless they could secure the win in advance. I'll get everyone to work with you, Cedric promised. The next strategy will be centered around you. All right, Kyle nodded, resigned. After breakfast, the group left the Great Hall and went off to their respective classrooms to get ready for class. Today was the first day of Professor Lupin's Patronus Charm Club, and everyone was so excited that their attention drifted through the day's lessons. The professors, naturally, noticed this, though they didn't seem overly concerned and handled it with a single stern reminder. No talking in class, Mr. Rowell. 5 points from Slytherin. In Transfiguration, Professor McGonagall rapped her desk sharply and said, anyone who loses more than 10 points in my class today will be detained in the library and required to clean the shelves at 8 o'clock this evening. The moment Professor McGonagall finished, everyone sat up straight. 8 o'clock was when the club began, and with the hundreds of shelves in the library, they'd likely miss the entire session. Excellent, Professor McGonagall said approvingly. Let's pick up where we left off. The key to the switching spell is decisiveness, no hesitation. Apparently, Professor McGonagall had shared this strategy with her colleagues, because in each class afterward, the students sat nervously on edge, dreading the possibility of being assigned detention that would make them miss the evening's event. Finally, 8 o'clock arrived. Some students had gone to the Great Hall early to wait, while others hadn't left at all since dinner, eager to secure a good spot. By the time Kyle and his friends arrived, a large crowd had already gathered. The long tables had been pushed to the sides once again, and the enchanted ceiling showed a perfectly clear sky filled with stars. At precisely 8, Professor Lupin entered, right on time. He looked slightly nervous, likely unused to addressing such a large group of students. Relax, Remus, Professor McGonagall whispered, encouraging him. Just be yourself, as if you were teaching a regular class. Alongside Professor McGonagall, Professors Flitwick and Snape were present, as well as Madame Pomfrey from the hospital wing. The turnout was much grander than last year's dueling club. Soon, Kyle and the others would understand why. First, I'd like to ask everyone to remain calm, Professor Lupin began, setting a large suitcase on the floor in front of him. Some of you may think what I'm about to do is risky, but I believe the fastest way to learn the Patronus charm is by confronting a Dementor directly. All eyes turned to the suitcase at his feet. Realizing what he might mean, the students began to murmur, some inching back cautiously. Within moments, an empty ring had formed around Professor Lupin. Yes, as some of you may have guessed, there is a Dementor inside, provided by the Ministry of Magic. He clapped his hands, and immediately, the suitcase shook violently. The murmuring grew louder, and some younger students were already glancing nervously toward the exit. Please, do not worry, I won't release it during the first club meeting, Professor Lupin reassured them. And with several professors here, I assure you, everyone is perfectly safe. He raised his wand to his throat and cast an amplifying charm, amplifying his voice to hush the growing commotion. Of course, if anyone feels uncomfortable and would like to leave, I won't stop you. You're free to make that choice. He waved his wand, opening the large doors of the Great Hall. A few students hesitated but chose to leave. However, many more remained. "It seems you've all made up your minds," said Professor Lupin. "Anyone who wants to leave is welcome to do so at any time. For those who have chosen to stay, please settle down so we can begin learning the Patronus charm. First, we need to understand this charm. It's a highly advanced piece of magic that goes well beyond the skill level of an ordinary wizard. I can't guarantee that all of you will master it, but I'll do my best to teach each and every one of you." With so many students present, Professor Lupin didn't call on anyone to answer as he might in a smaller class. Instead, he explained the charm directly. A Patronus is a positive force, an external manifestation of hope, joy, and survival. Unlike a real person, a Patronus cannot feel despair, so it's unaffected by Dementors. Professor Lupin cleared his throat before continuing. "To make this spell work, you need to concentrate your entire will on a particularly happy memory. Do you remember what I asked you to do before the holidays? Those happy memories. Take a moment now to think of them." Soon, everyone's expressions began to change as they focused on their memories. "The incantation is," Professor Lupin said clearly, "Expecto Patronum. Expecto Patronum. Now, concentrate on those happy memories, and speak the incantation," Professor Lupin instructed. The students focused and followed his guidance. Gradually, wisps of silvery white gas began to drift through the great hall, like early morning mist, gathering overhead and growing thicker with each attempt. "Very good," Professor Lupin said with a smile. "It seems you're getting the hang of it. Are you ready for a more advanced exercise?" "Yes," the students replied, their voices tense as they held their breath and gripped their wands tightly. Professor Lupin placed a hand on the suitcase and gave it a light push. The suitcase didn't open fully, but several small holes appeared along its sides. Those closest could just make out a slow, shuddering intake of breath from within. A sharp chill began to spread throughout the room, and the silvery mist that had filled the great hall vanished in an instant. Some students started to tremble, their wands quivering as an intense urge to flee swept over them. Others clenched their teeth and repeated the spell even louder. "Expecto Patronum. Expecto Patronum." The silver mist continued to disperse as the coldness intensified, but little by little, new tendrils of silvery mist appeared, replacing the ones that had faded. Puffed. After an indeterminate time, Professor Lupin closed the holes in the suitcase, and the cold vanished as suddenly as it had come. Chapter 402, Happy Memories. As soon as the chill faded, Madame Pomfrey stood to check on the pale students, but a gentle hand stopped her. "Not yet, Poppy. The students can handle this level of strain," Professor Lupin said with a reassuring shake of his head. He glanced around at the discouraged faces and offered a half-smile. "Don't feel disheartened. I didn't expect you to succeed on your first try. Honestly, I'd be more than a little shocked if anyone had." Professor Lupin continued, "Remember that sensation, the cold, the fear, and imagine everything before you as a Dementor. Try again with that feeling in mind. And for those who struggled, your emotions may not have been powerful enough. You might need to choose a different memory." The students began practicing again, focusing on the chill they'd just experienced, their wands raised in determined concentration. The professors moved among them, offering guidance and encouragement wherever needed. Professor Lupin made his way over to a group of Gryffindors. "Harry, how are you holding up?" "I'm fine, Professor," Harry replied, looking slightly pale but visibly exhilarated. For the first time, he'd felt the bone-deep cold of a Dementor without blacking out, and the accomplishment gave him a fresh sense of confidence. "Expecto Patronum," he said, lifting his wand in front of Professor Lupin. A billowing mist of silver white emerged, condensing briefly into a shadowy form. "Excellent," Professor Lupin said, impressed. "Managing this on your first attempt already puts you ahead of many fourth years, Harry. So, Professor, when can we face a Dementor again?" Harry asked eagerly. "It feels like I'm close but, something's missing." "Not just yet," Professor Lupin shook his head. "Even if you're not facing a Dementor directly, it's best not to repeat this too often. Take your time. Remember what I said, this is a complex charm, and progress happens step by step. You're doing wonderfully at this level." Though Harry looked a bit disappointed, he nodded, accepting Professor Lupin's guidance without further protest. Nearby, Cedric had been hoping Professor Lupin might open the suitcase again. His Patronus was already taking shape with clear outlines, a pointed beak, a long neck, outstretched wings, but it still lacked a lifelike solidity. It felt as if he were shaping it from clay, the form was distinct, yet it lacked true vitality. He could sense he was on the brink of success, just a small step away. If Professor Lupin had left the suitcase open a moment longer, he felt sure he would have managed it. But now. With a look of determination, Cedric raised his wand once more, focusing all his energy on his happiest memory. He summoned his Patronus again, but it remained an incomplete outline, refusing to cross that final barrier to becoming fully formed. "Perhaps you could try a different memory," suggested Professor McGonagall, who had just walked over. "I noticed your Patronus was starting to take form but then faded again." It's clear you're not tapping into a strong enough emotion. Professor McGonagall, Cedric said quickly, I think I need more pressure. Could you let me face the Dementor again? I wouldn't recommend it, Professor McGonagall replied firmly. There are other ways to learn the Patronus charm that don't require facing a Dementor. Though Professor Lupin had convinced the school to allow the Dementor for teaching, Professor McGonagall had only agreed to attend as a precaution. She still had her reservations, but so far, everything had gone smoothly. Nearby, Cedric noticed Kyle was helping Kana practice the charm. Although she was not as advanced as Cedric, she was progressing quickly. The shadowy mist in front of her was becoming more defined. How did you manage that? Cedric asked, astonished. It had taken him nearly a month to reach this level, yet Kana had done it in less than 2 hours. Maybe it's because my memories are happy enough, Kana replied with a soft smile. This charm is incredible. Each time I say the incantation, those memories seem to pour energy into me. That simple. Fred blurted out. Then why doesn't it work like that for us? What memories do you think of? Asked George. Oh, a lot of things. Kana said, her expression brightening. Getting my Hogwarts acceptance letter, making my first friend, receiving my first piece of candy, earning my first galleon, meeting Professor Snape. Whenever I need happy memories, they just come to mind. That's strange, those are the exact memories we use, Fred muttered. Our Hogwarts letter, our first galleon, we have the same memories, but it doesn't seem to work as well for us. I even tried imagining us opening the joke shop, George added, but that seemed to make it even worse. That's our dream, after all. It's about memories, not fantasies, Kyle interjected. But thinking about the joke shop genuinely makes us happy. Fred protested. Sometimes we laugh ourselves awake just from dreaming about it. It's different, Kyle explained patiently. Imagining food might make you hungry, but it doesn't actually feed you. For the Patronus charm, you need the most genuine sense of fullness from your memories. Real, fullness. Fred sighed, disappointed. We thought we'd found a shortcut. Can't believe we missed the mark, George agreed. No wonder our Patronus attempts kept getting weaker. With the right approach in mind, Fred and George started making better progress. Though their results weren't as impressive as Kana's, they were doing better than most in the group. Cedric waited patiently for another 2 hours, hoping Professor Lupin would open the suitcase again, but it remained shut. That's enough for today, Professor Lupin announced, clapping his hands. As everyone quieted down, he continued, even though you didn't face a Dementor directly, I'd recommend having some chocolate when you return to your dormitories. It'll help you feel better. Professor, when can we come again? Someone asked eagerly, a question on everyone's mind. A month from now, Professor Lupin decided after a moment. That should give you enough time to absorb what you've learned today. I'll open the club once a month for the rest of the school year, and I'll let you know the exact dates in advance. Chapter 403, Cedric's Doubts. Hearing that the club would only meet once a month, many students were visibly disappointed. They had expected weekly sessions. Before anyone could voice their objections, though, Professor McGonagall gave them a firm look, and they all fell silent, filing out of the Great Hall without a word. As Kyle and his friends walked down the corridor, Cedric suddenly spoke up after they rounded a corner. Do you think Professor Lupin would let me face a Dementor alone if I asked him? I'm not sure, Kyle replied, shaking his head. But if you're serious, you'd better ask him soon. The Dementor might not be here tomorrow. Both Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall aren't fond of having them around. The one tonight was just a teaching tool. You're right, Cedric said, giving his head a quick pat as if to spur himself on. I'm not waiting until tomorrow, I'll go now. And with that, he dashed off back down the corridor. The rest of the group split up at the stairs, heading back to the common room. Kyle noticed that Kana hadn't spoken the entire time and seemed a bit conflicted, glancing back toward the Great Hall as they walked. Do you want to go talk to Professor Lupin too? Kyle asked. Kana nodded, then shook her head, seeming torn. She longed to produce a Patronus of her own, but the thought of facing a Dementor terrified her. After all, the whole reason she'd been learning the charm was to protect herself from Dementors. Some things, she reminded herself, weren't worth reliving. Like the time in her first year with the Animagus rat. She had almost managed to forget about that until the Dementors appeared at the last Quidditch match, dredging up memories of the final act, in the Forbidden Forest. For days afterward, she could barely eat or sleep, and now, whenever she saw a rat, she felt the urge to kick it. She might never shake that feeling. Shaking her head again, she made up an excuse. I'm just worried about Cedric. Do you think he'll succeed? I think so, Kyle said, but only if the professors agree. Cedric was so close that all he needed was a final push. A Dementor could provide that, with its own unique motivation. They entered the common room and found seats by the fireplace. Though it was late, a lot of Hufflepuffs were still awake, enthusiastically chatting about the Patronus Club meeting and not remotely ready for bed. Kanna watched as Kyle skewered some sausages and held them over the fire, her voice dropping to a murmur. Is there any way to practice the Patronus charm without Dementors? Yes, Kyle replied, turning the sausages slowly. Patron uses can actually strengthen each other. A real Patronus can boost and intensify positive emotions, which makes learning the charm easier. Kanna's eyes widened. Then why didn't you mention that to Cedric? Kyle shrugged. He didn't ask, he said simply. Besides, I think he likes Dementors. Kanna gave him an incredulous look. Who likes Dementors? You'd be surprised. People have their quirks, Kyle replied with a smile. Besides, that method is mostly for beginners to help simplify things. Cedric's beyond that now, he's at the final step. If he can't find the key on his own, even 100 patron uses wouldn't be enough to help him. The Dementor is more useful at this point. What about me? Kanna asked quietly. Could that method work for me? Yes, Kyle said, nodding. It's late tonight, but let's go to the room of requirement tomorrow. Kanna's face lit up, and she answered with a soft, By then, the smell of the sizzling sausages had attracted a small crowd, and the two of them dropped the subject. After 2 hours of practice, many people had worked up an appetite, and the aroma of sausages wafting through the common room only made it worse. Soon, others left to gather food from the kitchen, returning with bread, pumpkin juice, pastries, even whole roasted chickens and generous cuts of meat. This was the advantage of being in Hufflepuff. While other houses might risk getting caught out after hours, they could easily enjoy a hearty late-night meal. With the kitchen just next door, there was hardly any chance of Filch or a professor catching them. Kyle's sausages were finally ready, and he handed one of the slightly charred links to Kanna on a fork. Kanna accepted it with sparkling eyes and took a bite, savoring the warmth and rich flavor as she joined the others around the fire. How is it? Is it done? Kyle asked. Kanna nodded emphatically, her mouth full. It's delicious. Glad to hear it, Kyle replied, taking a sausage for himself. Kanna blinked, feeling as if something was slightly off, but the savory smell from the fire quickly banished the thought. After a while, Cedric returned, his entrance accompanied by the aroma of food wafting around the room. Oh, save me some, he said, making a beeline for Kyle. Without waiting, he grabbed a sausage and helped himself to toast from a nearby plate. Back so soon? Kyle asked, surprised. Cedric shook his head. Not really. I came back early. Because of Professor McGonagall? Kanna asked. She still doesn't agree to let you face a Dementor? No, actually, Professor McGonagall had already left by the time I got there. It was Professor Lupin, he looked a little under the weather, Cedric explained. I waited until everyone had left the Great Hall and was just about to go in when I saw Professor Snape giving him a large glass of some kind of potion and telling him he needed it. Professor Lupin is sick again? Kanna asked, her brows knitting with concern. In just the first half of the school year, Professor Lupin had already taken sick leave twice, once with Professor Snape stepping in for him, and another time with Professor McGonagall. Rumor had it the Ravenclaws had also missed several of his defense against the dark arts classes. I think so. He drank the entire potion, Cedric continued. And if you looked closely, his face was definitely a bit paler than usual. I didn't think it was right to ask him about the Dementors under the circumstances, so I just came back. That's probably best. You can ask him another day, Kyle suggested. Or wait until next month's club meeting. True, Cedric agreed, setting down his pumpkin juice. Then, with a thoughtful look, he added, but doesn't it seem odd that Professor Lupin didn't ask Madame Pomfrey? I mean, she was right there, and she's much more of a medical expert than Professor Snape. Maybe Madame Pomfrey had something else to do, Kanna offered. Maybe. Cedric murmured, taking another sip of pumpkin juice, still looking a bit puzzled. Chapter 404, Kanna's Patronus. The rematch between Gryffindor and Slytherin took place in the second week of school, with Slytherin emerging as the victor. According to Fred and George, Harry had tried to ask Professor McGonagall for his firebolt, but she turned him down. Despite the match's importance to Gryffindor's chances for the Quidditch Cup, Professor McGonagall wouldn't allow Harry to use his firebolt, prioritizing his safety. With his Nimbus 2000 still undergoing repairs, Harry had no choice but to ride a shooting star out onto the pitch, a relic from the Hogwarts broom cupboard, typically reserved for first-year flying lessons. The shooting star's main merit, as Harry saw it, was that he wouldn't feel bad if it crashed. When Kyle spotted the broom in Harry's hands, he knew Gryffindor's fate was sealed. And just as he predicted, Slytherin won in a landslide. By the time Malfoy caught the golden snitch, Harry was still trailing far behind, gasping for breath. The Slytherin stands erupted with thunderous cheers, while the Gryffindor side sat in stony silence. Oliver would avoided looking at Marcus's smug expression, leaving the pitch quietly, his broom slung over his shoulder, with the rest of the Gryffindor team trailing after him. As unfortunate as it was for Gryffindor, it was actually good news for Hufflepuff, and, in fact, for the other three houses. With a firebolt in play, Gryffindor would have been practically unbeatable. But today, with only 30 points on the board, Gryffindor had effectively played a man down, giving the other teams a precious chance to catch their breath. The next game is key. We can't let them pull too far ahead of us. Cedric declared excitedly in the common room. One loss doesn't ruin the season. As long as we beat Gryffindor in total points, we can still win the championship. Captain, don't you think you're stressing a bit too much? McGonagall replied casually. I mean, isn't there something wrong with their firebolt? They're still stuck with an old shooting star. Gryffindor will be at the bottom for sure this year. It's not exactly a problem, it's a suspicion. And the professors are investigating it, Cedric corrected him. I saw Professor McGonagall today, and she didn't look happy. My guess is they'll wrap up the investigation soon. By the time we play Gryffindor next month, we'll probably have our answer, and it'll likely be revealed on the field. McGonagall sat up slightly, intrigued. Is that reliable information? Cedric gave him a look. Think about it, Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, Madam Hooch, what kind of curse or charm could slip past them? If there were an issue, it would have been discovered by now. The professors are just being thorough. So. McGonagall frowned thoughtfully. Should I keep Potter occupied and distract him from the golden snitch? No. Cedric shook his head. That might have worked against his Nimbus 2000, but not with the firebolt. The bludgers are no match for that broom's speed. As I understand, they've already developed new bludgers and snitches for the Quidditch World Cup to keep up with brooms like the firebolt, but those are for professional matches. The school won't have anything like that. Then what are we supposed to do? Just let him snatch the snitch? McGonagall thumped his fist against the sofa. My plan is for everyone but me to ignore the golden snitch. You and Will. Cedric looked to the other beater and continued quietly, you two don't need to worry about me. Focus on protecting Kyle and helping him score. No matter what, keep the bludgers the other team sends at least 5 feet away from him. Abandon the snitch. When their seeker, Cedric, uttered those words, everyone went silent. His strategy meant they would be forfeiting control of the game's pace, handing the initiative to Gryffindor and putting themselves in a wholly defensive position. If they managed to gain an advantage, it might work. But if they didn't, Gryffindor could take control of the match entirely, potentially even securing victory with a single high-scoring game. If that happened, they could hardly bear to imagine the consequences. Isn't this a bit risky? Beater will frowned. It's the only way we can win, Cedric replied. I trust Kyle, he's the best chaser at Hogwarts, no question. I'm willing to take the risk. The team fell silent again. I hope there's something wrong with that firebolt. Grace, the new chaser, whispered. Sitting at the far end, Kyle took a deep breath, staying quiet. The pressure was intense. This pressure meant he couldn't skip any of the 3 weekly training sessions, and with the Charms and Transfiguration clubs added to his schedule, his time was completely booked. He even had to reschedule his special training sessions for Kanna's Patronus charm to early weekend mornings. Cedric joined the training after hearing about it, though as Kyle had mentioned, the Patronus charm was not helpful to him at the moment. After a few attempts, Cedric eventually gave up. February came and went without much notice. The cold, biting weather lingered, and the Gryffindor match drew nearer. Professor McGonagall still hadn't given Harry his firebolt back, but she hadn't confiscated it, either. Third years Hannah and Susan had managed to gather some information. Every time Harry finished Transfiguration class, he would ask Professor McGonagall about the firebolt. They'd eavesdropped on her responses, learning that most of the standard charms had already been tested, and only one hurling hex remained to be checked. This was hardly reassuring news. Meanwhile, Kanna's training was going surprisingly well. Her progress with the Patronus charm was swift, and by the 4th session, she had caught up to Cedric. In the room of requirement, 2 silver shapes circled each other above, one larger and unmistakably Kyle's Patronus, and the smaller one, Kanna's. Her Patronus was only the size of a fist, but even as an outline, its wings and antennae were clearly visible. It looks like a butterfly, Kyle remarked. Though, of course, it could be some other kind of insect, maybe even something like a ghost moth. Before he could finish, a book came flying toward him. Kanna was glaring at him, clearly annoyed. She'd read about the creature in a book. With its ghostly appearance and skull-like markings, it seemed as ominous as a dementor. Just the thought of it made her queasy. If it really were such a creature, she'd rather have a toad or caterpillar as her Patronus. Kyle chuckled, having only meant to tease her. Judging by its shape and size, it was unmistakably a butterfly. By this point, the month-long special training was coming to an end. Kanna now faced the same challenge as Cedric, transforming the outline of her Patronus into a fully formed one. This was the hardest part. Cedric had been working on it for a month without much progress. But for now, even an incomplete Patronus was enough to repel Dementors. The light alone would be sufficient to send them fleeing. Satisfied, Kyle let his Patronus fade and left the room of requirement with Conna by his side. Chapter 405, Malfoy and Harry. After leaving the 8th floor corridor, Kyle and Conna started heading down the stairs toward the common room. But just as they reached the landing, Kyle noticed Professor McGonagall emerging from the direction of the Gryffindor common room. This wasn't unusual. As the Gryffindor head of house, it made sense for Professor McGonagall to be around. However, what caught Kyle's eye was the elegant broom she was holding. Its streamlined ash handle and the subtly curved birch twigs at the end made it unmistakable, the world's fastest broom, the Firebolt. Professor McGonagall looked positively pleased, a rare smile on her face that she made no effort to hide. "Good afternoon, Professor McGonagall," Kyle greeted, with Conna chiming in politely beside him. "Good afternoon." Professor McGonagall nodded, her smile widening. "Have either of you seen Potter? I have some good news for him." "No," Kyle replied. "We've been practicing the Patronus charm in an empty classroom, so we haven't noticed what's happening outside." "I see. And how is it going?" Professor McGonagall asked, glancing at Conna. She had already heard from some Hufflepuff students about Kyle summoning his jellyfish Patronus on the Quidditch pitch, so she didn't need to ask him. "It's still not quite there," Conna said, taking out her wand. "Expecto Patronum." A fist-sized silver light flew out of her wand, darting around her in lively circles. "Oh, you're just setting your expectations too high," Professor McGonagall said, pleasantly surprised. "For a 14-year-old student, conjuring a Patronus is quite an impressive feat, and you shouldn't feel discouraged just because Kyle managed it first. That's hardly fair." Professor McGonagall was in such a cheerful mood that she not only praised Conna warmly but even made a light-hearted remark to encourage her. "Don't pressure yourself too much," she added gently. "The Patronus charm isn't on any exams, and you won't need it for now. Professor Dumbledore has already ensured that, unless Sirius Black's whereabouts are confirmed, the Dementors won't enter the castle again of their own accord." Conna nodded, visibly comforted. After Professor McGonagall had walked away, Conna turned to Kyle and whispered, "Looks like we're in for a tough match next week." "Yeah," Kyle agreed, scratching his head thoughtfully. Professor McGonagall had come out of the Gryffindor common room carrying the Firebolt, clearly on her way to return it to Harry. Given her deep commitment to the Quidditch Cup, she wouldn't be in such a good mood if there had been any real issue with the broom. The two of them hurried back to the common room and shared the news with the others. The previously lively chatter died down in an instant, as if Snape himself had walked into the room. Cedric and the other team members were especially affected, though they had suspected this would be the outcome. Hearing it confirmed left them at a loss. Without a word, Cedric grabbed Kyle and headed straight to the pitch for extra practice. The other team members followed their lead, returning to their dorms to fetch their brooms. The weather outside was bitterly cold, with a sharp wind that seemed to cut straight through to the bone. Even Wood, known for his relentless training sessions, would have hesitated in such conditions. But Hufflepuff had an advantage, Kyle's warming badges, so they pushed on without worry. They trained from the afternoon well into the evening. Eventually, the Gryffindor team showed up as well. With many people already aware of the Firebolt, Wood no longer bothered to keep it a secret. They were there to test out the new broom, and Wood couldn't resist showing it off. Gryffindor hadn't beaten Hufflepuff in years, and he was eager to change that. The two teams didn't fight over the pitch but settled at opposite ends, with Hufflepuff practicing with stones instead of snitches to stay out of Gryffindor's way. Meanwhile, Harry, mounted on his Firebolt, flew like a flash of lightning. No matter how difficult a throw Wood made, Harry caught the stone in an instant. Even when multiple players threw from different angles, none of the stones managed to hit the ground. Gradually, the Hufflepuff players lost focus, casting more frequent glances over their shoulders to watch Gryffindor. Eventually, Cedric decided there was little point in continuing and ended practice early. As they walked out of the dark stadium, Kyle kept a tight grip on his broom, pacing beside Cedric in silence. The mood was heavy. They'd known about the Firebolt's speed before, but witnessing it firsthand drove home just how much of an advantage Gryffindor would have. It made any hope of winning feel more distant than ever. "It's all right." Cedric tried to lift everyone's spirits. "Rocks are different from golden snitches. Honestly, even without a Firebolt, I could have done what Potter just did. If you don't believe me, we can test it out somewhere. And if I miss even one, I'll buy everyone their choice of sweets from Honeydukes." "We believe you, Captain," Mikkel said, laughing. "We were just hungry and didn't feel like talking." "Yeah, that's all." "Exactly. My stomach's been growling since earlier. I heard there's pudding today, I can't wait for dinner." The previous gloom vanished in an instant, and everyone strolled back into the castle, chatting and laughing along the way. The Great Hall was as lively as ever. By the time they had finished putting away their brooms, the Gryffindors had already arrived, the Firebolt proudly displayed in the center of their table with the brand name clearly visible. A crowd had gathered around, congratulating Harry on his incredible new broom. However, Malfoy didn't seem quite as enthusiastic. Kyle entered the Great Hall just in time to see Malfoy, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle, approaching Harry. "This broom has quite a few special features, doesn't it?" Malfoy sneered, a glint of malice in his eyes. "It's a pity it doesn't come with a parachute for when you get too close to a Dementor." Crabbe and Goyle snickered. Harry ignored him, continuing his conversation with Fred, which only made Malfoy's face flush with irritation. Watching from a distance, Kyle found the scene oddly amusing. Ever since Malfoy had accidentally saved Harry, the two hadn't exchanged words. Kyle had expected Malfoy to use the incident as ammunition to taunt Harry, but instead, Malfoy seemed to consider the incident an embarrassing blemish on his record, something he never mentioned. This time, he'd merely fallen back on his usual jabs about Harry's fear of Dementors. Seeing he wasn't getting a reaction, Malfoy narrowed his grey eyes, snorted, and strode away. As he passed Kyle, he called out loudly, "You know, you should invent a fall-proof robe. Gryffindor would surely chip in to buy one for their seeker." Without waiting for a reply, he rejoined the other Slytherin players, who immediately huddled close, as if grilling him about whether Harry's broom was truly a firebolt. Chapter 406, the match begins. The crushing loss to Slytherin had left Gryffindor students in a funk for quite a while, dampening any conversation related to Quidditch. But Harry's acquisition of the firebolt had undoubtedly rekindled their spirits, bringing their enthusiasm for Quidditch roaring back to life. Their renewed fanaticism only grew stronger as the days passed. By Friday, the Gryffindors were so fired up that, in just one morning, their house's hourglass score had plummeted, dropping them from second place down to last. Caught up in their excitement, they couldn't resist talking about Quidditch during classes, earning frequent scoldings from frustrated professors. Snape, in particular, seemed all too eager to penalize them, single-handedly responsible for half of the points Gryffindor lost that day. When the Gryffindors finally realized the damage they'd done, they found nearly 200 points docked from their house total, a sobering outcome that quickly curbed their enthusiasm. The following morning, Kyle made his way to the Great Hall with Cedric and Connor for breakfast. It was game day, and from the moment they entered the hall, they could feel eyes on them. As the first team to face the firebolt, they were attracting nearly as much attention as Harry himself. Especially from the Ravenclaw table, where a good number of students seemed to be watching them. Davy sees this as a chance to observe just how good the firebolt really is, Cho whispered as she took a seat next to Connor. He hasn't come up with a strategy to counter it yet, so he's curious to see what you guys are going to do. Are you confident? If Gryffindor racks up too many points, our chances in the next match will be slim. Don't worry, we've got it covered, Cedric replied, patting his chest. We've trained hard for this, and we'll show what he's counting his victories a little too early. At 10:15, the Hufflepuff team set off for the changing rooms. The weather was clear and crisp, with a pleasant breeze, ideal conditions for Quidditch. However, this wasn't particularly favorable for Hufflepuff. With all of Kyle's weatherproofing gadgets, they had a distinct advantage in harsher conditions. Unfortunately, the weather wasn't something they could control. Outside, they could hear the whole school filling the stands, the buzzing excitement from the crowd spilling onto the pitch. Don't be nervous, Cedric reassured the team as they prepared to leave the changing rooms. We've practiced for this a million times, we've got this. They stepped out onto the pitch, greeted by a wall of noise that made the stands seem like they were shaking. But when the Gryffindor team, dressed in their bright red robes, entered, the crowd's cheers grew even louder. The two teams met at the center of the pitch. Diggory, Wood, shake hands. Madam Hooch called out crisply. Cedric stepped forward, gripping Wood's hand in a firm handshake. Mount your brooms. On my whistle, 3, 2, 1. The whistle sounded, and Kyle felt only a rush of air. The firebolt shot forward, outpacing every other broomstick instantly. In the blink of an eye, Harry was a blur overhead, with Cedric close behind. The two seekers began to circle above the pitch, squinting against the sunlight as they scanned the field for the golden snitch. Commentary could be heard from the stands as the game kicked off. The match has begun. The big highlight today is, of course, Harry Potter on the firebolt. According to which broomstick, the firebolt is the top choice for this year's national team in the World Cup. Jordan, could you focus on the match, please? Professor McGonagall's voice interjected. Of course, Professor. Just a little background info. By the way, the firebolt has a built-in braking charm for faster acceleration. Jordan. Right. And Hufflepuff has the quaffle. That move looks familiar, looks like Harris has passed down his technique for ball control to Kyle, and he's aiming for a throw. Ken would block it. Oh, Wood misses, and Hufflepuff scores. Frustrated, Harry clenched his fists and scanned the field more closely for the golden snitch, but when he looked up, Cedric was right on his tail. Every time Harry tried to change direction, Cedric anticipated it, positioning himself in front and forcing Harry to adjust. It became clear to Harry that Cedric wasn't focused on finding the snitch himself, he was just determined to keep Harry distracted. Show him what that broom can do, Harry. Fred shouted, simultaneously aiming a bludger in Kyle's direction. Kyle had just expertly snatched the quaffle from Angelina and was making a fast break toward the Gryffindor goalposts, with no sign of dodging Fred's incoming bludger. But in the next second, Mikkel swooped in from the side, swung his bat, and sent the bludger flying elsewhere. Keep pushing forward. Will appeared from the opposite side to intercept a second bludger. We've got the rest covered. With his teammates' support, Kyle advanced near the goalposts, but instead of shooting, he feinted, passing the quaffle across to Grace on the right. A diagonal pass, Kyle's signature feint. Jordan announced excitedly. And it works. Wood was so focused on Kyle that he missed Grace's approach, and she scores. Grace, the new Hufflepuff chaser, everyone, what a talented girl. Wood glared furiously at Kyle, breathing hard, his expression like that of an angry bull. Kyle just shrugged, exchanged a high five with Grace, and then flew back to the center of the pitch. Barely 5 minutes into the game, and Hufflepuff led 20-0. The Hufflepuff fans in the stands roared with excitement, nearly drowning out Lee Jordan's commentary. Fred, George, what are you doing? Wood hissed, livid. Get him off that broom, quick. We're trying. Fred yelled, straining to send the bludger back at Kyle. But both of their beaters are glued to his side. Ah, blocked again. By now, Kyle wasn't the only player with a shadow. Harry was facing the same issue. Cedric seemed to be stuck to him, and no matter how Harry tried to shake him off, Cedric stayed close, always in his path, forcing Harry to constantly change direction. The real problem was that, unlike Harry, Cedric didn't have to search for the snitch, his sole focus was throwing Harry off course. At one point, Harry caught a glimpse of gold flitting behind Angelina Johnson's ear, a telltale flash of the golden snitch. He immediately veered forward, ready to make a break for it, but Cedric swept in, blocking his path at the last second. Harry dodged sharply in the opposite direction, but that split-second delay caused the snitch to vanish from sight. Harry! Don't hold back! Wood shouted, having caught sight of the snitch himself. Knock him off his broom if you have to. Chapter 407, For Protecting One. Harry turned to Cedric, who had clearly heard Wood's remark. Wood's got a point. Cedric said with a grin. But come on, then. For a moment, Harry thought Wood must have lost his mind in anger. Most seekers were small and quick, but Cedric was tall and solidly built. If he really wanted to charge, he could likely knock someone right off their broom. Harry swiftly twirled his firebolt upwards, gaining altitude. The match had reached a fever pitch. Hufflepuff leading 90-10. Potter looks like he's in a bit of trouble. Oh, the firebolt's climbing, and we're seeing it turn on a dime. Diggory's Nimbus 1700 just can't compete with the firebolt's precision and balance over extended periods. Jordan. Did the firebolt pay you for an endorsement? Focus on the match. Professor McGonagall cut in. Yes, Professor. No one in the stand seemed to notice what was brewing on the field. While the Gryffindors tried to regroup, Kyle shot another quaffle past Wood, scoring again. George frowned, muttered something to Fred, and the two turned their bludgers toward Cedric, hoping to knock him off balance. Fred simultaneously aimed a hit at Hufflepuff's chasers. But Hufflepuff's beaters merely looked up, showing no intention of breaking formation. Even as both bludgers flew away, they stayed laser-focused on protecting Kyle. Cedric deftly spun to dodge one bludger, but another Hufflepuff chaser wasn't as lucky. He took a bludger to the arm, grimacing but managing to stay airborne. It's no use targeting Kyle. Fred shouted. He's protected like a fortress, we're wasting our shots. Then hit someone else. George replied. If he's out of reach, we can still make up the points. The twins then aimed for Grace, only for her to dodge the bludger effortlessly. The Hufflepuff players had been training relentlessly to avoid bludgers, and it showed. Gryffindor was beginning to understand Hufflepuff's strategy. 4 players were working together to pave the way for Kyle, leaving only Cedric and their keeper to pursue individual goals. Frustrated, the 3 Gryffindor chasers decided to rush in together to block Kyle. But as soon as they tried, Hufflepuff's other players closed ranks, intercepting them. Not enough chasers. No problem, the beaters jumped in to help with the blockade. Their intent was clear, Gryffindor could come at them however they liked, but Hufflepuff would defend Kyle at all costs. This is ridiculous. Who thought up such a cheap tactic? Angelina's face was flushed with frustration. But she couldn't risk getting tangled up in Hufflepuff's defenses. Without that barrier, Kyle would have even more freedom to score. Sure enough, as Gryffindor struggled to break through the blockade, Kyle slipped along the side of the field, executing another feint that left Wood baffled as the quaffle sailed through the goalpost. 100-10. Jordan shouted, his focus straying from the firebolt for the first time. Hufflepuff has cleared the way for Kyle, and no one can stop him from scoring, no one. The Nimbus 2000 is flying at its best, snatching the quaffle effortlessly, weaving through the air. He's like a dragon in a sheep pen, a scoring machine. The gap in points keeps growing. Can the firebolt turn this around? Time's running out for Potter. Hearing Jordan's commentary, Harry's anxiety grew. But no matter what he tried, Cedric stuck to him like glue. Every trick Harry knew failed. Cedric seemed to have locked onto him as if he were the golden snitch itself, always tailing him perfectly. With no other options, Harry could only keep accelerating, trying to fly faster than Cedric could follow while searching frantically for the telltale glimmer of gold. It was hard to divide his focus between scanning for the snitch and staying ahead, but at least Cedric wasn't blocking his line of sight as much. Suddenly, a gasp rose from the stands. Another goal. Harry thought, looking up instinctively. But he quickly realized he was wrong. Katie Bell still had the quaffle in her hands. Then he noticed Cedric, who had been right behind him, suddenly dive sharply toward the ground. He spotted the snitch. Harry didn't hesitate. He spun his firebolt around and plunged downward in pursuit. But just before reaching the ground, Cedric abruptly pulled up, leaving Harry hurtling toward the earth with barely a second to stop. He managed to halt less than a foot from the ground, his face flushed with frustration. He'd been tricked by Cedric's feint, ironically, the same tactic he'd used himself just minutes earlier. What a shame. Cedric muttered. He had dived as far as he could without risking a crash. But the maneuver bought him a few valuable seconds. And, in fact, Cedric had caught a glimpse of the snitch, just not where Harry thought. The snitch had been flickering in the air above Harry's head. Cedric's dive had been a calculated distraction. Realizing his mistake, Harry rocketed back up, determined to recover. But as he climbed, he barely noticed two bludgers whizzing toward Cedric from both sides. Fred and George had thought Harry, with the firebolt's advantage, would have little trouble shaking Cedric off. But seeing the stalemate, they realized it was time to intervene. Their bludgers forced Cedric to pull back, scrambling to dodge instead of shadowing Harry. Gryffindor's strategy shifted as well. Wood's hopes of racking up points gave way to a priority on helping Harry find the snitch. With Cedric forced to focus on staying out of the bludger's path, Harry was finally able to pour all his energy into seeking out the golden snitch. And there it was, glimmering near the Slytherin bleachers, the golden snitch. Harry accelerated, and this time, nothing would stop him. He was going to win. The snitch was just within reach, and then... "Oh!" George exclaimed, pointing downward. Harry's concentration broke for a split second as he glanced down. 3 hooded Dementors stood near the edge of the stands, staring up at him. It was strange that Dementors had shown up in the stands, but Harry didn't have time to think it over. Quickly, he reached into his robes, drew his wand, and shouted, "Expecto Patronum." A bright, silvery shape shot from his wand, charging at the Dementors below. But Harry didn't pause to watch, it was all instinct now. His focus snapped back to the snitch, which was almost within reach. With his wand still in hand, he stretched out, grasping the struggling snitch just as Madame Hooch's whistle blew. At that very moment, Hufflepuff's quaffle skimmed past Wood's fingertips and slipped through the goalposts. The scoreboards on either side flashed simultaneously, 160. The crowd erupted in a thunderous roar that reverberated through the stadium, almost shaking it to its foundations. The stands were alive with clapping, shouting, and cheers, as spectators celebrated with such intensity their hands turned red. Unbelievable. Hufflepuff did it. I can't believe it, they matched the firebolt. Lee Jordan shouted excitedly. Even Professor McGonagall, standing behind him, was clapping, momentarily forgetting to correct his words. While Harry had ultimately caught the snitch, which technically gave Gryffindor the win, in everyone's hearts, Hufflepuff was the true victor. Cedric had managed to keep up with Harry on his old Nimbus 1700, and Kyle, with the unwavering support of his team, had scored an astounding 150 points. To the spectators, it felt like one of the best Quidditch matches in recent memory. Kyle, still catching his breath, spun in the air to see 6 blurry yellow figures flying towards him. Every one of his teammates bore signs of the intense game. Grace's arm hung limp, and the other chaser looked similarly battered. Michael's face had a fresh bludger mark, and he'd even lost a few teeth. But despite their injuries, they all wore broad grins. They reached Kyle, laughing and cheering, and wrapped him in a hug so forceful they nearly pushed him off his broom. Chapter 408, The Fake Dementor. In the midst of the chaos, all the players finally returned to the ground. Gryffindor had technically won, but none of them wore smiles as they watched the Hufflepuffs, who were celebrating as if it were Christmas. The score gap hadn't widened as they'd hoped, they were still 190 points behind Hufflepuff overall. In the standings, nothing had changed. Meanwhile, the Hufflepuff team, despite their nominal loss, was jubilant. "You really did it," Cho exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. "I could see your plan all along. Giving up on the snitch was a gamble I didn't even want to think about, but I'm so glad it worked." "Of course it worked," Cedric said, grinning. Don't forget we had the best chaser and the boldest beaters around, not even a firebolt could match up to that. The key was you holding back Harry, Kyle added with a laugh. Otherwise, we'd never have had the time to score so many points. Yeah, Captain. McGonagall chimed in, clapping Cedric on the shoulder. Keeping up with a firebolt on a Nimbus 1700 for half an hour, seriously, I wouldn't be surprised if you got a pro team offer tomorrow. Just like that one seeker, what was his name again? That's Victor Crumb, Cho said, her eyes shining. He's from Durmstrang, one of the best seekers in generations. Last year, he was already being courted by top Quidditch teams. Some say he'll even represent Bulgaria in the next Quidditch World Cup. Cedric was about to downplay the comparison. He knew that, when it came to seeker talent, he didn't come close to Crumb. By the age of 15, Crumb was already famous in the Quidditch world, while Cedric, the same age, hadn't even received an offer as a reserve player. But when he saw Cho's excitement, Cedric swallowed his modest response and gave a noncommittal murmur, half agreeing with her, half responding to Michael's praise. Shameful trick. An angry shout echoed across the field, and the students turned to see Professor McGonagall storming toward a group sprawled awkwardly on the ground. Despicable, cowardly, trying to distract Gryffindor's seeker. Detention for each of you, and 50 points from Slytherin. The students looked on in confusion, watching as Malfoy, Goyle, Crabbe, and Marcus Flint struggled to untangle themselves from long, hooded black robes. From the way they were positioned, it seemed Malfoy had been standing on Goyle's shoulders. Apparently, they'd been posing as Dementors. They had gone to some lengths to create their disguises. The robes were tattered and faded, mimicking the Dementor's signature look well enough that, from high in the air, they might have been convincing. Nearby, George clenched his bat, looking furious. When he'd first seen them, he'd instinctively called out, terrified that Harry might lose focus and miss the snitch. If Gryffindor had lost because of this stunt, he didn't know how he'd face his teammates. Thinking about it, George lifted his bat, aiming at Flint's head, ready to teach him a lesson. But just then, a hand rested on his shoulder. "Mr. Weasley, if you be so kind," said Dumbledore, who had appeared behind him, his expression calm as if he hadn't noticed George's raised bat. Dumbledore stepped forward, addressing the group. "I understand there were Dementors on the field," he remarked mildly. "That's odd, as they're all currently in Hogsmeade." "It was these students," Professor McGonagall explained, seething. "They disguised themselves as Dementors to disrupt the game." "Ah, that explains it," Dumbledore said with a look of understanding. "Where's Severus? Is he aware of this?" "I don't believe so." "Then someone should inform him." Dumbledore nodded calmly as Professor McGonagall led the 4 Slytherins back to the castle, their robes dragging behind them. As soon as they were out of sight, the Gryffindor students burst into laughter, practically cheering as though they'd won the Quidditch Cup. At the front of the crowd, Ron was laughing so hard he could barely stand. "No wonder I didn't feel any cold." Cedric chuckled. "For a second, I thought I was getting better at the Patronus charm." 50 points and detention. Professor McGonagall must have been really furious this time, someone added. "Well," Kyle remarked with a smile, "they brought it on themselves." Both McGonagall and Dumbledore despised Dementors, so they kind of got what was coming. "Let's leave it be," Cedric said, shaking his head. "Everyone else is leaving, we should head back, too." The group quickly left the pitch, not even bothering to change out of their team uniforms. They weren't eager to celebrate just yet. First, they needed to get their injured teammates to the hospital wing. For the 2 chasers, the thrill of the match quickly wore off as they began feeling the pain in their broken arms. And as for McGonagall, his swollen face made it almost impossible for him to speak. In the hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey expertly set Grace's arm, grumbling all the while about how dangerous Quidditch was. "Don't touch the bandages, and avoid lifting anything heavy. You'll be fine in a few days," she instructed. Then she turned to McGonagall with a frown. "As for you, your clothes are in the cabinet. Find yourself a bed. You'll likely be here for a couple of days." "What?" Michael's eyes went wide with disbelief. "Just for a few teeth. I need to be hospitalized." The Hufflepuff common room was sure to be buzzing with celebration that evening, and the thought of missing out left McGonagall feeling desperate. "Can I come back on Monday?" he asked, trying to sound hopeful. "Absolutely not." Madame Pomfrey's tone was firm. "You're lucky you weren't carried in here after taking a bludger to the head. In any case, you need a full examination." "I wasn't hit directly," McGonagall stammered. "It bounced off my face after I missed it. It's hardly serious." "Still no," she replied, giving him a sharp look. "You will stay here tonight, or I'll inform Professor Sprout." The mention of his head of house made McGonagall deflate instantly. He knew there was no chance of leaving now. Even if he tried to slip away, Professor Sprout would have him back here in no time. He sighed, feeling a pang of disappointment at missing the evening's party. Why had he missed the bludger? Chapter 409, Sir Cadogan, Keeper of the Password. Just as Mikkel had anticipated, by nightfall, a lively celebration was underway in the Hufflepuff common room, carrying on late into the night. At one point, Ratton flew out of a window with a suitcase clutched in his claws, and when he returned, it was brimming with Honeydukes sweets in place of the gold coins it had held. This sent the atmosphere soaring to new heights of excitement. Kyle was certain their laughter must have been echoing all the way to the kitchen next door, as the house elves kept their plates perpetually stocked with snacks, replenishing them the instant any went empty. Late into the night, one by one, the partygoers began to tire out. Someone finally gave in, setting down a cookie, stifling a yawn, and heading back to their dormitory. Slowly, the gathering was winding down. Kyle climbed into bed and soon drifted into a deep sleep. He didn't know how long he had been asleep, maybe only a couple of hours, when suddenly there was a knock on the dormitory door. Cedric, still in his pajamas, walked in, switched on the light, and woke up the two others in the room. "What's going on, Cedric? Is the party still going?" Ryan asked, rubbing his eyes as he sat up. "It's not the party." Cedric's face was grave. Sirius Black just broke into Gryffindor Tower and tried to kill a student. Black broke into the dormitory. Ryan was instantly wide awake, his face filled with disbelief. "You're joking." "I'm not," Cedric replied, shaking his head. "Professor McGonagall has already confirmed it, it's true." Ryan stood there, frozen in shock. "Get up. None of us are getting any sleep tonight," Cedric continued. "Professor Sprout was just here. She's ordered everyone to stay in the common room until the professors finish searching the castle. You should head there. I'll go alert the others." When they arrived in the common room, quite a few people were already gathered. Kana was sitting on one of the sofas in the corner and waved Kyle over. "Have you heard?" she whispered. "Sirius Black broke into Gryffindor's dormitory." "Yeah," Kyle nodded. "Cedric filled me in. Do you think he'll—" Kana trailed off, casting a worried glance toward the door. "Don't worry, he won't," Kyle assured her. "To get into the Hufflepuff common room, you need a wand. You can't open those barrels without one." More and more students were gathering in the common room, all dressed in their pajamas and chattering about what had just happened. No one could figure out how Sirius Black had managed to break into a dormitory. "I thought Gryffindor used a password," someone muttered, stifling a yawn but unable to resist asking. "And I heard Sir Cadogan changes the password constantly, sometimes 2 or 3 times a day. How did Black manage to guess it? Maybe he tricked the portrait somehow." "Sir Cadogan always seemed a bit silly, didn't he?" another student suggested. Everyone huddled in the common room, anxiously chatting as they waited for any news of Black's capture. At dawn, Professor Sprout returned to inform them that Black had escaped yet again. She instructed everyone to return to bed, but many remained where they were, feeling that they wouldn't be able to sleep even if they tried. It felt safer to stay by the warm fire in the bustling common room than to lie alone in the dark dormitories. Ryan was among those who stayed, making Kyle the only one left in their dormitory that night. The following day, security across the castle was tightened. Professor Flitwick, carrying a large picture of Sirius Black, joined the caretaker at the castle gates, while Filch was kept busy running up and down the corridors, stuffing every gap and sealing every crack in the walls. You won't believe what happened. It was absolutely terrifying. At the Hufflepuff table, Fred and George were recounting the night's events with dramatic flair. Black was standing right there, in front of Ron, holding a knife in his hand. Poor little Ron. He must have been petrified. "Wait, who did you say?" "Ron." Cedric interrupted, looking puzzled. "But wasn't Black supposed to be looking for Harry? Everyone knows Harry defeated his master." "His target was definitely Harry at first, no doubt about it," Fred replied. "But I think he got the wrong bed." George shrugged. "Everyone pulls the curtains shut at night, so Black couldn't see who was who and had to check each bed one by one. Ron's bed just happened to be closest to the door. He probably didn't expect to be spotted so quickly," added Fred. "There's another thing," Cedric said, adding some cornflakes to his plate. "How did Black get in, anyway? Didn't Sir Cadogan notice anything?" At that, Fred suddenly slammed his hand on the table, his face clouding with anger. "Oh, he noticed all right. That idiot Knight actually let him in. We thought he was quirky, but he's a complete dunce," George said bitterly. "He even saw Black's face but didn't think twice, he just let him through with the password. Thankfully, they've replaced him with the fat lady again." "That fool deserves to be stuck in a corner of the North Tower," muttered Fred. "Wait, Black knew your passwords?" Kana asked, looking alarmed. "He knew all the passwords for the entire week," George replied. "Because—" "Oh." He was interrupted by a sudden gasp. Everyone turned to see Neville bolting from the Gryffindor table, clutching a howler. The Slytherin table burst into laughter as Neville dashed out of the Great Hall, his expression panicked. Moments later, the howler exploded in the entrance hall, filling the air with his grandmother's voice, magnified 100-fold, scolding him furiously for the disgrace he had brought upon the Longbottom family. The Slytherin's laughter grew even louder. Hermione quickly left the Great Hall as well, apparently to comfort Neville. As you can see, Fred said with a shrug, Neville wrote down all the passwords for the week on a piece of paper and lost it. Black must have found it somewhere, George explained. Then he just walked right up to the tower and read it out. Professor McGonagall was livid, Fred continued. She banned Neville from visiting Hogsmeade again and forbade anyone from telling him the new passwords. Poor Neville, George added, shaking his head. He can only get back into the common room if someone else brings him along. Chapter 410, Detention. Because he had lost the slip of paper with the passwords, Professor McGonagall banned Neville from going to Hogsmeade again. Perhaps she feared he might lose something else. She'd long suspected that Sirius Black had been in Hogsmeade when he'd found Neville's misplaced password list. So, when the next Hogsmeade visit rolled around, Neville watched the others leave the castle happily before silently turning and heading back up the stairs. Neville didn't complain, though. He actually thought Professor McGonagall was right. He was always losing things and making mistakes, maybe it really was better if he didn't know the passwords, which he'd just forget anyway. Sure, it'd be inconvenient not to come and go freely from the common room, but at least he wouldn't have to worry about causing any more disasters. To be honest, knowing that Sirius Black had broken into the Gryffindor common room because of him, and had nearly killed Ron, had shaken Neville to his core. His blood ran cold every time he thought about it, and for days afterward, he'd been plagued by nightmares. In these dreams, Ron had turned into Gryffindor's new ghost, with a nickname of his own, Poorly-Headed Weasley. There was nothing he could do about it, since nearly Headless Nick was the ghost Neville knew best, he couldn't help but picture Ron as some version of him. In his dreams, Ron kept questioning him angrily, demanding to know why he had written down the password and handed it over to Sirius Black. Each time, just as Neville tried to explain himself, he'd be interrupted, waking with a start, often with a yell that frightened not only himself but his roommates, especially Ron. To be honest, Ron felt like Sirius Black's break-in was less of a shock than Neville's nightmares. Lately, the dormitory had felt like an extension of divination class. Ron hadn't had a solid night's sleep in days. Every time he managed to doze off, he'd be jolted awake by Neville's frantic shouts in the bed next to him. Ron, I didn't mean to kill you, or, Poorly-Headed Weasley, it was Black who did it, not me. The worst part was, he was still alive, eating, sleeping, and even doing his homework. And what on earth was Poorly-Headed Weasley? He didn't remember having any family connection to Sir Nicholas, thank you very much. Once or twice might have been tolerable, but hearing it every single night. That was enough to send chills down anyone's spine. Despite telling Neville many times that he forgave him, it never seemed to help. If it hadn't been for Harry, Ron might have seriously considered switching dormitories. Lately, though, things had finally begun to calm down a bit. Neville was determined to keep his nightmares from becoming reality, so he decided he didn't want to know the passwords. That way, Black would never be able to use him to get into Gryffindor Tower again. Neville froze suddenly, his thoughts interrupted by a troubling realization. He looked around at the empty staircase, a question suddenly pressing on him. Now that nearly everyone had gone to Hogsmeade, how was he supposed to get back into the common room without knowing the password? There might still be some older students in the common room, but the castle's soundproofing was so effective that no matter how loudly he shouted, no one inside would be able to hear him. Oh, why did I forget that? Neville fumed, wandering aimlessly around the castle corridors. As he turned a corner on the 4th floor, he spotted someone up ahead. Harry! Neville exclaimed in surprise. I forgot you weren't going to Hogsmeade either. He was genuinely relieved. Finally, he could get back into the common room. Hey, Neville, Harry greeted him, hastily stepping away from the statue of the hunchbacked witch and trying to act casual. What are you doing here? Nothing much, Neville said. Want to play Exploding Snap? I've got a new setup in my dorm. The castle was chilly, and he was already missing the warmth of the common room fireplace. Not right now. Harry stammered, trying to come up with an excuse to get rid of Neville so he could slip through the secret passage to Hogsmeade. Maybe later. I need to go to the library and work on that essay about vampires that Professor Lupin assigned. Great idea, Neville said, looking pleasantly surprised. I didn't understand that lecture anyway. Maybe you could help me. He suddenly went quiet, his eyes widening as he took a sharp breath and glanced behind Harry. It was Snape, with Kyle at his side. They had just come down the stairs, engaged in a tense conversation. Professor, I'd be happy to help you with an errand, but today's a Hogsmeade day, and I'm already running late. Kyle was saying. Watch your language. It's detention, not an errand, Snape corrected him sharply, not even glancing back. And if you don't brew your potions in the correct order next time, you won't be going to Hogsmeade at all. But there's nothing wrong with my hair-raising potion. It's the standard ginger color, Kyle protested. Do you not understand what I'm telling you? How many times do I need to repeat it? Your procedure is not in the book. Snape replied, his voice clipped and stern. Just then, Snape's eyes swept over the hall and settled on Harry and Neville. What are you two doing here? He asked, stopping and looking them over. It's rather unusual to find students here at this time. Snape's gaze shifted around the area, finally following Harry's own line of sight to the hunchbacked witch statue. We didn't exactly run into each other, we just happened to be here, Harry said, trying to sound casual, though he was clearly nervous. Really? Snape replied, his tone dripping with suspicion. You always seem to turn up in the most unexpected places, Potter, and rarely for good reasons. I suggest you both return to Gryffindor Tower, where you belong. Harry and Neville took the hint and quickly fled down the corridor. Once they'd left, Kyle glanced up at Snape and asked, So, am I free to go to Hogsmeade now? Not yet. Snape snapped without hesitation. But didn't you already finish everything for the fat lady on the 8th floor? Kyle pressed. That was only part of it, Snape said slowly, savoring his words. I have another task for you. Be in the dungeon in an hour. And if you're even a second late, I promise you'll never set foot in Hogsmeade again. With that, Snape turned back to the hunchbacked witch statue, tapping his wand on it thoughtfully. Yes, Professor. Kyle replied, quickly leaving the corridor without looking back. With only an hour left, a trip to Hogsmeade was out of the question, so he figured he'd find something else to pass the time. As he walked down to the 2nd floor, Kyle spotted Neville again, leaning against a pillar by the stairs, looking aimless. What are you doing here? Kyle asked. Where's Harry? Oh, we were going to head back to the tower, but Harry said he had something else to do and left. Since I don't know the password, I thought I'd just go to the library for a bit. And you? Neville asked, curious. Why were you up on the 4th floor with Snape? Weren't you supposed to be in Hogsmeade? Obviously not, Kyle said with a smirk. I was in detention. I just came from the 8th floor, where I was adding a special potion to the fat lady's portrait. Next time Black tries to rip through it, he'll have a bit of a surprise waiting. That's great news. Neville said happily. We're all so tired of that Sir Cadogan. Who wouldn't want the fat lady back? So, are you heading back to the common room now? Kyle asked. No, I'm going to the library, Kyle replied, shaking his head. I've got some coursework to finish. Perfect, Neville said, brightening up. Could you help me? I didn't understand much in the vampire lesson. Does garlic actually have to be eaten to work, or? Chapter 411, Wolfsbane Potion. The topic in the 3rd year defense against the dark arts class was vampires, a subject Kyle had already studied the previous year. Though Lockhart had proven unreliable, at least the information in his book wasn't entirely inaccurate. Besides Lockhart's dazzling smile, a weapon of charm that was practically a mass destruction device, the book did contain a few effective ways to deal with those creatures of the night. Garlic gives off a smell that vampires hate, kind of like when we smell compost in the greenhouse, Kyle explained to Neville on the way to the library. You can hang it around your neck or rub the juice on your skin. Of course, you can eat it too. If you eat enough to reek like Quirrell, who always had garlic breath, vampires won't even bother to come near you. I see. Neville mumbled, looking dazed. I remember Professor Lupin mentioning something similar. But that's only in general cases, Kyle went on. If you run into a vampire that's been starving for a while or one with a unique taste, turning yourself into a walking garlic clove won't be enough to keep it away. Neville nodded along as Kyle helped him wrap up his defense against the dark arts homework. After a long hesitation, he looked up and whispered, "Thank you." What? Kyle asked distractedly, not quite catching what Neville had said as he worked on his divination homework. I mean, thank you. Neville repeated, a bit louder. Since I lost my password, no one's really wanted to talk to me. Besides Hermione, you're the first one. That's just because you didn't know the right approach, Kyle replied, glancing up. For example, if you go to Fred and George and tell them, your pranks aren't funny at all, they'll pester you for an entire day, maybe even longer. Or, go to Harry and tell him you spotted a really pretty girl in Ravenclaw. He'll chat with you for hours. Huh. Neville blinked in surprise. Is it really that simple? But Harry doesn't seem to like spending time with me. Just a bit ago, he seemed to be looking for any excuse to leave. He probably just had something else going on, Kyle said, setting down his quill and gathering his completed work. Glancing at the clock, he saw there were less than 10 minutes until the time Snape had specified. Just in time, Kyle remarked as he stood up. Noticing Neville's curious expression, he explained, the second part of detention is in the dungeon. Do you want to come along? You're free anyway, and I doubt Professor Snape would mind if I brought someone with me. No, no, Neville shook his head rapidly, clutching his quill as his hands moved clumsily, nearly spilling his ink bottle. Ive still got loads of homework to do. You go ahead. Suit yourself, Kyle said, and without further comment, he packed his things and left the library. At his table, Neville wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and let out a relieved sigh. As Kyle made his way through the foyer and down to the dungeon, the castle felt unusually empty. Most students were out visiting Hogsmeade, and even the normally bustling foyer was eerily quiet, especially compared to the deserted dungeon. The only sounds were his own footsteps echoing in the dim corridors. He reached classroom 3, located halfway down the corridor, and opened the door. Inside, Snape was already waiting, his expression unreadable as he fixed his gaze on Kyle. "Why are you so late?" Snape asked. "It's 2 minutes to the hour, Professor," Kyle replied. "Thank you for the reminder, but I think I can read the time," Snape responded icily. "Apologies, Professor," Kyle continued smoothly. "I would have come earlier, but I didn't want to intrude if I arrived too soon." "How considerate of you," Snape drawled, stretching the words. "Am I meant to thank you for this thoughtfulness?" "Oh, not at all," Kyle shrugged with a faint smile. "But if the professor felt inclined to thank me with a pint of Felix Felicis, I wouldn't be able to refuse." Felix Felicis. A pint. Snape's eye twitched. He had never heard of anyone measuring Felix Felicis by the pint. What did this boy think Felix Felicis was? Pumpkin juice? "Looks like I'll have to get Madame Pomfrey to take a look at your brain," Snape said, pointing a finger sharply. "But that can wait. For now, go clean the cauldron and bring it here." Following Snape's finger, Kyle saw an oversized cauldron with a foul-smelling brown potion residue at the bottom. Scourgify. Kyle took out his wand, casting the cleaning charm. The potion remnants vanished instantly, leaving the cauldron spotless. Kyle glanced back, half expecting Snape to insist he clean it by hand, but Snape remained silent. "What are you waiting for? Bring the cauldron over here." "Oh, right." Glad to save some time, Kyle picked up the cauldron and set it down in front of Snape. "Professor, am I free to go now?" "Of course, not." Snape sneered. "Did you think I'd let you off with just cleaning the cauldron? My detentions aren't that easy." With a flick of his wand, Snape conjured a large pile of potion ingredients onto the table in front of Kyle. "Prepare these ingredients. I'll need them shortly." Snape's lips curled in a menacing smirk. "Remember, I'll only give instructions once. If you make a mistake or handle these items improperly, I won't remind you. And after that, well, you might be without a professor in the future. Listen carefully. Lionfish bones, ground into a fine powder. Ginger root, sliced. 3 drops of armadillo bile, 3 drops of mandrake root juice, and only the very tips of the wolfsbane leaves, make sure they're absolutely undamaged." Snape rattled off the instructions swiftly, almost as if he wanted to test Kyle's memory. Fortunately, Kyle had a sharp mind and absorbed every detail. Without a word, he began preparing the ingredients. After grinding the lionfish bones to a fine powder, he was just about to start slicing the ginger root when Snape spoke up again. "Now, put the lionfish bone powder into the cauldron." Kyle nodded and carefully tipped the powder from its saucer into the cauldron. Almost instantly, the potion turned a vibrant orange. "Professor, may I ask what potion this is?" "Oh." Snape raised an eyebrow. "Our Mr. Perfect can't identify it." "It's not something we've covered yet," Kyle replied. "Not until 7th year, at least. So you think anything that's not in the textbook is irrelevant?" Snape scoffed. "If you studied potions more thoroughly, you'd know that lionfish bone powder mixed with ginger root and armadillo bile can be used in a potion to keep the mind clear. Mandrake root juice and wolfsbane, on the other hand, help suppress the effects of a dangerous transformation." He paused, watching Kyle intently. "After hearing all that, do you still not understand?" Kyle thought for a moment, then ventured, "The wolfsbane potion. A potion that clears the mind and counters a dangerous transformation, it could only be that." "Not entirely dim," Snape said with a faint, meaningful tone. Chapter 412, Why Don't You Play by the Rules? Before coming here, Kyle had assumed that Snape's detention assignment would involve handling the usual complex potion ingredients. This was, after all, the most common task assigned during potions class detentions. The ingredients they used in class, vials of bile, flobberworm mucus, viper fangs, and so on, nearly all came from these preparation sessions. To his surprise, however, this time he was actually assisting in brewing a potion, and not just any potion, the rare and challenging wolfsbane potion. In the wizarding world, only a handful of wizards had the skill to make this potion, and each was a renowned master of potion making. Kyle looked up, catching the subtle expression on Snape's face, and suddenly, he began to understand. Professor Lupin. It seemed likely that Dumbledore had forbidden Snape from revealing Lupin's identity as a werewolf. But that didn't mean Snape couldn't drop hints. This whole setup seemed designed to lead Kyle into asking why Wolfsbane potion was being brewed, allowing Snape to hint at Lupin's condition in an indirect way. It was quite the plan. If another student had been here, they might have discovered Professor Lupin's identity under Snape's guidance. Unfortunately for Snape. "Oh, Professor, you're incredible, able to brew such a complex potion," Kyle praised, all while calmly grinding the lionfish bone powder, showing no inclination to inquire further. Snape looked taken aback, frowning as he scrutinized Kyle, perhaps trying to gauge what Kyle was thinking. After about half an hour, unable to contain himself any longer, Snape asked casually, "Do you know the effect of Wolfsbane potion?" "Oh, yes," Kyle replied smoothly. Director Sykes at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies mentioned it once. Wolfsbane potion can suppress the werewolf curse, allowing someone to retain their human consciousness during transformations on a full moon. Kyle answered with the same casualness as if he were in class, then fell silent again, showing no curiosity or urge to pry. This calmness made Snape even more uncomfortable. He prepared exactly what he'd say next, expecting Kyle to engage, but Kyle's lack of cooperation meant Snape couldn't even take the first step. He knew he couldn't reveal the information too directly without raising questions from Dumbledore. Watching Kyle calmly continue with the ingredients, Snape couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. If he'd known it would turn out like this, he would have assigned Kyle to something mind-numbing, like rat spleens or armadillo bile. Silence filled the dungeon classroom once again. Kyle, oblivious to Snape's internal struggle, focused on preparing the ingredients, occasionally sneaking glances at Snape's technique as he brewed the Wolfsbane potion. Getting to observe this potion-making process up close was a rare opportunity, and he didn't want to miss a detail. It had to be said, the Wolfsbane potion was extraordinarily complex. After a full 5 hours, Kyle finally placed the last clipped Wolfsbane leaf into the cauldron at Snape's signal. As the carefully prepared leaf touched the liquid, the potion began to boil, and its color slowly shifted from reddish-brown to a deep brown. Bang! The door to the dungeon classroom suddenly slammed open, startling both Kyle and Snape. Snape nearly dropped his wand into the cauldron in his surprise as Malfoy stumbled into the room. "Give me one reason," Snape hissed, glowering at Malfoy. "Professor," Malfoy stammered, looking even paler than usual, his eyes wide and dazed. "I was in Hogsmeade, and I saw Potter's head, just his head, floating there." "Oh." Snape replied icily, narrowing his eyes. "Are you saying that Potter went to Hogsmeade?" "Yes, it was his head," Malfoy murmured, still looking bewildered. "Idiot," Snape snapped. "Don't you know about the cloak of invisibility?" In an instant, Malfoy's shock turned to embarrassment. His pale face flushed red as he realized what had happened. "That damned Potter," Malfoy muttered furiously. "How dare he mock me?" "Fool." Snape glared at him again. "Come with me, I think I know where he'll show up next." Then he turned to Kyle. "Every 10 minutes, stir the cauldron 3 times counterclockwise. Keep stirring until it emits smoke that matches the potion's color. Do you understand?" "No problem, Professor," Kyle replied with a nod. "Very well." Snape swept out of the room, his long black cloak billowing behind him as he strode into the hallway, with Malfoy trotting after him. Once they were gone, Kyle immediately took out his parchment and quill, jotting down everything he could remember about Snape's brewing process. When he'd filled most of the parchment, he folded it carefully and tucked it away for safekeeping. He hadn't forgotten Snape's instructions either. It was already the third 10-minute interval, and Kyle waved his wand gently over the cauldron, causing the potion to swirl in response. After 3 counterclockwise stirs, the potion darkened, and the smell grew more intense. Kyle couldn't be sure if this was expected. The Wolfsbane potion was a relatively recent creation, and even most Potenti potions in the restricted section didn't contain it. Still, everything seemed to match the batches he'd cleaned up for Snape before. Just then, a loud thud sounded from the adjacent room, as if something heavy had been thrown against the wall. Kyle recognized it as Snape's office. From the corridor, he heard Professor Lupin's voice, "So until next time, Severus. Harry, come with me, I need to talk to you about that essay on vampires." The hallway fell silent once more, leaving Kyle alone in the quiet. A few minutes later, Snape re-entered the dungeon, his expression dark as if he'd just swallowed a vial of bitter bile. He glared at Kyle, his voice cold and clipped. "Get out." "Okay." Though Kyle wasn't sure what had happened, he could tell from Snape's expression that he was in an irritable mood. One wrong word could set him off. Without hesitation, Kyle packed up and left the dungeon, giving Snape the space he so clearly needed. Chapter 413, A Nervous Professor Lupin. After leaving the dungeon classroom, Kyle headed straight for the foyer. By now, many students had returned from Hogsmeade, and the area was bustling with energy. People clustered in groups, trading sweets and novelty items with one another, much livelier than it had been earlier in the day. Kyle spotted two familiar figures standing by the staircase, Professor Lupin and Harry. Professor Lupin was holding a map and examining it with a curious smile. Very clever design, Lupin murmured, chuckling. Back when I was in school, I remember seeing a map like this one that could show all the secret passages in the castle. Professor, you had a map like this when you were at school? Harry asked, surprised. It was even better than that, Professor Lupin replied quietly, a nostalgic look crossing his face. But that nostalgia quickly shifted to a more serious expression. He looked at Harry intently. Maps like this, are there others in the castle? There should only be one, Harry answered after a moment's thought, recalling how Fred and George had mentioned that they created the map as a one-of-a-kind item, with no intention of selling it. Hearing this, Professor Lupin's expression softened a bit. Professor, I found it, just picked it up. Harry stammered, not wanting to betray Fred and George and searching for a plausible excuse. I don't need to know how you came by something like this, Professor Lupin said, frowning slightly. But I am surprised you didn't turn it in, especially after last time, when someone thoughtlessly left sensitive information about the castle lying around. Harry wanted to explain but found himself at a loss. Fred and George had warned him to memorize the secret passage locations and then destroy the map, but he hadn't gotten around to it yet. So far, he'd only memorized the one leading to the statue of the hunchbacked witch. I'm afraid I can't give it back to you, Harry, Professor Lupin said, pocketing the map. I'll have to. Lupin suddenly sniffed the air, seeming to catch a familiar scent. He looked around, his gaze landing on Kyle, who had just entered the foyer. Nice to see you, Professor Lupin, Kyle greeted with a smile and a wave. Hello. Kyle, Lupin said, his tone tinged with curiosity. What are you doing here, and not in Hogsmeade? Detention, Professor, Kyle replied with a shrug. No time for a trip to Hogsmeade. Detention. Professor Lupin's eyebrows shot up in surprise. He wouldn't have expected Kyle, who had consistently topped his classes, to end up in detention. Harry, however, wasn't surprised at all. He'd already learned about Kyle's detention after running into him with Snape earlier that morning. Snape, though, had clearly planned this, in Harry's opinion. I bet he assigned you detention on purpose, just because it's a Hogsmeade day, Harry said, certain of Snape's intentions. Did he make you handle flobberworm mucus or something? No, Kyle replied, shaking his head. It wasn't that bad. I just helped him brew some potions for a few hours. Oh, that's not too bad, Harry said with relief. Last time I was put in detention with Snape, I couldn't look at food for days. So what were you brewing that took so long? A very rare potion. Kyle answered. Wolfsbane potion. A flicker of alarm crossed Professor Lupin's eyes before he quickly masked it, his expression returning to normal. Still, his hands clenched slightly as he struggled to maintain his composure, clearly worried that Kyle might call him out directly. He had taken leave every full moon this term, and even with the Wolfsbane potion, it was hard to deny that Kyle must have noticed something. Fortunately, just then, a group of students entered the foyer from outside. They were the ones who had gone to Hogsmeade for a visit, and now they were all returning. Fred and George approached Kyle, flanking him on both sides. You have no idea what you're missing. The Shrieking Shack wasn't nearly as terrifying as we thought. George grinned, adding, Malfoy couldn't figure out what he saw in there and ran all the way back to the castle, scared out of his wits. We heard him screaming all the way back to Zonko's. Fred said regretfully, but why didn't we see anything the last time we went? Harry kept his head down, staying silent. In truth, Malfoy had been frightened by him when, hidden under the invisibility cloak, he'd lobbed a muddy glob straight at Malfoy. But he'd thrown it too hard, causing part of the cloak to slip and reveal his head, giving the impression of a floating, disembodied figure, which had sent Malfoy running in terror. It was also for that reason that Snape had summoned him to his office. Not long after, Conna, Cho, and Cedric also returned. Kyle seized the chance to end the conversation about confinement and followed them outside onto the grounds. He suspected that if he stayed any longer, Professor Lupin might crush the map he was clutching in his hands. To be honest, Lupin looked so tense it seemed as though he were moments away from scrawling, "I'm a werewolf," on his own face. Luckily, Harry and Ron were there to keep an eye on him. If Hermione had been around, she would have definitely picked up on something. Speaking of Hermione, it seemed like they'd hardly seen her lately, especially after the Christmas holidays, when the trio had become more of a duo. The only time you saw Hermione now was during meals, hurrying through the Great Hall with a bulging bag, pausing just long enough to grab a quick bite. Kyle thought this over as he followed Conna outside onto the field. Cho handed him a bottle of butterbeer, and he accepted it absent-mindedly. But in the next instant, the butterbeer morphed into a grumpy rubber haddock that latched onto his arm with a surprisingly firm grip. No matter how hard Kyle shook his arm, the rubber haddock wouldn't let go, and tugging on it only made it stretch longer. Fred and George were doubled over with laughter, clutching their stomachs. It didn't take much to figure out that this was their doing. As he watched the group of laughing friends exit through the castle gates, Professor Lupin released the tight grip he'd been holding, a bit of color returning to his face. It seemed that Kyle hadn't noticed anything, so perhaps he'd been overreacting. He thought to himself. Yes, who would ever guess that the great Professor Dumbledore would hire a werewolf as a professor? It's as if he would have agreed to attend the school himself, had he the chance. This kind of thing would be unimaginable anywhere else. Only Dumbledore. Professor Lupin took a deep breath, gave Harry a few brief instructions, and then hurried off. This wasn't the time to dwell on such thoughts, there was something more urgent to handle. He needed to find Filch and retrieve something important. Chapter 414, Lupin's Scandal. As the weather warmed and the snow and ice outside the castle finally melted, the young wizards couldn't wait to stow away their thick winter robes in the wardrobe. It's worth mentioning that, for some special reason, the Patronus Charm lessons were not scheduled again in February. Professor Lupin was far too busy. Aside from his regular classes, he was rarely seen around the school. Every afternoon after the last lesson and throughout the weekends, he would disappear. Whenever he had a spare moment, he'd head off to Hogsmeade. Gradually, rumors began to circulate through the castle. Some claimed, with absolute conviction, that Professor Lupin was courting Madame Rosmerta of the Three Broomsticks. Although there was no concrete evidence, most students were willing to believe it. After all, Hogsmeade was a small village with only about 10 shops. It might be refreshing to visit occasionally, but going so frequently was bound to get dull. If Lupin wasn't meeting someone, then why did he leave the castle every day at 5 p.m. and only return after curfew? And on weekends, he was never seen at all. As the gossip spread, Professor Lupin's supposed relationship with Madame Rosmerta quickly grew into elaborate tales involving nearly every shopkeeper in Hogsmeade. There were stories about the quill shop clerk, Madame Andelle from the All Post Office, Madame Putafoot's brother-in-law, and even the landlord of the Hog's Head. Each version grew more outlandish than the last. Susan Bones even made it a ritual to hear a new version of the story as a bedtime tale each night, claiming she couldn't fall asleep without it. She had gone so far as to compile the rumors into a thick book, which became quite popular. Every day, students lined up to borrow it, though few managed to get their hands on it. Susan treasured the book and kept it close. Sensing a business opportunity, Fred and George sought out Kyle early one morning. "Katie asked us to come and check with you," Fred said. "She's collected a book like Susan's, and she wants to team up." "Team up? How exactly?" Kyle asked. "She'll supply the booklets, and we'll duplicate and sell them," Fred explained. "We split the profits 30/70ths. Kyle raised an eyebrow. "We duplicate and sell, and we only get 70%. 70% goes to her, 30% to us," George corrected, "but don't worry, we're definitely not agreeing to that. She did say her bottom line is a 50/50th split, though. We did the math. If we go ahead with this, we'd make at least 30 galleons," Fred added. "So, what do you say, want in?" Fred and George picked up cookies from the table, watching Kyle as they ate. "I'm not getting involved," Kyle replied calmly, glancing back at his book. Even if he stood to make 30 galleons each, or even more, he wouldn't agree. What was the point of money like that? Bribing house elves? "And I have to warn you," Kyle added, "if you still want to visit Hogsmeade on days other than the official tour days, you'd better not agree. I guarantee that as soon as you set foot in Hogsmeade, Professor McGonagall will hear about it, and there'll be no escaping her." Conna and Cedric, sitting nearby, nodded in agreement. They shared Kyle's view. "Well, you're right," Fred shrugged. "That's what we thought too," George said. "But, since we're all on the same team, we figured we should ask. This way, at least. If you say no, we're off the hook." "We're outnumbered," they said with exaggerated resignation, as they finished off the last pieces of bread on their plates, then headed over to the Gryffindor table with a feigned look of disappointment. Katie Bell was already there, waiting for them after breakfast. "Sorry," Fred said with a heavy sigh. "They all have other commitments and probably won't have much time these days. And we've got to help." The two sat down next to her, smoothly delivering the excuse they'd prepared well in advance. On the other side of the room, after Fred and George left, Kyle finished his breakfast and stood up to head to the library. He had borrowed a book a few days ago and had finished reading it just the day before. Conna and Cho had gone to visit Hagrid. The success of his first lesson had given Hagrid a boost of confidence, and he had stopped bringing creatures with sharp teeth and pointed beaks to class. Instead, he'd shifted his focus to showing baby versions of various magical creatures. After the unicorns, he introduced the students to baby nifflers and Neasels, and the response had been overwhelmingly positive. Gradually, the students were warming up to their new professor, though some Slytherins remained resistant, of course. Hagrid had been worried about their taunts at first, but he'd learned to ignore them over time. Last night, Hagrid had sent a note saying he'd found some new baby magical creatures and invited them to come see. Kana and Cho had agreed without hesitation, getting up extra early that morning to head out. If Hagrid's cooking hadn't been so questionable, they probably wouldn't have even bothered stopping for breakfast in the Great Hall. Cedric had gone along with them too. But Kyle had already encountered his fair share of magical creatures. He'd even helped deliver a litter of Nundus 2 years prior. So, in comparison, returning his library book took priority. When Kyle reached the library, Madame Pants was at her usual spot, dusting the tables. He placed the book, Great Potions of the World, on the counter. He had borrowed it to research the Wolfsbane potion and had just finished reading it. Madame Pants picked it up, carefully inspecting it as usual to ensure it was undamaged, before taking it to a distant shelf. Kyle didn't borrow any new books. Perhaps because it had only been developed a few years ago, information on the Wolfsbane potion was limited. The most detailed information he'd found described only the necessary ingredients and the sequence for adding them to the cauldron, with little else beyond that. After Madame Pants stepped away, Kyle turned to leave and go find Kana and the others. But at that moment, he noticed 2 towering stacks of books on the nearby table. The piles were precariously tall and looked like they might collapse at the slightest touch. Through a small gap in the middle, he could just make out a tangled mass of hair, Hermione's. It seemed Hermione noticed his gaze, as she looked up. She appeared exhausted, with dark circles under her eyes. Chapter 4:15, Dark Humor. When Hermione spotted Kyle, she forced a reluctant smile, as though trying to greet him, but with her dark circles and an expression on the verge of tears, she didn't look cheerful at all. Kyle hesitated, then walked over and sat down across from her. "Hello, Kyle," Hermione greeted him, her voice sounding hoarse. Kyle glanced at the open books on her desk, Why Muggles Need Electricity, along with texts on arithmancy, divination, and ancient runes. "So, you've decided to use the time turner, haven't you?" Kyle asked in a low voice. Hermione paused mid-page turn, then nodded. I can't give up any of my classes. I just can't." "But you don't look very well," Kyle observed. "Are you sure you can keep this up until the end of the school year?" Hermione's face had a weary, drained look, not unlike Lupin's had on the train at the start of term, as if she might collapse any moment. Kyle doubted she'd last until the exams without falling asleep right in the middle of one. "I don't know," Hermione admitted, running her fingers through her tangled hair, looking thoroughly frustrated. Her voice was a bit louder than intended, drawing a few disapproving looks. Fortunately, Madame Pants was far enough away not to overhear. "What did you do before, Kyle?" Hermione asked, desperate. "You took every class, too, but you got high marks, even perfect scores. I thought if I had a time turner, I could handle it just as well, but it's nothing like I imagined." Hermione tugged at her hair again. "The more I use the time turner, the worse my memory gets, and I can't focus in class. If this keeps up, I'll barely scrape E's on my exams. Professor McGonagall will be so disappointed if I don't get straight O's." As she continued, Hermione grew more and more distraught, until tears spilled from her eyes. She hadn't confided in anyone for a long time, especially since Christmas, after she'd told Professor McGonagall about the firebolt incident, which had cost Gryffindor the Quidditch match against Slytherin. Practically overnight, she'd become the most unpopular person in school. Even Harry and Ron had stopped speaking to her. But Hermione had been too overwhelmed by her heavy workload to care much about popularity. Where was the time to worry about anything besides classes? Only recently, after they won the match against Hufflepuff, had things begun to thaw. But even then, Harry and Ron weren't any help. They often only made matters worse, and at times, she almost wished they'd stay silent altogether. At least then she wouldn't be distracted from her studies by arguments or, for instance, by Harry's ill-advised escapade to Hogsmeade, which had led to him getting caught by Professor Snape. Hermione simply couldn't understand why Harry had taken such a reckless risk. Of all people, he knew Sirius Black was hunting him. Why would he put himself in danger like that? Meanwhile, across from her, Kyle was unaware of her swirling thoughts. He merely assumed the time turner was wearing her out. And that was understandable. Percy had gone through the same thing. After an entire school year using the time turner, he'd been utterly frazzled. As soon as the holidays began, he was practically begging to return it. As Diana had once explained, the time turner could take you back in time physically, but it couldn't turn back the clock on your mind. With only so much energy to go around, it was inevitable that something would eventually give. Kyle tapped his fingers on the table thoughtfully. "Can I ask, do you use the time turner every day?" "Every day," Hermione nodded. "And how much time are you adding?" "Before Christmas, it was about 2 or 3 hours. Now it's up to 6, Hermione replied. 6 hours. Kyle shook his head. That meant Hermione was essentially awake for 22 hours a day, and she'd kept this up for nearly 3 months. No wonder she looked so exhausted. "My advice is still the same, drop 2 subjects, divination and Muggle studies," Kyle said. "Those 2 classes are useless to you and just a waste of time. This time, Hermione didn't argue. She hadn't believed him before, but now she was starting to see that Kyle had a point. And try not to use the time turner outside of classes, Kyle continued. I doubt your schedule overlaps every single day. 3 times a week, Hermione admitted. So what do you do with the extra time, reading and homework? No, Hermione shook her head. Mostly I use it to study ancient runes. It's really interesting, but also incredibly hard, and 1 lesson a week just isn't enough. As she said this, Hermione suddenly looked up at him. I heard Professor Babbling say you scored perfectly on your ancient runes exam last year, and the last student to do that was 50 years ago. You're really able to keep up with the class without a time turner. This was something Hermione had been dying to ask. She spent hours every day struggling to keep up with ancient runes, and she couldn't fathom how Kyle managed it with just 1 class per week. Well, our situations are a bit different, Kyle said evasively. Mainly, I met someone during the holidays, a really enthusiastic teacher who gave me one-on-one lessons in ancient runes. It was like having a private tutor all break long, so it makes sense that I'd do well. A private tutor? Hermione's eyes widened in awe and envy. Was it Professor Babbling, she asked, hopeful. No, Kyle shook his head, it was someone else. He wanted to apply for the Defense Against the Dark Arts post, but Dumbledore didn't agree. Oh, why couldn't he apply for ancient runes instead? Hermione said, frustrated. She looked at Kyle hopefully. Does he still teach you? Could you recommend him to Hogwarts? If there was an extra professor, maybe we'd have more than 1 class per week. Unfortunately, Kyle replied, he left last year, and I don't know where he is now. Hermione's shoulders slumped a little. She'd been hoping for more ancient runes classes. Here's some advice, Kyle said, watching her carefully. Forget everything you learned in the first ancient runes class. It won't help you now. Just follow the book's order. If you do that, you'll find it's not as difficult as it seems. Forget. Hermione repeated, bewildered. But the combination formula for runes is essential. I read that it's the most important part. The combination of runes. If Kyle remembered right, that was the last chapter in Advanced Runes, material meant for 6th years. Professor Babbling's odd sense of humor clearly hadn't changed. Forget it, Kyle insisted. You can't understand the combinations until you've mastered the basics of arranging and writing the runes. It's like transfiguration, you don't start by turning a teacup into a rabbit, you start with a matchstick into a needle. But Hermione blinked in confusion. If that's true, then why did Professor Babbling teach us that in the first place? It's just her morbid sense of humor, Kyle chuckled. Think about it, has she mentioned that rune combination since the first lesson? Hermione thought for a moment. Now that he mentioned it, she realized Professor Babbling hadn't gone over pictograms again, and the material had been much more manageable since. Hermione slapped her hand on the table in frustration, exclaiming, does that mean I've been wasting my time? Chapter 416, Surprise. Kyle and Hermione found themselves standing awkwardly together just outside the library entrance. I'm sorry. Hermione whispered. Her enthusiastic slap on the table had unfortunately coincided with Madame Pance's return. Just like any student who made noise in the library, they'd both been promptly expelled. I don't mind, Kyle shrugged. I wasn't planning on staying much longer anyway. I was just about to go find Hagrid. Want to come? After a moment's thought, Hermione shook her head. No, I think I'll go over the runes again. I need to catch up on the time I wasted. All right, Kyle said, just remember, don't overuse the time turner, or you'll end up feeling worse. Okay. They parted ways at the top of the stairs, and Kyle made his way down to the first floor. From there, he crossed the foyer and headed toward Hagrid's hut, following the path along the castle grounds. The hut was bustling today. Besides Connor, Cho, and Cedric, Harry and Ron were also there, gathered around and animatedly discussing something. As Kyle got closer, he noticed a nest made of hay on the table, and inside it lay a small creature that looked almost like a lion cub, except its tail was shaped like a scorpion's stinger. A manticore. Kyle exclaimed, surprised. Knew you'd recognize it right away, Hagrid said happily. Just a few days ago, I found a manticore giving birth deep in the Forbidden Forest. Must have come from somewhere else, because there's never been one there before. Hagrid was beaming with pride as he gently petted the young creature in the hay nest, not even minding when it playfully bit his hand. Look how happy it is, he said, grinning from ear to ear. For Hagrid, discovering the manticore in the Forbidden Forest was like unearthing hidden treasure. He was so thrilled he hadn't slept in days, spending his nights in the depths of the forest to observe the rare creature. The last time he'd been this excited was when he became the Care of Magical Creatures professor. So, Hagrid, are you planning to bring it to class? Kyle asked. Of course not. Hagrid said, shaking his head firmly. The manticore is a level 5x magical creature. Professor Dumbledore never allow it in front of the students, not even as a cub. Kyle nodded in agreement. Manticores were indeed unsuitable for class. While the cub's bites might only leave small scratches, the real concern was its mother in the Forbidden Forest. If someone got too bold and managed to provoke it, the adult manticore might unleash a powerful roar and cast a spell, a situation that could get out of hand fast. Especially with the Slytherins, who often ignored Hagrid's warnings. Half the trouble during care of magical creatures was caused by them directly, and the other half could usually be traced back to them too. In the face of an angry, full-grown manticore, even Hagrid would have a hard time protecting everyone. I brought it today just so you could learn a bit about it, Hagrid continued enthusiastically. It's a rare opportunity, you won't get to see a 5x magical creature's cub anywhere else. Kyle raised an eyebrow. That wasn't exactly true, he'd not only seen one, he'd delivered one. The Nundus in Newt's suitcase practically treated him like family, and in Romania, he'd watched a nest of Hungarian horntails hatch. But he kept these experiences to himself. Hagrid, can I touch it? Ron asked, his voice full of longing. Just for a second, please? No, Ron, Hagrid said sternly. You can stand there, even get a little closer, but absolutely no touching. It's for your own safety. All right, Ron sighed, looking disappointed. This was a 5x magical creature, and if he'd been able to touch it, he'd have something to boast about for ages. Ever since Sirius Black had broken into the Gryffindor dormitory, Ron had been the center of attention, finally receiving more notice than Harry. He loved the feeling, but now that interest had shifted to rumors about Professor Lupin, his story wasn't as sought after. But Hagrid. Kanna spoke up, puzzled. Didn't you say in your letter that we were supposed to help you choose magical creatures for class? Oh, that was just to add some excitement, Hagrid admitted with a grin. I've actually already picked the creatures for class, a fire crab and a wyvern, both of them young. You can go take a look in the hut if you'd like. Just be sure to close the door behind you, the manticore here might be frightened by their scent. No one moved, everyone's attention was still fixed on the tiny manticore cub nestled in the hay. Fire crabs and wyverns could wait. Just then, Kyle felt a tap on his shoulder. He turned to find Hagrid, who gestured for him to come over to a small clearing on the other side of the cabin. What is it? Kyle asked. Well. Hagrid looked a bit sheepish. I overheard some Slytherin saying you had a dragon tooth for sale. Do you still have one? Yes, Kyle nodded. He had plenty. Would you sell me some? Hagrid whispered, pulling a cloth bag from his pocket and pressing it into Kyle's hand. Professor Dumbledore gave me an extra professor's salary, so, see how much you can get for it. The bag was heavy, filled with a few hundred galleons. Hagrid rarely needed to spend much on himself, usually only dropping by the 3 broomsticks or the Hog's Head for a drink now and then, so most of his earnings were saved up. That's easy, just a moment, Kyle said, heading into Hagrid's hut and closing the door. When he returned, he held another bag. 2 teeth from each breed of dragon, plus a few matching dragon scales, he said, handing over the bag along with the original one of galleons. These are yours, Hagrid. Hagrid frowned. No, those galleons are for you. Come on, Hagrid, Kyle chuckled, waving his hand. I'm not taking your money. No way. Hagrid insisted, his face set with determination. I know what these cost. You brought them back from Romania, and if you won't take the payment, then I won't take the teeth. With that, Hagrid gritted his teeth and resolutely held the bag of galleons back out to him. Chapter 417, Clever Hagrid. Hagrid looked resolute. As much as he admired the dragon teeth and wanted them badly, he wasn't willing to let Kyle take any financial loss. That was simply out of the question. It's different, Hagrid, Kyle explained with a grin. These aren't purchased crafts. Look closely, and you'll see there's no carving on them. Really? Hagrid took one of the dragon teeth from the bag and examined it, noticing that it was clean and slightly different from the polished ones he'd seen before. Pulling out another, he could see scratches from natural wear. See? Kyle said. I picked these up at the Dragon Reserve. Didn't cost a single canute. Picked up. Hagrid repeated, stunned. All of these? This is just a fraction, Kyle replied. You must have heard about the big melee at the Romanian Dragon Reserve. Almost every day, dragons would lose teeth in the fights. Sometimes, I'd pick up 7 or 8 in 10 minutes. Hagrid's expression went blank as the realization sank in. He hadn't known about the melee at the reserve, and as he processed the image of dozens of dragons clashing, his whole demeanor shifted. If only I'd known. Hagrid muttered, kicking at the ground in frustration. I'd have crawled to Romania if I had to. Kyle shrugged, amused. It wasn't that he'd wanted to keep the event a secret, Hagrid simply wouldn't have been allowed near the dragons without an invitation. If he'd gone, he'd have been stuck at the reserve's edge, missing the action entirely. After a while, Hagrid managed to calm down. Kyle leaned in, asking offhandedly, "So, Hagrid, how many manticores are in the Forbidden Forest?" "2," Hagrid replied. "One big one and one little one. The big one's injured and has been recuperating deep in the forest." "Injured?" Kyle's brows knitted. What could possibly harm a manticore? Even among level 5x magical creatures, manticores were notoriously lethal. They possessed immense strength, near impenetrable fur that could repel most spells, and a venomous scorpion tail that could kill most beings with a single sting. Even a fully transformed werewolf wouldn't survive an encounter with its poison. "I don't know," Hagrid said, looking down remorsefully. "But it had a pretty big wound. My guess is that while it was weakened, maybe a dragon or a chimera found it, so it came to the Forbidden Forest to give birth." "Then it's lucky you found it," Kyle replied. "The Forbidden Forest isn't exactly the safest place, is it?" "You're right," Hagrid agreed, glancing toward the forest's dark edge. "I only came across the manticore because I was looking for, well, it's not important. I was lucky to help them move to a safer spot, or else." Hagrid abruptly cut himself off. "Anyway, the Forbidden Forest is really dangerous." He didn't want anyone to know about Aragog, and Kyle, sensing that Hagrid preferred to keep it private, didn't press him. Instead, he continued casually, "Was it badly injured?" "Oh, not too bad," Hagrid said. "The wound looks worse than it is. Just a bit superficial. A little dittany should fix it right up." "Need any help?" Kyle offered. "I've got fresh dittany and a good bit of experience in treating magical creatures thanks to Newt." Hagrid's face suddenly shifted, and he eyed Kyle suspiciously. "Why are you so interested in the manticore's condition?" "No reason, just offering a hand," Kyle assured him. "You know, neither my dad nor Newt would leave an injured magical creature without help." Hagrid kept his guard up. He knew Kyle was unusually good with magical creatures. Norbert and the three-headed dog Fluffy both took to him instantly, and even the professors hinted that Kyle might have been entrusted with the basilisk from the Chamber of Secrets. Although it was just a rumor, everyone knew Dumbledore's ways, and Professor McGonagall's silence on the subject only seemed to confirm it. Now, the idea struck Hagrid. Was Kyle thinking of taking the manticore for himself? Hagrid's expression grew stern. "Listen, don't get any ideas about the manticore. It's just had a rough time and is in no state to be disturbed. It's more dangerous than usual right now." Kyle gave a dry cough, trying to look innocent. "You've got it all wrong, Hagrid. I only wanted to help." To prove his sincerity, Kyle reached into his mokeskin pouch and produced a handful of fresh dittany. "See." The dittany roots were still covered in moist soil, clearly freshly picked. But Hagrid only glanced at it, refusing to take any. "No need, Kyle. Professor Sprout's got more than enough dittany, and there's plenty in the Forbidden Forest too." "Well, that's good to hear." Kyle forced a laugh, putting the dittany back in his bag and pulling something else out. "How about essence of dittany? It's a lot more effective." After a few minutes of further attempts, Kyle gave up and walked back to the group by the pumpkin patch. "What were you two talking about?" Kanna whispered, noticing his look of mild frustration. "You look awfully disappointed." "Nothing. Just tried to offer some help and got rejected," Kyle said with a touch of annoyance. "And Hagrid even accused me of having ulterior motives. Bit much, don't you think?" "Yes, quite harsh of him," Kanna said with a smile, though she had an inkling Hagrid's suspicions weren't unfounded. Of course, she wasn't going to say that aloud. Satisfied with her sympathy, Kyle sighed. He had really hoped to find out the manticore's location, but it seemed Hagrid was on his guard today. No matter what he offered, dittany, essence of dittany, or even the advanced healing potion he'd once used for a dragon wound, Hagrid had declined them all. No matter what Kyle said, Hagrid kept repeating the same responses. "I don't know what you're on about. Don't ask, and even if I did know, I wouldn't tell you. Stay out of the Forbidden Forest, or I'll go straight to Professor Sprout." Kyle couldn't help but think in amusement, since when has Hagrid become so clever? Chapter 418, An Unexpected Guest. Hogwarts was especially quiet late at night. A few lights twinkled in the castle where common rooms were located, and a few energetic students stretched their evening fun as late as possible, lingering over exploding snap or wizard chess before reluctantly heading to bed. Outside, the full moon cast its glow over the grounds. In the moonlight, two figures, a tall one and a smaller one, crept silently along, skirting the Whomping Willow without making a sound. "Kyle, it's not too late to turn back," whispered Newt Scamander, who was leading the way. "You're still a student, after all. If the professors catch you out here, you could be expelled." "Right, as if this wasn't your idea," Kyle muttered, following behind. All Kyle had done was send Newt a letter asking for advice on how to handle the manticore in the Forbidden Forest. Who could have predicted that Newt would show up at Hogwarts in the dead of night, slip into the Hufflepuff dormitory using a disillusionment charm, and wake Kyle with a whisper? At first, Kyle had thought he was hearing things. But no, Newt had actually traveled there himself. Kyle half-jokingly thought he ought to file a complaint against the Dementors. They were letting just anyone stroll onto the grounds these days. I only came to confirm if there's really a manticore here in the Forbidden Forest, Newt said, casting a glance back. I didn't drag you along on a nighttime adventure. You followed of your own accord, and if you get expelled, it's hardly my fault. Anyone in my place would have followed you, Kyle replied with a shrug. And it's just a night walk. Even if I get caught, they won't expel me for that. The two of them soon reached Hagrid's hut. Do we have to go around? Kyle asked. Hagrid's got a hound here with an excellent nose. If we go any closer, it's bound to pick up our scent. No need, said Newt, producing a small vial from his pocket. He opened it and waved it over himself a few times, then handed it to Kyle. This is pollen from the Flutterby bush. It'll mask your scent perfectly. Kyle took the vial and mimicked Newt's movements, then tucked it into his pocket. After all, if he was trekking into the Forbidden Forest in the middle of the night, he deserved a bit of a guide fee, and this pollen would be quite handy. Newt waited for Kyle to return the vial but, seeing no movement, turned around and raised an eyebrow. You. Show. Kyle whispered back. Keep your voice down, Fong's got sensitive ears. We're almost to the path Hagrid takes into the forest, it's a lot flatter than the rest. Newt sighed, resigning himself to the fact that Kyle was keeping the vial. Forget it, he thought, I've got another one in my suitcase. They tiptoed past Hagrid's hut, which was dark and silent but for the sound of Hagrid's heavy snoring drifting through the window. Once they were deep enough in the Forbidden Forest to lose sight of Hagrid's hut, Kyle let out a quiet sigh of relief. Finally, he could ask the question that had been bugging him all the way here. So, why exactly did you come to Hogwarts? Was it really just to see the manticore? Well, sort of, Newt admitted, and the three-headed dog, of course. Since Dobby started helping me out, I've been able to finish in hours what used to take me an entire day. So I'm planning to update Fantastic Beasts and where to find them, but it would be a bit thin with just the basilisk. That's when I got your letter. But, Kyle said, frowning, I thought Fantastic Beasts and where to find them already covered manticores and three-headed dogs. It does, but they're barely mentioned. Newt smiled and continued, the manticore and the three-headed dog are exceptionally rare magical creatures. I only ever encountered one manticore in Greece, 20 years ago. Unfortunately, I was later banned from the area by the Ministry of Magic there, so my research had to be cut short. Banned for special reasons. Kyle guessed knowingly. Knowing Newt, it likely meant he'd stirred up some trouble, which wasn't exactly a rare occurrence for him. Newt carried on through the trees, and Kyle kept pace, curiosity prompting him to ask, where exactly are we headed? I don't know where the manticore is. Hagrid wouldn't say. That's all right, we'll track it down ourselves, Newt said calmly. Manticores tend to nest near water. There are 3 lakes in the Forbidden Forest, and I know where each of them is. So, we're just going to check all 3. Kyle asked, wondering how long this was going to take. How much time do you think we'll need? 1 night should be enough, Newt replied confidently. If it gets late, we could take a broomstick. You do have a broomstick, don't you? Kyle nodded. He did, but using a broom in the Forbidden Forest wasn't ideal. They'd be too conspicuous and would easily catch the attention of other creatures, especially the centaurs or the Dementors patrolling for signs of Sirius Black. The last thing they needed was to be mistaken for an intruder and cause an unnecessary commotion. Wait. Kyle said suddenly, after a moment's thought. I remember Hagrid mentioning he encountered the manticore while he was searching for Aragog. Aragog? An acromantula, Kyle explained. Oh, that's good, Newt replied, clapping his hands together and taking a deep, appreciative sniff, his eyes closed. He moved forward slowly and soon spotted a white web of spider silk stretched across a tree branch. Acromantula silk, said Newt. It has a very distinct, sweet scent that draws in enough prey to keep them satisfied. In the web, a large, swollen white cocoon hung between the branches, likely the resting place of some unlucky creature that had been caught and couldn't escape. Nearby, a few tiny spiders were scuttling in one direction. We're in luck, Newt said happily. This prey is too large for them to carry, so they'll go back to the nest and alert more spiders. Quick, follow them. The two of them began trailing the spiders into a dense thicket that veered away from the main forest path. The ground was covered in roots and stumps, which posed no problem for the small spiders but were obstacles for Kyle and Newt. They had to tread carefully, maneuvering around the roots and keeping as quiet as possible so as not to alert the spiders up ahead. After about 20 minutes, Kyle noticed that the ground was sloping downward, though the trees remained thick around them. Just then, Newt, who was walking in front, stopped abruptly and put a hand out to halt Kyle. This is far enough, he said, casting a cautious look around. There are more spider webs here. If we go any further, we're sure to be noticed. Kyle saw an elongated spider web just a foot away from where Newt had stopped. It was almost invisible in the moonlight, stretched thin like a thread. Newt carefully took 2 steps back, glanced up at the sky, and seemed to be orienting himself. I think I know where the manticore is. He turned and slipped through the bushes on the left, moving quickly. Kyle followed close behind, pushing aside branches and thorns as they went. 5 minutes later, the dense thicket gave way to a flat clearing. In the center of the clearing lay the lake Newt had mentioned earlier, about the size of a Quidditch pitch. In the moonlight, the still lake surface looked like an enormous mirror, mysterious and beautiful. Chapter 419, I'm doing this for your own good. After more than half an hour of searching, they finally found the lake. But a new problem had arisen. Kyle had scanned the lake 3 times, but not only had he failed to spot a manticore, he hadn't even seen a single bowtruckle. Are we in the wrong place? Kyle asked, suspiciously. There's nothing around here at all. No, we're not in the wrong place, Newt replied, squatting down in a nearby open area. He picked up a few golden hairs from the ground, holding them up to his nose and sniffing. The scent on these hairs hasn't completely faded. We can be sure the manticore was here yesterday and hasn't gone far. Newt stood up and continued, it looks like it's been moved somewhere else, but it shouldn't be too far. Let's look around. Kyle nodded, about to head toward the only forest path nearby. If Hagrid was involved in this, following that path would definitely be the right move. Just as Kyle turned, Newt suddenly grabbed his arm. The next second, a rumbling noise echoed from deep along the path, as if something massive had crashed to the ground. Then came a loud clattering, and out of the darkness poured a swarm of large spiders with 8 eyes and 8 legs. These were not the small spiders that scurried through fallen leaves, each one was as large as a small horse. They were everywhere, approaching from all directions, encircling Kyle and Newt. The spiders moved their large pincers excitedly, producing a clattering sound. After the spiders completely encircled them, a spider the size of a small elephant slowly emerged from the depths of the path. Oh! I never imagined an acromantula could grow this big, Newt said in amazement. This size, even among all acromantulas, it's a rare giant. This isn't the time to admire it, Kyle said dryly. It's clear they're planning to have us for dinner. No, you're wrong, Newt replied seriously. Acromantulas don't care for sweet foods. We're probably more like savory buns to them. And how is that any better? Kyle said, exasperated. Exactly. Newt muttered in a barely audible voice. I don't even like pudding. While they spoke, the acromantulas had drawn closer, surrounding them completely. The largest spider moved forward, its enormous pincers clattering rapidly. You followed the spiders into our lair. It rasped. Tell me, what is your purpose? Acromantulas were known for their linguistic talent, able to mimic many sounds, including human voices. Though hoarse and dry, its speech was remarkably clear, and both Kyle and Newt understood it perfectly. I think there's been a misunderstanding, Aragog, Kyle said. We're just here searching for a manticore. We heard it was nearby, so we simply stopped to check. You know my name. The giant spider took another step forward. Hagrid told me, Kyle replied. Lies. Aragog hissed slowly. Hagrid has never sent anyone to our hollow before. I wasn't sent to your hollow. I'm just passing through. Kyle tried again. But Aragog ignored him, clicking its enormous pincers even faster. We need to leave, Kyle, Newt said urgently. That clicking is a sign they're about to attack. Sure enough, as Newt finished speaking, the spiders moved in from all sides, their rustling limbs creating a steady, sinister noise. Prepare the lighting charm, Newt whispered. Acromantulas can't close their eyes, so a burst of bright light will overwhelm them, rendering them defenseless. I've got an easier solution, Kyle replied. Instead of retreating, he stepped forward, facing Aragog directly. So, are you going to kill us? He asked. Out of respect for Hagrid, I have never harmed anyone, Aragog replied, but I cannot stop the others from enjoying themselves. Goodbye, friend of Hagrid. Oh, I see, Kyle nodded. Then I'll give you 2 options. He calmly placed his suitcase on the ground and opened it. In the next instant, Norbert's head poked out. The dragon positioned itself beside Kyle, its mouth slightly open, revealing a faint glow of orange-red flames within. The spiders froze, then immediately began retreating in panic. But Aragog stood rooted to the spot, immobilized by terror. It sensed Norbert's piercing gaze and knew that any sudden move would likely result in a searing blast of dragon fire. Damn it, who is this young wizard, and how does he have a dragon? Aragog roared internally, feeling his entire body tremble. Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Aragog blurted hastily, even his speech speeding up. It was merely a joke, of course we wouldn't harm Hagrid's friends. You really frightened me. I had no idea you were joking. Kyle said, patting his chest in mock relief. Yes, yes, the old spider nodded quickly. We respect Hagrid greatly, naturally, we wouldn't harm humans. But I was still scared, Kyle said with a smirk, so in fairness, I think some compensation is due for my emotional distress. Aragog's pincers clicked hesitantly. You're searching for the creature with the scorpion tail, aren't you? Hagrid took it to the three-headed dog. I know the location and can lead you there. Not good enough, Kyle replied, shaking his finger. I already know where the three-headed dog is. I don't need directions. He paused, surveying the mass of spiders. How about this? I notice you have plenty of companions here. How about giving me some venom? Fine, the old spider muttered, how much do you want? Not too much, Kyle said, pulling out his wand. He transformed the nearby leaves into a dozen large bottles, each the same type that the 3 broomsticks used for pumpkin fizz. Every bottle could hold exactly a pint. Just fill these up, Kyle instructed. I'll come back for them later. If they aren't ready, I may have to collect it myself. So, what do you say? Is that acceptable? The old spider remained silent, visibly seething. Over 100 pints of venom, did this young wizard think they were pumpkins? Venom wasn't something you could just squeeze out. Yet, feeling the warmth from the dragon and the unyielding eyes fixed upon him, Aragog dared not voice his anger. In the dense forest, a single dragon flame could set the entire area ablaze, leaving them no chance to escape. I accept, the old spider spat out resentfully. A wise choice. Kyle straightened up. Don't be bitter. I'm doing this for your own good. He continued, let me put it this way, Professor Dumbledore up at the castle is not exactly lenient. If you harm any students, you're finished, and Hagrid won't be able to save you. Kyle gave Aragog's massive pincers a friendly pat and walked past him. Norbert closed his mouth, visibly disappointed. It seemed the dragon was quite interested in sampling one of the snacks. Newt chuckled quietly as he closed the suitcase and followed Kyle, shaking his head with amusement. Chapter 420, Fluffy and the Manticore. Although Kyle had claimed he knew where Fluffy was, the truth was he'd only been there once, and that time, Hagrid had led him along a different route. Now, in a completely unfamiliar area, he had no idea where to go. But he had a backup plan. Opening his suitcase, Kyle first coaxed a reluctant Norbert back inside. Then, he leaned in and shouted. After a moment, a small, bright blue billywig buzzed out, swaying slightly in midair. Billywigs have an excellent sense of smell and can detect herbs from miles away. This one had spent enough time with Fluffy to be well acquainted with the giant dog's scent, which made it the perfect guide. This was why Kyle hadn't trusted Aragog's offer to show the way. Those giant spiders were hardly trustworthy, and who knew what tricks they might pull. As soon as it emerged, the little creature seemed eager to explore, hovering near Newt and watching him curiously with its shiny, dark eyes. Newt felt a warm, pleasant energy from it, almost like basking in sunlight. He raised his hand toward the billywig, and it didn't shy away but instead settled comfortably onto his open palm. What a good little one. Newt chuckled, gently rubbing its belly. I used to have a billywig too, but it was so mischievous, always trying to escape, and impossible to call back. A soft smile spread across his face as he reminisced. He thought of his friend Jacob, whose favorite magical creature had been that billywig. After being stung by one, a person would float uncontrollably in the air, a feeling Jacob loved. It made him feel like a wizard, even though he was just a muggle, well, the fiercest muggle of all, officially recognized by the American Ministry of Magic. Newt chuckled again at the memory. Seeing Newt lost in thought, Kyle didn't disturb him. He simply extended his hand, and the billywig darted back over. We're looking for the three-headed dog, Kyle whispered. Can you show us the way? The little creature nodded, then spun in the air and zipped off down a path to the left. Kyle and Newt followed closely. Fluffy's location wasn't far from the Acromantula's lair. After about 10 minutes of walking, Kyle suddenly heard a loud, excited bark. The ground shook as Fluffy came bounding toward them, snapping branches and trampling undergrowth in his path. Fluffy skidded to a stop in front of Kyle, enthusiastically lowering his 3 heads and swishing his tongues in Kyle's direction. Kyle took a quick step back to avoid the slobbering welcome. Fluffy's tongues hit a nearby tree instead, peeling off a layer of bark. Watching Kyle's reaction, Fluffy tilted all 3 heads, as if confused by the rejection. Hagrid clearly enjoyed it, so why not do it again? Just as Fluffy prepared for another round of tongue-wagging, Kyle quickly waved his hands to stop the enormous dog from showing his affection in that way. Fluffy was even bigger than Kyle remembered, practically a small mountain now, and he didn't know the difference between a light touch and a heavy one. Kyle wasn't as sturdy as Hagrid, and a friendly lick like that would likely knock him out cold. So instead, he held out his hand in greeting, and Fluffy lay down with a pleased rumble. All 3 heads vied to get Kyle's attention, relishing his practiced scratching behind their ears. Then Fluffy noticed Newt. Instantly, the dog's expression turned wary, and his head lifted with a low, suspicious growl. But at Kyle's reassuring words, Fluffy settled down. "Relax, boy. We've met before, remember?" Newt said gently, stepping forward with his hands outstretched. Fluffy and Newt had indeed crossed paths once, back when Kyle was in second year. But with the limited memory of a three-headed dog, it was clear Fluffy couldn't recall such a distant meeting. Newt didn't let that deter him. He placed a calming hand on Fluffy's middle snout and then scratched under each of the dog's 3 chins in turn. Gradually, Fluffy settled down, his eyes half closing as he rumbled contentedly, nearly dozing off. Just then, a rustling sound came from the bushes on their right. Kyle tensed, initially thinking it might be the acromantulas sneaking after them. But as he turned, he realized it was something else entirely. From the shadows, a pair of eerie blue eyes observed them warily. Under the moonlight, Kyle could make out a muscular, lion-like body behind the eyes, along with a long, barbed tail tipped with venom. It was a manticore. The creature, seemingly attracted by the commotion, had come closer. As Kyle locked eyes with it, the manticore let out a low growl, "Humans, get out of here." But before Kyle could respond, Fluffy sprang up, all 3 heads roaring ferociously at the manticore. Unfazed, the manticore roared back, matching Fluffy's fury note for note. "Manticores are famous for their excellent language abilities," Newt remarked calmly from the side. When it was first discovered, because it had a human-like face and could speak human language, the manticore was classified as a being alongside centaurs, sirens, and vampires. However, due to its extreme aggression and difficulty in communication, it was removed from the category of being in 1269. Meanwhile, Fluffy and the manticore's roaring contest only escalated. Evidently, they had no intention of backing down. In an instant, their dispute turned physical. The 2 large creatures lunged at each other, their tempers flaring, and the trees around them suffered for it. Branches snapped, and a large swath of forest was trampled under their massive forms. The noise of their battle was so loud that it momentarily drowned out their roars. Under normal circumstances, the manticore would have held the advantage with its venomous tail and quicker reflexes. But with an injured hind leg, it was slower than usual. Within minutes, Fluffy managed to pin the manticore to the ground, stepping firmly on its tail. "Humans, I yield," the manticore growled, its blue eyes shifting towards Kyle and Newt. "I promise I won't harm you, just make this idiot let go of me." Kyle raised an eyebrow. "This is supposed to be difficult to communicate." "There are always exceptions," Newt chuckled. "Not everyone has a 3-headed dog at their side." "Good point." Kyle walked over and gently tapped Fluffy's tail, signaling him to let go. With a reluctant huff, Fluffy lifted his paw off the manticore's tail. The manticore quickly scrambled to its feet, backing away with a cautious glance at Fluffy, maintaining a safe distance. "Stupid creature," it muttered under its breath, before turning its attention to Kyle. "Human, you shouldn't be here." "We mean no offense," Newt said, stepping forward with a peculiar, deliberate posture. He held his arms at slightly different heights, raised one leg, and leaned forward, striking an oddly contorted pose that somehow seemed both cautious and reassuring. "Relax, we mean you no harm. We just want to help." Following Newt's lead, Kyle mirrored the strange stance. Though it felt more than a bit awkward, he noticed that the manticore's wariness softened, and it allowed them to edge closer without protest. This wasn't Kyle's first time mimicking Newt's unusual postures around magical creatures, but it never ceased to amaze him. He still couldn't understand how Newt came up with these odd gestures or why they worked. Chapter 421, The Shameless Old Spider. Once the 2 of them had cautiously walked past, the manticore seemed to relax as well. It eyed Fluffy, who was still grinning toothily behind them, and took another careful step back. "That idiot is harmless," it grumbled. "Do you know Hagrid?" "He's my professor," Kyle replied steadily. "We only came out here in the middle of the night because we heard you were injured, we wanted to help." "Help me?" the manticore asked skeptically. "Yes." Kyle nodded, his gaze falling to the manticore's bandaged hind leg. "We've treated injuries like this many times, and we're absolute professionals." Newt stepped forward, producing a bottle of medicinal powder and moving to the manticore's foreleg, where a fresh wound from Fluffy's bite was oozing blood. The manticore winced at the sting and muttered another curse toward Fluffy. "If only I'd known better," it thought bitterly. "I'd never have let Hagrid bring me here. All this talk about the 3-headed dog protecting me from other creatures while I recover. Some protection. I'd rather deal with those giant spiders." Newt gently parted the manticore's thick fur and sprinkled the powder onto the wound. This remedy, specially formulated for dragons during Newt's time in Rome, was a blend of essence of dittany, various potent herbs, and even a drop of phoenix tears. If it worked on dragons, it would surely work for a manticore. Soon, the bleeding ceased, and the pain subsided. The manticore looked at Newt in surprise. "See. We're professionals," Kyle said with a grin, pulling out a fresh cow leg. Fluffy perked up instantly, his 3 heads snapping toward the treat, nostrils flaring as drool began to puddle on the ground. "Oh, no you don't," Kyle said, giving him a firm tap on the middle head. "You bit someone, and you think you're getting rewarded. Back off." Fluffy let out a faintly sulky whine but obediently slumped to the ground, covering his eyes and nose with his paws. Yet, with 3 heads, 2 paws were hardly enough. The middle head, still nosy and curious, ended up jamming itself into a nearby hollow stump, eyes tightly shut. The manticore, watching this ridiculous display, seemed to cheer up. It let out a loud, exaggerated crunch as it bit into the cow leg, making sure Fluffy could hear every chew. Fluffy promptly covered his ears, looking truly dejected. While the manticore was preoccupied with its meal, Newt removed the old bandages from its hind leg and began reapplying fresh powder. Gradually, the manticore's attitude softened, and as the pain subsided, it even began to chat with Newt, displaying the calm demeanor of a sphinx rather than its reputed, violent temperament. They continued in amiable conversation from late night to early morning. As the sky started to lighten, Kyle, who had spent the entire night in the Forbidden Forest, prepared to leave. It was Monday, after all, and he had classes waiting. Newt decided to stay a while longer. He'd considered escorting Kyle out of the forest and then returning, but when Fluffy trotted over, ready to guide Kyle himself, Newt let the idea go. Once they reached the edge of the forest, Kyle noticed that Fluffy still seemed a bit downcast. So, with a quiet smile, he pulled out 3 dried T-bow warthog legs. Fluffy's eyes lit up instantly, and his drooling resumed as he eagerly awaited his reward. "Go on, eat up. This is much tastier than a cow leg," Kyle said, patting Fluffy's head. Fluffy immediately pounced on the treat, devouring it in 2 big bites and licking his lips with satisfaction. Kyle took out 3 more. These small snacks were originally for Norbert. They wouldn't fill Fluffy up, but they'd keep him happy for a while. After finishing with Fluffy, Kyle led him back to the hollow where Aragog was. Before returning to the castle, he wanted to collect his spoils of venom. As they approached, Kyle noticed an unexpected figure, Hagrid, talking to Aragog. The old spider seemed animated, gesturing excitedly as he spoke. Kyle caught snippets of their conversation. "Young wizard, no morals, ambushed me, extorted venom." Kyle's mouth twitched. He'd considered many scenarios, but he never thought the old spider would actually complain to Hagrid about him. All he'd requested was a dozen pints of venom, hardly excessive for a creature like Aragog. So much for a level 5x magical creature. Apparently, if you can't win, tattle. Kyle took a deep breath and gave Fluffy a light pat. "Run off and make a few laps, then come back." Though Fluffy didn't quite understand, he dutifully bolted away, thundering through the forest. Hagrid noticed and called out, "Fluffy. What are you doing here? Stop." Fluffy paused briefly but then continued running. Hagrid, forgetting Aragog, took off after the dog. "Stop, Fluffy, what's gotten into ya?" Once they were far enough away, Kyle emerged with a large flower pot in hand, his expression grim. No sooner had he appeared than over a dozen acromantulas scuttled around him. "Well, human," Aragog began with a smug tone. "You'd better leave quickly. Hagrid said you're not allowed in the Forbidden Forest. If you go now, I'll pretend I know nothing." "What about my things?" Kyle asked evenly. "What things?" Aragog waved a massive pincer, clearly intending to renege on their deal. "Hagrid's nearby, and with a dragon on the loose, his attention's on you. If you don't want trouble, you'd better clear out." Kyle narrowed his eyes. "So, you're assuming you'll make it past tomorrow? Hagrid can't watch you all the time. We'll tell on you." "Go up to that castle," the old spider sneered. "You're not allowed to keep dragons either." "I know all about it." "Is that so?" Kyle's gaze darkened. "In that case, let me present a more reasonable alternative." He pulled out his wand. "Wizard!" Aragog barked. One of the nearby acromantulas scuttled forward, bristling. "Dare to use magic? Do you seek war with us?" "War? Certainly not. Just feeling a bit cold." Under the watchful eyes of the acromantulas, Kyle casually conjured a pair of earmuffs, placed them snugly over his ears, and then tucked his wand away. He reached into his flower pot and grabbed a tuft of leaves. With a quick glance around to make sure no one else was nearby, he announced, "How about a little music?" And with that, Kyle gave a firm tug, pulling the mandrake out of the pot. Instantly, a deafening scream echoed through the Forbidden Forest. The acromantulas barely had time to react before they crumpled to the ground, incapacitated by the mandrake's wail. After a few seconds, Kyle pushed the plant back into the pot. It wouldn't kill the acromantulas outright, but it would keep them unconscious for a good while. When the shrieking stopped, only Aragog and a few of the larger acromantulas were still standing, albeit shakily. "So, how was that?" Kyle said with a smirk, looking directly at the old spider. Oh, and by the way, I have about a dozen more pots of mandrakes just like this one. Enough for a whole concert. He added with a satisfied grin, and it's perfectly legal. As long as there aren't any wizards on the other side, even if I get caught, well, no one would bat an eye. Chapter 422, The Generous Acromantula. With his haul secured, Kyle left the Forbidden Forest in high spirits. 19 pints of acromantula venom, equivalent to 1,900 galleons. The cost of the T-bow warthog legs he gave to Fluffy was returned many times over. The final amount had actually been increased after Aragog, sensing how shameless his initial attempt had been, grudgingly offered more venom. Truthfully, it wasn't that he didn't want to give more, but acromantula simply couldn't produce more. Every spider in the nest, from Aragog himself down to the smallest ones the size of a finger, had been milked dry to reach the total of 19 pints. When Kyle left, the spiders lay scattered about in the hollow, weakened and woozy as though intoxicated. Seeing them like this, Kyle felt a rare pang of sympathy and resolved to whip up a batch of spider tonic as soon as he returned. He'd ask Hagrid to deliver it to the acromantulas, hoping it would help them recover quickly, given that their natural recovery rate was painfully slow. Kyle walked back into the castle, cheerfully oblivious to the fact that a pair of eyes was watching him from the shadows. Aha! Filch sprang out from a hidden corner, his voice dripping with glee. Caught you sneaking around late at night. Though startled, Kyle kept his composure. Sorry, Mr. Filch, but I don't understand what you're talking about. I just got up early for a walk. Do you think I'll fall for that? Filch sneered. It's only 5 o'clock, no young wizard gets up this early. Maybe I went to bed early last night, Kyle replied coolly. If you don't believe me, you're welcome to check with the Hufflepuff common room. Everyone knows I was back in my dorm by 10, and I didn't leave all night. Or you can ask the portrait in the corridor, he added, looking as calm as ever. Filch, his confidence wavering, frowned. I'll do just that. Follow me. He led Kyle to a portrait in the kitchen corridor, then turned with a smirk. Last chance to confess, or... No need, Mr. Filch, Kyle said, taking the lead. Looking at the portrait, he asked, Excuse me, did you see any Hufflepuffs out for a late-night stroll after curfew last night? Nighttime stroll? Absolutely not, replied the wizard in the portrait decisively. Are you sure? Filch asked, his expression darkening. Quite sure, said the wizard. Last night, I was locked in an eyeball contest with the lady across the way, started at 9. If a student had come by, I'd have seen them. Filch's face turned an even uglier shade. Well, the truth's out, Mr. Filch, Kyle said with a grin. If there's nothing more, I'll be heading back. Pausing, Kyle added, By the way, I noticed Mrs. Norris has lost a bit of weight lately. Could it be that Hogwarts hasn't paid your salary? You're not cutting her food, are you? Filch's face looked positively haunted, as if he'd just been told his job was going to a Dementor. I haven't cut Mrs. Norris's food, he bellowed. Not once. Of course, Kyle said with a casual shrug. But she does look thinner. Maybe a bit of high-quality dried fish would do her some good. Don't you dare. Filch grumbled. He hadn't caught a single student breaking rules in days and was already on edge. Being accused of underfeeding Mrs. Norris was the last straw. Just a suggestion. Kyle didn't wait for more, instead tapping a barrel with his wand. Well then, Mr. Filch, I'll be off. See you around. With a polite wave, Kyle turned and walked into the corridor, the passage door closing behind him and blocking out Filch sputtering. He found the Hufflepuff common room empty, no surprise, given the early hour. Even in Hufflepuff, it was unusual for students to be awake before dawn, that honor was typically reserved for Ravenclaws. Since sleep was pointless now, Kyle poured himself a bottle of pepper-up potion and settled into the armchair closest to the fireplace, picking up a book to read. It wasn't until 7 o'clock that the first few students started drifting into the common room. The first class of the day was divination. Most students, and even some professors, considered Professor Trelawney a fraud who merely muddled her way through her job at Hogwarts. But there were always a few who believed she was a genuinely powerful seer. I used to think she was a fraud too, said Mikkel, excitedly recounting his story in the dark, stuffy attic classroom. But every prophecy she's made about me has come true. She told me I'd be away from everyone for a while, he continued, and then I ended up in the hospital wing over the weekend. So that's kind of away from everyone, isn't it? Mikkel was referring to the incident after the recent Quidditch match, where he'd been struck by a bludger. Madame Pomfrey had insisted he stay in the hospital wing for 2 days, nursing a sizable bump on his head. She told me the same thing, Kyle replied flatly. It was just a coincidence. In fact, it wasn't just Mikkel. Cedric had also received some ominous predictions from Trelawney. Consciously, Professor Trelawney was a dramatic but talented charlatan. She knew how to make her prophecies sound just convincing enough. Her trick lay in knowing which students to focus on and choosing predictions that had a high likelihood of coming true. Quidditch players were perfect targets. In Quidditch, injuries were all but guaranteed, whether during practices or matches. And so, at the start of the school year, Professor Trelawney had carefully predicted some misfortune for nearly every Quidditch player. She didn't have to do much. She merely waited, and eventually, one of the players would get injured, making her prophecy come true. This technique had won her a number of admirers, including McGonagall, who had joined the Quidditch team just this term. When Professor Trelawney heard of the new addition, she'd swiftly added him to her list of predictions. By sheer chance, she'd made his prophecy on a Friday, and after the game on Saturday, it had indeed come true. McGonagall was convinced and became one of her most loyal believers. Today, Professor Trelawney was in her usual theatrical mood. With the next Quidditch match approaching, she was once again focusing her attentions on the team members. As she passed Kyle, she barely paused. From observing prior matches, she knew Kyle had never been injured during a game, which meant her success rate with him was disappointingly low. Instead, she moved on to a more promising candidate. She drifted over and stopped subtly in front of Michael's table, watching him as he tinkered with an astrolabe. "There's something here," murmured Professor Trelawney softly, leaning in closer to examine his work. "Something moving, what could it be? Oh." She shook her head dramatically and sighed. "My dear, if I were you, I would be cautious around someone with tousled hair. Yes, the very person you're thinking of. Best to avoid him until Easter." McGonagall immediately went rigid, glancing around the room nervously in search of this mysterious tousled-haired individual Professor Trelawney had warned him about. Chapter 423, Ravenclaw's plan fails. By the end of the class, McGonagall hadn't managed to spot anyone who fit Professor Trelawney's description. For the next few days, he remained on edge, glancing around anxiously. Kyle was fairly sure that the person with messy hair Trelawney had mentioned was probably Harry. She'd likely misremembered the schedule and thought Hufflepuff's next opponent was Gryffindor, hence the cryptic warning. And with Harry's eternally untamed hair, it wasn't a stretch. This theory was soon confirmed. A few days later, Fred caught up with Kyle and shared his own encounter with Trelawney's prophecies. "She called me by the wrong name and thought I was George," Fred said, doubled over with laughter at the table. "Then she warned me to be wary of a handsome young man with dark hair. I'd put my money on either you or Cedric." "Oh, Fred." George gasped in exaggerated horror. "Maybe we ought to avoid Kyle. Professor Trelawney did warn us." "Yeah," Fred chuckled, "he might transform into a dragon and gobble us up. Or knock us off our brooms on the Quidditch pitch. Too bad our match is already done. Guess he'll have to wait till next year to get us." "So, Kyle, can you turn into a dragon?" They both asked in unison, cackling as if it was the funniest joke they'd heard all year. Their banter only confirmed Kyle's suspicions. Trelawney had clearly mixed up the schedule. Then again, it wasn't surprising. Ever since the Dementors had shown up at Hogwarts, it seemed Trelawney hadn't attended a single Quidditch match. Kyle certainly hadn't seen her in the teacher's box lately. On the last weekend before Easter, the highly anticipated Gryffindor vs. Ravenclaw match began. Ravenclaw seemed intent on replicating Hufflepuff's strategy from the previous game, focusing heavily on their chasers instead of their seeker, hoping to rack up points quickly to reduce the score gap. But Gryffindor's captain, Oliver Wood, had anticipated this approach and trained his team accordingly. Most importantly, Ravenclaw didn't have an outstanding chaser who could consistently break through Wood's defense. Consequently, their game plan unraveled from the start. As soon as the match began, Gryffindor seized control. Angelina Johnson caught a pass from Wood and shot forward like an arrow, backhanding the quaffle straight through Ravenclaw's goal. 20 minutes in, Gryffindor led 80-20. The Ravenclaw stands fell silent, their fans grimly reminded of the darker days from 2 years ago, when victory felt like a distant dream and the team played merely for participation. 40 minutes later, Gryffindor was 150 points ahead. By then, only one hope remained for Ravenclaw: Cho would need to catch the golden snitch immediately. However, Harry ultimately spotted the snitch first, ending the game with Gryffindor's win. "You should have waited a little longer, Harry, at least until we'd scored more points," Wood grumbled afterward in the changing room. "Now we're only 200 points ahead of Hufflepuff. That's hardly secure. They could overtake us in the last match." Cho had already spotted the snitch, Harry replied, scratching his head. "She almost caught it." "Then block her or grab it yourself," Wood burst out. "This is about winning the Quidditch Cup, not gentlemanly behavior." Harry said nothing. He didn't want to leave a poor impression on Cho, and he'd already stretched out the match to 40 minutes, any longer would have been unreasonable. "It's fine, Oliver," Fred and George chimed in, trying to calm him down. "Hufflepuff might not score that many points. Plus, Slytherin's team isn't half bad. George admitted reluctantly. Maybe they could even win the game. But we're only 250 points ahead of Slytherin. Wood pointed out. Then let's hope they catch the snitch within 5 minutes, Fred said. Their seeker isn't the brightest, so the moment he spots it, he'll make a straight dash without a second thought. Exactly, added George. Once Malfoy goes for it, Cedric will have to follow, just like you did today, Harry. Wood sighed. I hope you're right, he muttered as he led the team out of the changing rooms. As they exited, they ran into the Ravenclaw team heading off the field. Wood attempted a friendly greeting, but the Ravenclaws ignored him, leaving in silence. Harry noticed Cho walking away without looking back and briefly considered going over to apologize, hoping to smooth things over. But he soon forgot the idea as the Easter holidays arrived. Unlike the Christmas break, the 2-week Easter holiday was far from relaxing. Homework piled up at an overwhelming rate. It would have been better if we didn't even have a holiday, Mikkel complained one afternoon as he set down his quill in frustration. During term, we could at least spend the evenings doing what we wanted, but now we're buried in homework with no end in sight. His words struck a chord with everyone around him. It's not even exam time yet. What are they doing? Grumbled Susan Bones from the corner. Soon, complaints echoed through the common room as students voiced their frustration over the avalanche of assignments. Kyle, have you finished the essay on switching spells? Kana asked in a low voice. How many essays did Professor McGonagall assign? 12 transfiguration essays in total, and 3 are on the switching spell, Kyle replied. What exactly were the topics? She asked, sounding a bit lost. There's been so much work lately, I can't remember them all, Kyle said, gesturing to a tall stack of parchments beside him. But I tackled the transfiguration essays first and finished them all. You can have a look. Thanks. Kana rummaged through the stack and quickly found the transfiguration assignment near the bottom. Summarize the incorrect actions that caused the switching spell to fail, she read aloud in surprise. I thought it was supposed to be a theoretical analysis. As Kyle had said, with the sheer volume of assignments, it was easy to mix up the topics. The common room was full of students lamenting that they'd written the wrong essay. Eventually, someone suggested not to worry too much, pointing out that the professors were unlikely to read every single assignment closely given the sheer number they'd assigned. This bit of reassurance helped calm those who had been on the verge of a breakdown. Chapter 424, I'm training. After everyone finished their towering stacks of homework, the Easter holidays came to an end. This also marked the approach of the year's final and decisive Quidditch match, Hufflepuff versus Slytherin. The outcome of this match would determine the Quidditch Cup champion. No one could remember a match with such a charged atmosphere. The tension between Hufflepuff and Slytherin had reached an all-time high, but fortunately, both houses had managed to avoid outright clashes. True to their reputation for unity, the Hufflepuffs stuck together in tight-knit groups, never wandering alone. Cedric, in particular, had almost become a protected species. He was constantly flanked by at least 5 sixth-year students, whether in class or at meals in the Great Hall. Slytherin's captain, Marcus Flint, had led a few ambush attempts, but all had ended in failure due to Hufflepuff's numbers. The rest of the Hufflepuff team received similar protection. While they weren't always surrounded by seniors, they traveled in groups of 10 or so, which was still an intimidating presence, especially for younger students. The only exception was Kyle, who typically walked around with just one companion, Kanna. However, no one from Slytherin dared to mess with him. Even when they passed him in the corridors, there was no sign of the usual underhanded tricks, like trying to trip him. Most Slytherins from pureblood families knew of the connection between Snape's family and the prince name, and none wanted to take their chances. Besides, Kyle's accomplishments were hardly ignorable. His 3 special awards for services to the school and a second-class Order of Merlin were prominently displayed in the trophy room. In an actual fight, it was anyone's guess who would come out on top. In this tense climate, Kyle's days were actually quite peaceful, almost ordinary. The day before the match, Kyle and Kanna were on their way to herbology class. Just as they stepped out of the castle, they saw Malfoy suddenly leap out from behind a nearby doorway, brandishing a large bat. Positioned in front of him, crouched with legs outstretched to trip someone, were his loyal henchmen, Crabbe and Goyle. Malfoy, what do you think you're doing? Kanna snapped, her voice furious. Upon seeing Kyle and Kanna instead of his intended target, Malfoy froze, his bat raised in midair, looking thoroughly bewildered. Why are they here? Malfoy's mind raced. Didn't Montague say the beater would be coming this way? Damn it. That idiot set me up. Malfoy clenched the bat in frustration, feeling a surge of anger. He still remembered the lesson Kyle had given him on the Hogwarts Express 3 years ago. Picking a fight with Kyle was the last thing he wanted. And Kanna, if she decided to report him to Professor Snape, no matter the reason or the fault, Malfoy knew he'd be doomed. I was just practicing, Malfoy stammered, swinging the bat awkwardly in the air. Besides being a seeker, I thought I might as well try out as a beater. He swung the bat twice more, as if to make his case. Crabbe and Goyle, sensing the shift, quietly withdrew their outstretched legs and turned their faces away, pretending they'd never been involved. Well, keep practicing then, Kyle said, not pressing the matter. Once the way was clear, he and Conna headed out of the castle toward the greenhouses. Meanwhile, Malfoy and his cronies quickly shuffled off, no doubt ready to track down Montague and give him a piece of their minds. Kyle didn't see any of this, though. He and Conna were soon at Greenhouse 3, where their classmates were already gathered, waiting for class to start. After about 5 minutes, Professor Sprout arrived, unlocking the greenhouse doors and ushering everyone in. But as Kyle moved to enter, she gently held him back. So, feeling confident about tomorrow's match? Professor Sprout asked, a hint of nervousness in her voice. Absolutely, Professor, Kyle replied with a smile. The Quidditch Cup is as good as Hufflepuff's this year. I'm sure it is, Professor Sprout said with a supportive nod. Just make sure you win, all right. Kyle was a little taken aback. If this had come from Professor McGonagall, it wouldn't have surprised him at all. As a die-hard Quidditch fan, the cup meant everything to her. Fred and George often said the only time McGonagall ever looked truly disappointed was after a Gryffindor loss. House points meant little to her in comparison. But Professor Sprout, he'd always thought her main concern was her greenhouses. He wasn't wrong about that, but things had shifted for Professor Sprout over the past few years. At first, she hadn't paid much attention to Quidditch. However, once Hufflepuff had won 2 championships in a row, she'd begun attending matches more frequently, enjoying the change in atmosphere. After Hufflepuff's 3rd consecutive win last year, she found herself genuinely invested. Winning felt different. Hufflepuff had long been Hogwarts' underdog house, rarely in contention for either the Quidditch Cup or the House Cup, and victories had been few and far between. But after 3 consecutive championships, Professor Sprout had noticed the other heads of house, especially McGonagall, growing envious, and she couldn't deny that it was a good feeling. Winning gave her a new sense of confidence. But there was another reason Professor Sprout was rooting so passionately for Hufflepuff's continued success. For years, she had quietly hoped to expand the greenhouse's collection with more rare and exotic plants, but the high cost of these specimens always held her back. Some seeds were hundreds of galleons apiece, and considering the greenhouse was primarily used for teaching, it was hard to justify. Now, however, she had a plan. If Hufflepuff won the Quidditch Cup for the 4th year in a row, she'd have solid grounds to request funding, just as Snape had done years ago. After Slytherin had won the House Cup 5 times consecutively, Snape had requested a large quantity of valuable potion ingredients, and Dumbledore had approved it. If Snape could do it, she could too, especially with Hufflepuff also having won the House Cup 3 times in a row. Today's lesson was on the fanged geranium, a rather aggressive plant with razor-sharp teeth. Although not as dangerous as the venomous tentacula, a bite from the fanged geranium was unpleasant. Its bite left the skin red, swollen, and numb, with symptoms lasting a full week. Everyone, put on your gloves, Professor Sprout reminded them. And be cautious. These little ones are teething and eager to bite anything in sight. Watch your backs, these branches can wrap around you before you know it. As she spoke, she brushed a twig off her shoulder. Chapter 425, The Quidditch Final. The day of the match finally arrived. After breakfast, Kyle and the Hufflepuff team headed to the Quidditch pitch together. Good luck, Kyle. Conna called out, waving from the stands. Kyle waved back before joining the rest of the team in the changing rooms. When they stepped onto the pitch, a roar of noise greeted them, louder than usual, as nearly everyone from the castle had come to watch the final match of the season. Even Dumbledore was there, seated in the center of the teacher's box, chatting and laughing with Professor McGonagall. However, Professor Snape and Professor Sprout weren't in the teacher's box. Instead, they each sat at the front of their respective houses' sections, both visibly showing their loyalty. Hufflepuff are on the field. Lee Jordan, the usual commentator, announced excitedly. Leading the team is Captain Cedric Diggory, along with Kyle. This team has a knack for surprises, and I've got a feeling they might just set a new record for fastest snitch catch today. Slytherin, led by Captain Marcus Flint, is entering now. Lee continued as the 2 teams reached the center of the pitch. Captains, shake hands. Madam Hooch instructed. Cedric and Flint stepped forward, shaking hands firmly, their eyes locked. Then, with a sharp blast of the whistle, the game began, and 15 broomsticks, including Madam Hooch's, soared into the sky. Hufflepuff takes early possession. Lee Jordan's voice boomed. Kyle gets the quaffle, swift as always. Slytherin's Warrington attempts to intercept. Whoa, close call with a bludger. But Warrington is blocked. Kyle dodges Montague with ease. And scores. Hufflepuff is up 10-0. The Hufflepuff supporters erupted in cheers as the quaffle passed through the Slytherin hoop. Meanwhile, the Gryffindors clapped politely but somewhat reluctantly. They were hoping for a close game that would leave Gryffindor with a chance at the cup if the points remained tight. Back on the pitch, Kyle turned to make his way back toward Hufflepuff's end, but he caught sight of Flint hurtling toward him at full speed. Swerving his broom, Kyle narrowly avoided a collision. Oops. Didn't see you there, Flint sneered, barely disguising a smirk. No problem, Kyle replied calmly, flashing a grin. It's all part of Quidditch, right? At first, Flint didn't give it much thought. But soon enough, he understood the meaning behind Kyle's words. Mid-play, a hard quaffle throw from Kyle hit Flint so forcefully that he almost thought it was a bludger. Foul. Flint shouted, pointing at Kyle and appealing to Madam Hooch. He did that on purpose. Slytherin deserves a penalty. Not at all. That was a perfectly legal pass, Madam Hooch shouted back. You were in the middle of the pitch, play continues. Flint's face flushed with anger as he shook his fist, glaring at Kyle. A pass. He fumed. It felt like he was throwing it to the next town. Meanwhile, Kyle had already scored his second goal, bringing the score to 20-0 in Hufflepuff's favor. Seeing their early lead, the Slytherin players grew increasingly frustrated, and their play turned aggressive. Soon, they were fighting for possession of the quaffle with little regard for the rules. At one point, Bull struck Hufflepuff chaser Grace with his beater's bat. When Madam Hooch called him out, Bull argued, I thought she was a bludger. Fuming, Mikkel retaliated by balancing on his broom and giving Bull a swift kick to the face, drawing gasps and cheers from the crowd as the game's intensity soared. Oh, that was a brilliant move. I need to learn it. Just kidding, Professor McGonagall. I mean, obviously that was wrong, he should have just elbowed him subtly. Jordan. Professor McGonagall stood up. Sorry, Professor, really sorry, it won't happen again. Lee Jordan said quickly. Madam Hooch has awarded a penalty shot to both teams. Both sides scored, bringing the score to 30-10. Slytherin's in possession now. No, Hufflepuff has snatched it. It's Grace, no. Slytherin has it back. Flint nearly knocked her off her broom. Flint's flying straight toward Hufflepuff's hoop. Watch out. But Flint scored, and a cheer went up from the Slytherin side, led by Snape wearing a grim smile. Then, Slytherin pulled another trick. Montague turned towards Kyle, pretending to reach for the quaffle, but instead aimed for Kyle's broom. Just as his hand stretched toward it, something resembling a tiny green sprout poked out from the broom's twigs. Strange, why is there a bowtruckle in a broom? Before Montague could make sense of it, the bowtruckle extended its sharp claws and jabbed at his fingers. Montague jerked his hand back instinctively, but the quick movement threw him off balance, nearly toppling him from his broom. Foul. Montague shouted triumphantly as he steadied himself. Madam Hooch, there's something in his broom, foul. Madam Hooch flew over, but after inspecting Kyle's broom and finding nothing, she penalized Montague instead, awarding Hufflepuff a penalty shot for the attempted interference. What a shame. Kyle murmured with a smirk as he scored the penalty shot, gliding past Montague. Montague shook with anger, his face twisted, eyes blazing. Soon after, Kyle and Grace each scored again, bringing the score to 60-20 in Hufflepuff's favor. The Gryffindor stands fell silent, no cheers met the goals as they had before. Wood clutched his hair, while Fred and George sat staring blankly at the pitch. Hufflepuff's 60 points meant that with the Golden Snidget's 150-point bonus, their score would surpass Gryffindor's. Fred and George were torn. They wanted Gryffindor to win the Quidditch Cup, but they definitely didn't want Slytherin to take it. Everyone seemed to be thinking the same thing, and even Lee Jordan's voice had dropped a few decibels as he continued his commentary. But the match carried on. Kyle scored once more, bringing it to 70-20. A little later, Mikkel knocked the quaffle out of Warrington's hands with a bludger, allowing Grace to surge forward, catch the quaffle, and hurl it through Slytherin's hoop. 80-20, Hufflepuff fans were shouting themselves hoarse. Professor Sprout, standing at the front of the stands, drew a massive Hufflepuff badger in the air with her wand. Then, a sudden flash of gold caught everyone's eye. The Golden Snidget hovered just a few feet above the ground. At nearly the same moment, Malfoy and Cedric bolted, speeding straight toward the Snidget. They accelerated sharply, diving in unison as they closed in on the ground. They were neck and neck, lunging forward at the same time. A tense silence gripped the stands, everyone waited breathlessly for the result. Finally, Cedric stretched out his hand, revealing a glint of gold between his fingers. Taking advantage of his height, he had seized the Golden Snidget first. Congratulations, Hufflepuff. Lee Jordan's voice was raspy but jubilant as he announced, they've won the final and taken the Quidditch Cup. Hufflepuff supporters spilled over the railings, flooding the pitch. As Kyle landed, he was lifted into the air along with the rest of the team. He caught sight of Hagrid, wiping away tears, and Professor Sprout, who was bouncing with excitement, looking nothing like a professor in that moment. In the stands, Dumbledore smiled warmly, holding the enormous Quidditch trophy aloft. Chapter 426, the Most Promising Newcomer Award. That night, the party in the Hufflepuff common room continued until the early hours of the morning. Thanks to the championship, several Hufflepuff students made surprising progress at the end-of-month Patronus Charm Club. Conna even managed to summon a full Patronus before the club session ended. Unsurprisingly, her Patronus was a butterfly. It was stunning. As it flapped its wings, it scattered silver light across the Great Hall, dazzling and bright like a starry sky. Professor McGonagall looked at the shimmering butterfly above the hall and felt genuine happiness for Conna. She thought this was the perfect Patronus for her. McGonagall still remembered Conna as she'd been when she first arrived, timid, quiet, and almost always alone, never initiating interactions. Now, Conna was not only cheerful and confident but had also found true friends. She had blossomed, little by little, like a butterfly emerging from its chrysalis. It's a pity that such a good child isn't in Gryffindor, McGonagall thought wistfully, feeling a twinge of envy for Professor Sprout. Perhaps inspired by Conna's success, just minutes later, the silver mist in front of Cedric began to take shape. In the next moment, a wild goose appeared, soaring above the Great Hall. Cedric clutched his wand, shouting and jumping with excitement. "Well done," Professor Lupin said with a smile. "You've truly surprised me. I always thought no one under 6th year would achieve this before year's end, but it seems I underestimated you. As a reward, Hufflepuff will earn 50 points. 50 points each." With Professor Lupin's 100-point addition and the bonus for the Quidditch Championship, Hufflepuff shot into first place, now over 80 points ahead of second-place Slytherin. With only a month left in the school year, the House Cup was firmly within reach, and Hufflepuff's spirits soared. Even the weather seemed to join in their celebration. As June approached, the days grew clear and hot. The perfect weather for relaxing by the Black Lake with a few pints of chilled pumpkin juice, chatting, fishing, or playing Exploding Snap. But with exams looming, students couldn't be allowed outside to play. Instead, they were confined to the castle, forcing themselves to memorize the contents of their books. Even Fred and George, usually the life of the party, buckled down, spending every spare moment in the library. They had their OWLS, ordinary wizarding level exams, to face, and their future freedom to develop Weasley joke products depended on doing well. Kyle wasn't having it easy either. His stress didn't come from the exams but from waiting on the results of a Transfiguration essay he'd submitted to Transfiguration Today over the holidays. The delay had him convinced it might be rejected. But after one Transfiguration class, Professor McGonagall revealed that his assessment would be on the day of the exam. If he passed, his paper would be published in the latest issue of Transfiguration Today. With this news, Kyle threw himself into Transfiguration studies, reading everything he could find on the subject. In this tense atmosphere, the month flew by. During exam week, the castle was unusually quiet. At lunch, many students grumbled that the exams were impossibly hard, especially the Transfiguration test, where Professor McGonagall had asked them to turn a turtle into a rabbit. "The rabbit I conjured couldn't even run, it was that awful. Yours was still decent. Mine still had its shell on, so I'm definitely getting a deduction." After lunch, everyone headed back upstairs for the charms exam. But as Kyle reached the second floor, he was stopped by Professor McGonagall, who seemed a bit agitated. "The professors have agreed that you don't need to take the exams for charms and herbology," Professor McGonagall informed him. "Come with me. You have more important things to do now." "Is it the people from Transfiguration Today?" Kyle asked as they walked. "That's right," Professor McGonagall replied. "The exams for the 5th and 7th years don't start until 3 o'clock, so they have time now." She glanced at him. "So, are you nervous?" Kyle shook his head. He'd been preparing for a month, as long as they didn't make things overly difficult, he felt he had nothing to worry about. "That's good," Professor McGonagall said, quickening her pace. "As long as you perform normally, you'll do just fine." She led Kyle to a classroom adjacent to the library on the second floor and pushed open the door. Inside, 3 people were chatting and laughing, 2 middle-aged witches in their 50s and, between them, an elderly witch with a slightly stooped figure. The older witch looked quite aged, her face lined with wrinkles, but her eyes sparkled with lively energy. As the door opened, she glanced at Professor McGonagall and then quickly shifted her gaze to Kyle. "Minerva, this must be Kyle, correct?" "You're absolutely right, Professor Marchbanks," Professor McGonagall said, introducing her. "Kyle, this is Professor Griselda Marchbanks from the Wizarding Examinations Authority." "Wrong, Minerva, wrong." Marchbanks interjected with a smile. "I'm not here in that capacity. For the next hour, I'm simply the editor-in-chief of Transfiguration Today." She looked at Kyle with a warm expression. "I assume Minerva has already explained why you've been called here." "Yes," Kyle replied. "The Transfiguration Today Most Promising Newcomer Award Assessment." "Exactly," Professor Marchbanks said. No need to be nervous. If you genuinely wrote that paper, this assessment will be straightforward and should take no more than 10 minutes. She paused, then added, but before we begin, I should clarify something. We've been occupied with other pressing matters over the past few months, so the assessment that was initially scheduled for Christmas had to be postponed until now. Kyle nodded, understanding the delay. And if they had come over the Christmas holidays, they wouldn't have found him anyway. He'd been at Nicholas's house, far from Hogwarts, and nearly impossible to track down. Professor Marchbanks didn't waste any time with small talk. After a brief introduction, she got straight to the point, pulling a thick stack of parchments from the suitcase on the table. First, I'd like you to summarize the core thesis of your paper. The difference between partial deformation and multiple deformation at the transitional stage. Kyle began, quickly laying out his main argument. After a few minutes, Professor Marchbanks nodded in approval. She pointed to a teacup on the table. Now, please transform this teacup 3 times. This is to verify that you're truly capable of performing the experimental transformations you described. No problem, Kyle said confidently, drawing his wand and pointing it at the teacup. The teacup transformed first into a goblet, then into a slipper, then a teapot, a quill, and finally, a piece of parchment. In total, he completed 5 transformations, 2 more than Professor Marchbanks had requested. Although the final piece of parchment was slightly misshapen and resembled a slab of hardboard more than parchment, it was enough to astonish the onlookers. The 2 middle-aged wizards exchanged glances, then leaned forward in surprise. Are you really only a 4th-year student? One of them asked, astonished. I can vouch for that, oddly, Professor McGonagall confirmed, stepping forward. That's remarkable, the other wizard said in amazement. I dare say even most outstanding graduates wouldn't manage 5 transformations. As they spoke, Professor Marchbanks tucked the parchment back into her suitcase. Congratulations, young man, you've passed the assessment, she said with a smile. Now go on and take your exam, you should still have time. Kyle was slightly surprised. Less than 10 minutes had passed, and it was already over. Still, relieved at having passed, he simply thanked her and headed toward the door. Marchbanks watched Kyle leave, then seemed to remember something. Wait. She called. Kyle, who had reached the door, turned back around. You'll be a 5th year next term, won't you? Professor Marchbanks asked. Could you tell me which month your birthday is? End of July, Kyle answered. Professor Marchbanks nodded and didn't ask anything further. After Kyle left, she turned in the other direction and asked, oddly, what age did they set for the age line? 17. No decision has been made yet. Oddly paused, considering. Most are leaning toward 16, but last week someone proposed 15 as an option, and it received some support. Now they're reconsidering. Oh, it's changed again. Who proposed that? Chris, oddly replied. He's the Deputy Director of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Chapter 427, Final Exams. After leaving the classroom, Kyle felt a rush of relief. Hearing Professor McGonagall's earlier comments, he had expected the assessment for the Most Promising Newcomer Award to be challenging, but it had turned out to be surprisingly easy. When Kyle reached the classroom upstairs, the charms exam had already begun. Professor Flitwick looked up, startled to see him. By Merlin's beard. What are you doing here? Hasn't Professor McGonagall found you yet? Flitwick trotted over, pointing back toward the 2nd floor. Hurry to the room next to the library. Someone is waiting for you there. I was just there, Professor, Kyle replied. What? Professor Flitwick paused. You've already met Professor Marchbanks. Yes, Kyle confirmed, and I passed. She told me to join the exam, and she said it would be fine if I came now. Well, it is fine, Professor Flitwick said with a smile, reassured. In fact, the exam hasn't properly started yet. But you didn't actually have to come, you know. Kyle didn't reply. Though Professor McGonagall had said the same, everyone else was taking the exam, and with the castle empty, he'd be bored if he went back early. Together, they entered the classroom, and Kyle smoothly completed the exam. After dinner, students hurried back to their common rooms to cram for the remaining exams. But by lunchtime the next day, following the grueling potions exam, the atmosphere in the castle had plummeted. It was as if the castle had been overtaken by dementors. That was awful, Mikkel finally burst out with a sigh. I couldn't think straight with Snape looming behind me, I messed up so many steps, and my potion turned the wrong color. And on our way out, he wrote something in his notebook. I'd bet 10 galleons it was a 0. His complaint struck a chord with the students nearby. Everyone seemed to have had Snape watching over their shoulders, with a look that suggested he wouldn't mind if they all failed. Thankfully, the Care of Magical Creatures exam in the afternoon was far more enjoyable. Somehow, Hagrid had gotten hold of a bucket of fire crabs, and he told them that to pass the exam, they only needed to figure out what the fire crabs liked to eat. 3 types of food were laid out on the field, all options from the fire crab's diet. They could have guessed blindfolded and still passed, by far the easiest exam they'd ever taken. Kyle even had plenty of chances to chat with Hagrid throughout the test. "Thanks for the tonic, Kyle," Hagrid whispered. "There are some spiders in the Forbidden Forest that VE been feeling a bit under the weather lately and could do with a tonic." "So how are they now?" Kyle asked. "Much better," Hagrid said happily. "They look no different from before, they're perfectly healthy." "That's good," Kyle said, pleased. Hagrid didn't even glance at the fire crab in Kyle's hand and immediately awarded him full marks. For the astronomy exam in the middle of the night, everyone trudged drowsily to the top of the tallest tower, grumbling all the way that it should have been scheduled last, so they could get a good night's sleep without worrying about the next day's exams. The history of magic exam on Wednesday afternoon was the hardest of all. The classroom was stuffy and hot, with no breeze through the closed doors and windows. Fortunately, it would soon be over, and once they made it through tomorrow, they'd be rewarded with 2 full months of vacation. The penultimate exam was divination. Early in the morning, Kyle went to the divination classroom and discreetly placed a brand new crystal ball in the corner, right in front of Professor Trelawney. The exam took forever, as each student spent about 10 minutes inside, making divination the longest test, stretching from morning till noon. When Professor Trelawney finally emerged, Kyle hurried back into the classroom, only to find that Trelawney hadn't made a single true prediction all morning. The crystal ball was still spotless, with nothing recorded on it. Kyle sighed, picked it up, and slipped it back into his pocket. That was 10 galleons. Wonder if I can get a refund. By the time Kyle arrived in the Great Hall, it was already packed. Everyone was excited, gathering in groups and chatting animatedly, eagerly awaiting the end of the afternoon's exams. Kyle sat down between Kana and Cedric, who were discussing the OWLS. "How did they go?" Kana asked. "Were the questions difficult?" "A bit tougher than usual," Cedric admitted, "but nothing you haven't studied before." "Don't worry, you'll definitely pass next year. It's the NEWTs in 7th year that are really brutal. Quite a few of the 7th years haven't been sleeping at night, just cramming non-stop for their exams." "What about their exams during the day?" Mikkel, who was sitting nearby, asked. "How can they still function without sleep?" The lack of sleep from the astronomy exam had already left him groggy. He couldn't imagine going several days without rest. "They just power through," Cedric said. "Or take some pepper-up potion the night before. Though most potions are banned during the nastily exhausting wizarding test, pepper-up is allowed as long as it's taken early enough." Their last exam was Defense Against the Dark Arts. Professor Lupin had set the most unique test yet, an outdoor obstacle course near the Forbidden Forest. They had to navigate through a forest with fwhoppers, wade through a swamp full of mischievous imps, and find a thicket where 3 bowtruckles were hiding. Failing to locate all 3 bowtruckles within the time limit, or accidentally harming them, meant losing points. "Well done, Kyle." Professor Lupin beamed as Kyle emerged from the course. Full marks. Kyle was the first to score perfectly. Mikkel, who had entered the course with him, was still struggling at the first hurdle. Affected by the fwhopper's disorienting song, he was spinning in place, jumping around as if warding off invisible threats. Finally, he collided with a tree and snapped back to his senses, his face flushed red from embarrassment. Later, Kana also completed the course and, like Kyle, earned a perfect score. Chapter 428, The Money-Making Plan. The exams were over, which meant the students were free to play on the grounds, and that's exactly what they did. While waiting for results to be posted, many students avoided the castle entirely, staying outside until dusk. Kyle and Cedric were among them. After lunch, they gathered by the Black Lake, chatting about their plans for the summer break. "Are you all going to the Quidditch World Cup this year?" Cedric asked, a bit excited. "I can't believe they chose this place for the final, and it's been 30 years since we last hosted the tournament." "Of course we're going," Fred replied, equally enthusiastic. A month of study had left him restless, and the Quidditch World Cup was the perfect escape. "Dad should be able to get tickets," George added. "If there are any extra, I'll save them for you, so you won't have to pay." Quidditch World Cup tickets were notoriously pricey. Cedric had attended a match once before his second year and managed to snag 2 far-off seats for 100 galleons each. From that distance, they'd needed binoculars just to see the players, but even so, tickets were in short supply. Fortunately, with the World Cup being held locally, ministry staff could take advantage of certain perks. "My dad should be able to get tickets too," Cedric said. "He knows a few people in the Department of Magical Games and Sports, so I'll see if he can get a few extra." "Kyle, do you want one as well?" He paused, noticing Kyle's distracted expression. "What are you thinking about?" "What?" Kyle looked up, hearing his name. "Oh, never mind. Give the extra tickets to Kana and Cho, I'm all set." "What's on your mind?" Cedric asked. Ways to make money, Kyle replied, scratching his chin. He was about to elaborate when he suddenly spotted Professor Lupin walking towards them. Lupin seemed to have just returned from somewhere, and he looked preoccupied, so much so that he didn't notice the student sitting nearby. Professor Lupin. Kyle called. Lupin jumped slightly, snapping out of his thoughts. He quickly looked down, realizing he'd almost tripped over Cedric, who was just inches in front of him. Sorry, Mr. Diggory, Professor Lupin said hastily. I was deep in thought and didn't see you all here. No worries, Professor, Cedric replied easily. Are you taking a stroll by the Black Lake too? Huh. Professor Lupin blinked, then noticed he'd wandered down the wrong path, away from the castle. Oh, yes, just taking a stroll, he stammered, though he sounded distracted. But I have to head back now. There's still much to do. With that, he quickly turned and headed back toward the castle. That's strange. Cedric muttered. I feel like there's something off with Professor Lupin. He wasn't like this before. Who knows? Maybe he's just a little spooked, Fred shrugged. Don't forget the curse on the defense against the dark arts post. Now that the school year's ending, he's probably a bit nervous. The others nodded, agreeing not to dwell on it. As soon as Lupin was out of sight, George leaned in eagerly. By the way, Kyle, tell us your plan. How are we going to make money? Well. Kyle shifted his gaze back from the castle and continued, remember those cheering props we sold to fans from the different houses? Of course. Fred grinned. Those made us a fair bit of galleons. That's what I'm talking about, Kyle said. The Quidditch World Cup, there'll be way more people there than here at Hogwarts. If we make fireworks that explode into clovers, Irish flags, badges, and other stuff in advance, they'd sell like hotcakes. Fred and George's eyes lit up, and they pounded the grass in excitement. They'd been so caught up looking forward to the match, they hadn't even thought of this. The Quidditch World Cup was one of the Wizarding World's biggest events, and no one attending was likely to skimp on souvenirs. With eye-catching products, selling would be as easy as picking up galleons off the ground. Fred and George practically had galleon signs in their eyes at the thought. What ideas do you have? Cedric asked, as Cho and Kana leaned in with interest. Let's start with simple ones, like sequential fireworks and moving flags, Kyle said. We've only got about a month until the World Cup, so we'll need to make as many as possible. Leave the fireworks to us, George said, thumping his chest. We're pros at those. Badges that amplify sound would be good too, Fred added. We learned the magic rune formula for it last month in runes class, so we can use that. Cedric nodded, they'd studied it together. Go for it, but keep it simple, Kyle advised. Too much detail will slow us down. How about hair clips and hats? Kanna suggested. They're easy to make, but flashy enough to sell well. The group continued brainstorming by the lake, discussing ideas with growing excitement and losing track of time. Then, a splash of water came down on their heads out of nowhere. Is it raining? George jumped up, noticing his damp hair. But when he looked up, he saw a clear sky, dark but full of stars. There was no sign of rain. Kyle spotted a long tentacle slipping back into the lake. It seemed the giant squid was giving them a reminder that it was time to head back. Oh no, is it that late? Cho said with a start. Did we miss dinner? Didn't even notice the time. Kana murmured as they quickly stood up, brushing themselves off. Hurrying back, they arrived just as dinner had begun. The Great Hall was brightly lit and packed with students. The buzz of conversation and laughter filled the air as everyone celebrated the start of the holiday season. Chapter 429, The Sorting Hat Has a Keen Eye. Just as they were about to enter the Great Hall, Kyle paused. He glanced at Fred and George beside him and asked, Do you have the Marauder's map with you? Of course, Fred replied, pulling a folded piece of parchment from his pocket. We always carry it. Why? Nothing, just wondering if I could borrow it, Kyle said. I might need it for something. Sure, Fred said casually, slipping the Marauder's map into Kyle's hands before heading off toward the Gryffindor table. We still got a few more ideas to discuss, but it's getting late, George added, hurrying to catch up. We'll chat about it next time. Under normal circumstances, they might have been curious about Kyle's plans, especially if he was planning a nighttime adventure. But right now, both twins were too hungry to care. After a long day, they would have settled for even a cold boiled potato. Kyle tucked the Marauder's map into his pocket and headed over to the Hufflepuff table on the other side of the hall. After dinner, Kyle went straight back to the dormitory and opened the Marauder's map, carefully watching the names moving around the castle. With less than a week until the holidays, he knew this would be Sirius Black's last chance to catch Peter Pettigrew if he planned to do it at Hogwarts. Black could wait until the holidays, of course. St. Catchpole Village had neither Dementors nor professors, making it a safer location than Hogwarts. But Kyle doubted Black would have the patience for such a plan, and besides, the village wasn't close to the castle. If Black didn't know the way, he might never make it there. Kyle kept scanning the map, but everything seemed ordinary. Even Ron was still in the Gryffindor common room. Probably not tonight, he thought, stretching his neck. But just as he was about to put the Marauder's map away, he spotted Professor Lupin leaving his office. Remembering Lupin's strange behavior earlier, Kyle paused. What's he up to? He wondered, deciding to watch him for a bit. On the map, Kyle saw Professor Lupin walk to the 8th floor, stopping at the entrance of the Gryffindor common room. Soon, the names Ron, Harry, and Hermione began moving towards him. After a few minutes, Lupin left the area, but this time he was accompanied by another name, Peter Pettigrew. He's found Black. Kyle quickly realized the truth. Lupin's recent trips to Hogsmeade had nothing to do with the rumors about Madame Rosmerta. Instead, Lupin had been looking for Black. As Black's former best friend, Lupin must have known his hiding places well enough to eventually track him down in Hogsmeade and learn the truth about Pettigrew's disguise. Now it seemed he was preparing for a confrontation. Decisively, Kyle closed the Marauder's map. His thoughts raced as he considered how to slip away from his dorm mates. Just then, Mikkel and Ryan began talking about going outside to play a game of gobstones. Perfect, Kyle thought. After they left, he cast a disillusionment charm on himself and quietly exited the dormitory. He needed to move quickly. If Lupin found Black, things could escalate fast. In the bustling common room, no one noticed when the door swung open briefly, assuming someone was headed to the kitchen. Only Kanna, sitting in the corner, glanced towards the empty passage, a glimmer of curiosity in her eyes. Kyle made it to the foyer just in time to see Professor Lupin striding out of the castle. Lupin was moving briskly, still deep in thought and oblivious to the faintly shimmering half-arm trailing a short distance behind him. He's left the castle, Ron's anxious whisper echoed in the empty foyer. Does he really need to leave the castle to heal a pet? He's not. Shut up, Ron. Hermione hissed. Or we'll be discovered. Hurry up. Outside the castle, an odd procession was forming. Professor Lupin walked briskly ahead, with half an arm floating just behind him, clearly Harry, Ron, and Hermione under the invisibility cloak, which couldn't quite cover all three of them. Following the half-visible arm was Kyle, who trailed behind at a safe distance. As Professor Lupin approached the Whomping Willow, a large black dog suddenly sprang out beside him, its intense gaze fixed on a struggling mouse in Lupin's hand. You shouldn't be here, go back. Professor Lupin snapped at the dog. The dog growled, and a second later, its form twisted and changed into a thin man with a haunted look. I can't wait any longer, Remus, he rasped. I waited 12 years in Azkaban. No, we must. So it's you. A furious voice cut through the tense exchange as Harry, Hermione, and Ron stepped out from under the invisibility cloak, confronting the pair. Harry pointed at Professor Lupin, his face a mix of anger and betrayal. You helped Black infiltrate the castle, twice. You're his accomplice. I trusted you. Hermione's voice trembled with fury. Ron, reckless and angry, lunged forward. Give me Scabbers back, now. Kyle stifled a sigh. That was a close call. He watched as the three Gryffindors stood exposed, facing Sirius Black and Professor Lupin. Only true Gryffindors would confront danger head-on like that. The sorting had definitely judged them right. In the wrong circumstances, such boldness would have been fatal. If they'd been up against someone like Barty Crouch Jr. or Bellatrix Lestrange, the three might not have survived. The unexpected confrontation threw Professor Lupin off guard. Before he could react, Black grabbed the rat from his hand and dove into the hollow at the base of the Whomping Willow. Sirius, come back. Lupin, coming to his senses, immediately darted after him. Scabbers. Ron cried, chasing after them. Ron. Harry and Hermione shouted, following close behind. In seconds, Kyle was the only one left standing in front of the Whomping Willow. He sighed, muttering, the Sorting Hat really does know how to judge people. The usually hostile Whomping Willow seemed unusually still. Kyle eyed the branches warily, tempted by the peculiar calm. But he resisted the urge to investigate further and slipped into the hollow under the tree. Not the time for that, he thought. I'll deal with it later. Chapter 430, Scabbers really is just a rat. Below them was a narrow tunnel that stretched on endlessly. Kyle walked for a long time but never saw Harry and the others ahead of him. Are they really running that fast? Kyle muttered to himself, quickening his pace. After about 10 minutes, the tunnel began to slope upward, and soon Kyle saw a faint glimmer of light. He knew he had reached the Shrieking Shack in Hogsmeade, the endpoint of the secret passage. The room he entered was a messy, gray space with barred windows and only a few dim oil lamps on the walls. The light he had glimpsed came from these lamps, which cast a faint but sufficient glow over the small room. As Kyle stepped inside, a tense atmosphere filled the room. Hidden by the disillusionment charm, his shadow danced on the wall in the flickering lamplight, but no one noticed him, not even Professor Lupin and Sirius Black. In the corner, Lupin and Black argued heatedly over a table, while Harry, Ron, and Hermione stood on the other side of the room, beginning to grasp the gravity of the situation. Ron, torn between fear and frustration, kept glancing at his rat, Scabbers, and seemed hesitant to retrieve him. "When Scabbers bit me, I should have known something was off," Ron muttered weakly. "Scabbers is gone now, but Lupin caught him with some sort of spell. Would a professor actually come after us with his wand? Snape wouldn't. He must have had this planned for ages. Why didn't I figure it out sooner? But why would they want Scabbers?" Harry asked, eyeing Lupin and Black with suspicion. "I don't know," Ron replied, sounding uncertain. "Maybe they just like killing people's pet rats." But Harry and Hermione didn't think that made sense. Risking so much over an ordinary pet rat didn't add up. As the argument escalated, Harry caught a familiar name in the midst of the shouting. "I didn't betray James." Black shouted, finally voicing the words he'd kept bottled up for so long. "Peter was the real secret keeper. We switched, and I thought that would keep you-know-who away. As long as he came after me, James and Lily would be safe." Black's voice wavered, and he looked on the verge of tears, though 12 years under the torment of Dementors had long since stripped him of that release. His grip on Scabbers tightened, and he shook the rat with reddened hands. "But I never thought this damned, cowardly traitor would run off and tell you-know-who where to find them the very next day after becoming secret keeper." Black raised the struggling rat higher, his face contorting with rage as he sneered. "You must have been thrilled, whatever reward your master gave you for it." "Enough. You're both mad, both of you." Ron suddenly shouted. "It's not Peter, it's Scabbers, my pet rat." Summoning his courage, he took a step forward. "I've heard enough. Just give Scabbers back." "I'm sorry, Ron, but I can't let you leave until the truth is clear," Professor Lupin said, taking the rat, who looked close to suffocating, from Black. "That is the truth." Black snapped, his frustration mounting. "I told you before, if you just looked at the Marauders map, you'd see Peter's name clear as day. It's right in Filch's office." "You think I didn't look?" Lupin replied coldly. "After your second break-in, I went straight to Filch's office, but the map was already gone." At this, Harry's head spun. He knew Peter Pettigrew's name, he'd heard it from Minister Fudge at the Three Broomsticks. But wasn't he dead, killed by Black himself? The Minister of Magic couldn't possibly be lying. Thinking this, Harry couldn't help but speak up. "You can say whatever you want now, but Pettigrew was killed by you, and there were witnesses all over the street." "What they saw wasn't what they thought it was," Black said gruffly. "He tricked everyone with cowardly tricks." "But Scabbers can't be Peter," Ron insisted, still unwilling to believe it. "He's lived in our house for 12 years. Black retorted. "Do you think an ordinary rat could live that long?" "That's because Kyle's been brewing him a rat tonic," Ron argued. "He started making it back when Scabbers was Percy's pet, and he's kept it up for years." "Who's Kyle?" Black paused, caught off guard by the name, which seemed to stir some vague memory, though he couldn't place it. "A very bright student," Lupin answered, "and incredibly knowledgeable." "So, just a kid who hasn't even graduated yet?" Black replied dismissively. From Ron's tone, he'd assumed Kyle was some kind of expert magizoologist. He got lucky and ran into an animagus, then arrogantly thought his tonic was responsible for the longevity. Kyle, who had been standing nearby, raised an eyebrow. Though Black's statement was technically true, hearing it put so harshly irritated him. He'd put effort into crafting those tonics. Black continued, undeterred, "Isn't Scabbers missing a finger?" "So what?" Ron replied defensively. "They only found the finger." Harry remembered what Fudge had mentioned before. "Yes, the coward cut off his own finger just before he transformed," Black said, his voice filled with resentment. "After I had him cornered, he screamed southwest. The entire street could hear that I'd betrayed Lily and James. Before I could even cast a spell, he used the wand he'd hidden behind his back to blow up the street and escape down the drain with the other rats." "Madman!" Ron exclaimed, looking at Black as though he were listening to the most absurd story imaginable. Hermione, her voice shaking as she struggled to stay calm, interjected, "But, Professor Lupin, Scabbers can't be Peter Pettigrew. You must know that." "Why do you think it's impossible?" Lupin asked, his tone level. "Because if Peter Pettigrew were an animagus, people would know. The Ministry of Magic keeps records. There have only been 7 animagi registered this century, and Peter Pettigrew's name isn't on the list." "You're right, Hermione," Lupin acknowledged, "but the Ministry doesn't know that there were 3 unregistered animagi at Hogwarts." "How can you prove it?" Harry's head was spinning. "Prove that Scabbers is Peter Pettigrew. It's very simple, and that's exactly what I'm about to do." Lupin gave Black a penetrating look. "I hope you're not lying to me, or else." His tone grew cold, and he threw Scabbers to the ground, pointing his wand at the rat. A blue light shot from the wand, enveloping Scabbers' head. Black laughed, his sunken eyes glinting with a strange excitement. Harry, Ron, and Hermione watched the rat on the ground with bated breath. But nothing happened. Scabbers remained the same, frantically scurrying across the floor until Ron finally managed to catch him. Black's triumphant smile froze, while Ron adopted a look of smug satisfaction. See? I told you they were all crazy. How could Scabbers be Peter Pettigrew? Harry turned to Lupin, who appeared crestfallen. Lupin raised his wand toward Black, his expression dark. What more is there to say? This is ridiculous. I can't believe I actually trusted a traitor like you. No, that's not true. Black said, stunned. There must be something wrong with the spell. He is Peter Pettigrew. I won't accept this as a mistake. Save it for the Dementors, Lupin replied coldly. In Ron's hands, Scabbers had stopped struggling, his small eyes reflecting a look of stunned relief at his apparent escape. No. Remus, it's not true. Black fell to his knees, grabbing hold of Lupin. You must be mistaken. I beg you, give me the wand, let me. Don't even think about it. Lupin commanded, aiming his wand at Black. Stay back. Before Lupin could finish, Black ignored him and lunged forward, knocking him to the ground and wresting the wand from him. A second blue light appeared, just as ineffective as the first. Impossible. This is impossible. Black muttered, overwhelmed with frustration. Harry, regaining his senses, raised his wand. But before he could cast a spell, a faint, familiar voice spoke from the shadows. Expelliarmus. Kyle, no longer concealed by the disillusionment charm, stepped out, catching the flying wand with a steady hand. Chapter 431, Padfoot and Wormtail. Kyle's sudden appearance stunned everyone, even halting Professor Lupin's clenched fist, which was about to land on Black's face. Only Black seemed unfazed. He continued lunging toward Scabbers, still clutched tightly in Ron's hands, without looking back. But now, wandless, he was quickly repelled by Harry and Hermione working together, sending him flying backward. He crashed into a table with a loud thud. Kyle. Professor Lupin stammered in disbelief, snapping back to reality. What are you doing here? Hello, Professor, Kyle replied with a grin, gesturing to the corner he had been standing in. I've actually been here for a while, just standing over there. None of you noticed. What? You were here the whole time. Professor Lupin frowned. He'd been focused on Black, yes, but surely he'd have noticed an extra person in the room. But that wasn't even his primary question. I meant, how did you find your way here? Lupin pressed. I followed the map, Kyle explained, pulling out a large piece of parchment. I was looking at it in the dorm and saw you five leaving the castle right before curfew. I got curious, so I decided to follow. The Marauder's map. Professor Lupin recognized the parchment immediately. He'd helped create it and knew it well. You took it from Filch's office? No, I've never been to Filch's office, Kyle replied, shaking his head. I borrowed it. Wait, Kyle. Harry interjected, realizing something was off. Did you say 5 people left the castle? Yes, Kyle confirmed with a nod. Harry's eyes narrowed in thought. But there are only 3 of us here, plus Professor Lupin, that's 4. Could it mean Black's been sneaking in and out of the castle? No, Kyle answered. The map showed that right next to Professor Lupin was someone named Peter Pettigrew. That's impossible. Ron protested, visibly frustrated. Why would it say Peter again? It's obviously just Scabbers. Yes, Professor Lupin agreed this time, eyeing the map doubtfully. We've just confirmed he's not an animagus. The map must have an error, it's been left unused for a long time, after all. There can't be anything wrong with the map. Kyle hadn't even finished speaking when Black, rising unsteadily from the floor, interrupted him with a loud shout. Black looked electrified, his eyes wide with hope, and started toward Kyle with a frantic urgency. But after only 2 steps, his body began floating off the ground like a balloon. Casting without a wand. Hermione gasped, covering her mouth in surprise. No. Professor Lupin corrected, his gaze fixed on a fist-sized blue insect buzzing near Black. It's a billywig. Anyone stung by it starts to float uncontrollably. Sorry, Kyle said with a shrug. Black seemed a bit too excited, so I thought this might help calm him down. He reached out and caught the billywig as it hovered back toward him. Ron watched with a mix of admiration and envy. If only his Scabbers could do that, maybe no one would have tried to snatch him away. Meanwhile, Black struggled midair, trying to reach the ground. But Lupin had already grabbed a piece of string and securely tied him up, leaving him bobbing in the air like an oversized balloon. Let's go, Professor Lupin said. It's getting late, and we need to hurry and take Black to Professor Dumbledore. He hesitated, clearly refraining from saying what might hand Black over to the Dementors directly. But just as he started toward the door, he noticed Kyle's gaze fixed on the rat in Ron's hand. Scabbers had gone still, nestled in Ron's grip, his small eyes betraying what almost looked like a smug smile. "Why are you smiling, Peter?" Kyle asked gently. "Don't you realize yet? You won't be able to change back. Or do you think Professor Lupin and Black are both amateurs who messed up the spell?" The gleam of satisfaction in the rat's eyes vanished, replaced by a growing horror. Lupin and Black, fools. Hardly. They were both top students in their time, and Scabbers seemed to suddenly remember that fact, terror deepening in his gaze. He began struggling again, even biting Ron's finger. "Ouch!" Ron cried, loosening his grip in pain. But instead of fleeing, Scabbers dropped to the floor and started circling frantically, emitting high-pitched squeals. "Scabbers, what's wrong with you?" Ron asked, worry etched across his face. "He's just double-checking something," Kyle observed, watching the panicked rat. "Ron, mind if I borrow your wand for a moment?" Ron clutched his wand tightly, hesitant. "Use mine," Harry offered, handing his wand over with a tense expression. He was full of questions and didn't want to miss any chance to uncover the truth. "Thanks." Kyle took Harry's wand and placed it on the floor, addressing the distressed rat with a wry smile. "Go on, try it yourself, see if you can reverse your animagus transformation." Scabbers remained frozen, unwilling to expose himself. Kyle seemed to guess what was running through the rat's mind. "Don't worry," he coaxed. "If you can actually change back, I'll be the one to let you go." Then, without warning, Kyle pointed his own wand at Hermione and cast Expelliarmus. Catching her wand midair, he pocketed it alongside his own and Professor Lupin's. "See?" Kyle said, waving his hand dismissively. "There's no one left to threaten you. If you can manage to change back and grab Harry's wand, you're free to escape." "Kyle, this is..." Professor Lupin began, looking uneasy, but before he could finish, Scabbers darted forward. To everyone's disbelief, the rat bumped his head against the tip of Harry's wand. Unlike the previous blue glow, the wand now emitted a faint white light. Under everyone's stunned gaze, Scabbers' body shook, but nothing happened. Even Ron began to see that something was seriously wrong. Scabbers, as if in a frenzy, kept slamming into the wand again and again, desperate. In the dim room, the white light flickered unsteadily, like a sputtering light bulb. The scene slowly chipped away at Ron's conviction. His Scabbers was using the wand, using the same spell. But how could an ordinary rat manage that? Scabbers continued, his frenzied attempts growing more intense, until his fur began to tear. A few drops of blood spattered onto the wand, making Harry feel queasy. And then Harry understood, at least partly, why Kyle had insisted on borrowing Ron's wand. "Ha ha. Peter. Ha ha ha." Black's laughter filled the room, raw and victorious, echoing off the walls. One single tear rolled down his cheek, falling silently onto the dusty floor. Chapter 432, The Truth. Watching Scabbers frantically banging his head against the wand, Ron backed up against the wall, one hand clutching his chest. His voice tinged with hysteria, he blurted out, "What the hell is going on? Can someone please explain?" He'd had this rat as a pet for years, and now to see it trying to use a wand left him reeling. He was too shocked and unnerved to even approach Scabbers again. "That's what we'd all like to know," Professor Lupin said, eyeing Black, who was still cackling. With a frown, he added, "How do you know Peter can't transform back?" Kyle didn't answer immediately. Instead, he raised his wand and cast Stupefy. Instantly, Peter's rat form collapsed to the ground, motionless. Kyle then returned Hermione and Professor Lupin's wands before explaining, "It's because of the tonic I made for him." "Tonic?" Hermione asked, frowning as she accepted her wand. "But I've never read about pet tonics preventing animagi from changing back." "Normally, they don't," Kyle replied. "But I added a whole dried mandrake leaf to his remedy, specifically the one at the top of the root." "What did you say?" Professor Lupin blurted, clearly shocked. Mandrake leaves weren't cheap, costing 5 sickles each, and the topmost leaves from the root were even rarer and more expensive, about 10 times the price of regular ones. A single leaf could support someone's needs for a month, yet Kyle had used it to brew a tonic for a rat. Did Kyle know Scabbers was Peter all along? But that didn't seem possible. Peter's animagus form had been kept a secret for years, and his stage death was 12 years ago. Kyle would have only been 2 or 3 years old at the time. It was kind of a coincidence, Kyle admitted, disregarding Lupin's puzzled expression. "I wanted the tonic to be as potent as possible. I didn't expect him to actually be an animagus." "But, does it really matter?" Harry asked, looking baffled. "Of course it does," Kyle said, pulling out a cage and locking Peter inside, hardly glancing up. He'd half expected someone to jump in with an explanation, but everyone remained silent, watching him as he secured Peter. Even Hermione and Lupin looked as bewildered as Harry. "Have none of you read herbology books beyond your textbooks?" Kyle asked almost absently. Hermione shook her head, somewhat sheepishly. Though she'd read a great many books, herbology references outside her school texts were few among them. Professor Lupin also looked away, admitting silently that he hadn't, either. "All right then." Kyle sighed. "Mandrake leaves are incredibly beneficial for magical creatures. They heal injuries, strengthen the body, they have all kinds of uses. But animagi are an exception. You do know what the first step is to become an animagus, right?" Kyle's gaze shifted pointedly to Black. "Of course I remember," Black said, still floating awkwardly midair. Without even asking how Kyle knew he was an animagus, he rubbed his sore chin. "You have to keep a mandrake leaf in your mouth for a month straight. And believe me, that month was no picnic. I nearly gave up more than once." "Exactly," Kyle replied. "The mandrake leaf serves as a kind of magical record of you as a wizard. It's like another you, or a beacon to help guide you back." "A beacon?" Harry repeated, more confused than ever. It felt like one of Professor Trelawney's divination classes, where he'd have no idea what was going on but was still expected to participate. "Okay, let me simplify," Kyle said with a sigh. "A death's head hawk moth transforms you from a human to an animal, while the mandrake leaf allows you to transform back." "What's a death's head hawk moth?" "Ouch." Harry began, but before he could finish, Hermione elbowed him in the stomach, leaving him gritting his teeth in pain. "That's one of the ingredients in the animagus potion," Kyle explained, giving Harry a knowing look before continuing. "So, if an animagus consumes a large amount of mandrake root while in their animal form, the magic that holds their wizard identity can slowly dissipate, to the point they may not be able to change back." "But that can't be right," Hermione protested. "Professor McGonagall taught us about animagi, and she didn't mention any dangers like that. If it were as risky as you say, she would have definitely warned us." "There's no need for that," Kyle replied calmly. "For one thing, a wizard's magical identity isn't easy to dissolve. They'd have to consume mandrake root for several years, continuously, and in animal form. And once they changed back to human, all that information would be restored. Animagi are rare, and for one to stay in animal form for 5 years, regularly eating food containing mandrake leaves, is nearly unheard of." Kyle glanced down at Peter in the cage. "In fact, it's only happened once in 1,000 years, well, twice now." Black started laughing again, his voice raspy. Professor Lupin turned to Kyle, watching him closely. "Kyle, did you know Scabbers was Peter?" Kyle looked back at him, eyes steady. "Why would you think that?" "Because you're the only one here who didn't look the least bit surprised," Lupin replied. "The rest of us, me, Harry, Ron, Hermione, we were all shocked when we learned Scabbers was Peter. But you seemed very calm." The others all turned to look at Kyle, suspicion and curiosity in their eyes. Ron seemed to want to speak up, but Hermione held him back. Kyle shrugged. "The reason I'm not surprised is because this isn't the first time I've seen something like this happen." "What?" Professor Lupin said, caught off guard by Kyle's response. "Actually, I saw something similar in my first year. Another student's pet also turned out to be an animagus, a rat, too, as it happens." Kyle chuckled. "If you don't believe me, you can ask Fred and George, or any of the students in 4th year or above, they all know about it." Everyone exchanged bewildered looks, their expressions a mix of amazement and disbelief. Harry and the others had entered school a year after Kyle, so they hadn't heard about any incidents like that. As for Professor Lupin, he was new to the school and had only heard the professors talk about Harry's more notable adventures. No one pressed Kyle further. Harry nodded as he listened, a faint smile on his face. After everything he'd seen so far, he realized he probably wouldn't be surprised by much at Hogwarts anymore, even if someone's head suddenly sprouted an extra face. The room grew silent, save for the gradually hoarse laughter still spilling from Black. Harry felt a bit awkward, shifting where he stood. He looked at Professor Lupin, hesitating with a question on his lips but unsure how to ask it. But his expression must have been readable, because Lupin asked softly, "You want to know about Lily and James, don't you?" "Yes," Harry replied, nodding eagerly. "I heard you say earlier that you were friends." "Best friends," Lupin said with a fond but pained smile. "At least, they were to me." "So, can you tell me?" Harry asked, his voice urgent. "What really happened? And what did you mean about the secret keeper?" Professor Lupin hesitated for a moment, as if searching for the right words. Finally, he nodded. "All right. You deserve to know the truth. But I only know the beginning of the story. Sirius will have to tell you the rest." He paused, then added, "Let me think where to start. I first met James and Lily when we were students here at Hogwarts. Chapter 433, Just Keep Knocking. Professor Lupin shared stories of his school days, trivial memories and everyday moments, but Harry listened with rapt attention. The tales painted a vivid picture of the friends his parents once had, and it was as if he could feel their presence through Lupin's words. When Lupin reached the end of his 7th year, he glanced at Sirius, a touch of sadness in his expression. After graduation, he had been busy working for Dumbledore, reaching out to other werewolves to rally them against Voldemort. He hadn't known about the events that unfolded soon afterward. By the time he returned, everything had changed. James and Lily were dead, Voldemort had fallen, and the once mighty Death Eater army was in shambles. The werewolves he had tried to ally with had also suffered heavy losses and vanished back into the shadows, refusing to be found. As Lupin fell silent, Black, who had drifted back to the ground, finally spoke. It all began with a prophecy. He murmured, sitting heavily on a rickety stool. With everyone watching him, he slowly began to reveal the painful truth of that time. He explained how Professor Trelawney had prophesied about a child with the power to defeat Voldemort, a child born at the end of July. 2 babies fit that description that year, but in the end, Dumbledore had focused his protections on Harry. Somehow, though, word of the prophecy had leaked to the Death Eaters. Peter must have told them. Black spat, teeth gritted in anger. Dumbledore warned James to keep it a secret, but he told us anyway. Harry's eyes were wide with apprehension. And then what happened? James and Lily took you and went into hiding from the Death Eaters, Black said, eyes distant with painful memories. Dumbledore suggested an ancient spell to protect you as you grew up, the Fidelius Charm. It hides a secret in the mind of a chosen person, the Secret Keeper. For as long as the Secret Keeper doesn't willingly reveal it, the secret is safe. Even if Voldemort had stuck his nose right up to the door, he wouldn't have found them. As Black explained, Harry began to understand. So, Peter was the Secret Keeper, wasn't he? It's all my fault. Black groaned, pressing his fists to his head. I was supposed to be the Secret Keeper. But at the last minute, I convinced James and Lily to use Peter instead. I thought it would be clever, a double bluff. Voldemort would come after me first, and no one would suspect Peter, the weakest of us. I thought I was protecting them, but I sent them to their deaths instead. Black's voice became choked, and he struck his fist against his head as if trying to rid himself of the regret and self-loathing that had haunted him for years. Each time he was overtaken by anguish, he would remember Peter's current state and let out a harsh, hysterical laugh that was devoid of joy. When he finally regained control, he continued, answering the others' questions in short, strained sentences. He described how he'd seen a photo of Scabbers in the newspaper and instantly recognized him as Peter. That discovery had spurred his escape from Azkaban, using his animagus form to slip past the guards and come to Hogwarts. So it was you, the dog. Harry exclaimed, pointing at Black. Yes, that was me, Black replied with a grin. I just wanted to see you. I went to Privet Drive, but I'm sorry if I frightened you. Harry didn't know how to respond. Black had unsettled him more than once, and the big black dog had kept him on edge for months. Sirius, I'm sorry, Lupin said, stepping forward and embracing him. Long time no see, Remus, Black said, hugging him back. I wouldn't have blamed you for giving me a solid beating. I was just thinking the same thing, Lupin nodded, and without warning, he punched Black in the face. You should have told me sooner. Black stumbled backward, hitting the floor, but he only laughed. Lupin extended a hand, pulled him up, and the two hugged again. Forgive me, Remus. Black murmured. Nothing to forgive, Padfoot, old friend, Lupin replied. Now, perhaps you'll forgive me for once suspecting you were a spy. Of course, Black said, a weary smile crossing his face. I'm just sorry. But before he could finish, Kyle stepped forward, clearing his throat. It was getting late, and he wasn't keen to spend the night in a place like the Shrieking Shack. Handing Black the cage containing Scabbers, Kyle said, he's all yours now, but as compensation, you'll need to get Ron a new pet. How about an owl? Black nodded without hesitation. Yes, of course. It's the least I can do. Ron, who had been looking miserable, suddenly perked up. If only he'd known. If he'd realized Scabbers could be traded for an owl, he'd have given him up much sooner. Black's expression darkened as he took the cage, looking as though he'd like to devour Scabbers then and there. He glanced at Kyle, about to thank him, but suddenly paused. I think I've seen you before, Black said thoughtfully. In Hogsmeade, you gave me a pack of jerky. It was the best thing I'd eaten in over 10 years. Oh, that time, Kyle said, feigning a blank look. Well, you deserved it. That firewalking performance was impressive. A silence followed. Firewalking. Lupin looked at Black with a bemused expression. You know how to do that. Ah. Black's eyes shifted, but he quickly recovered, looking back with a defiant grin. After all, he'd been a dog at the time, what harm was there in jumping through hoops for food? Besides, it was all for survival. A chuckle escaped Lupin, unexpectedly loud in the quiet room. It was like setting off a chain reaction. Ron and Hermione quickly looked away, shoulders shaking. Puffed. Harry, who had been lost in the intensity of the moment, couldn't help but laugh, covering his mouth quickly to stifle the sound. To redirect the focus, he asked, "So, what are you going to do with Peter?" "Kill him, of course." Black replied, glaring at the unconscious rat in the cage. "But I could also leave him like this, keep him a rat forever." "Can he really not change back?" Harry asked softly. "I mean, someone like that isn't worth turning you into a real murderer. Peter was the real traitor. If anyone deserves to be in Azkaban, it's him, not you." Black's eyes reddened, and his breathing grew ragged. If he could prove Peter's guilt, he could finally clear his name and be there for Harry openly. But the problem was, Black wasn't sure if Peter could still change back. Everyone instinctively turned to Kyle. "Actually, yes," Kyle said. "After wizards discovered that animagi could become trapped in their animal forms, they developed a few restorative potions. Do you remember the people who were petrified by the basilisk in second year?" They all nodded. That year had been etched into their memories. Hogwarts had almost closed down because of it. The same potion that cured them, the Mandrake Restorative Draft, could restore Peter, Kyle explained. "It's the only known remedy." He looked at the others' startled faces before continuing, "But before you make a decision, I think it's best if you speak with Professor Dumbledore. Right now, everyone thinks you're a traitor, and they see Peter as a hero. No one will believe your story, and you won't even get a chance to defend yourself. The Dementors certainly won't listen." "You're right," Black replied, calming slightly. "I'll go see Dumbledore first thing tomorrow." "No, you can go now," Kyle said with a smile. "He doesn't sleep much. Just knock a few more times." Chapter 434, An Awkward Serious. With their plan set, the group made their way back through the tunnel, preparing to head to Hogwarts under cover of night. Harry pulled out his invisibility cloak, ready to drape it over Black when they reached the castle. It was already curfew, and though students were unlikely to be wandering the corridors, caution was necessary until Black's innocence could be proven. After all, Filch was still lurking around the castle. Their journey back was much more relaxed than the tense, frantic trip they'd made earlier. Professor Lupin led the way, followed by Harry, Hermione, and Ron, who kept glancing over his shoulder, grinning whenever he looked at Black, who carried the cage with Peter securely in his arms. Kyle brought up the rear, making sure there was no chance of Peter breaking free, though he considered the possibility laughably slim. If a rat could escape so easily from one of his cages, he would have felt obliged to return his Order of Merlin, second class, in embarrassment. As they walked, Black, looking down at Harry, spoke quietly, "Once we get Pettigrew to Dumbledore, do you know what that means?" "You're free," Harry said, a smile growing on his face. "Yes." Black murmured, his voice a little choked. "But there's more. I don't know if anyone's ever told you this, but I'm your godfather." "Oh, I know," Harry replied. He'd overheard Fudge mention it at the Three Broomsticks, though back then it had felt more unsettling than anything else. Now, though, hearing it directly from Black filled him with a strange happiness. For the first time, it felt like there was a world for him beyond the Dursleys. "It's true, your parents named me as your guardian," Black continued, sounding uncertain. "You can think about it, of course, but if I'm cleared of the charges, and if you want a different home." Harry's heart pounded as if he'd received another Hogwarts acceptance letter. "You mean, live with you?" he asked eagerly. So eager, in fact, that he accidentally hit his head on a low-hanging stone in the tunnel. "Of course," Black replied quickly, his voice betraying a hint of nervousness. "But if you'd rather stay with your aunt and uncle, I understand. I just thought." "Are you kidding?" Harry's face was alight with joy. "Of course I'd like to leave the Dursleys. Do you have a house? When can I move in?" "You would?" Black asked, his voice filled with wonder. "Really?" "Yes, I really do," Harry said, grinning from ear to ear. Kyle noticed that Black's worn face had softened, breaking into a genuine smile that took years off his appearance. For the first time in ages, he looked younger, freer. They soon reached the end of the tunnel. Professor Lupin climbed up first and pressed a knot on the Whomping Willow's trunk, activating the switch that caused the tree to fall still, its violent branches frozen. One by one, they emerged from the tunnel. Black took a moment to stand under the moonlight, his arms stretched out, taking in the night air with a deep, contented breath. "Come on, let's go. There'll be plenty of time for that later," Harry urged, eager to reach Dumbledore. They walked briskly across the castle grounds, their path illuminated by the castle lights that were beginning to come on. But as they moved forward, Professor Lupin, leading the group, suddenly stopped in his tracks. Harry and Ron, caught off guard, bumped into him from behind. "What's wrong, Professor Lupin?" Harry began, but his question was cut short as he felt himself being yanked backward, along with Ron. It was only then that they noticed Professor Lupin's entire body trembling uncontrollably. "Oh no. It's a full moon!" Hermione shrieked, a look of horror on her face. "I forgot to tell you, Professor Lupin is a werewolf." What? Ron stammered, his face pale as a shiver ran down his spine. There was no need for further confirmation. Even as he watched, Lupin's head began to elongate, and brown fur sprouted across his exposed arms. "Why didn't you tell us earlier?" Ron managed to say, his teeth chattering. "Run!" Black hissed urgently. "Run, all of you, run!" Harry, Hermione, and Ron turned and sprinted down the tunnel. But Black, glancing back, was horrified to see Kyle still standing calmly in place, rummaging through his suitcase, half his body leaning into it. "You..." Black began, incredulous. Kyle simply waved a hand dismissively. It's fine. Maybe Harry didn't tell you, but I earned my Order of Merlin, 2nd class, for defeating a werewolf." Lupin was still transforming, his body contorting and shifting, giving Kyle a few moments to search through his suitcase. He muttered to himself as he looked through various items. Norbert, no, too loud, and Lupin wouldn't be able to handle it. Mandrake root, effective, but with Harry and the others around, it's risky. Chomping cabbage, no, not suitable either. Finally, Kyle found what he was looking for, a large bundle of devil's snares. He had just pulled them out when Lupin completed his transformation into a full werewolf, rearing back on his hind legs, jaws snapping open in a fearsome growl. Suddenly, a large black dog leapt past Kyle, grabbing the werewolf by the neck and attempting to drag it backward. The two animals snarled and snapped at each other, claws slashing and jaws tearing. Kyle snapped out of his trance and quickly drew his wand, aiming it at the tangled figures. Achio! The devil's snare vine shot toward the werewolf and the dog, thick tendrils wrapping around them both, binding them in an instant like insects caught in a spider's web. Within moments, the werewolf and the dog were thoroughly immobilized. For a moment, an awkward silence settled over the scene. Sirius, still in dog form, gave a sheepish look as he realized he was caught in the vines, too. "This is Devil's Snare. You should be able to break free," Kyle said, glancing at the dog. The black dog nodded and relaxed, slipping out of the vines with little effort. The werewolf, however, continued to struggle, causing the vines to tighten around it more and more. "Where did you get this thing?" Black, now transformed back into his human form, looked at the massive devil's snare in disbelief. "Your suitcase isn't that big." "Well, it's a bit bigger on the inside," Kyle replied, holding up his pinky with a playful grin. Black looked at the devil's snare, now as large as a house, then at Kyle's small gesture, and shook his head, speechless. Kyle, however, was already thinking ahead. Looking at the immobilized werewolf, he considered his options. Why not try the mandrake? The werewolf would likely just fall unconscious from the cry, similar to what had happened with the acromantula earlier. Even if the werewolf proved more resistant, he had over 10 mandrakes in his suitcase. If one didn't work, he could try 2, then 3, until he found the right dose to knock out the werewolf. Dealing with a sleeping werewolf would be simple, he'd just need a levitation charm to get it to Dumbledore's office. As Kyle set about conjuring several thick pairs of earmuffs to hand to Harry and the others, he suddenly noticed the air growing colder. The moonlight seemed to dim ominously. Looking up sharply, Kyle saw a black cloud spreading along the shore of the lake, advancing rapidly toward them. Chapter 435, Let's Negotiate. They were Dementors, at least 100 of them, black and menacing, swarming along the shore like a dark cloud. More and more appeared from all directions, closing in on Kyle and the others, their chilling presence thickening the air. Kyle shot a look at Black, who was crouched on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, covering his head in terror. "Change back, quick!" Kyle shouted. "Do you want Harry to die here?" Hearing Harry's name, Black's crumbling spirit steadied just enough. He transformed, his body twisting into the form of a large, black dog. The Dementors closed in, their faces hidden beneath tattered hoods, their withered hands reaching toward Kyle and the others. The air became colder than ever, as if it wanted to freeze them where they stood. "Expecto Patronum!" Kyle shouted, waving his wand. A large, glowing silver jellyfish appeared above him, its pulsating tentacles casting a bright light in all directions. The freezing air receded as a ring of warmth spread out from the Patronus. But there were simply too many Dementors. They hovered just outside the protective circle, reluctant to retreat. One Dementor even extended a bony, decayed hand, trying to push through the Patronus's light. Then, suddenly, a thin, silver ribbon appeared, one of the jellyfish's long, delicate tentacles. It floated forward and wrapped around the Dementor's arm, tightening in an instant. The Dementor struggled, its ragged breaths rattling in the silence. Harry watched in awe. The tentacles of Kyle's Patronus were extending further, wrapping around Dementors one by one. The silver jellyfish remained luminous and beautiful, but there was a strange, unsettling power in the way it ensnared the creatures. Nearly a dozen Dementors hung midair, struggling against the Patronus's grasp, as dark mist poured from where they were entangled. The sight was even more eerie than watching Professor Lupin transform into a werewolf. Panicked, the Dementors scattered, retreating frantically to the edges of the light. But one Dementor hovered in place, seeming to act as their leader. It made a strange, rasping sound that Kyle didn't understand, as though signaling the others. "Leave," Kyle commanded, stepping forward, his Patronus's light intensifying. The Dementor stopped, its hollow voice echoing coldly. "Leave, wizards." It tried to edge closer to Kyle, only to be halted by the Patronus. "Yes, but you must go now," Kyle said firmly. "And you must not report anything of this to the Ministry." The Dementor paused, appearing slightly taken aback, as if surprised Kyle could communicate with it. "We have our orders." "Sirius Black, it is an order." "He's already gone," Kyle replied calmly. "You can check if you don't believe me." The Dementor took a long, rattling breath, then stepped back, conceding. "Let go, let us go." "Fine," Kyle said after a moment. He gave his Patronus a silent command, and the jellyfish's tentacles began to release the trapped Dementors. The Dementors drifted away, their cloaks looking even more tattered, their bodies seeming smaller than before. As if sensing an opportunity to escape, they quickly fled into the darkness, vanishing like shadows. Kyle touched his nose, feeling a mix of surprise and relief. He'd only instructed his Patronus to fend off the Dementors, not expecting it to work quite so effectively. "You promised not to tell," Kyle reminded the Dementor, his tone firm. "We have been injured," came the Dementor's cold, emotionless voice. "Are you trying to back out?" Kyle frowned. "Don't forget, you were the ones who broke into the school first and tried to attack students and professors. We were only defending ourselves. There is a scent of Sirius Black here. We have orders to arrest." "And where is Sirius now?" Kyle pressed. The Dementor fell silent, taking another slow, rattling breath, but still failing to detect any trace of Black's scent. "So, it seems you've been mistaken from the beginning," Kyle said with a faint smile. "We have orders to check." The Dementor responded weakly. Kyle gave a soft laugh. "Do you think Professor Dumbledore will accept that excuse? By the way, you do know who Dumbledore is, don't you? One of the most powerful wizards around. Probably stronger than any wizard you've ever encountered." The Dementor visibly shuddered, apparently recalling its last encounter with Dumbledore. After the incident on the Quidditch pitch, Dumbledore had returned in a fury, banishing every Dementor from the school grounds. "Then feel free to report to the Ministry," Kyle continued, glancing at Harry, Ron, and Hermione, who were still huddled together, shivering. "The students were terrified, and we were only protecting ourselves. Even the Ministry can't argue with that." He lowered his voice conspiratorially. "But your case is different, breaking into the school, attacking students and professors. I doubt Professor Dumbledore will let that slide this time." Kyle turned to leave, muttering just loudly enough for the Dementors to hear, "That old wizard has quite the temper. If he gets angry enough, he might take down a few hundred Dementors just to blow off steam." As he spoke, one of the Dementors floated forward, blocking his path. "Anything else you'd like to add?" Kyle asked. The Dementor remained silent, standing motionless in his way. "Fine," Kyle sighed. "I'll ignore what happened tonight, on one condition." The Dementor's hollow voice rasped, "What condition?" Kyle's eyes gleamed as an idea took shape. Originally, he'd only wanted the Dementors gone, but now he saw an opportunity. He thought for a moment and said, "There's someone named Bellatrix in Azkaban who has a key. I need you to tell me where that key is kept." "Impossible." The Dementor replied, its voice colder than before. "It is forbidden. And we do not understand the key." "Is that so?" Kyle said, feigning disappointment. "Well, it looks like I'll just have to tell Dumbledore." The Dementor floated back in front of Kyle, blocking his way once more. "That's all I'm asking," Kyle said simply. "Tomorrow, a guard rotation." The Dementor rasped, "I can take you there." Kyle's mouth twitched. There was no way he was setting foot in Azkaban, it would be far too risky, and if the Ministry found out, he'd be in serious trouble. But, a rotation. How often is the guard rotated? Kyle asked, curious. "Every 2 days. So, in 2 days, you'll be back here?" Kyle clarified. The Dementor nodded slowly. "There is no food here. I must go back." Kyle's eyes lit up with an idea. After a quick bit of preparation, he handed the Dementor an envelope and a small vial. "Mix what's in the bottle into her food. After she's eaten it, open the envelope and listen carefully to what she says. Then, when you return, tell me everything. And don't try anything sneaky, or I'll not only inform Professor Dumbledore about tonight's little trespass, but I'll make sure the Ministry hears you purposely let Sirius Black escape. And believe me, they'll believe it. The confidence in Kyle's tone was undeniable. Once Sirius was free, he could file a complaint himself, claiming the Dementors had failed in their duties. The Ministry wouldn't have any choice but to take it seriously. The Dementor trembled slightly, as if realizing the implications. With a rigid, withered hand, it reached out, grasping the envelope and the small vial slowly before drifting away into the darkness. Chapter 436, Dumbledore's Surprise. The Dementor floated away unsteadily, fading into the darkness until it was completely gone. Kyle turned back and found everyone staring at him with a mixture of surprise and awe. "What's wrong?" he asked, bemused. "Kyle, weren't you scared at all just now?" Harry blurted out. Harry hadn't caught most of Kyle's exchange with the Dementor, but he'd seen Kyle standing directly in front of it, seemingly calm, for an unnervingly long time. The mere presence of Dementors chilled Harry to his core, and Kyle had stood there talking to it as if it were nothing. Why be afraid? Kyle shrugged. This is Hogwarts, after all. Are you all right? Hermione asked, her voice a little shaky. Of course, Kyle replied. I told the Dementors that Sirius wasn't here, and they left. Hermione nodded, visibly relieved. First they'd had to deal with a werewolf, and then a horde of Dementors. Her legs felt weak, and she wanted nothing more than to return to the dormitories and collapse into bed. But they still had to get to Professor Dumbledore first. She glanced back at the still-bound werewolf wrapped in Devil's Snare. What about Professor Lupin? We can't just leave him here. Not to worry, Kyle said, looking back toward the castle. As if on cue, a fiery red bird was flying rapidly toward them, its wings glowing against the dark sky. It was Fawkes, Dumbledore's phoenix. Fawkes folded his wings and landed gracefully on Kyle's shoulder, tilting his head slightly, as if asking for instructions. We need to get Professor Lupin back to Professor Dumbledore, Kyle explained, gesturing at the werewolf bound up like a dumpling. Could you take him there for us? Fawkes nodded, gliding over to the werewolf. He latched onto Lupin's fur with his talons, lifting him effortlessly before flying back toward the castle. Oh my goodness, was that a phoenix? Hermione gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. I've read about them, but I never thought I'd see one in person. It was, Harry confirmed. His name's Fawkes. I saw him in Dumbledore's office once. Ron, however, was frowning. I'm more concerned about Professor Lupin. Did you see how Fawkes carried him, by the fur? Is that really okay? Kyle nodded. When he's in werewolf form, it's fine. Werewolves are physically much stronger than regular wizards. He motioned them onward. Come on, let's hurry back. Professor Dumbledore's probably waiting. They quickly made their way back to the castle, with Sirius remaining in his dog form, reluctant to change back just yet. Fortunately, they encountered no patrolling professors or Filch as they made their way to the 8th floor. As if they'd been expected, the stone gargoyle at the entrance shifted aside as soon as they approached, revealing the staircase behind it. Harry, eager and a little nervous, was the first to step inside, with Sirius trailing close behind, his back legs quivering slightly as he tried to keep up. At the top of the stairs, the oak door to Dumbledore's office was already open. Professor Dumbledore stood behind his desk, dressed in a pink velvet nightshirt patterned with small strawberries, a soft smile on his face. I suspect some rather interesting events have taken place this evening, given that so many of you have chosen to break the rules all at once, he said, his eyes twinkling. Would any of you care for some pumpkin juice before you tell me your story? No, thank you, Professor. Harry, Ron, and Hermione replied in unison, all a bit too anxious for refreshments. Could I have a glass of lemonade? Kyle asked with a grin. With sugar? Professor Dumbledore inquired. No sugar at all. As soon as he spoke, a tall glass of lemonade appeared on a nearby table. Kyle took a sip, the sharp, sour taste waking him up instantly. Before Kyle could finish his drink, Harry blurted out, Professor, Sirius Black is innocent. Peter Pettigrew was the real traitor. Oh. Professor Dumbledore's eyebrows rose in genuine surprise. While I expected an interesting story, I must admit, you've surprised me right from the start. He regarded Harry thoughtfully. So, how did you come to this conclusion? To my knowledge, Peter Pettigrew has been dead for 12 years and was even awarded the Order of Merlin, first class. That's a lie. He's alive. Harry declared, lifting the cage he held. This is Peter. And he's been hiding as a rat in my house for 12 years, Ron added, glaring down at Scabbers with disgust, as if his longtime pet's true identity was a personal betrayal. Dumbledore's piercing blue gaze shifted to Scabbers. Just then, Kyle retrieved the Marauder's map from his pocket, holding it up to reveal Peter Pettigrew's name, plainly visible in the headmaster's office. "Oh, how I've missed that map," Dumbledore said, his eyes twinkling with nostalgia. "The last time I saw it was, about 15 years ago. Curious, isn't it supposed to be in Filch's office?" Kyle took another sip of his lemonade and offered no explanation, while Dumbledore, seeming amused, merely gestured for Harry to continue. "Well, actually, it wasn't the map that led us to Peter." Harry shook his head and then began to recount the night's events, starting with Professor Lupin's arrival in the Gryffindor common room. Dumbledore listened attentively, not interrupting once, as Harry sped through the story in about 10 minutes. "So," Dumbledore mused at last, turning to the large black dog sitting on the floor, "it was Sirius Black. Animagus. I see. That would explain why no one has managed to find you." The black dog barked once in affirmation, sitting up straighter. "Professor, he had no choice," Harry said earnestly. "We all saw it." Scabbers kept hitting his head against the wand. "No normal pet could have done that." Dumbledore's expression softened, though instead of responding directly, he gave Harry a thoughtful look. "Harry, you seem to believe Sirius's story. Have you considered the possibility that he might be lying to you?" "I don't think he is," Harry replied firmly. "I feel like he's telling the truth. And if he were lying, he wouldn't have dared come here with us, would he?" "First of all, thank you for placing your trust in me, Harry," Dumbledore said calmly. "But it's very late, and after tonight's excitement, I suggest that you all return to your dormitories, have some hot cocoa, and get a good night's sleep." "But Professor, what about Sirius?" Harry asked, unable to hide his concern. "Leave that to me, Harry," Dumbledore reassured him with a gentle smile. "If Sirius Black is indeed innocent, I assure you, I'll find a way to clear his name." "Well, okay." Harry nodded reluctantly, still brimming with questions, especially about whether he might finally be able to leave the Dursleys and live somewhere he didn't have to hide his things under loose floorboards. But with Dumbledore's assurances, he had no choice but to nod and head for the door, followed by Ron and Hermione. "Good night, Professor," the three of them murmured as they exited, one by one. Kyle was about to follow them, but just as he reached the door, he heard Dumbledore call softly, "Kyle, could you stay a moment?" Chapter 437, Fudge is a good minister. Kyle paused, watching Dumbledore's calm expression as he waited for Harry, Ron, and Hermione to leave the room. Only then did Dumbledore speak. "Don't worry, Black. There are no Dementors here. You don't need to keep up your animagus form." "Sorry, Headmaster." Sirius, having transformed back to his human form, looked like a schoolboy caught misbehaving, his voice low. "I just haven't figured out how to face you yet." Dumbledore took in Black's haggard figure, sunken eyes and worn appearance stirring a pang of pity. But he said nothing, merely waved a hand. A table appeared before Black, covered in bread, meatloaf, and roast potatoes. "I think you'll need this right now, help yourself." Black swallowed, grabbing a piece of bread. He seemed to be holding himself together, but hunger and perhaps the longing for a proper meal took over. In moments, he was wolfing down the food. Dumbledore glanced at Black, not minding his ferocity, then added some more bread and pumpkin juice to the table. He moved over to Peter's cage, bending down to observe the shivering rat. "Another animagus disguised as a pet," Dumbledore mused. "Perhaps we need to conduct a thorough inspection of our students' pets." His eyes shifted to Kyle. "What do you think his purpose was?" Kyle thought for a moment. "Probably to stay informed about the wizarding world. Hiding with a wizard family would give him easy access to any news about Tom." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "I haven't heard that name in a long time. For a moment, I thought you meant Tom from the Leaky Cauldron." He chuckled, then added, "Peter probably didn't expect someone would use mandrake leaves in a pet tonic. Frankly, I was impressed by your generosity." "It was for a friend," Kyle said with a shrug. "A bit of mandrake isn't a big expense for me." "Not to worry, I'll cover it." Black muttered, his mouth full, "How much did the tonic cost?" "I'll pay it all." Kyle raised an eyebrow in mild amusement. Black sounded confident, likely thinking a few mandrake leaves wouldn't make much of a dent in his vault. Though Kyle was tempted to take him up on it, he knew this wasn't the time for such details. Instead, he looked to Dumbledore. "Professor, what do you intend to do?" Dumbledore's expression grew thoughtful. "I need to verify something before taking any action." He studied Peter, then, after a pause, drew out his wand. A blue light emanated from the wand, casting a glow over Peter's small form, making him seem larger for an instant, before he shrank back, slumping in the cage, defeated. "Oh!" Dumbledore murmured in mild surprise, though he didn't comment further. Reversing his wand, he placed the tip lightly against Peter's head and flicked it gently. A silvery thread of memory was drawn from Peter's mind. Dumbledore carried it to a stone basin in the corner, depositing it into the pensieve. The silvery light swirled, and Dumbledore leaned over, narrowing his eyes as he gazed into the basin. As the memory unfolded, Dumbledore's expression shifted, gradually growing more severe. The air in the room grew heavy and stifling, the mood more intense than any of them had felt in a long time. To Sirius, it felt as though a horde of Dementors had suddenly filled the room. He unconsciously released the bone in his hand, which he had gnawed to the marrow. Fawkes, sensing the change, flew to Kyle's shoulder, giving a soft, comforting chirp. "Thank you." "I'm fine," Kyle murmured, gently scratching Fawkes's neck and offering some herbs for the phoenix to nibble on. Minutes passed slowly. After about 10 minutes, Dumbledore finally opened his eyes. His expression was unreadable as he glanced toward the cage. That single look sent Peter into a terrified frenzy. He began squealing and banging his head against the bars, as though desperate to escape. His attempts were useless. The cage was an iron structure covered with wood, specifically reinforced by Kyle to prevent any chance of escape. Eventually, Peter knocked himself out, slumping into a heap. Dumbledore took a deep breath and whispered, "I've seen it all, including how he betrayed and framed you." He looked at Sirius, his voice gentler. "You've waited a long time for this moment." Sirius's fists clenched as his chest rose and fell, his eyes red with unshed tears. He let out a low, pained sob that quickly grew louder, until, finally unable to contain himself, he broke into heart-wrenching sobs. Not a single portrait stirred, every painted headmaster and headmistress in the office kept their eyes closed as if asleep. But Kyle, suspicious, noticed one portrait sneakily open one eye, Phineas Nigellus Black, Sirius's ancestor and one of the most unpopular headmasters in Hogwarts history. When he noticed Kyle's gaze, Phineas gave up the pretense entirely, glaring fiercely. "I said it before. The Blacks would never stoop to such disgraceful behavior." "Rubbish," snapped a bearded headmaster from another frame. "You always claimed Sirius was a disgrace to your family and said he ought to be expelled." I never said that." Phineas sputtered, defensively craning his neck. "You're slandering me." "I would never." "Oh, I heard you say it myself," chimed in a portly headmaster with a mischievous glint in his eye. "You swore the Black family would never welcome him again." "I can confirm that too," another voice piped up. "As can I, heard it with my own ears." Seeing the other portraits eagerly airing his past comments, Phineas flushed angrily. "Lies. All lies. I never said any such thing." When his protests did nothing to convince the others, he finally changed tactics, muttering darkly, "Well, it's all that wretched Peter Pettigrew's fault. That sniveling, treacherous little—" Then he turned to Dumbledore. "Albus, you can't just stand by and do nothing. You must find a way to clear Sirius's name. I'll keep pestering you until you can't work in peace if you don't." "Phineas," Dumbledore said, his usual twinkle returning to his eyes, "did I ever say I intended to do nothing?" Sirius looked up, his expression a mixture of hope and doubt. You truly want to help me?" "Of course, Sirius. I will help you," Dumbledore assured him. "But the challenge we face is how to achieve it." He tapped his fingers on his desk thoughtfully. "It pains me to say it, but this injustice was caused by the Ministry's own failings. And for 12 years, Peter has been celebrated as Sir Peter Pettigrew, Order of Merlin, First Class. For the Ministry to admit a mistake like this would be a severe embarrassment. I'm afraid they will be reluctant to face the truth." Sirius's face fell as the harsh reality set in. He had assumed Peter's exposure would be enough to clear his name, but he hadn't considered the Ministry's likely reaction. The Ministry valued its reputation above all else. Clearing his name was less about truth than politics. As anxiety started to gnaw at Sirius, Kyle suddenly chuckled, breaking the tense silence. "Professor, I think you're all worrying for nothing." Kyle continued, "The current Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, is both competent and fair. I'm confident he'll want to clear Sirius's name and restore justice." Chapter 438, The Escaping Dementors. Kyle's words cast an immediate hush over the entire headmaster's office. Dumbledore, though accustomed to witnessing grand scenes, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The same reaction held true for the portraits lining the walls. In one frame, a thin wizard looked at Kyle, his expression filled with complex emotions. He also had a portrait in the Ministry of Magic and often visited it to keep up with the latest happenings in the wizarding world. Because of this, he had a decent understanding of Cornelius Fudge. Yet, try as he might, he simply couldn't reconcile the scheming, power-driven figure he knew with the person Kyle was describing. Phineas, on the other hand, was much more blunt. "Albus," he said to Dumbledore without a hint of hesitation, even with Kyle present, "you should check him. I think this boy must be under someone's imperious curse." Phineas himself was familiar with Fudge and, in his words, "Millifut was bad enough, but he's even worse." Hortensia Millifut had served as Minister for Magic about 150 years prior, passing all sorts of pointless legislation, like specifying the angle at which a wizard's hat should be worn. At that time, wizards had to spend 20 minutes every time they left the house just to check if their attire met regulations. But after meeting Fudge, Phineas suddenly found himself thinking that Millifut hadn't been so bad after all, at least she'd managed to enact some practical laws each year. Fudge, on the other hand, had achieved virtually nothing in his recent years, save for the Muggle Protection Act from last year. Phineas. I don't think anyone at this school should be permitted to use the Imperius Curse on students, Dumbledore said calmly. Then why is he spouting such nonsense? Phineas retorted. I can examine him, offered another witch. Dilys Derwent, a former Hogwarts headmistress from 2 centuries ago and a celebrated healer, had a portrait here as well as at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. Dumbledore shook his head, ignoring their comments and instead regarding Kyle with interest. I knew you would always find ways to surprise me. Care to explain your thought process? If someone else were Minister for Magic, like Barty Crouch, for instance, Sirius would indeed have a hard time getting his case overturned. But with Fudge in power, things are much simpler. But before that. He turned to Sirius. Do you know of any Death Eaters who have been identified but remain at large? Sirius shook his head, perplexed. Most of those he knew had either been his neighbors for the past 12 years or had been cleared. As for any loose ends, he hadn't had the opportunity to investigate. I do have some information, Dumbledore interjected. 2 Death Eaters have adopted new identities and continue to work in secret, though they aren't particularly significant figures. That's perfect, Kyle replied. As long as they're confirmed Death Eaters, that's all that matters. Why do you ask? Sirius inquired curiously. A gift, Kyle said simply. They've done you a big favor, you have to give them something in return. Dumbledore considered this, a thoughtful expression crossing his face, until a glimmer of realization lit up his eyes. I knew it. You never cease to amaze me, he repeated, his eyes twinkling. The next day, Dumbledore was gone from the school, and Sirius had vanished along with him. Harry came by several times to ask about them, but he couldn't find a trace of either, which made him lose his appetite. In contrast, Kyle was eating heartily, his appetite seemed to have even grown. When Harry questioned him, Kyle just shook his head, saying he didn't know where Sirius and Dumbledore had gone either. And that was true, Kyle really didn't know. He'd wanted to go with them, but Dumbledore hadn't allowed it. But that was all right. 2 more days passed, and still, there was no sign of their return. Kyle woke up early that day, and after breakfast, he headed to Hogsmeade through the secret passage hidden in the hunchbacked witch statue on the 4th floor, claiming he had some business to attend to. Today was the agreed-upon day, and he was there to collect something from the Dementors. Hogsmeade was quiet and undisturbed. Kyle searched the area for quite a while before finally spotting a familiar black-robed figure in the space between Hogsmeade and the castle grounds. It was a Dementor, though he couldn't be sure if it was the same one he'd met the other night. To him, all Dementors looked alike. He was just about to approach it when the Dementor suddenly drifted away, as if startled. Kyle hesitated for a moment, then hurried after it. There was only one Dementor in sight, and he couldn't let it slip away. Although the Dementor could glide swiftly, it seemed unable to leave the area, and soon Kyle managed to catch up. He was a bit taken aback. This Dementor was smaller than others he'd seen, and its robe was even more tattered, with the hooded cloak practically shredded to the point of resembling a makeshift jacket. Why are you running off? Kyle asked. I just want to ask you something. The Dementor didn't reply but instead pulled the few remaining tatters of its robe more tightly around itself. Where is your leader? Kyle paused, then clarified, not the one from the ministry. The Dementor extended its hand and pointed in the direction of the castle. With the sleeve missing, its arm looked ghastly in the sunlight, a mottled mixture of black and white, as though badly burned. Over there by the castle? Kyle asked to confirm. The Dementor nodded. With his answer in hand, Kyle turned and headed back toward the castle. Before leaving, he tossed a dark blue cloth to the Dementor, suggesting it use it to patch up its sleeve as a thank you for helping him. This was actually one of Kyle's Quidditch World Cup souvenirs, though he hadn't been able to find black cloth, so he had to settle for dark blue. But he doubted the Dementor would mind such a minor detail. Hogsmeade lay close to the castle, and within minutes, Kyle could already see the castle gates. 2 Dementors hovered nearby, stationed as guards. This time, Kyle didn't need to say a word. Upon noticing him, one of the Dementors immediately drifted forward. You must have seen it for yourself. Dumbledore didn't give you any trouble. So, what did she say? Kyle asked directly. The Dementor was equally straightforward. The old house's underground store cupboard, the portrait, behind the 3rd wall tile. Which old house? Kyle pressed. I don't know, she didn't say. All right, Kyle nodded, extending his hand. Where's the stuff I gave you earlier? The Dementor reached into its tattered robes and produced an envelope and an empty vial. In return, Kyle handed over some chocolate. These are treats that can make people happy. consider it payment for the information. Take these back to her, maybe you'll both get an extra snack, he added with a small grin. The Dementor seemed a bit puzzled by this but perked up at the mention of a treat and tucked the chocolates away. With that, Kyle entered through the castle gates. Instead of heading directly back to the castle, he found a secluded spot, took out his wand, and set the envelope ablaze. As the flames consumed it, a faint whisper seemed to emerge from within, Gringotts. Vault. Next, Kyle took out the empty vial. Defindo, he murmured, and the vial shattered into fragments, mingling with the ashes of the envelope on the ground. Aguamenti. Scourgify. With 2 quick charms, the area was left spotless, as if nothing had ever been there. Chapter 439, Cornelius Fudge. This is appalling, appalling. Albus, you didn't tell me about this before you came. Believe me, Cornelius, I knew no more than you did. Standing just outside the door, Kyle listened to the conversation inside the headmaster's office, then raised his hand and knocked on the heavy oak door. The door opened shortly after. Inside, Cornelius Fudge sat across from Dumbledore, looking visibly uneasy. 2 days before the holidays, Dumbledore and Sirius had finally returned. Without Kyle having to say a word, Dumbledore had already written to the Ministry of Magic, finding a reason to lure Fudge to Hogwarts. Kyle had assumed Dumbledore could manage the rest on his own, but just as he was about to leave, Professor McGonagall came to inform him that the headmaster was asking for him. Fudge frowned as he saw Kyle standing in the doorway. Kyle was the first to suspect something was wrong with the rat, Dumbledore explained with a smile. That's why I asked him to join us. If I miss any details, he can help fill them in. Oh, that's remarkable. Fudge muttered absent-mindedly. Kyle noticed the pensieve had been brought out of the cabinet, which meant they had already reviewed Peter Pettigrew's memories before he entered. Albus, you've really given me a big problem. Fudge muttered, glancing at Kyle before continuing hesitantly. Peter Pettigrew has been recognized with an Order of Merlin, first class, for 12 years. And we've had Sirius Black hunted for over a year now. If I announce that there's been a mix-up in their identities, I'll be flooded with howlers. The Minister for Magic does have a difficult job, with countless issues to manage daily, Fudge said, fiddling nervously with his top hat. Isn't there a possibility that the rat's memory is, well, unreliable? And as you said, we can't actually verify he's an unregistered animagus, can we? You're correct, Cornelius, Dumbledore replied, sighing in agreement. It is indeed a complex matter, and I doubt there's anything you could do about it. It's a shame about Sirius, wrongly imprisoned for 12 years and then pursued by Dementors. Fudge looked up, slightly taken aback. He had expected Dumbledore to push back and had even prepared his excuses. Instead, it sounded like Dumbledore was stepping aside, perhaps even washing his hands of the whole affair. Well, Fudge said, adopting a neutral expression. After some consideration, I think you're right. Dementors are perhaps not suited to be so close to Hogwarts. I'll see to it they're removed when I return. Thank you, Cornelius, Dumbledore replied, standing up. At the same time, he gave Kyle a subtle wink. Following Dumbledore's cue, Kyle rose, cleared his throat, and, in a voice just loud enough for everyone to hear, murmured, "It's a shame you weren't minister 12 years ago. I'm sure a mistake like this wouldn't have happened under your watch." Fudge's expression froze for a split second. Kyle's words had struck a nerve. Yes, 12 years ago, it wasn't Fudge who had ordered Sirius's arrest, he hadn't been involved in the whole ordeal at all. A series of thoughts ran through Fudge's mind, but his face remained composed, betraying nothing. "You must have discussed this," Fudge said, casting a displeased look at Dumbledore. "And I assume it was your idea." "Sorry, Cornelius, I'm afraid I don't follow," Dumbledore replied with a look of surprise. "Did we do something?" "Don't play coy, Albus," Fudge chuckled, though his tone was sharp. "You prompted Kyle to say those things, remarks that seemed like flattery but were actually meant to nudge me into agreeing to reopen Black's case." "You're mistaken, Cornelius," Dumbledore responded with an odd expression. "I didn't instruct Kyle to say any of that." "Oh." Fudge's smile was knowing, as if he'd uncovered a grand plot. "Kyle's a good lad, not prone to such schemes." Dumbledore's expression grew even stranger. Kyle, appearing completely unfazed and even affirming Fudge's interpretation, said, "Minister, I didn't mean it that way. I truly do think you're a great minister." "Well, I'll admit it, I've been swayed," Fudge said, settling back into his chair and placing his top hat beside him. "The ministry was negligent in Black's case, and as the current minister, it's my duty to rectify that error." "Cornelius, are you agreeing to reopen the case?" Dumbledore asked. "Isn't that what you want?" Fudge replied. "But first, we need to find Black." Before he could finish, a ragged figure stepped out from a shadowed corner of the headmaster's office. It was Sirius Black. Instinctively, Fudge leapt up from his chair, mouth open to shout, but he quickly composed himself, reaching silently for his wand. He unfastened a button at his collar, casting Dumbledore a look that seemed to say, "You found him yourself, yet you claim this wasn't your plan." Dumbledore didn't respond to Fudge's silent accusation, but said calmly, "I found him dealing with 2 Death Eaters." "Wait," Fudge interrupted. "Did Black steal someone's wand?" "Actually, he didn't," Dumbledore replied. The situation was precarious, but he managed without one. Sirius dragged 2 unconscious figures out of the shadows. Their faces were bruised, indicating they'd been knocked out. Fudge inspected the pair. He noted they lacked the dark mark on their wrists, suggesting they weren't high-ranking, but Dumbledore's presence implied they were indeed Death Eaters. He could simply have the Aurors verify their identities later. Since Black can't go anywhere for the time being. Dumbledore continued, "Perhaps, Cornelius, you could take these 2 back to the Ministry with you. It's what Sirius would prefer." "I take them back." Fudge's eyes lit up. "Oh, certainly, no trouble at all. It's the least I can do." He looked pleased. Evidently avoiding Dementors and still fighting Death Eaters. "I'm starting to believe he might actually be innocent." "We'll need to investigate further to confirm that," Dumbledore said. "In the meantime, I'll keep an eye on him." "Agreed." "That would be best," Fudge replied. "But how will we investigate?" His gaze fell on the cage atop the table. "The Wizengamot won't accept the memory of a rat, and even I, as Minister of Magic, can't change that. And Veritaserum would be useless for Black if we can't confront him with Peter Pettigrew himself." "Rest assured," Dumbledore said. "We found a way to restore Peter's ability to speak, though it will take some time." "Of course," Fudge replied, glancing at the 2 bound Death Eaters. "If the Ministry can help, just let me know. As I said, this was the Ministry's mistake to begin with, and I'd be glad to make amends." Dumbledore tilted his head slightly. It sounded as though Fudge had already made up his mind that Black was innocent. Chapter 440, Lupin's decision to stay or leave. Fudge didn't linger long in the Headmaster's office and soon left, taking the 2 unconscious Death Eaters with him. About half an hour later, the Dementors stationed around Hogsmeade received their orders and withdrew from the vicinity of the castle. The castle was instantly lighter and livelier. Although most students had no idea what had actually happened, that didn't stop them from celebrating the departure of those ominous creatures, and an infectious, joyful atmosphere spread through Hogwarts. The day before the holidays, Kyle made his way to the hospital wing to visit Professor Lupin, who was still recovering. Harry and his friends were there as well, accompanied by a large black dog. Madame Pomfrey stood nearby, observing them with a highly disapproving expression. She couldn't understand why the Headmaster had allowed students to bring their pets into the hospital wing. Professor Lupin lay in bed, swathed in bandages, looking like a barely mobile mummy. Sirius, in his dog form, was perched by his bedside, licking Lupin's face in a display of loyal affection. Seeing Lupin in this condition, Kyle felt a twinge of guilt. Technically, he'd had a hand in Lupin's current state. That night, after Fawkes had brought the werewolf and devil snare to the Headmaster's office, Kyle had left him there. Perhaps because Sirius's and Peter's story had been so captivating, and the devil's snare had successfully silenced the werewolf, Lupin had been forgotten in the corner. It wasn't until early the next morning, when the exhausted werewolf transformed back into Professor Lupin and fell unconscious, that he finally broke free from the devil's snare and crashed to the floor. The noise had alerted Sirius Black, who had spent the night leaning against the window, excitedly dreaming of a new future. Only then did he realize his old friend was still trapped in the office. After spending the whole night bound, even Lupin's werewolf-strengthened body had taken a beating. By the time he was brought to the hospital wing, he had multiple fractures and was severely weakened, and he had yet to fully recover. As Kyle walked into the room, he overheard Harry questioning Professor Lupin about the rumors circulating around the castle. "I just ran into Malfoy," Harry said, his voice full of worry. "He said you're a werewolf and that you're going to be expelled. Is that true?" "Of course it's not true," Lupin replied with a smile. "I resigned of my own accord, I wasn't expelled." "But why?" Harry asked. "Just because you're a werewolf. Isn't that reason enough?" Lupin replied, calm but resigned. "But no one besides us should know about your condition." "No, Harry," Lupin shook his head. "There are plenty of sharp students at Hogwarts like Kyle and Hermione. I'm sure they figured out my secret a long time ago. Malfoy must have spread the word, and Snape." Harry said angrily. "Hermione said he practically announced you were a werewolf during his substitute lesson." "It doesn't matter anymore, Harry," Lupin reassured him, smiling slightly. "The parent letters will arrive by all this afternoon. They're not going to want a werewolf teaching their children, at least, most of them won't. And after what happened last night, I think they're right. I could have bitten you. That's a risk I can't allow again. You could always try planting Devil's Snare in your office." Ron suggested hesitantly. "That might convince people to let you stay." Hearing Ron's suggestion, Lupin felt the dull ache of his injuries flare up again. Just then, Kyle stepped up to Lupin's bedside. Ron's suggestion isn't half bad, Kyle said with a smile, setting a large box of Honeydukes sweets on the cabinet beside Lupin's bed. If you need it, I can lend you the Devil's Snare. No, thank you, Lupin shook his head, smiling. I don't think I could handle that again. But, Kyle, why on earth do you carry around such a dangerous plant? It was just a coincidence, Kyle replied vaguely. Besides, I think Devil's Snare is quite safe. In truth, among the plants Kyle kept in his suitcase, Devil's Snare was among the least harmful, ranking just slightly above purely ornamental plants like dittany and rue. Noticing that Kyle didn't want to elaborate, Lupin didn't press further. Instead, he said, I heard what Sirius told me, and I want to thank you on his behalf. The large black dog beside him looked over as well, eyes full of gratitude. I just had an idea, Kyle waved off the thanks. Besides, it's too early for that. Let's wait until he's fully cleared. What are you two talking about? Harry asked suspiciously. Sirius is all right now. Nothing, Lupin replied, shaking his head and not explaining further. This was still a sensitive matter, not something Harry could know yet. After nearly a year of teaching Harry, Lupin had realized the boy wasn't particularly skilled at keeping secrets. So no matter how much Harry pressed, Lupin remained tight-lipped. Seeing that he'd get no answers, Harry suppressed his curiosity and changed the subject. So, where will you go next? I don't know, Lupin sighed. It's hard for a werewolf to find work. Sirius scratched at the floor with his paw, looking positively eager. He wanted to tell Lupin he could stay with him once he left Hogwarts. But Lupin didn't notice and continued on, lost in thought. Perhaps the Wizarding Examinations Authority. Since the Patronus charm was on the NEWT exam this year and the students' pass rate was remarkable, Professor Marchbanks did ask if I'd be interested in working with them. But I'm not sure if she knows about my condition, and I doubt the Ministry of Magic would employ a werewolf. Harry's face fell. Cheer up, it's all right, Lupin said with a soft laugh. I'm used to it, and I've just been paid for the last month of school, so I'll be fine for a while. If you're interested, you could check out Romania, Kyle said suddenly. What? Lupin turned to him, puzzled. The Dragon Reserve, Kyle replied. No one there cares if you're a werewolf. Really? Lupin's eyes lit up with faint hope. Aren't they worried? Do you think a group of people who deal with dragons and dark wizards every day are afraid of werewolves? Kyle said, grinning. Actually, it could be an advantage. A werewolf on Wolfsbane can do quite a lot, and just having one around could deter anyone with bad intentions. I've heard they've hired werewolves in the past, though many were dismissed for being unable to resist the temptation of dragon eggs. Lupin looked down, considering this. Sirius, meanwhile, scratched at the floor faster, but no one paid him any attention. Kyle continued, though you might find it challenging, especially on full moons, and may even have to face the dragons alone, the pay is quite appealing. Lupin fell into a thoughtful silence. The hard work didn't bother him, nor did the danger of facing dragons. And the prospect of a high salary was tempting. The only thing giving him pause was the distance. With Sirius on the brink of being cleared, he had so much he wanted to say to his old friend and didn't want to leave at such a crucial time. Forget it, he thought. While I still have a bit of gold, I'll wait a little longer. Lupin resolved to stay put, at least until the truth of Sirius's case was fully revealed, before considering a new job. Chapter 441, The Holiday Begins. It seemed he didn't want to confront those letters from the parents. Even though Madame Pomfrey kept insisting that his injuries weren't fully healed, Lupin was determined to leave the hospital. He went to his office, gathered a few belongings, and left the castle, alone and quietly. Lupin didn't allow anyone to see him off. Only a large black dog accompanied him to the carriage. With the office now empty again, many students felt a sense of loss. As Harry had once said, Lupin had been one of the best defense against the dark arts professors they'd ever had. No one cared whether Lupin was a werewolf. A whole school year had passed without incident, proving he wasn't a threat and wouldn't harm anyone intentionally. But there was nothing they could do. It wasn't their decision to make. I wonder who they'll assign us next year. Cedric said, a hint of resignation in his voice. These days, it's hard to find a good defense against the dark arts professor. Maybe, a vampire? Fred suggested with a grin. A zombie wouldn't be bad, either, George added. Cho's request was simpler, as long as it wasn't a Dementor, she'd accept almost anyone else. When afternoon arrived. Lupin had been right. During dinner, hundreds of owls suddenly swooped into the Great Hall, each one clutching an envelope. Most were ordinary letters, but several were the dreaded red howlers. The owls circled a few times, but when they couldn't find their intended recipient, they turned and flew back toward the headmaster's office. Still, the owls didn't capture much attention because the students' exam results were also out. Grades on the report cards were now more pressing than the shrieking howlers, as they would determine whether students could look forward to a carefree holiday. Cedric had done exceptionally well in his OWLS, earning the highest marks in the school. Since morning, Professor Sprout had been spotted around the castle, occasionally chatting with Professor McGonagall or joining Professor Flitwick for a celebratory drink at the Three Broomsticks. Fred and George had also passed respectably, not quite at Cedric's level, but enough to keep Mrs. Weasley off their backs. As they put it, they didn't need top scores, but it was important to leave some room to improve for the NEWTS. Next year's your turn, Fred said knowingly, giving Kyle a pat on the shoulder. George snickered. Fifth year is brutal. Hope you can survive it. Kyle just shrugged and handed them his report card. The neat rows of high marks made Fred and George wince, and they fell silent. Everyone laughed, including Fred and George, who could appreciate the joke at their own expense. By evening, Slytherin's scores still hadn't caught up, which meant the Great Hall was decorated in black and yellow. The Hufflepuff table was the most animated, filled with cheers and celebration. This was their fourth consecutive House Cup win. What a shame. Mikkel said with a sigh, turning to Kyle. You didn't win the special award for services to the school this year. I really thought you'd win it 7 years in a row. You shouldn't think like that, Kyle replied with a smile. The special award for services to the school at Hogwarts wasn't something one could win easily, especially after earning it 3 years straight. If he could have postponed his vacation a bit, perhaps until Sirius's innocence was revealed, Dumbledore might have considered giving him another trophy for his efforts. But with vacation starting tomorrow, there wouldn't be time to brew a Mandrake restorative draft. The celebration of Hufflepuff's fourth consecutive championship continued well into the night, and the next morning, the Hogwarts Express departed from the station on schedule. Kyle, Kanna, and Cedric secured a large compartment, and soon Cho, Fred, and George joined them. George, the last to enter, shut the compartment door behind him with an excited grin. So, how's the plan for the Quidditch World Cup going? Everything's on track. Cedric replied with a smile. Just the other day, I ran into Professor Babbling in the corridor and asked her about an enchantment formula to make our decorations move. Professor Babbling? Cho exclaimed in surprise. You actually saw her outside of class? As Hogwarts' most elusive professor, Professor Babbling was rarely spotted around the castle, appearing only once a week for her Ancient Runes of Egypt class. Cho had tried several times to find her, but it had never worked out. It was pure luck, Cedric said. I ran into her on the 8th floor, looked like she was heading to the headmaster's office. He turned to the others. So, how are your preparations coming along? You bet we're ready. George said, pulling out a handful of colorful fireworks. We've improved these so that the patterns last a full 10 minutes. Kanna and Cho also revealed the decorations they'd been working on, each more creative than the last. Then, all eyes turned to Kyle. Kyle's main job was making the badges, a task he was more than familiar with by now. He gave them a reassuring nod, all was in order, and they just had to wait for the Quidditch World Cup to begin. Cedric could barely hold back his excitement. I can't wait for it to start. You've got that right, Fred laughed. But we need time to make more products, so let's not rush things. Stick to the normal schedule, George agreed, grinning. The train chugged along toward King's Cross Station, and though they all wanted to use the time to make a few more items, the atmosphere was too lively to focus. Every now and then, the compartment door slid open, sometimes it was Lee Jordan, sometimes Ginny. Harry, Ron, and Hermione even stopped by once. Ever since Lupin had hinted at what he knew in the hospital wing, the trio had been trying to get Kyle to spill more details. But Kyle wasn't one to let anything slip so easily. Despite their best efforts to steer the conversation, he remained tight-lipped. After a while, Harry, Ron, and Hermione left the compartment, looking dejected and none the wiser. They'd barely stepped out when Neville appeared at the door. Having written the same enchantment wrong 3 times, Fred finally stowed the fireworks and pulled out exploding snap and wizard chess. Stop mucking about in the corridor and get back here. Percy's voice echoed outside, followed by the scuffling of feet. Percy won't be head boy by the time the train arrives, Fred smirked as he shuffled his cards. Probably just trying to have one last hurrah. Percy's graduated, George said, his excitement barely hidden. I can't imagine how much more fun school will be without him. For the first time, Fred added with a wink, we're actually looking forward to the start of term on the holiday train. With chatter and laughter filling the compartment, the train finally pulled into King's Cross. Chapter 442, Treasure Hunt. Many ancient wizards were drawn to the countryside of Wiltshire. Once, it was a bustling place, where grand mansions hosted lavish gatherings nearly every night. Wiltshire was also the area with the highest concentration of wizards. But 12 years ago, everything changed almost overnight. Nearly half of the wizards were forced to relocate, some even becoming neighbors with Dementors, leaving behind vast, vacant estates. Silence replaced the liveliness. Still, the witches and wizards who remained didn't mind. If anything, it allowed them to expand their own homes without restrictions. The Lestrange mansion stands on a hillside to the north. Several windows are shattered, roof tiles are missing, and the grand front door and walls are entangled in mysterious vines. From the outside, it looks almost as eerie as Hogsmeade's Shrieking Shack. More than a decade ago, however, this was the grandest structure for miles, and the Lestrange family had been one of the most influential in the wizarding world. But since its owners were sent to Azkaban, the mansion has fallen into ruin, leaving it in its current state. No wizard in the area wants to come near, much less lend a hand to maintain it. At night, the hillside falls into an eerie silence, disturbed only by the occasional sound of insects. Under the moonlight, two figures, one large, one small, step out from the shadows and pause before the house. Sirius, are you sure this is the Lestrange ancestral home? Kyle surveyed the decaying building in front of him, which was barely in better shape than the Shrieking Shack. If we're talking about the same Lestrange family, then yes, Sirius replied. This place is in shambles, Kyle muttered, frowning. Did they ever think of protecting it with a Fidelius charm? No, they didn't need to, said Sirius. 12 years ago, who would have dared touch it? That woman. Bella. She was you-know-who's favorite. Plenty of wizards were eager to curry favor with her, and since you-know-who trusted her, the Death Eaters nearly treated this place as their headquarters. A Fidelius charm would have been too much of an inconvenience. Sirius glanced at Kyle. The irony is, it was those same people who left it in this state after she was locked up in Azkaban. He sighed, casting a sidelong look at Kyle. Although I don't know why you suddenly wanted to come here, I'm certain that anything of value was looted long ago. You're likely on a wasted trip today. We'll see about that, Kyle said, pressing on. Sirius gave a resigned shrug and followed. The front door's lock had long been useless, and Kyle easily entered after pulling aside some of the tangled vines. The interior was in even worse condition. Nearly every piece of furniture was broken, the largest object being a table with one missing leg. As Sirius had warned, there was little of value left to be found, even the decorative carvings from the walls and pillars had been stripped away. I'd rather not set foot in here at all if I can avoid it, Sirius muttered, frowning. What exactly are you looking for? If it's galleons you want, just say the word. I've got plenty of those. That's yours, I don't want any. Kyle reached into his pocket and pulled out a niffler. Find it, then. Where's the underground storeroom here? The niffler scanned the area, then began waddling purposefully in one direction, scooping up shards of glass, rusty nails, bits of porcelain, and other debris into its belly pouch along the way like a furry vacuum. It finally stopped at a corner of the room where a statue once stood, now reduced to just a base with an open hole beneath it, suggesting someone had been here before. Kyle picked up the niffler, scratched its belly, and tossed out the collected junk with a look of mild disgust. The little creature let out an indignant squeak, but Kyle ignored it, held up an oil lamp, and ventured into the underground storeroom alone. As expected, the place had been looted thoroughly, but fortunately, what Kyle needed was still there. On the wall of the small storeroom hung a faded painting, frame missing, with only the faint outline of the Lestrange mansion in the background. The figures once in the painting had vanished. Must have been one of the old Lestranges, though I can't recall his name, Sirius said, having followed Kyle in. But Kyle, don't tell me you came here for this. These kinds of magical portraits are only worth anything to the Lestrange family. It's just rubbish to everyone else. Yes, but it's not. Kyle trailed off. Sirius looked at him, confused, until he saw Kyle toss the painting aside and produce a hammer from somewhere, then start striking the wall behind it. Dong, dong, dong. The wall, surprisingly fragile, crumbled quickly to reveal dark gray stone beneath, but Kyle kept hammering away. The dull thuds of each strike made Sirius even more bewildered, wondering if Kyle intended to demolish the place entirely. But just as he was about to speak, the wall gave way further. To Sirius's amazement, as Kyle broke down more of the wall, the gray stone began to warp, shrinking and compressing until it transformed into a fist-sized, dark gold box. Transfiguration. I thought there might be a hidden compartment, Kyle said. He put on his dragon hide gloves and gave the box a gentle shake, hearing a distinct clinking sound from within. The key he was after was apparently hidden inside. But the box itself posed a problem. There were no seams, no visible hinges or locks, no keyhole to be found. Watching, Sirius blinked, stammering in shock, this is. It's some sort of magical container, used to store valuable items, Kyle explained. But it's no simple task to open it. I know that. Sirius replied, scratching his head. But how did you even know this was hidden behind the wall? I mean, this is the Lestrange ancestral home. Have you been here before? But that doesn't make any sense, you were barely a year old when that woman, Bellatrix, was captured by the Aurors. No, I was a little over 2, Kyle corrected. That's not the point. Sirius groaned, his head spinning. How in Merlin's name did you know where this thing was? Someone told me, of course, Kyle laughed. I paid a little to get the information from a very reliable source. An insider. Who could it be? Trust me, Kyle said with a smirk, you don't want to know their name. With that, Kyle stowed the box in his bag and took one last look around, ensuring he hadn't overlooked anything else before heading out of the storeroom with the oil lamp. It was frustrating not being able to freely use magic here. Chapter 443, 12 Grimmauld Place. After retrieving what he needed, Kyle didn't linger and left immediately. But rather than returning to St. Catchpole Village, he accepted Sirius's invitation to London. Late that night, the two arrived at Grimmauld Place, not far from King's Cross. Kyle recalled what Sirius had just told him about 12 Grimmauld Place when, suddenly, a battered door materialized out of nowhere between numbers 11 and 13. This was the Black family mansion, now Sirius's residence, protected by the Fidelius charm. Despite Fudge's assurances that all Dementors and Aurors pursuing him had been withdrawn, Sirius felt safer here, under the Fidelius charm's protection. He drew his wand and tapped it against the door. Kyle heard a loud, metallic clanging sound as if chains were being unlocked, followed by the creaking of the old door swinging open. Come on in, said Sirius. Kyle stepped over the threshold and entered a pitch-black hallway. The air was thick with dampness and an overwhelming odor of decay. No one's lived here for ages, came Sirius's voice from behind him. I'll clean it up before Harry arrives. Kyle heard a rustling, and then the row of ancient gas lamps along the walls flickered to life, casting a shaky, dim glow over the hallway. The light revealed peeling wallpaper and a carpet with frayed threads. Kyle touched a nearby table and instantly felt a thick layer of dust clinging to his fingers. It's going to be quite the job to clean up. A lot of things will need replacing, he remarked. Take your time, said Sirius. I'd hoped to bring Harry here in a few days, but Dumbledore says that Rat'll need a full month's worth of Mandrake restorative drafts to recover. Then there's the trial. So, it won't be this holiday, it'll have to wait until Christmas. Plenty of time. At that moment, Lupin came striding down the hall to greet them, his footsteps echoing. Oh, Kyle, it's so good to see you, he said warmly. You too, Professor, Kyle replied. I'm not a professor anymore. Just call me Lupin, or Moony, if you like. Kyle was about to respond when he suddenly noticed a pair of large, tennis-ball-sized eyes staring at him from near a cabinet behind Lupin. It was a house elf, and he looked ancient, with sagging skin, a bald head, large bat-like ears with tufts of white fur, and a nose that resembled a pig's snout. Compared to this one, even Dobby could be considered a handsome house elf. That's Creature, a house elf, said Sirius, with a hint of distaste. He's lost it, though, completely useless. If he hadn't gone mad, the house wouldn't be in this state. Creature, realizing he'd been spotted, gave a low bow. Greetings, master, he muttered, then continued in a voice just loud enough to hear, smells of sewer and crime. The prodigal son has returned. Brought a cub and a werewolf into his mistress's house. Oh, the shame. Poor Creature, what's he to do? Get out of here, Creature. Sirius snapped impatiently. Yes, master, Creature replied, bowing again and shuffling out of the room. But not before muttering, ungrateful brat, broke his poor mother's heart, but Creature will still do as he's told. Sorry about that, Kyle, Sirius said, shaking with anger. He's been alone too long, listening to my mother's portrait and losing his grip on reality. Oh, it's fine, Kyle replied, waving off Creature's exit with a casual hand, showing he didn't mind. Come on, I'll take you somewhere quieter, Sirius said. Just be careful not to make too much noise or... Bang. Before Sirius could finish, he tripped over an umbrella stand and nearly went sprawling, but Kyle caught him just in time. Oh, no. Lupin muttered, covering his face in dread. A second later, a horrible, piercing scream filled the room. Two moth-eaten velvet curtains on the wall suddenly flew open, revealing a portrait of an old woman in a hat, who was shrieking hysterically. Brute, slut, good-for-nothing, disgrace to the family. Get out. How dare you defile my ancestral home? The old woman's shrill curses seemed intent on piercing their eardrums. Shut up. Sirius was the first to react. Covering his ears, he hurried over and grabbed the curtains on either side of the portrait. The old woman's face went pale at the sight of him, but before she could spit out another insult, Sirius yanked the curtains closed with a sharp tug, silencing her mid-scream. A tense silence followed. Well, I see you've already met my mother, Sirius said with a wry smile. She hated me for being sorted into Gryffindor, and after I ran away at 16, her dislike turned to pure loathing. But as long as you keep quiet when you pass, she won't know anyone's here. I didn't expect it to be so lively in here, Kyle said with a grin. Believe me, I don't either, Sirius muttered. Let's go, quickly, before she starts up again. Sirius led them through the hallway to a cleaner, more spacious room with a magnificent round table at its center. It looked like a former drawing room. If you want to study that box, this is the place, Sirius said. With the Fidelius charm on the house, you're free to use magic without the ministry tracking it. All they'll detect is magic coming from Grimmauld Place, but they won't find anyone here. A box. What box? Lupin asked, looking puzzled. Don't ask me, Moony, Sirius said, rubbing his forehead. Honestly, I'm more confused than you. Can you believe it? Kyle waltzed into the Lestrange mansion and found a hidden box like he was just rummaging around his own kitchen. Lupin looked at him, speechless, but his eyes widened as Kyle placed the small box on the table. Is that something from the Lestrange family? He asked. It was, Kyle said, but didn't elaborate further. Instead, he looked at the two men and said, if you choose to stay, you'll need to promise to keep everything here a secret. Whatever happens, don't tell anyone. Not even Professor Dumbledore. Of course, Sirius nodded immediately, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile. Although he still had many questions, it didn't matter. Watching Kyle in this moment gave him a nostalgic feeling, as if he'd traveled back to his student days. This was how the Marauders had done things too, keeping secrets, pulling pranks, creating the Marauders map without anyone else knowing. The feeling was strangely comforting. Lupin hesitated, but then nodded as well. Good, Kyle said with a grin. Remember, keep it a secret. Or else I'll have to beat up Harry, you know he doesn't stand a chance against me. Chapter 444, The Key. Sirius Black had always thought Kyle was a rare, exemplary student. His grades were top-notch, his ability surpassed most of his peers, and he knew when to be flexible, not bound by rigid rules and regulations. Best of all, Snape hated him, a sure sign, in Sirius's mind, that Kyle was a genuinely good kid. Privately, he and Lupin had even speculated that one day, Kyle might become the headmaster of Hogwarts. But by the following night, Sirius had started to question this idea. Between Kyle's earlier threat to beat up Harry and his current, seemingly effortless use of the blasting curse, Sirius began to reconsider his impression of good students. For nearly half an hour, the drawing room had sounded like a battlefield, with explosions and cracks echoing non-stop. In the midst of all this noise, Sirius noticed Kyle using a curse that looked disturbingly familiar. Sirius stared at the magnificent round table as it split cleanly down the middle, the edges so perfectly smooth they looked intentional. He'd seen that particular spell in action before, back in his days of dueling with Death Eaters. Snape had used it on him more than once. But how did Kyle know it? He couldn't have learned it from Snape, or could he? Sirius shook his head, dismissing the thought. Both Harry and Lupin had confirmed that Snape disliked Kyle intensely. And that was beyond question. After thinking it over without finding an answer, Sirius finally gave up. Maybe Kyle had found the spell in a book in the library, just as Snape must have at some point. Meanwhile, after casting spell after spell, Kyle let out a tired sigh, lowered his wand, and dropped into a nearby chair. The box was proving far tougher than he'd expected. Neither the blasting curse nor the slicing charm had left any marks, and even Sectum Semper had only managed to make a faint white scratch. While Kyle rested, Lupin and Sirius tried their hands at opening the box, but they had no better luck. The barrage of spells had attracted creatures' attention, and the house elf pushed open the door to the destroyed room. His eyes were wide with fury and horror as he took in the wreckage, muttering words like spoiled brat, scum, and bastard under his breath. Sirius, already frustrated, turned and snapped, shut up. Creature fell silent for a moment, but barely a minute later, he was muttering again, casting Sirius a poisonous look. The master's trying to destroy this place. If my mistress knew, oh, how she'd weep. And this disgrace of a son is even working with outsiders to pry open Miss Bella's. Creature stopped abruptly, realizing he'd said too much. But Sirius, Kyle, and Lupin had all caught his last words and turned toward him. Creature. Sirius demanded. Do you know what this box is? You've seen it before, haven't you? Creature doesn't know, the house elf squeaked, his ears twitching defensively. Creature would never betray Miss Bella. Tell me. That's an order. Sirius bellowed. Creature's expression twisted with anger, but bound by Sirius's command, he finally bowed and replied in a low, reluctant voice, "This is the box the old master left for Miss Bella. Only the ancient and noble black bloodline can open it." Sirius's eyes narrowed in thought. Creature usually referred to his mother as mistress, which meant the old master had to be his grandfather. But none of that mattered now. Finally, he understood how to open the box. Incarcerus. Just as the thought crossed Sirius's mind, a spell flew past his ear and wrapped Creature in ropes before the elf could headbutt the door. Creature had probably planned to punish himself for revealing the secret, but now he was firmly bound, unable to move. I order you to stop trying those ridiculous self-punishments, Creature, Sirius said, frowning. The elf stilled, though he continued muttering under his breath. Sirius ignored him and turned back to the others, his excitement mounting. Right, back to what we were doing. Without hesitation, he made a quick slash across his palm with his wand, letting a few drops of bright red blood fall onto the box. Instantly, the blood droplets spread along the grooves of the box, forming an intricate, glowing red pattern. Click. With a sharp sound, the box split open, revealing a peculiar, golden key. Sirius recognized it immediately as a key to a Gringotts vault. He'd once held one almost identical to it. We'll split it when we get there, Kyle said quickly, grabbing the key and tossing the now empty box to Sirius. Since it's a Black family heirloom, I'll leave it with you. It might have a few scratches now, but it's still good as new. Wait. Sirius began, but Kyle had already pocketed the key. I'm not after the Lestrange family vault's galleons, Kyle added, shrugging off Sirius's mild protests. Sirius's brow furrowed. But let me warn you, the goblins at Gringotts won't let anyone into the vault with just a key. They're too greedy for that. Kyle grinned. But that's why you're here, isn't it? Once you're cleared of all charges, you'll be able to go to Gringotts. You're Bellatrix's cousin, after all, and family to the Lestranges. Sirius shook his head. It's not that simple. The Lestrange vault is likely among the highest ranking in Gringotts. To transfer anything from a vault like that, Bellatrix or Rodolphus themselves would have to be present. Unless, of course, they're both dead. No, I think you've misunderstood, Kyle said, his expression firm. The gold isn't my priority. There's a particular object in her vault that I'm after. An object. Sirius looked puzzled, but intrigued. Well, if it's just one item, that shouldn't be too difficult. What do you need? The deed to their property on Diagon Alley, maybe. That alone's worth tens of thousands of galleons. Kyle shook his head, resolute. No. Sirius looked even more bewildered. He couldn't think of anything more valuable than the property itself. No. It's an extremely old artifact, Kyle said, clearly trying to keep his mind off any tempting thoughts of galleons. I can't say for certain, but I believe it's in her vault. Though Sirius didn't know exactly what Kyle was after, he nodded without further questions. Chapter 445, The Locket in the Glass Case. Watching the thought of tens of thousands of galleons slip away gave Kyle a pang of regret. But he had to let it go. As valuable as the gold was, the Hufflepuff cup was far more important. Like Ravenclaw's diadem, the cup was one of the few relics left by the founders of Hogwarts. And after Voldemort, in his twisted extravagance, had turned it into a Horcrux, he'd entrusted it to Bellatrix for safekeeping. Unlike Lucius Malfoy, who had stored Voldemort's belongings in his own manner, Bellatrix had opted to hide the cup in the Lestrange vault at Gringotts, which she considered impenetrable. But speaking of Horcruxes, apart from the elusive Hufflepuff cup, there was another Horcrux, even closer, practically within arm's reach. This was the real reason Kyle had agreed to accompany Sirius to 12 Grimmauld Place. As for the box, it had been an unexpected bonus. Kyle hadn't anticipated that the key to unlocking it would be Sirius himself. His original plan was to try some standard unlocking spells and, if those failed, consider using Fiendfire or ask Nicholas Flamel for help during his next visit to Devon. His thoughts drifted back to the present, and he glanced at Creature, who was still bound on the floor. With a flick of his wand, Kyle lifted the binding spell. He then turned to Sirius. Sirius, would you mind if I took a look around? Creature, who had just been about to slink away, froze in horror at Kyle's request. The Master's son has brought a young demon. Creature has never seen such an evil wizard. Blowing up the sitting room wasn't enough, now he wants to destroy something else too. Creature will defend the mistress's house. No one will ruin it. Shut up, Creature. Sirius snapped. No one's planning to destroy this place, and if anyone does, it'll definitely be me. He turned to Kyle, shrugging. There's not much to see here, but feel free to look around. Just be careful not to wake the portraits. And avoid the second basement and the area above the third floor if you're alone. Lupin and I haven't finished checking those areas for safety. And don't open the locked cabinet in the living room, Lupin added with a hint of caution. If I'm right, there's a boggart in there. He hadn't forgotten Kyle's over-the-top approach to boggarts last time and had no desire to see the place actually destroyed. Kyle smiled, amused. Last time had been an overreaction on his part, but he was more prepared now. Boggarts wouldn't trouble him. Without further comment, he raised his wand and began to restore the damaged drawing room. Sirius and Lupin pitched in, and together they quickly returned the room to its previous state. Creature finally stopped his muttering, though he continued to skulk nearby, watching their every move. I was going to ask, Kyle said to Sirius as they reached the corridor, did you get a new wand? Oh, this. Sirius held up the wand, which was inlaid with gold and precious stones. Of course not. I'm still wanted, so I can't exactly stroll into Diagon Alley to buy one. This is an old wand I found in the storage cupboard. It's not the best, but it's all I've got for now. Accompanied by Sirius, Kyle explored the foyer and then several rooms on the second floor. The lighting was so dim that their shadows stretched long and dark on the walls, nearly blending into the gloom. The place had the atmosphere of an old, cursed wizard's lair. When I finally clean this house, the first thing I'll do is get rid of all these awful lights, Sirius muttered, frowning. He despised the darkness, it brought back memories of dementors lurking in the shadows, striking without warning. A too-dark room only triggered those unsettling memories. At his remark, Creature, who was trailing them, started grumbling under his breath again. But this time, Sirius ignored him. Whatever Creature thought, Sirius was determined to replace every last one of those old lamps before Harry moved in. He wanted the house brightly lit, free from any lurking shadows. After a while, they arrived in the second-floor living room, a spacious area, much larger than the previous sitting room. Kyle spotted the cabinet Lupin had warned him about, standing beside an armchair. It looked like it once held important documents but now housed a quivering boggart. Not particularly interested, Kyle gave it a quick glance before moving on to the larger cabinet on the opposite wall, this one with glass doors and filled with a variety of odd, dark objects. If I ever clear out this house, that's the first thing I'll toss out, Sirius said with obvious disgust, nodding at the cabinet. It's full of dark artifacts. My family collected them like priceless treasures. Kyle scanned the items in the glass cabinet. In the center lay a dusty box holding an Order of Merlin badge. He had one himself, but this badge had a green ribbon, marking it as first class, the highest level, awarded to Sirius's grandfather for services to the Ministry of Magic. Which just means they paid him a ridiculous amount of gold, Sirius scoffed. There was a dark wizard causing havoc at the time, and they needed funds to recruit more Aurors. To exchange for a first-class order. Kyle murmured. That must have been a massive sum. I'm not sure of the exact amount, Sirius replied. But rumor has it he used half the gold in the family vault, thinking it would raise the Black family's status and honor. Half the gold, that's substantial. Kyle muttered in surprise, continuing to examine the contents. Beside the badge box sat a silver snuff box. Kyle prodded it with his wand, and the snuff box immediately split open, revealing a toothy mouth that tried to snap at the wand while spewing a foul gray-brown powder. The powder resembled a prank item from Zonko's joke shop, it stuck to the skin, forming an unsightly crust, though it was harmless and easily removed with a simple cleaning charm. On a nearby shelf, he noticed a silver, spider-like contraption with tweezers for legs, which tried to scuttle away as soon as the cabinet door opened. Sirius took one look at it and smashed it flat with a heavy book. A music box adorned with twisted, ghostly shapes was best left untouched, Kyle decided. There was also a set of antique seals, which, thankfully, seemed normal enough. Then, Kyle's heart skipped a beat. In an inconspicuous corner of the cabinet, nestled among the clutter, was a golden locket. Chapter 446, Regulus. Kyle instinctively reached for the locket, his fingers brushing off the dust as he held it up. Careful, Sirius warned. It might be some strange dark magic artifact. You're probably right, Kyle agreed, though he still inspected the locket closely. It was egg-sized, heavy, and on its front, a grand letter S made of small, dark green gemstones glowed faintly in the dim light. This isn't a Black family heirloom. I've never seen it before, Sirius murmured as he leaned in. My guess is someone in the family picked it up as junk and then threw it aside, just in case it was cursed or dark magic infused. It's not junk, shrieked a voice behind them. They turned to see Creature, panting, his face twisted in rage. His gaze locked on Sirius, and he let out a piercing wail. This is Master Regulus's locket. He told Creature to bring it back. Regulus? Lupin asked. Your younger brother, wasn't he? I remember you two didn't exactly get along in school. Yes, Sirius said, his voice quieter, head bowed. My brother, with his feeble character, always blindly believed in our parents' pure-blood ideals, convinced that the Black family was born superior. We fought about it constantly. Every conversation ended in a row. Master Regulus was no fool. Creature shrieked. He was the mistress's favorite son, far superior to Master Sirius. I don't need you to remind me. Sirius snapped, his voice thick with irritation. Everyone always says that, but in the end, where did it lead him? He died, he joined the Death Eaters like an idiot. Sirius's breathing grew heavy, his eyes flashing with anger. Throw it away. It's probably tainted with dark magic, some cursed Death Eater trinket meant to cause harm. Never. Creature screamed, leaping toward Kyle to snatch the locket. It was the first time Creature had dared to try and take something while Sirius was present. But Kyle sidestepped smoothly, holding the locket just out of Creature's reach. "You can't have this," Kyle said firmly. Creature lunged again, only to be stopped by Sirius's command. "Stand still. Don't move," Sirius ordered. Creature froze, though the look he shot Sirius was one of seething hatred. At this moment, Lupin, who had been silent until now, asked, "Kyle, do you know what this locket really is?" "Yes," Kyle replied, no longer concealing his knowledge. "You've likely heard of it, the Slytherin locket." "What?" A stunned silence fell over the room. Lupin, wide-eyed, drew in a sharp breath, his face registering disbelief. "Wait, you don't mean the Slytherin?" "Yes, Salazar Slytherin," Kyle confirmed, his thumb tracing the locket's emerald-studded S. "It's like the legendary Gryffindor sword." "Hold on." Sirius was still processing. "Let me get this straight, the Slytherin locket, in Regulus's possession, and somehow, it ends up here, in the Black family house. Kyle, you must be joking, or maybe it's a fake. I left home at 16, but even then, I'm sure there's no connection between the Blacks and Slytherin." Lupin seemed to agree. "More likely, it's a replica. Maybe Regulus admired Slytherin and wanted to own a piece of his legacy." "I can't confirm if it's genuine," Kyle replied. "But I do know what it's called by another name." "Another name?" Sirius asked. "What does that mean?" "Mr. Lupin," Kyle said, "you've heard of the Chamber of Secrets at Hogwarts, right?" "Of course, but I don't know much about it," Lupin replied. "The professors rarely discussed it when we were in school. It's rumored to be tied to you-know-who." "That's correct. It was a diary he left behind from his student days that caused havoc at Hogwarts. It nearly got the school shut down." Kyle held up the locket, examining it in the dim light. "This locket gives me the same feeling as that diary did." The room fell into a deep, heavy silence as Lupin and Sirius absorbed the implications of his words. Both of them wanted to believe Kyle had misunderstood, but they also knew Kyle wasn't the type to make careless accusations. "But why?" Sirius's voice was rough, almost hoarse. "Would his things end up with Regulus? He was never as trusted as Malfoy or Bellatrix." "You'll have to ask him," Kyle replied, his gaze shifting to Creature, who was trembling visibly. Sirius turned to Creature, voice low and steady. "Tell me, why is this locket here? What did Regulus have to do with it?" The house elf seemed to shrink, huddling into himself as if recalling something terrifying. His voice came out in a ragged whisper. "Master Sirius ran away, and good riddance, because he was a bad boy. But Master Regulus had pride, he knew what the black name meant, what pure blood meant. He wanted wizards to stop hiding. He joined the Dark Lord's organization when he was 16, full of pride." Creature's voice cracked as he continued, detailing how Regulus had once come to him, saying that the Dark Lord needed house elves. Creature's face twisted with both pride and horror as he went on. Master Regulus offered Creature to him. It was an honor for Creature, and an honor for him. Creature's voice broke entirely as he recounted Voldemort's dark ritual, where he had forced Creature to drink a vile potion in a cave. The Dark Lord, he threw a locket into the empty basin and filled it again with potion. Then sailed away in his boat, leaving Creature on the island. Creature choked out. Creature was sick, needed water, tried to drink from the lake, but hands, they reached out from the water, tried to pull Creature under. "And how did you escape?" Sirius asked, a note of impatience mixing with horror. Creature lifted his tear-streaked face. Master Regulus had commanded Creature to return home. Creature always obeys. Sirius's voice softened slightly. "And then? Why is this locket here?" Creature told Master Regulus what happened. He hoped for praise, but none came. Master Regulus was troubled, and he ordered Creature to stay hidden, and then, a while later, he told Creature to take him to the cave, the same cave Creature had visited with the Dark Lord. Sirius grimaced, realizing what had likely happened. "He made you drink the potion again, didn't he?" Creature shook his head, tears streaming down his long, lined face. Sirius's heart twisted with a grim realization. Master Regulus brought another locket, just like the Dark Lord's. He told Creature to keep it safe, to switch the lockets when the basin was empty, to take the Dark Lord's locket and destroy it. Creature's sobs grew louder, each word torn from him. Master Regulus told Creature to go home, not to tell anyone, and to destroy the locket. Then he drank the potion dry, and Creature watched, as Master Regulus, he was dragged under the water, pulled away. Bang. With a furious roar, Sirius drove his fist into the glass cabinet, shattering it. He whirled and seized Creature by the neck, his eyes blazing with grief and rage. "You just watched. Why didn't you save him? You could have brought him back." Lupin quickly stepped forward, grabbing Sirius's shoulder. "Padfoot, calm down. Let him finish." But Sirius's grip remained iron-tight, his face wild with pain. Creature couldn't. Master Regulus ordered Creature not to interfere. He commanded Creature not to move. Creature sobbed harder, gasping as he pounded his own head with his fists. Creature failed to destroy the box, failed Master Regulus's orders. Chapter 447, Bringing Regulus Home. Sirius finally released Creature, standing motionless, his face blank as if he were under the Imperius curse. Lupin approached him and placed a hand on his shoulder. Regulus was a true black, and a worthy Slytherin. His name deserves to be honored. Kyle sighed beside them, silently reflecting. In his mind, Regulus had likely known from the start that he wouldn't make it back. Once he decided to part ways with Voldemort, his fate was sealed. Voldemort's skill in legilimency meant Regulus couldn't risk keeping the knowledge of the Horcrux hidden for long. If Voldemort ever discovered Regulus's betrayal, the consequences would reach beyond Regulus himself, putting Creature and his family in danger. Regulus chose to sacrifice himself to keep the secret, sparing the others in the process. Meanwhile, Creature, being a lowly house elf, had been beneath Voldemort's notice. By the time Voldemort left the cave, he had likely forgotten Creature even existed. Sirius covered his face with his hands, and the tears he'd held back for over a decade now slipped through his fingers, falling silently to the floor. He had misunderstood his brother for so long, only now realizing Regulus wasn't weak but braver than he had ever known. Regulus had been willing to die to thwart Voldemort's plans, even in a hidden, desolate place, where no one would ever know his sacrifice. And he'd done it anyway. Sirius couldn't imagine the strength it took for Regulus to make that decision. His mother had been right, Creature had been right, everyone had been right, Regulus was far stronger than he had ever been. I'll bring him back. Sirius wiped the tears from his face. No matter what, I'll get him home. He belongs here, not at the bottom of some cold, forgotten lake. Creature, he shouted suddenly. I order you to take me to that cave. We're going to bring Regulus home. Creature, still on the floor, looked up, his tear-swollen eyes filled with a mix of devotion and disbelief. Creature. Creature will obey Master's orders. Then let's go. Sirius moved to grab Creature's arm, but Lupin stepped between them. Wait, Sirius, Lupin said quickly. We can't go rushing in like this. We need to inform Dumbledore first. Creature's face contorted with resentment as he looked up at Lupin, who raised a calming hand. I'm not trying to stop you, Lupin explained. But going in without a plan would be reckless. Remember, this is where you know who hid something precious. And Creature mentioned the creatures in the lake. Inferi, if I'm not mistaken. There are likely hundreds of them. He paused, watching Sirius's face soften, but only slightly. If you want to recover Regulus, you'll need to disturb those creatures, Lupin continued. Are you prepared to face hundreds of undead monsters, ones that can't be killed, and are incredibly strong? Lupin's words finally brought Sirius back to his senses, cooling his rage just a little. I don't care, Remus, Sirius said, his voice steady. I can't leave Regulus lying alone at the bottom of that lake. Every second he's down there is a torment for me, one worse than any the Dementors could inflict. I know you're right, but I can't wait. If it means I die down there, so be it, as long as I bring Regulus back. Lupin held his gaze for a long moment before sighing, then stepped back. Very well. I respect your decision. Thank you, Remus, Sirius said quietly. As soon as we're gone, send word to Dumbledore. He'll find his way there. Lupin nodded reluctantly. Yes, I will. Sirius offered him a grateful nod, then reached for Creature's arm. But just as he did, without warning. Stupefy. Lupin's voice rang out as he cast the stunning spell. Lupin's plan was simple: if he couldn't persuade Sirius, he'd knock him out and restrain him until Dumbledore arrived. But Sirius, as though anticipating his friend's intent, shifted in an instant, transforming into a large black dog that dodged the spell with practiced ease. Just as quickly, he shifted back, a knowing look in his eyes as he turned to Lupin. I know you too well, Remus, he said with a sad smile. Did you think I wouldn't notice you gripping your wand? No matter what you say, Sirius, Lupin replied, dropping the pretense. I can't stand by and watch you throw your life away. As long as I'm still standing, I won't let you go. I don't think so, Sirius said, a faint smile crossing his lips. Sorry, my friend. Creature, what are you waiting for? Sirius called. The house elf instantly moved to his side, reaching out to grab Sirius's arm. Sirius, Lupin started, but his words were drowned out by a loud crack, and in an instant, he was left standing alone in the empty room. On the other side of the spell's pole, Sirius felt himself spinning, then landed with a slight stumble. The salty tang of sea air filled his nose, and he found himself in a large, damp cavern with the sound of waves echoing all around. House elves sure don't make for smooth travel, a voice next to him muttered. Yeah, Sirius replied absently, still disoriented. And I haven't done any operating in ages. He suddenly turned, eyes widening as he registered the figure next to him. Kyle. What are you doing here? Following you, obviously, Kyle said with a casual shrug. I had my hand on Creature's arm the whole time you were arguing with Lupin. Sirius stammered, but. He turned to Creature in bewilderment. The house elf, equally confused, blinked up at him, clearly still processing the scene. No, Kyle, you can't be here, Sirius said seriously, regaining his composure. This place is too dangerous. Go back. You're wrong, Kyle replied, shaking his head. If I wanted to stay safe, I wouldn't have come in the first place. Doesn't that make sense? Sirius opened his mouth to protest again, but Kyle cut him off. And besides, Lupin was right. You came here recklessly, without a plan. If anything, you'll just add to the risk. We should contact Dumbledore. I know. Sirius burst out, exasperation and pain filling his voice. But even if we send word to Dumbledore now, he won't get here until dawn, and I can't wait that long. Who says we have to wait till dawn? Kyle sighed, then reluctantly pulled out a long, flaming red feather from his pocket. He tapped it with his wand, and the feather burst into a brief, intense flame before vanishing. Sirius's impatience turned to curiosity. What? This is a phoenix tail feather, Kyle explained. Phoenixes give their feathers to those they care for. And when that person needs help, they just have to burn the feather, and the phoenix will come to them. Kyle glanced upward. Ah, here we go. A fiery red light suddenly appeared in the dark sky above them, illuminating the cavern walls. It was Fawkes, soaring gracefully down toward them with a flash of red and gold. And clinging to Fawkes's tail feathers, dressed in pink strawberry-patterned pajamas and a pointy nightcap, was none other than Dumbledore. Chapter 448, The Cave. It seemed Fawkes had caught the Hogwarts headmaster mid-nap, as Dumbledore looked a bit dazed when he first landed. A cold sea breeze blew through the cavern, making him shiver, but it also cleared his head. Oh, Kyle, and Sirius, what's happened? Why did you summon Fawkes? He asked, his voice filled with concern. Horcruxes, Professor, Kyle said bluntly. We found Voldemort's Horcruxes. For a brief moment, Dumbledore's composure slipped, his expression one of sheer disbelief, as if he'd just seen Snape in a tuxedo dancing with a troll. He'd spent years searching for clues about the Horcruxes, but had always come up empty. Now, after a single night's sleep, he was hearing that Kyle had stumbled upon them. But before Dumbledore could process it fully, Kyle urged them on. Time is short, I'll explain everything later, he said, nodding toward Creature. Creature, please take us there. Without hesitation, Creature scurried forward, guiding them deeper into the cave. Sirius followed closely behind, and Kyle brought up the rear, giving Dumbledore a quick summary of the events as they moved. Fawkes perched on his shoulder, gently pecking at Kyle's hair, seemingly anxious himself. By the time they reached the heart of the cavern, Dumbledore's expression had darkened. He was deeply moved by Regulus's story, a young man, misled by pride, who sacrificed his life to atone and help destroy Voldemort's evil. It was the sort of bravery Dumbledore rarely encountered, and his admiration showed. He deserves every honor, even if it means using a phoenix tail feather to bring him home just a little sooner, Kyle said quietly. Dumbledore gave a single, respectful nod. Fawkes finally stopped his anxious pecking as they reached a seemingly solid stone wall. Creature stopped in front of it, eyes bright with determination. This is the place, he announced, pulling a dull dinner knife from his robe. What are you doing with that? Sirius asked, eyes narrowing. It's probably a blood requirement, Dumbledore explained, his voice edged with contempt. It's Voldemort's way, he weakens his enemies before they even step inside. Once again, he shows he understands little of true terror. Creature, uninterested in Dumbledore's words, was eager to continue. He raised the dinner knife, preparing to cut his own arm. But Sirius moved quickly, snatching the knife from Creature's hand. I'll do it, he said firmly, rolling up his sleeve. He doubted Regulus would have wanted Creature to harm himself, and he wouldn't allow it, either. Just as he pressed the knife to his skin, however, Kyle's hand darted out, grabbing it from him. Kyle casually slipped the solid silver knife into his pocket and pulled out a dark red bottle, holding it up to Sirius. Remember, you owe me 300 galleons. He popped the bottle open, and the strong, iron-rich scent of blood filled the cavern. Dumbledore's mouth twitched with amusement as he caught on to Kyle's plan. Voldemort would never have expected someone to arrive with an entire flask of dragon's blood. This potent, highly magical substance was ideal for such an entrance. Kyle tossed the bottle toward the stone wall. As the dragon's blood splashed against it, a dazzling white archway appeared, and the stone within the arch melted away, leaving a dark opening. Creature bolted forward through the arch, eyes wide with determination, and the others followed, wands lighting up to reveal their surroundings. They now stood on the rocky shore of a vast, black lake that stretched out endlessly before them. High above, the cavern ceiling was lost in darkness. In the lake center, a faint greenish glow flickered eerily, like a distant will-o'-the-wisp. Creature trotted along the narrow shore, his footsteps echoing against the cave walls. He stopped and began waving his hand in the air, reaching for something only he seemed to know about. After a moment's struggle, perhaps due to his short stature, he still hadn't managed to find anything. Dumbledore, however, extended his hand and seemed to grasp the air with ease. With a soft tap of his wand, a thick copper chain rose from the lake, glinting in the dim light, and shot toward Dumbledore's outstretched fist. The chain pulled something up from the lake's murky depths, and as Sirius watched in a mixture of fascination and horror, the ghostly bow of a small boat emerged, floating silently toward them with barely a ripple. "What is that?" Sirius asked, uneasy. "I suspect Voldemort devised a way to cross the lake without disturbing the creatures he placed there, in case he needed to access his Horcrux," Dumbledore replied. The boat bumped gently against the rocky shore, and Creature, eager to proceed, climbed aboard, followed immediately by Sirius and then Dumbledore. The boat was small. After 2 adults and a house elf, there was barely any room left. "Kyle, you'll stay here, with Fawkes for company," Dumbledore said kindly. "Voldemort has likely enchanted the boat to sink if it's overloaded with magic." "Exactly," Sirius added, looking almost relieved. "Besides, it's just too small, even a regular boat couldn't hold us all." Kyle had a feeling they were deliberately leaving him behind, but they weren't wrong. When Dumbledore boarded, the boat dipped so low that the edge was barely an inch above the lake's surface. There wasn't room for even a cat, let alone another person. But Kyle suddenly raised an eyebrow. "Gentlemen," he said with a strange expression, "do you remember why you came here in the first place?" "Of course, to find Regulus." Sirius replied instantly. "Then why take the boat?" Kyle gestured toward the lake's dark, still water. "I have a feeling Voldemort treated this water with some twisted magic. Anything pulled in would eventually become an inferius. So, if Regulus's body is in the lake, it could be anywhere, not necessarily at the center." Chapter 449, The Clearing Out Performance. The 2 people standing in the boat suddenly felt a cold wind brush against their flushed cheeks. Yes, they didn't need to go to the center of the lake to retrieve the fake locket, so why had they taken the boat in the first place? Dumbledore was the first to react. Without hesitation, he stepped back onto the shore. "Ah, the mind really does fade with age, not to mention how easily I tire these days. But I think you'll want to see Voldemort's handiwork. It's all his usual tricks, unchanged for decades." "Right," Kyle chuckled. Fawkes, perched on his shoulder, turned his head away as though suddenly fascinated by the bare rock wall. At that moment, Sirius and Creature also quickly disembarked, following Dumbledore. It would indeed be quicker to avoid the lake center, and after they found Regulus, they could make a swift exit. Once everyone was ashore, the boat returned to the lake and vanished with a faint shimmer, leaving the group watching the still, dark water. Sirius stared at the lake's surface and asked, "Do we have to touch the water here to draw out those creatures?" Though he posed the question, he didn't wait for an answer. Walking to the lake's edge, he did as Creature had described, lowering his hand into the icy water. This act seemed to trigger an unseen mechanism. A pale arm shot up from the depths, grasping Sirius's arm and yanking him toward the lake with startling force. Instantly, the lake lost its glassy calm, churning violently as more white arms and heads emerged, racing toward the shore with unnatural speed. "Let go of Master!" Creature shouted, raising his finger as though casting a knockback jinx or something similar. The Inferius released Sirius and splashed back into the water, but more Inferi had already emerged, their skeletal hands clawing at the slippery rocks, their hollow eyes fixed intently on Sirius. Sirius scrambled back to the shore, pulling out his wand and carefully scanning each Inferius face for any sign of Regulus. Once sure none resembled his brother, he used a series of spells to send each creature crashing back into the water. He quickly dispatched 6 or 7 Inferi, but more continued to rise, unrelenting. Kyle and Dumbledore stepped in to assist. Dumbledore handled the creatures with ease, barely needing to cast spells. With simple wand movements, he flung the Inferi backward, sending them tumbling into the water where they sank, unable to resurface. For him, these non-magical creatures posed no real threat. If not for the risk of accidentally harming Regulus, Dumbledore would have employed even more efficient methods. Meanwhile, Kyle cast the full bodybind curse, targeting those Inferi that clearly could not be Regulus. The team had settled into a seamless rhythm. Sirius acted as bait in the front, Creature focused on locating Regulus, while Kyle and Dumbledore cast supporting spells from behind. The 3 wizards and the house elf worked together with practiced coordination. After casting several more full bodybind curses, Kyle glanced at the steadily growing swarm and muttered, "If only I could use Fiendfire and surround Sirius with it, I guarantee none of these creatures would stand a chance, no matter how many there are." At Kyle's words, Dumbledore's hand hesitated briefly, causing the spells around Sirius to falter for a fraction of a second. Though brief, the lapse was enough. The Inferi took advantage, gripping Sirius tightly with their icy arms, lifting him off his feet, and dragging him relentlessly toward the depths of the Black Lake. Relatio. Dumbledore waved his wand, helping Sirius to break free. There is a spell like that, but we can't use it now, he said softly. Fire makes them instinctively retreat, which would make it even harder for us to find Regulus. Then, will you teach it to me? Kyle asked. No. Dumbledore interrupted him. He paused briefly before continuing. The fiend fire curse you're asking about is high-level dark magic. Although I don't know where you learned of it, I must warn you, this dark magic is incredibly dangerous and extremely hard to control. It's best never to use it unless absolutely necessary. If you're truly interested, though, I can teach you a different charm derived from the fire-making spell. It's relatively safer. What is it? Master Regulus. Kyle was about to ask more when a thrilled cry rang out from creature nearby. The house elf rushed forward, charging recklessly through the mass of inferi, trying to pull one figure away while enduring scratches and bites from the others. Kyle turned to look. It was a young man, his face drained of color, pale and withered. But even in this state, everyone, including Kyle, recognized him as Regulus. He looked strikingly like Sirius Black, as if he had just escaped from Azkaban. Creature dragged Regulus to the rocks at the entrance, holding him tightly and sobbing. Finally, a collective sigh of relief swept through them. Sirius burst into laughter, the sound echoing through the empty cave, as if he were being chased not by terrifying monsters, but by a swarm of harmless mooncalves. Dumbledore smiled, then turned to Kyle and said, I was just wondering how best to describe the effect of this charm to you, but now it seems there's no need. Stay close to me. Kyle nodded and stepped closer. Dumbledore raised his wand, and flames leapt instantly from its tip. The dark cave flooded with light. Bright, golden-red flames swirled around Dumbledore, following his wand's movement like waves in the sea, growing larger with each sweep. The fire crackled loudly, and the damp chill vanished, replaced by searing heat. Dumbledore extended his wand once more, and the flames surged, coalescing into a massive golden-red tidal wave that swept forward. In an instant, a clear path opened up before them, at least 10 feet wide, with two blazing walls of fire extending forward as if cutting a path across the lake. Kyle stood in awe. He had been considering releasing Norbert to clear the way, but he hadn't imagined that Dumbledore's magic would be so much more powerful than even a dragon. Dumbledore lowered his wand, turned to Kyle, and saw his expression, nodding with satisfaction. Well. Have you made up your mind? He asked with a smile. Do you want to learn the fiend fire curse, or this? Professor, I want to learn this one, Kyle replied without hesitation. Dumbledore looked even more pleased with his answer. Why bother with the fiend fire curse when you can wield this? It's better to master what truly serves you rather than waste time on things with no real use. Chapter 450, The Clever Fudge. By the time the group walked through the archway and back outside into the cavern, daylight had fully arrived. The morning sun had chased away the cold and darkness, casting a golden shimmer over the sea, creating ripples of light. Nearby, a flock of seagulls had perched on the rocks, eyeing Fawkes curiously on Kyle's shoulder, though they all scattered when Creature suddenly began howling at full volume again. The group waited outside for 10 minutes before Dumbledore, who had stayed behind to manage the aftermath, finally rejoined them. He offered no explanation for what he had been doing, and no one asked. I need to take Regulus with me, he said. Severus should be able to find a way to restore him to his human form rather than what he is now. I'll go too. Sirius said immediately. Though he and Snape had never gotten along, he was willing to put up with it for Regulus. At worst, he figured he could just hold his tongue whenever Snape made his usual sharp remarks. I don't think you should go, Dumbledore replied, hesitating. He was certain that if Sirius went, Snape might not even open the door for them. Sirius understood and muttered, can't someone else go, like Madame Pomfrey? No, Dumbledore shook his head. She's better suited to healing the living. Well, okay, Sirius sighed, then bent forward and gave Dumbledore a deep bow. I'll leave Regulus in your hands. He then turned to Creature, who was still sobbing beside him. You go with Professor Dumbledore and see that man. If anything's missing, let me know at once. And no matter what harsh things he says, even if he mocks Regulus, you must act as though you didn't hear a word of it. That's an order. This time, Dumbledore didn't object. With only a house elf accompanying him, Snape would likely not mind. Before leaving, he glanced at Kyle, who seemed on the verge of asking something. But in the end, Kyle simply shook his head and stayed silent. Bang. With a flash of light, Fawkes led them away, vanishing into the distance. After they'd left, Sirius sat down on a stone, gazing up at the sky, his face showing an unusual look of relief. I'm actually a little scared to go back, he joked to Kyle. I'm sure Lupin's going to give me a good thrashing the moment I set foot inside. I hate to admit it, but I really can't take him on now, wand or no wand. You insisted on coming along, so I'd say you deserve it, Kyle replied, walking over to him. And Lupin's right. If it weren't for Professor Dumbledore, we'd probably be looking for 2 people now. And I'm sure Snape would be more than happy to brew you a potion. Oh, he'd be thrilled, Sirius said with a grin, lying back on the stone. Then, after a pause, he said quietly, thanks. What? For giving up something that could have saved your life, for my sake, said Sirius. Is there anything I can do for you? Fawkes likes his herbs, Kyle murmured. I see, Sirius chuckled. Leave it to me. He stood up from the stone and said, it's getting late, I'll take you back. No need, Kyle waved a hand dismissively. I can get back by myself, you don't have to see me off. So, you're not coming back to 12 Grimmauld Place with me? Sirius's expression stiffened. He'd been hoping Kyle might help him smooth things over with Lupin, maybe, as an ex-student, Kyle's presence would lighten the mood and save him from an impending lecture or worse. But Kyle shook his head. I've been out all night, so I definitely have to go home first. See you next time. Ignoring Sirius's increasingly panicked expression, Kyle gave a brief wave and walked off. Sirius, left alone in the empty cave, could only stare after him, feeling almost ready to cry. He could already envision his impending fate at Grimmauld Place. But then a thought struck him. How had Kyle just left? Apparition. But, wait. Sirius froze in realization. Kyle, a student who hadn't even reached his 5th year yet, had just apparat. After returning to St. Catchpole Village, Kyle walked in to find Chris and Diana already having breakfast. Both looked surprised to see him back so early. Why are you back so soon? Was it uncomfortable staying at Sirius's house, they asked. They were already aware of the situation with Sirius and Peter, and Kyle had sent a letter from 12 Grimmauld Place the night before, saying he'd be staying overnight. No, Kyle shook his head, taking a seat beside them. It's just that his place might be in trouble soon, and I didn't want to get caught up in it, so I came home early. After a busy night, Kyle was starving and immediately grabbed a piece of toast, biting into it as Diana added fried eggs and grilled sausages to his plate. Once he'd finished eating, she asked, what happened? I thought you said Sirius was being framed. It's not about that, Kyle replied. He just did something that really ticked Lupin off, and now he's likely in for a beating. It felt a bit wrong just to sit there watching. They both nodded, as if this were entirely ordinary. They were always bickering, even back in school, Diana said with a smile. Especially after Remus became a prefect, he drove me up the wall. I never really had the best impression of him, Chris added, but even when I heard Sirius had supposedly betrayed the Potters, it was hard to believe. Everyone knew it couldn't be true, they were as inseparable as Fred and George, always together. But then it actually seemed true. By the way, Dad, Kyle asked, when is Sirius's hearing going to start? I don't know, Chris shook his head. I was going to ask you the same thing. Are you sure Fudge knows about all this already? Definitely. I was in the headmaster's office and heard it all, Kyle confirmed. Fudge seemed really eager to help Sirius. Then why haven't we heard anything from the ministry? Chris wondered aloud. It's no surprise, Diana interjected. Don't forget what's happening in August. The Quidditch World Cup. Chris realized. Crouch was overseeing the tournament, and if it was a success, his popularity would soar. Fudge was probably waiting until after the event to bring up Sirius's case. Having imprisoned an innocent man for 12 years without a trial would ruin Crouch's reputation in an instant. Ho ho. Chris chuckled, recognizing Fudge's tactic. It was a shrewd move, one that would all but eliminate Crouch's chances of replacing him. The 3 of them continued talking for a while before Chris and Diana prepared to leave for the Ministry of Magic. So early. Kyle glanced at the clock. It's still 2 hours before regular working hours. It's been like this lately, with 2 major events to prepare for. The ministry swamped. Oh, by the way. Chris, who had just walked out, suddenly turned back, leaning in to speak to Kyle with a mysterious look. You might want to read more books and practice charms, it could come in handy. Chapter 451, Bill and Charlie. For the next few days, Kyle stayed home in St. Catchpole Village, rarely venturing out. He usually spent his time doing homework or working in the attic with Fred and George, helping them make the little props they'd use for pranks. Occasionally, Cedric would drop by as well. Not only was Chris busy, but Mr. Weasley and Mr. Diggory had also been tied up with work. Fred and George had plenty to say about this, complaining that they now had to wake up 2 hours earlier every morning for breakfast. Percy seems quite pleased with all this, Fred remarked as he fiddled with a newly crafted firework in the attic. I think he'd be happy to live at the ministry full-time. George nodded. He started working in the Department for International Magical Cooperation. Just make sure not to mention anything about foreign countries unless you want a never-ending lecture. Does he discuss work with you at home too? Cedric asked, intrigued. I think that'd be kind of interesting. Cedric's father rarely talked about work, except when he'd had too much to drink. So Cedric usually learned things about his father's job only in those half-asleep moments. Work? Hardly, Fred said, rolling his eyes. I doubt the ministry would let someone who's just started out handle international magical affairs. And they're not interested in the bottom of a cauldron either, George added with a laugh. I never realized how much Percy's been obsessing over potions. The bottom of a cauldron? Cedric asked, puzzled. Percy's fixated on this lately, George explained with a shrug. Apparently, he's organizing some exhibition of thick-bottomed cauldrons and is busy picking out the right pieces for it. Maybe he'll end up heading the International Magical Cooperation Department thanks to that exhibition. Fred suggested. Or even the Minister of Magic. George added, grinning. Yes, since thin-bottomed cauldrons are such a serious issue, Fudge wouldn't know what hit him. Fred and George could always find endless amusement and discussion when it came to Percy. Luckily, we only have to put up with him for another month, Fred said, carefully placing a finished firework in the suitcase beside him. These fireworks would all turn into galleons one day, and they were quite attached to them. Time passed quickly in the cheerful atmosphere. Occasionally, Kyle would glance in the direction of London, wondering what was happening to Sirius. It had been more than half a month since they returned from the cave, and the only message Kyle had received was a short note from Lupin on the day they got back. Since then, he'd heard nothing from 12 Grimmauld Place. I guess he's fine, Kyle thought. Lupin definitely wouldn't do anything too harsh, and as for the rest, Sirius will probably just tough it out. And so, the holiday flew by. Soon enough, the last day of July arrived, Kyle's birthday. Early that morning, a large flock of owls swooped in, delivering gifts from friends near and far. Among them was a reply from Sirius at last. He had sent a large package packed with all kinds of herbs. Almost everything available in Diagon Alley was there, mostly flowers and leaves, 3 of each type, with the poisonous ones wrapped separately, obviously Lupin's doing. Sirius would never be that meticulous. If it had been up to him, he'd likely have just bundled the herbs together in one big wrap. Besides, Sirius was still wanted by the authorities and couldn't go to Diagon Alley himself. Kyle grabbed a bag of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans and started munching while he unwrapped the rest of the gift. Midway through his snack, he heard a rustling noise from downstairs. Looking out the window, he spotted 4 familiar red-haired figures. Fred was at the front, holding a huge cream cake. He looked up and grinned. Happy birthday, Kyle. Behind him stood George and the other 2 Weasleys. Charlie, Bill. Kyle said in surprise. When did you get back? Last night, Charlie replied, waving. We arranged to be here early. 1 second, Kyle said, putting down his half-unwrapped presents and hurrying downstairs to open the door for them. Happy birthday, Fred said, thrusting the cake toward Kyle, nearly landing it in his face. No doubt Fred had done it on purpose, just to startle him a bit. You're lucky Mum's not here, or she'd be furious, Charlie said, pulling the cake back and moving in to give Kyle a hug. Happy birthday. Charlie looked even tanner than last year, with a fresh scar on his arm. Bill walked over, giving Kyle a friendly pat on the shoulder. Long time no see, Kyle, or should I say, Sir Order of Merlin. He smirked. When I first heard about the second-class Order of Merlin, I thought it was some old wizard with the same name. Too bad, you guessed wrong, Kyle laughed. Bill had changed the most. Since graduating, he seemed to have embraced a different style. His short hair had grown into a ponytail, and he now wore an earring with a small thong-like charm. Dressed in a casual outfit, he looked more like a rock fan than a wizard, save for his dragon-hide boots. Different, huh? Bill said, shaking his long hair. Maybe a bit, but not by much. Kyle wasn't surprised, Bill's character was well known to him. Mrs. Weasley, on the other hand, had made a habit of bringing her haircutting kit to the train platform each year. Kyle stepped aside, letting the group into the living room. Fred set the cake on the table, and Kyle went to fetch drinks. Do you want some wine? He pulled a bottle from the cabinet, eyeing Bill and Charlie. No, Mum wouldn't. Hold on. Charlie's refusal stopped short when he noticed the label. How old is that fire whiskey? Kyle held up the bottle. 150 years, it's written right here. It's real aged fire whiskey, a gift from the Romanian Ministry of Magic. Oh, in that case, I'll take some, Charlie said, licking his lips. Are you sure you won't get in trouble for bringing that out? Bill asked, raising an eyebrow. The best stock at the Leaky Cauldron was usually 100 years old, and even that was rare. Not even a pocketful of galleons could convince Tom to part with it, let alone 150-year-old fire whiskey. No worries, Kyle assured him. My dad hardly ever drinks alone, and since it's been ages since we were all together, I'm sure he'll invite you and Mr. Weasley to join him for a drink at dinner tonight. I'm just starting the festivities a little early. Then I'll have some too, Bill said, conjuring a glass with a quick flick of his wand. Fred and George, eager to join in, conjured their own glasses, but Kyle, without a word, tossed them 2 bottles of juice. Chapter 452, Divergence. Fred and George expressed their strong dissatisfaction with Kyle's preferential treatment, insisting that they were old enough to try the aged fire whiskey. Kyle, however, continued to ignore them. It wasn't until a few minutes later, when Bill lay sprawled on the floor, fast asleep, that the twins went quiet. They exchanged a look, shrugged, and nonchalantly resumed sipping their juice. They'd watched Bill go from drinking to nodding off, and then simply sink to the floor as if he'd come over just to take a nap on Kyle's carpet. The whole process had been remarkably seamless, without even a pause, as if Bill had choreographed it. Charlie, meanwhile, was handling his drink just fine. As a dragon keeper, he was no stranger to strong spirits and had more experience pacing himself. He took a cautious sip of his fire whiskey and glanced over at Bill. "Does he think he's drinking ale?" he scoffed, amused at his brother's lack of restraint. Much like Fred and George never missed a chance to poke fun at Percy, Charlie and Bill had a similar sibling tradition. The difference was that Bill was generally sharper and could hold his own, always finding a way to retaliate. But right now, he was out cold, leaving Charlie to enjoy a small victory and a second sip of fire whiskey. Kyle brought out more candy and snacks, which included an assortment of treats he'd received as gifts. Everyone began snacking and chatting idly. At first, the conversation was lighthearted. Charlie shared tales from the Romanian Dragon Reserve, like the time a few reckless wizards tried to steal a dragon egg, only to be chased off by a roaring mother dragon, leaving them so terrified they'd begged the dragon keepers for help. He also mentioned the excitement whenever a dragon laid a new clutch of eggs. These weren't the kinds of stories found in textbooks, and Kyle and the others listened, captivated. In exchange, Kyle shared some of his own Hogwarts stories. Charlie was fascinated by his account of Professor Trelawney's dramatic predictions in 3rd year, the basilisk incident, and the time Dementors had stormed the Quidditch pitch in his 4th year. It was hard for him to believe all that had actually happened. "When I was at school, Hogwarts was never this exciting," Charlie laughed, shaking his head. Charlie was especially intrigued by the basilisk. As a dragon keeper, he shared Hagrid's passion for dangerous, large magical creatures and had become increasingly interested in anything as formidable as a basilisk. "I'd love to see a basilisk one day," he said wistfully. Fred and George quickly waved their hands to dissuade him. The basilisk was a deadly creature that could kill with a single look. When they'd first heard Ron was involved in the incident, they'd been so shaken they'd nearly collapsed with worry. Thankfully, it had turned out to be a false alarm. They didn't think curiosity was worth risking one's life. Fortunately, Charlie was only speaking in general terms. After all, you couldn't just decide to go and see a basilisk. Charlie put down his cup, stuffed a large piece of buttered toffee into his mouth, and shifted to another topic. "Kyle, I heard from Fred that your Hufflepuffs have won the Quidditch Cup 4 years in a row." "Oh, it's all just luck. We only won because everyone else was being nice. It's really not worth mentioning, really," Kyle replied, modestly waving his hands. Fred and George looked slightly agitated, their jaws clenching. If Kyle hadn't been grinning so obviously, they might have actually believed him. Charlie glanced at them, puzzled. "Didn't you say Harry got a firebolt? And you still lost?" Fred and George took a resentful sip of their juice, looking resolute. "We'll definitely win next year," Fred said firmly. "You Hufflepuffs won't win 5 years in a row," George added. "Well, you'll have to work hard, then, because it's going to be very difficult to take the cup from us next year," Kyle replied with a mischievous smile, raising an eyebrow. Charlie opened his mouth, as if about to say something, but then held back and changed the subject instead. "Kyle, who do you think will win the World Cup this year?" "Ireland, of course," Kyle said without hesitation. "No," Charlie shook his head. "I think it'll be Bulgaria. They've got their lineup complete this year with Victor Krum, and they'll definitely be a top contender." Only a seeker would root for Bulgaria," Kyle shot back, playfully. "Quidditch is a 7-player sport. A talented seeker is important, but the chasers are the real core of the team." "Oh." Charlie sat up straighter. "Why do you say that?" "It's simple. Everyone's focused on Bulgaria adding Krum, but no one's noticed that they replaced one of their veteran chasers. The reason they gave in the Daily Quidditch was that he was too old to work well with Krum. Ridiculous. A chaser just needs to score points, he doesn't need to be perfectly in sync with the seeker. Can't he just toss a quaffle over to Krum?" Kyle snorted. "Believe it or not, they're going to end up with their faces in the mud this tournament, unless Krum manages to catch the snitch before they fall 150 points behind. Only then will Bulgaria stand a chance." Fred and George nodded in agreement. They shared Kyle's perspective, especially after their own match against Hufflepuff. They now understood all too well the importance of chasers scoring consistently. If the score gap becomes too wide, Even the best seeker can't save the game. At best, the seeker can only delay the inevitable, but without enough scoring strength, it's useless to prolong the game. No, I still believe Bulgaria will win, Charlie insisted. Ivanova is a very skilled chaser, and Dimitrov, though young, has already made a name for himself in international matches. He's as talented as Crumb. You can't mean Dimitrov, the one Moran beat 3 times in a row during the qualifiers, Kyle said with a grin. Charlie blushed slightly but still stood his ground, firmly insisting that the Bulgarian team would come out on top. But with a 1-against-3 disadvantage in the room, it was hard to keep up the debate. Eventually, Charlie hoisted Bill, who was still sound asleep, over his shoulder and prepared to head back to the burrow. Bill's long ponytail trailed on the floor, helping to sweep up a few crumbs on the way out. That poor seeker, Fred chuckled once Charlie had left. He and George exchanged victorious high fives, grinning. They had chosen not to return with Charlie, mostly because Percy was home on a day off and had been holed up in his room all morning, writing a report on leaking cauldrons and forbidding any noise. They'd barely been up a few hours and had already been scolded several times. It was much quieter here.